south end zone for Robbie Gould out of the hole to Brad Maynard. Pat Mantle, they just sent it back. Perfect. Placement. Kick. It is good. Caps an 11-play, 64-yard drive, a 20-yard chip shot. Snap back to throw. Winds up over the middle. Batted in the air once, twice, and intercepted by the Lions. At the 50-yard line on the run back. Spinning to the 43-yard line and brought down Aaron Berry, an undrafted rookie free agent who hasn't been on the field at all because of a hamstring injury. The nickelback picks off the batted ball. Jake Cutler's throw taken back 23 yards on the Lions, now in the Bear territory. He takes, fakes to Taylor, now rolling to the right. Sets the throw. He's got Olsen at the 11-yard line. He busts inside the 10, but he gives up the football. Piled up at around the 8-yard line of Detroit.
Wow, Greg was
Detroit football. Detroit football, according to the officials. A red zone turnover. Chris Houston punched it out of there. He hands off Javid Best, walks in to the 1. I thought he was into the end zone, but he had an opening off the left side. And the Lions think they've got a touchdown, but there have been no indication by the referee.
It's been determined that the runner did break the goal line with the football. It is a touchdown, Detroit.
Shotgun to Stafford. Trouble coming from behind. Peppers knocks it out. It's scooped up by Tommy Harris at the 30 to the 23-yard line of Detroit. Stafford is on the ground. Peppers hit him. Penalty marker as well. Shotgun to Cutler on 1st and long. Out in the flat with a Kreutz block. It's Forte to the 20. 25-30. 40 sideline midfield. 40 of the Lions to the 30. He puts it to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown. Matt Forte on a dump pass to the right. He goes 89 yards.
Who was that lead blocker?
Olin Kreutz with a block. Out of the eye. Cutler under center. Olin Kreutz takes turns. Gives to Matt Forte running off the right side. No indication. He did not get in. The Lions have stopped the Bears cold from inside the 1. 4 straight snaps. Snap to Hill. Blitz is on. It's picked up. Hill hit, throwing to the end zone. Calvin Johnson up in the air. Touchdown Detroit over Zach Bowman. Right side of the end zone. 24 seconds left in the game.
Oh, they called no touchdown. The one official is calling it off.
Gene Steratore got some explaining to do here.
After review, the ruling on the field stands.
Yes.
It is an incomplete pass. It will be Detroit's ball, 3rd and 10.
Cutler takes the knee. That'll end it here at Soldier Field. Wow, that's all I got to say.
Bad blood will continue to boil between Detroit and Chicago. Look for the future. They're going to set up some ugly, ugly physical matchups.
21 straight road losses for the Detroit Lions.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Hey, welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone talking about the Chicago Bears. Chicago Bears win 19-14, and the question is, did they deserve to win this football game? And my only answer is, well, they won the football game. There's no question about it. But what do you read into it? What do you read into this football game? Let me give you a real quick stat. And if you didn't see the game and you heard the stat, let's say you came home one night and you didn't watch the game and you heard the stat. The stat is Cutler. Cutler was 23 for 35 for 372 yards, 65% completion, 10.6 yards per attempt, was sacked 4 times, had 2 touchdowns and 1 interception, and his quarterback rating was 108.3. You would say to yourself, Bears must have won by 30 points. Had to win by 30 points. Look at those numbers. Well, if you take a look at it and break it down real quickly, this is where it went wrong. Although those numbers were there, you got to remember beginning at the game. Remember, Aroma Shadu drops a touchdown pass. That's 7 points. Olsen fumbles the football like down on the 5 or 10 yard lines. That's another 7. Let's say they go in for the touchdown. Forte fumbles down on the 30-yard line. There's another time they're driving. And the other time, which I could not absolutely believe, you get the football on the half-yard line. The half-yard line, and you get 4 tries. 4 tries to put over there. I would have called timeout and went and got the cheerleader and brought her in or somebody in to run that ball. What does that tell you about that offensive line? Also during this game, I thought Forte looked tremendous. But he averaged 2.9 yards per carry. We can't block anybody from that offensive line. 4 carries on the half-yard line, and you can't score. Trust me, this is something definitely wrong here.
Doug, let me jump in right there. First of all, congratulations to the Bears. It was a win, and we won our opening game. We're at home. That's what you have to do. You call it winning ugly, winning stupid, however you want to call it. We won the football game. Now, let me tell you about those 4 downs there. The problem was the call. The call from Mike Martz into Cutler. The call of the plays. When you get down on a 2-foot yard line, Doug, you quarterback sneak, or you run from an H position or an I position, you turn around and hand a quick dive to your running back, and it's bull blocking inside gap all day long. That's what you do. Now, folks, if you didn't watch the game, or if you watch it and you couldn't figure out what they did, on 2 different tries, they tried traps. Not only if they didn't try an A block or an onside trap, it was an offside trap. It was the off guard, had to come over and kick out on the 4 or the 5 hole. Then the quarterback, while that's happening, he drops back and runs back to your running back, gives him the ball. The play is over with. Because in the defense, they get in the gaps and everybody knifes into the gap. We tried a 4 or a 5 trap with an off guard coming from the wrong offside, Doug. The play took too long. That's why it got stuffed, and that'll happen today. And if they run the play next week, it'll happen. The same damn thing will happen. Well, bad choice of plays, and you cannot defend it. Nobody can defend it.
When they came down there in the first score, when they kicked the field goal, it was 3rd down and 2 yards to go for a touchdown. They come out in 9 formation, and that's exactly what I said, and I looked at Ed, I said, we're screwed. You're coming back in the I formation. You think you're going to take that football and shove it down shove it down his throat? Those guys down there and Williams, the 2 big guys. And you come out of the I formation when Martz, I know, is the type of guy that would exactly what Detroit did when they scored their touchdown. They spread everybody out, and then they gave it to Best, and he ran for a touchdown. You jam everybody up in there because the one thing you have to understand is your offensive line. Like Ed said, he mentioned the word bull. Bull
That's
is
exactly
not
what you do.
involved with this offense. They don't know how to knock somebody off the line of scrimmage. Last year on 3rd down situations, this is last year now, 3rd down situations, they ranked 23rd in the National Football League of getting first downs on 3rd down with less than 2 yards. So that means they're knocking nobody off the ball. Now, what he just said about the trap plays, yeah, that's exactly right. But they're not blocking anybody in there. And the proof of that goes back to Forte, who I think looks outstanding. He averaged 2.9 yards a carry. 2.9 yards a carry. That's not right. That's not right. And when you take a look at this football game, and then we're going to go talk about that last play. When I looked at that last play, obviously I looked at it and I thought it was a touchdown. But then once again, the NFL comes out, the referees come out, the continuation, the ball went down on the ground. I thought that myself, he made a hell of a catch. I thought he hot dogged it a little bit at the end when he put the one hand on it instead of jacking and bringing it right into his chest and rolling on his back, and he didn't do that. And so consequently that cost him. But even that point in time, how in the hell did you give that up at that point?
Well, I don't, Doug, let me tell you something. I've watched this game and played it for a number of years, obviously, and I can tell you this, Doug. All I heard is the football, if it breaks the plane, that's all it has to do. It's a touchdown. Well, not only did the football break the plane, caught the ball in control, came down, rolling over, came down on his knee. When that happens, when your knee hits the ground, that's it, done, play over with. He was in total control of the ball. He continues to roll over. It's a touchdown. Up goes the hands of the referee. The ball, and his left hand is on the ground. His right hand is on the ball, and he gets up. As you see, you can see him getting up. He's getting up, and he releases the ball and runs away, and the ball stayed there. The ball didn't hit the ground, squirt out, or do anything like that. That was a touchdown, and the Bears ought to turn around and thank somebody somewhere. But I'll tell you what, that was incredible to me. I don't know how, in God's name, that is not a touchdown. How does a ball, if a running back takes his hand and reaches, or a receiver runs down and reaches over the goal line with the ball, and it breaks the plane, is that a touchdown? That's a touchdown, folks. How do you catch the ball, hit the ground, roll, you're on the ground, your knees are on the ground, he's got control of the ball. I mean, it's impossible not to see that. The referee fires his hands up. It's a touchdown, and it's taken away.
Well, the bottom line to that is the fact that I think there's two different rules, and the fact is that that ball is caught and you're going down and the ball hits the ground and it goes down on the ground, it's an incomplete pass. To me, that was a touchdown. If I was down on Grant Street and I was watching two kids play, and to me it's a touchdown.
Doug,
but that
any way you call it or see it.
But the fact is we got the break on the damn thing.
Well,
and I'll take the break. Not that we deserved it, not that we deserved to win this football game, but I got to tell you, Detroit's no trip to Hollywood either.
Well, Doug, I think about
it.
You know, I like to thank the guy that made the schedule for the Bears.
Well, absolutely.
Bears open at home against the worst team in the National Football League the last 2 years, or might be in I don't know how many decades.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. We are live. That's right, live at real-time sports in Elk Grove Village. We've got more to talk about. We'll be right back. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at real-time sports in Elk Grove Village. O'Bradovich and Buffone. Give us a call. We're taking a look at the Chicago Bears win, 19-14. Some say it's a miracle. Some say that it's in the hands of God and what's happening. And Lovey's saying the sun will come up tomorrow and everything is fine and dandy and we played at home. Well, any way you look at it, the fact is the Bears did win, and that's it. Now, there's a lot of questions that I did not get answered. I know Ed did not get answered in today's football game. There's no question about that. But we won the football game. I don't particularly like the way we won the football game, but the fact is they put out Matthew Stafford. They had Sean Hill second half. The defense looked good. Urlacher looked very good playing middle linebacker, although he took stupid pills on that one fumble and hits a guy from behind when they could have made a field goal a lot closer than that. But other than that, the Chicago Bears won 19-14.
Well,
go ahead, Ed.
Doug, let me tell you something there. You start out the first quarter, okay, and we're down. It's third and goal. I believe we're on a 2-yard line, and they tried running behind Frank Omiel on the right side. You know who blew that play up?
Sue.
Frank Omiel. You know why? Sue hit him so hard, he took him back 3 yards into our running back, into our backfield, totally destroyed the whole play. Took him back 3 yards. Now, that's when that guy, he knows it's coming. Sue knows it's coming. He knows what he has to do. You anchor in, and you get down, and you root them out, and you drive them out. That's what you get paid these humongous salaries to do. Third down and 2 yards to go, and the guy picks you up and takes you back 3 yards and destroys the whole running play on a goal line play. Where is your commitment?
Well,
where is your commitment?
Ed, you're absolutely correct. But let's go back. Let's go
correct.
Step
That's
back.
Third down and 2 going in, and it gets blown
Ed,
up.
Listen to this. This is not news coming out of the sky. Why call the damn play when you know the guy can't do it? Why call the play when you know the big guy, Sue, who's the number one pick, is going to blow your ass out?
I've got an answer for you.
Give me an answer, Ed.
I'm going to give you. Lovey Smith.
Okay, next.
Okay. Believes, and him and Jerry Angelo, that the 53 guys that they picked are the guys to take them to the Super Bowl. They said it last year, the year before, and they said it again this year. Those are the guys that they're ready to go with, okay? That's who they picked to go with. And my Lord, in this day and age, Doug, and you can't go 2 yards or 3 yards when it means so much to get that score in on third down, Doug. You know what? You got a big problem, pal.
Well, there's a major problem. Again, too, I mean, if you're leading a troops into a battle and you know that your troops can't do a certain thing, why would you do that? To watch the massacre. Why would you want them to watch them? That you know that this guy, Sue, is going to blow your guy up. So when you think you come back with something a little different, some other different play, maybe throw the football, I don't know. All I know is I know they won the football game. But again, too, what's in my crawl, maybe I just can't get it out. You can't get the football on the half-yard line and take 4 cracks at it and not put it in for a touchdown. You just can't do that.
I told you the calls, Doug.
I know.
The calls, the plays took too long. When you're down there in a 2-foot-yard line, bang, quarterback sneak, quick shots, bang, handoff, up you go, get in the end zone.
Let's go out to Dal in Brookfield. Dal, you're on the Score.
Thanks, man. Hey, I love your passion and everything. My problem is I called last year, why is Zach Bowman one-on-one with the only threat they have in Calvin Johnson? I I called last year with the same complaint, and he burned us last year, almost did it this year. Why are they putting him one-on-one with no help?
Well,
that is terrible.
In that play in the end zone, there was two guys on him, number one. Number two, Calvin Johnson was not involved the whole damn game, really. He dropped a couple of passes. He was nowhere to be found. I was shocked as hell because I think the guy's a great receiver. So if you take a look at the Bears' defense, their secondary, and I know they're not going against Johnny Unitas, but they only threw for 170-some yards against them. So I think what it is right now is maybe, if you get against a good quarterback, a Rodgers or one of the other guys, Brady, you're going to have major problems. But today, that wasn't the problem, defense.
But I think Dale, I think, Doug, what his point was is that, the guy is, 6'5"? They have some pretty tall receivers on Detroit, and they're going in the end zone. And more often than not, you think that that's the guy they're going to go to. Why didn't the Bears put two guys on him?
They did. He went over top two guys to catch that damn ball. I mean, he made a great catch. There's no question about it. And I think part of the problem in that catch, and he'll take a look at it, the kid really, if you think about it, was hot dogging. He caught the damn ball. There was a touchdown. There's no question. All he had to do was bring it into him. He held the football out with one hand, saying, here it is, boys, I just did it. And came down on the football, and technically the rule says you cannot do that. It becomes an incomplete pass.
Doug, I totally disagree with you. I don't think he was hot dogging. He came around with the football, put it on the ground, had control of it, got up, lifted both hands up at the same time off the football. Again, the football, when he put it on the ground, didn't hit, didn't squirt out. Hand didn't shake it, didn't do anything. He had control of it, and he got up.
And it's a technical thing. I think it's a stupid rule, but it hit the ground. And that means it's incomplete. That's exactly what happened. So the fact is, I would look at it as a touchdown. Sure, I thought it was a touchdown. But once that ball hit the ground and then he came up and the ball squirted away, that referee got out there and made that call. Now, would they have made that call in Detroit? And who knows? Let's go out to Bill in Lowell, Indiana. Bill, you're on the score.
Hi, buddy. How are you?
What's up, Bill?
Hi, Bill.
I just had one question until I was listening to you guys. That touchdown pass, I agree with you. That was a touchdown. But you have to realize something else. They made another call on the Bears on a fumble when he went out of bounds, but he didn't control the ball, and he dropped it on, and they gave him that. But that's not what I was calling about. What I'm calling about is Lovie Smith at halftime when the Bears scored a touchdown. They line up to kick the extra point. They review the play. They give the whole coaching staff a minute or two to think about what they're doing. And they go in and they kick the extra point. Why don't they go for 2 points at that point in time?
When are you talking about? Which touchdown? The second touchdown?
The touchdown at halftime.
Uh-huh.
At halftime, when they're down.
Oh, they were down 14. Right.
14-12.
Okay.
And they kick the extra point. Why don't you go for two at that point?
So that's a good point. You know what? I didn't think of that, but that's an excellent point because the fact is if they do make it, then you're tied at the game, right? And if you don't make it, you're still down 2. You still need a field goal to win. I don't know. I mean, Lovie Smith, trust me. When I take a look at Lovie Smith, and I told you this before, I don't know what it is. The guy's a good guy. There's no question about it, and I've said this 100 times before. I don't know what it is. If I spent 5 minutes with Lovie Smith, I would lose my will to live. And I think that's part of it. The fact is, it doesn't get fired up. It doesn't this or that. But the fact is the Bears were there knocking on the door, but they made so many stupid mistakes today. I'm talking about not only that, on the special teams, all the way down, and that Urlacher move. That was a dumb mistake. You can't do that against good teams. You watch happen. You do this against Dallas next week, we'll get run out of town.
Doug, the timing was way off on the passing routes. They were confused out there, and it all comes back. You get in the training camp, it comes back to the 4 exhibition games, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It was right in front of you, for heaven's sakes.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire post-game show. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Give us a call. Doug Buffone, Ed O'Bradovich. We'll be right back.
The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, number 1 in what matters most.
Snap to Cutler, backpedals. Sets, launches for Forte! Diving catch! Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! A dramatic catch by Matt Forte.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 644-6767.
Yeah, Doug, while you were mentioning Arlington Heights Ford, the Guido family, John Guido and his son Johnny Jr. and his brother Anthony, they just lost their mother, Angie. She's 92 years old, and what a beautiful, beautiful lady. And I got to tell you something. The people at Arlington Heights Ford, I tell you what, John Guido, him and his brother and his son, you couldn't meet finer people. And again, the loss of their mother, what a beautiful and wonderful lady. So our sympathies go out to the Guido family. They're very, very nice, wonderful people.
Yeah, the best to John.
Absolutely.
92 years old, but when you lose a loved one, it doesn't matter about the age. So, John,
absolutely.
Hang in there. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Dan in O'Hare. Dan, you're on the Score.
Doug, O.B. Now, it's not the reason I called. I'm going to get to my point. But, Doug, O.B. is right. When you cross the plane, it's a touchdown. How many times have we seen a guy knock the football out of a guy's hands after he crossed the plane? That rule is between each goal, let's say half-yard line for 99 yards to the other line, 99 yards. Once you cross the plane, it's a touchdown. Now, the reason I call is, guys, let's face it, Lovie Smith may not be that bright. You guys always say, he's a nice guy. Okay, listen, this is what he did. The general manager, and it's put Phillips into. They took the right guy to move him to the left guard. Like they're confusing us. They moved the right tackle to the left tackle. They moved the left guard to the right tackle position, and then we have an overrated has-been center who just beats up guys when at the FBI shooting range, and that's supposed to impress us. And I want you guys to know this. I heard Lovie Smith said he would do the same thing again. Hey, guys, that offensive line, that's the same line, except for the rookie, who is an improvement. This guy may not be that bright. Please, somebody help me out here, guys. I know you guys keep it real. And one other question I want to ask you. When you guys approach Lovie Smith, does he talk to you guys because you keep it so real, and he keeps it so phony? How does he react to you two?
I don't think Lovie's totally in love with us. I mean, I can say that. We won't go out to dinner. But the fact is, when you take a look at all of this stuff, again, that offensive line, we're pounding Lovie Smith, and I think we should. I think we should pound a lot of things. We're going to start pounding Jerry Angelo here, too, because you need players. You got to have players to come in here to play. You can't just put up a team and say, here we are. We got a 6th-round choice or a 7th-round choice or whatever. I know Chris Williams is a number 1 draft choice, but you need players. You need guys to come in here. We went out and spent guaranteed money, $55 million guaranteed money for this year. And the guys we got. Now, I told OB this, and OB said the same thing to me. And I said, I always put down names and listing. I didn't hear Cutler the whole first half. And all of a sudden, he jumps up and he makes a big play. So the guys that you paid the money to, and I think Chester Taylor will earn that kind of money. But when it's all said and done with, what do you think Cutler, if he had more protection, I guess? You want to take a look at that, how much better he could be? But guys, he threw for 372 yards today. And I gave you the 4 reasons why I think we didn't put more points up there. You can't fumble the ball twice going down in to score. Aroma Shadu, who catches everything, drops the damn football. That's a touchdown. That was a perfect pass. You can't do that.
Doug,
and then the 4 cracks for the touchdown. I mean, you're talking about almost 28, 30 points.
Doug, what you're saying there, you're talking about fumbles, drop passes and everything too. But how about the field position? The Bears
they had it all day.
All day long. How about the unbelievable field position they had all day long? Detroit punting out of their end zone. We had great field position. We went downfield one time that I know of in this game in 4 quarters. It was a deep post pattern. Believe to Johnny Knox. The ball got intercepted. We never stretched the field after that. We never flew anybody downfield to try to open it up. We're on their 44-yard line, I believe twice. We were on their 40-yard line starting. I don't know how many times We were on our own 45, 46, 47-yard line time after time after time and come up with 0 points. Come up with no points. Now, if you think you're going to go through the next 15 games getting field position like that and hoping that your defense is going to stop and you guys pick your way around in the game and hope for a miracle at the end, it's not going to happen. Not against the likes of Dallas, Green Bay, etc. It's not going to happen. But don't forget, Doug, that field position they had for 4 quarters, not a quarter, not a half, all day long, and what they do with it, not a damn thing. Nothing.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Our phone number is 644-6767. We'll be right back.
Shotgun to Stafford. Trouble coming from behind. Peppers knocks it out. It's scooped up by Tommy Harris at the 30 to the 23-yard line of Detroit. Stafford is on the ground. Peppers hit him. Penalty marker as well.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Eddie, they're lit up. Let's get out to the lines. Let's go out to Craig in Stonington, Illinois. Craig.
Hi, how you doing?
All right, Craig.
Okay, can I listen to your response? I'm not near a radio, but I don't know how you don't fire Levy right now, because how do you not kick a field goal when we're down on the 1-inch line? Why he did not do a quarterback sneak? Cutler ran the ball all day long anyways. Why you do not quarterback sneak or do something very simple, and if you can't get it in, then you kick a field goal and get the – we're not even in the situation where we're talking about this touchdown pass that was a touchdown, but if we were the Bears fans, then I feel sorry for the Detroit Lions fans because it was a touchdown. And I just wanted to hear your response.
Well, first of all, again, if that situation and you tried 3 cracks at it and you haven't done it, I would have taken the field goal. I would have done it. I would have taken the field goal because I'm saying, look, I got 3 shots at it. I'll go up. We'll score. There'll be something positive will come out of this. They're thinking, you know what? We're that good. You've got to understand. You listen to this team talk. Prior to this game, even during the whole exhibition season, they think they're good. They really do. They're not as good as they think they are. And that showed you in that position with 4 cracks at trying to get a touchdown, Eddie. They just not could do it. There's no question about it.
Well, I don't know how you don't kick the field goal.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
either.
the guy that believes for going it on 4th down, et cetera, et cetera. But I tell you, the way things were going in that football game, and you're right there, you take the lead, your defense, if you're paying attention to the game, your defense is controlling them, holding them. They have a quarterback who was never even drafted. I don't know how many teams he's been with when the last time he threw a pass before this game. I don't think somebody must know, but I certainly don't. Well, and I'm going to tell you something, dominate him the whole second half and take the lead and let your defense hopefully take care of some business, but he didn't do it. And then again, I'll go back to the play selection, Doug. When you're down on that 1 foot, 2 foot yard line, there's some plays you run, running plays, and some plays you don't run. They ran all the plays that you do not run.
Let's go out to E-Man on the south side. E-Man.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up, E-Man?
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you guys about that goal line, that play calling. Mike Martz, he called play-action pass on 2nd down. Why would you call a play-action pass on 2nd down when you're on the 1 foot yard line?
Let me tell you something. They called the
because
trap
he knew that they can't block
with an offside guard. You know how long that play takes to develop?
Yes, and it was too much traffic inside the end zone to begin with anyway. You just don't do that. And another point, okay, Matt Forte, he wasn't pushing, in that end zone. Couldn't they, use Chester Taylor in that situation? Because he was a good, good on 3rd down, running back in that situation. He can be real good with that. And one more point, that touchdown of Calvin Johnson or non-touchdown that he had, The guy, okay, it was a touchdown because I'm looking at highlights of another game. It was, I think, Cincinnati and New England, right? And one of the guys, he had an interception off of Carson Palmer. He dove in the end zone, and when he hit the ground, the ball popped out, and they called that a touchdown. So I'm gonna just hang up and let you guys explain about that.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, man. I'm gonna tell you something. I say it's a touchdown. And let me tell you another thing, and I'd like to harken back to what I said before about field position. They had tremendous field position all day. Detroit was unbelievably bad field position, and we never took advantage of it. You know what designates how play is in the National Football League basically is television. They don't want a 10-14 game, a 7-3 game. They don't want those games. They want that ball flying in the air. They want to track me. They've changed all the rules. And there's 32 teams in this league. Doug, was it last year? You know there were 10 quarterbacks or 10 teams that threw for over 4,000 yards. Why? To take advantage of those rules. Why? Because defensive backs, they can't even sneeze around the receiver, and out goes the flag. How many times do we try to stretch the field, and yet after we did we try to come underneath? We tried to stretch it one time. Great field position. Never did we go for the striker or the touchdown to put fear into this team, which we should have.
Well, the fact is, in any team that goes out there, and this is something you have to take a look at Mike Martz. In the 10 years that he was involved in coaching, be it a head coach or an offensive coordinator, in those 10 years, his teams were always in the top 10 with turnovers. That means interceptions, fumbles, and even sacks. And that's the same thing today. He had 4 turnovers. And those 4 turnovers were points.
4 turnovers, we had 4 sacks.
Right. Those were points that he could have had. Now, again, too, it's mind-boggling. You say, wait a minute, the kid threw for 372 yards. He averaged 10.2 yards per attempt. These are numbers I look at. I say to myself, gee whiz, that's a hell of a deal. But when it's all said and done with, you're supposed to score, and they didn't score on those 4 times. And so, consequently, you're absolutely right. You know what? I was one of those guys. Run the football, stop the run, do all that stuff. That's over. You got to throw the football.
This is a passing
You got to come out of the bus passing.
The rules are telling you that, Doug.
Exactly. And that's what you need to do to win. All you have to do is go look at teams in the past. Last year, New Orleans Saints. I mean, their defense ranked 25th.
That's an unbelievable stat.
Right.
25th defense,
25th.
And they win a Super Bowl.
And the reason why, what's really that counts is the fact that you throw the ball, and on defense, you come up with the ball and you intercept passes.
Doug, with that field position we had today, this game never should have gone down to a play which could have gone one way or never should have happened, and especially against the Detroit Lions.
And that's my point, Ed. My point was the fact that they moved the ball down there, and they made 4 genuine mistakes that they didn't score on, that they should have scored on. I mean, they should have had 30-some points on board. Nothing. I mean, that's what they should have had, and they did not take advantage of it. Again, too, are they going to get that same situation next week against Dallas? I doubt it. I don't think they're going to get that same situation. Like you said, what they have, Detroit Lions, 7 new guys back there?
7 new people that were never on the team in their defensive back.
They were sieve.
7 new people on there, and we had to take a miracle, 2 miracle plays
to win the game.
To win this game against Detroit, who's won 2 games in 32 games they played the last 2 years, 30 losses and 2 wins, and we have to take them to the wire.
And knocked our quarterback out. Knocked our quarterback after the first half. Knocked him out. They had the second half playing defense. There wasn't even a threat whatsoever.
If this coaching staff is feeling good about himself,
well, they can't
about the way they called, and I'm going to tell you, if Mike Tyson's feeling good about the way his offensive line played, so be it, guys. But I'm going to tell you something. You guys better go back to the drawing board. You better go back to basic football, which is blocking and tackling, which you should have all the confidence in the world in your people by this time, because I'm telling you what, you're going down to Dallas, they have 2 words. They talk about winning Super Bowls. You talk about Green Bay, they talk about 2 words, Super Bowl. You talk to our guys, Lovie Smith, well, we want to get into the playoffs. We're shooting for a winning season. That's not how you talk. That's not how you talk to your 53 players. You're there for one reason, to go 16-0 and win the Super Bowl.
Snap to Hill. Blitz is on. It's picked up. Hill hit, throwing to the end zone. Calvin Johnson up in the air. Touchdown Detroit over Zach Bowman. Right side of the end zone. 24 seconds left in the game.
Oh, they called no touchdown. The one official is calling it off.
Gene Steratore got some explaining to do here.
After review, the ruling on the field stands.
Yes.
It is an incomplete pass. It will be Detroit's ball, 3rd and 10.
You got to talk to them about that. It was an incomplete pass. Calvin Johnson is a great player. He competes hard always, but I didn't see much more than that.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at real-time sports in Elk Grove Village. O'Bradovich and Buffone. And talking about the Chicago Bears, our phone number 312-644-6767. And Eddie, you know, the Suburban Tire post game, show is by Suburban Tires. What was
Gordon was just here.
I know Gordon and Steve, but what were you asking? Something about a big tire from your for a trailer? Did you were looking for? What the hell was the story?
I have.
All I thought is you said you got a big tire.
I have on my trailer for my boat. I have a big tire that
and you couldn't find
a
one.
Flat on it. Can't find it, but Gordon will take care of it. And he's a good man. Thank God he was here today.
Thank God he was.
That's right.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Bob in Lake Zurich. Bob, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Doug and OB, as usual every year, I love talking to you guys.
Thanks for calling, Bob.
Thanks for listening, Bob.
I was checking on the as I was waiting for you. I was checking on the play-by-plays, and you know that with a minute and 40 seconds left in the game, Detroit had already burned out their second timeout, and it was 2nd and 18. And if they didn't make that touchdown, Detroit would not have had to burn a timeout. The Bears could have run 2 more plays and burned Detroit's third timeout. They could have kicked a field goal. Would have been within a 45-yard field goal attempt, which is 47.
Yeah.
And you would have had them, and they could have got those 3 points at the goal line earlier. You wouldn't even be talking about this. They could have made that. They could have made a field goal there. Had Detroit backed up with no timeouts left, with about maybe 65, 70 yards to go, with no timeouts left. It's a no-brainer.
Well, you know, when you take a look at Lovie Smith, and we've seen this happen before, by the way, with the clock management. We know that's not that good. You know, we know that it happened, and I can understand what you're talking about. But I guess in this game, in this football game, there were so many basic things that were just so out in front that we're not taken care of. You know, they weren't handled right. And I got to go back to it. I got to go back to the time they didn't score, and then when it comes down to 4th down and you can't score on 3, then why not take the 3? I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. But what's going to happen here is that today was a luxury. The Detroit Lions were a luxury. Because let me tell you something. Woof. After this, buckle up. You're not going to get what they gave you today. You're not going to get Sean Hill. You're not going to get how they play the offense and even their offensive line. This whole thing is going to change dramatically. You lock horns with the Dallas Cowboys and you lock horns with the Green Bay Packers the next 2 games. Buddy, I got to tell you one thing. You better get your house in order before you attack those 2 teams. And I don't know if you can, Ed.
Well,
I don't know if you can.
I'd like the listeners here, when the game was over with, and Doug and I looked at each other, and the first thing, you remember what the first thing out of your mouth was? You said, I don't think Cutler's going to make it through the season.
Exactly.
I don't think he's going to make it through the season.
And we saw him a couple times. You know, he got smacked by Vandenbosch one time. Do you remember this on third down?
Yes.
On second down. So third down comes up. He has a chance to make a play and make a throw, and you do damn well. I mean, the throw was way off. That was part of what happened in the play before that.
Doug,
you get racked up enough, it throws you off.
I believe it was late in the 3rd quarter, early in the 4th quarter, somewhere along those lines, that time span. Did you see him take 1 knee?
Yeah, he went down.
He was sitting taking 1 knee, and I'll tell you what, he was breathing heavy, kid.
Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, guys, listen, I was kind of hoping that touchdown would stand. I'm a big Bear fan, but I want to see the Bears lose a lot of games this year and clean house, get rid of them all. I talked to Hub Arkish earlier in the week, and I'll tell you guys, I know it sounds bad, but I cannot stand Lovie Smith. I can't stand Jerry Angelo. I can't stand Ted Phillips. And I called Hub Arkish, and he was saying how, you know, the reason the Packers have had such a dynasty is they've known how to hire general managers. They've known how to draft. you know, you guys are Bear players and longtime Bear fans, and you guys have gone through the 60s and the 70s, and you've seen everything. And the Bears, they got to do something. They got to change this whole management system, and I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well,
go ahead, Ed.
Just let me jump right in there. Mike, what is difficult, I mean, it's hard to take if you go back and you look what Lovie Smith and Jerry Angelo have done here the last basically about the last 3 years. I don't know how many number of people that Lovie Smith and Angelo have fired, but if there is such a record, if somebody keeps numbers, these two have. They have emptied the house up in Lake Forest. Offensive side, defensive side. Mike Babich is the only one I know that's still here that I believe. There might be somebody else I don't know. And we have a battery of about 19 or 20 coaches. The whole scouting people, gone. Everybody is gone that was a part of this team and probably part of the Super Bowl team. And if one would look at it, and there's different ways of looking at it, but one would look at it as, obviously, it's not Jerry's fault, and obviously, it's not Lovie's fault. Maybe that's the way they're looking at it. But every year, we come up, Mike, and they say they have the 53 best players. These are the people we're going with. And what happens? Week after week, not ready to play, especially in the beginning of the season. So, I mean, you can go on and on about these two guys. But I'm going to tell you something. Thank God they had Detroit today, Mike, because what's going to happen here, when I saw happen with our offensive line today, playing against a Detroit team, it's not going to get any easier, guys, for the Bears. And to take Detroit down to the wire on miracle plays to win this football game, it's not acceptable.
Well, the fact is, you know, they have not improved in
it's
the last 2 years.
It's everybody's fault but theirs, Doug. They fired everybody.
The thing about it is that you're right. I mean, you take a look at this. I mean, how can
pro scouts, college scouts,
defensive
draft choices, linemen, everybody.
Proof of the pudding's in your draft choices.
What draft choices?
They're all gone. I mean, that's part of it. I mean, they're all gone. There are no draft choices. And the guys they bring in don't play. There's a guy who started 13 games last year, and they just found out he wasn't that good. And I'm not sold on this Chris Harris either. They brought him back from Carolina. I mean, there's so many damn things that's going on here. And I thought personally, the one guy that I thought they should not have gotten rid of was Alex Brown, because all the guy wanted to do was play football. Maybe he doesn't have the talent that some of the other guys had, but you could know damn well he was there. He was a grinder. I don't know if they know how to pick certain guys for certain positions. And so that's all a big part of it. That's all part of Jerry Ansel. That's also all part of everybody out there that's the scouts.
Doug, what they were talking about, Doug says, Lovie Smith said, forget about the 4 exhibition games. Doesn't count. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they did. All right? It doesn't matter. Because why? Because you're going to see a whole new team come out today. To our listeners, what was new? What was new? Tell me what was new. Was a new running game? Switches up the middle? Was the passing game new? Did we threaten anybody? Did we scare anybody to death with our speed and our passing ability to go downfield and put 6 up on the board? Did we see that in 4 quarters today? Did we see us have field advantage? And did we see us take advantage of that field advantage? No, we did not. And that's scary, my friend. That's very scary.
Shotgun to Cutler on 1st and long. Out in the flat with a Kreutz block. It's Forte to the 20. 25-30. 40 sideline midfield. 40 of the Lions to the 30. He puts it to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown. Matt Forte on a dump pass to the right. He goes 89 yards.
Who was that lead blocker?
Olin Kreutz with a block.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 644-6767. It's an area code of 312. And the other thing they just mentioned there, and it was talking about Forte, and Forte looks very good to me. He caught for 150 yards And that's the same thing that Marshall Faulk did when he was under Mike Martz, and also made that big, obviously the big touchdown and the big catch down the sideline. So, and he looks quicker, Ed, than he did last year, and obviously the injuries. So that's one good thing you can look at.
What? That's what competition will do.
Yeah.
All of a sudden.
He was beat up, though, Ed, last year.
Well,
that
was.
No,
that was the year before.
No, his rookie year, Ed, he was real good. In his second year, last year, I mean, he was beat up. He got a knee and never did have the quickness, but he had the quickness this year. I mean, he looked very quick to me. Now, you're saying it kind of Chester Taylor?
Okay.
See, I don't believe he's that type of a guy, Ed. I understand what you're talking about, but I don't believe that. I don't think that's true.
We're not going to get in this argument because you're not going to win. Go ahead, anyway.
Let's go out to Gino in Hammond, Indiana. Gino.
Hey, what's going on with you guys? To the best post-game show in Chicago, man.
What's going on, Gino?
What's going on, Gene?
Hey, look here, man. That last caller took my steam away, man, because everything he said, I agree with, man. I wish the Bears had a loss today, and I hope they continue to play this kind of stupid ball that they play right now, because I am sick of Jerry Angelo, I'm sick of Lovie Smith, and I'm sick of whoever that is, Ted Phillips, man. I don't know what can be done with this thing, but I don't care who they bring in, Mike Martz. I don't care what players they bring in. Until we get rid of these guys, this team ain't going to be nothing but a laughing stock, man. I don't see us winning hardly nothing but 4 or 5 games this year with this team they got, man. And I just got 2 words to say. Is it the big tuna? Where is he? Bill Parcells. Can we please get him in here?
Hey,
Gino, you sound a little aggravated, buddy.
Hey, Gino, the time will tell here this year. But I think what defensively, Urlacher played really well. I mean, he was off. He read his keys, Doug, and he was firing up in the holes where he should have been in the gaps, making plays. But I tell you, offensively, Doug, I think at the end of the game, because of what transpired, even though he threw for 300 and some odd yards, et cetera, what happened out there. But there's still too many things that I saw. There's more questions I have now than I had before going into this game about our offense and what we're trying to do and how to take advantage of a team. I have more questions now than I did before.
Well, first of all, maybe just that have played them not 8 plays against Oakland, and the guys who have played more in the preseason.
It showed today.
He sure did.
It showed that
There's
they
no
didn't
question
play.
it showed. And everybody's worried about getting hurt. Well, it's football, mister, and you have to go out there and play it. You can't do a practice session. Now, Lovie Smith calls exhibition games glorified practices. Let me tell you something. That's as close as you're going to get to the real thing. And you can see it today. A lot of times that thing was sped up, and it wasn't there. So maybe this game you can consider as an exhibition game. Maybe we got lucky. Maybe, but I don't see it. I don't see it. And that's something they're going to have to prove to all of us. We're going to take a break. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670.
Hang in there,
Suburban
We're
Tire
get to
Post-Game Show. We'll be right back.
Forte does not get to the end zone. First and goal inside the 1, and Chicago does not score. What a remarkable stand defensively by the Detroit Lions. Unbelievable.
Welcome back to the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire Post-Game Show. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win over the Lions, 19-14. Let's go out to Lawrence Holmes. Lawrence was at the game. Our crack reporter, Lawrence. What the hell happened out there, buddy?
Hello, men, and you just heard the play and the end of the series of plays on the goal line that I think it had everyone scratching their head on why, with you're trailing at that point with 9 minutes left in the game, why in the world do you decide to not kick the field goal? And it's interesting, some of the responses we got from Lovie Smith. I'll let you guys hear a couple of them. This is why he said he did not want to kick the field goal in that situation.
I feel like we were playing great defense, and we needed – I just didn't feel good about having 3 points in that situation. The worst-case scenario would have been for us not to get it, and we had them backed up. Felt like we could still make them punt and get good field position. It's a field position game throughout. I make that call every time.
which we thought was odd. So we kept asking why.
Yeah, I said I would make that call at that time every time. That's what I'm saying now. Different situations. Early on, wanted to get some points on the board, but late in the game, just like it ended up happening at the end, if you let a team hanging around and one score and they can win the football game, I wanted to at least put it where they had to make a touchdown and feel like they would be able to get a little bit close for a field goal. That would have been a little bit different.
Now, what's funny is that with Sean Hill quarterbacking the Lions, they only got one first down before that sequence of plays, and that first down immediately turned into an interception by Charles Tillman. So it's not like they were really capable of moving the ball under Hill's direction. So one last time, I actually asked Lovie Smith if there was any regret about making the call for the trying to go for the touchdown instead of the field goal.
I made the call, felt good about it, ended up winning the game at the end. Every call that's made, you can, what if you had done this? What if you had? That call helped us win the game at the end.
I crammed to understand the logic in that. The logic in that play helped them to win the game, because I don't know how he can sit up there and say that, because it's not true. That play almost lost them the game.
Yeah, Lawrence, if you take a look at it, what if he says is true and he really believed it, that his defense was doing so damn well, all you needed was 3 points to win.
Correct.
And you had the defense out there and you're going to win the football game. He's stuttering and stammering right now, trying to figure out why in the hell he did it, because more of it's an ego thing. And I think what had happened was, look, we couldn't put it in 1. We'll put it in 2. We'll try 3. Oh, now we're going to shove it down your throat and show you who we are. Well, they're not enough. They're not strong enough. And he's got to understand where his weaknesses are, and it's certainly his weaknesses is his offensive line, because they can't punch holes. Even Forte had a great game, Lawrence, but he only averaged 2.9 yards a carry. And so they're not really punching people out of the way offensively, out of the offensive line. In that time, that point in time, taking that 3 points was the right thing to do, because you had Sean Hill and you had the defense going for yourself, and you could have won that football game easily.
Yeah, Doug, and I think that you hit it right on the head. It's actually the word that I wrote down was ego. That was an ego call. And I was wondering, what would he have said had they lost the game? Had they not had the benefit of the new rule that Calvin Johnson became a victim to? How do you make that? How do you explain that to the Bears fans that gave you the best chance to win? No, with the way that the defense was playing, it doesn't make any sense. And Doug, OB, the linebackers today played their butts off. Looking at Briggs and Urlacher and their combined numbers, 17 total tackles for those guys, okay? 1 sack, 4 tackles for losses for those guys, a pass defended, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery from your Pro Bowl middle and weak side linebackers. They were phenomenal today.
Yeah, they did a great job, especially on Best, who's the hell of a running back. He was averaging, 10 yards a carry in preseason.
25.
And he did it. I mean, they did a great job. I mean, you're talking about the sacks. The only thing that stupid was done was Urlacher hitting that guy in the back, which I couldn't figure that one out. I mean, I don't know, was he aggravated? Was he pissed? Because that was blatant. I mean, he just came right behind the guy, and it didn't matter what he did. He didn't have to hit the guy, and he just waxed the guy. That could have cost him some points. So anyway, when you take a look at it, the only other thing I'm going to say about this game too, Lawrence, is that I looked at, the fact that being ready to play, and Ed was talking about it mostly, and the fact that maybe you should play more in the preseason, but when you've got 9 penalties for 100 yards, that's a whole hell of a lot of yards to try to make up. And that they did do. I think every offensive lineman got a penalty except for, I believe, Lance Lewis. So the timing wasn't there. But once again, listen to this. Cutler, 23 for 35, 372 yards, 65% completion, 10.6 yards per attempt, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, and a quarterback rating of 108.3. You scored 19 points?
You could have had a lot more, too. And
a ton more.
You had 2 guys in the same area on one play. Johnny Knox looks like he's still kind of struggling to get this, because there was one play, it was an incomplete pass where Cutler thought he was going towards the end zone, and Knox ended up going towards the sidelines, and Cutler was not happy when Knox came back to the huddle on that play. But let me ask you guys both this, because this was something that we were debating in the press box. With the fumbles, they had 4 fumbles, they lost 3 of them. And Doug, you talked a little bit about them not playing in the preseason. Is that something that you have to get used to getting hit while carrying the ball, because it made me wonder, guys, that if you do play your starters a little bit more, they're more ready for the contact. They're more ready to know how their body works when they're getting hit, and maybe you don't see 4 fumbles in the first game.
Lawrence, there's nothing to matter. There's 4 exhibition games, okay? And there'll probably be 4 exhibition games next year also. That is the only way. They come out and basically training camp, because he really does a lot of pushing on sleds. They really don't do a whole lot of hitting in camp. And the way to get ready, there's different speeds out there. There's practice speeds in short, there's nothing like a game. And even though it is an exhibition game, there's nothing the matter with playing a quarter. Second game, a quarter and a half, almost play to the halftime. There's nothing the matter with getting your guys ready to play football. They don't have to play the second half. Third game, play them 3 quarters or halfway through the third quarter. We don't play our people. What are our other starters? What are they doing sitting on the bench in the second quarter or at the end of the first quarter? And we have people out there that are never going to be out there. I mean, what are they doing sitting on the bench? The last time I checked, they don't have 11 Hall of Famers on our offense or 11 on our defense. I mean, saving these guys for what? Football's about timing. About timing. You talk about blitz packages on defense, it's timing. Offensively, pass game, running game, is it timing? Especially in the passing game. And the only way you're going to get it is in the exhibition season. Do you have to play 3 quarters or half every game or a full game? No. But damn sure at least a quarter and a half to 2 the first 2 games.
You know, and especially, too, you want to get back to that about playing in the offseason, and I don't think you can get this in practice either. When you get a situation.
About them down there lifting weights and running
right,
around.
That's, you know what?
Posing, they'll make me vomit.
No, you've got to get out there, and you've got to be able to do something like an offensive line. You got to blow people off. I mean, you got to get people right there on top of them. You got to knock them off the line of scrimmage. That was embarrassing. I mean, football, basically, you're looking for a half a yard or nothing to run that, or at least get up in there, and you got 4 cracks at it, which you shouldn't have taken
Lawrence?
the 4th crack, by the way. And the fact is, that's all part of training camp, too, and preseason. You've got to learn how to come off the ball, because it's not the same. The tenacity is different when you get in the game situation.
Totally different.
Totally different. It's night and day.
Well, guys, let me play you one more piece of tape from inside the locker room. Matt Forte was asked by our Mully, as a matter of fact, about whether or not in that situation, that sequence of downs that we've been discussing, if they thought about a quarterback sneak.
I mean, that's almost impossible because they got, 6 guys in there. A quarterback sneak really, it's not that attainable.
And they have some good ones too.
So, the thing was to try to, get push on them and lead with somebody so we can, get in, only get a yard. We only had to get a yard, so we were trying to do that, but it didn't really work out how we wanted to. I mean, I thought I was going to get in the end zone, so, it's definitely disappointing from a running back standpoint to run 4 carries on the 1 yard line and not get in.
And Matt Forte had a great day, over 200 yards of total offense, but the run game is still an issue, and you're right. It doesn't seem as if they're able to fire off the ball with ferocity and get some plays made in the run game.
Well, Lawrence, let me tell you about firing off the ball. In the first quarter, 3rd down, 2 yards to go, we try a trap play to our right side. Frank Omiel. Did you see what happened to him, Lawrence?
What's that, OB?
He's our offensive tackle who should have got down, dug in, and tried to root somebody out. He got taken back 3 yards right into our ball carrier and blew the whole play up. He went back 3 yards. That's our starting right offensive tackle. That's us going to put 6 points on the board. That's us trying to win a football game. And that guy gets picked up and shoved back. That's embarrassing.
Well, first of all, too, remember Lawrence when they came down there and they kicked the field goal, it was 3rd down and about 2 or 1, and they come out in an I formation, and that's why I said we're doomed. You're going to run from that I formation. They don't have that kind of power to root people out of there. I was shocked that Martz came out with an I formation in that situation. I saw what happened with the Detroit Lions when they came out down there. They spread it out, and they ran best, and they ran for a touchdown. So part of that thing is I don't think they have the talent to do that. Last year, on 3rd down, in less than 2 yards, when they ran the football trying to pick up a 1st down, we were ranked 23rd in the National Football League. There's a problem there. And maybe the problem is the fact that these guys aren't ready to play, or the fact is they can't come off the ball and knock somebody out of the way.
All the above.
In the preseason, they did some things where they were pulling guys, even pulling Krutz out, and they seemed to have some success with some of those plays. I thought we'd see a little bit more of that than them trying to power run.
Well, the thing about down goal line is very simple. I mean, again, too, you don't need that type of play. Down there, when you get on the half-yard line, you need just contact. You need to hit, drive, just like Forte was talking about in the lead block. You need to push people. You don't need that much of a push because that back's coming in 100 miles an hour, and it's a half a yard. We just didn't get none of that. We couldn't even get started. Again, too, Ed brings up a great point, too, the fact that they try to pull the guard, and that course slows everything up, and they jam up inside, and you can't get through. I don't. This game, there are a lot of questions have to be answered. There's no question about it. But I'm going to tell you something. That second half, and that defense played a pretty damn good football game.
Yes, they did.
I got to tell you, though, that Sean Hill, please stop yourself. I mean, coming back out of there. I mean, the Detroit Lions, they hung in there. They did this. They did certain things. But we have not yet, faced a team like you're going to face the Dallas Cowboys or the Green Bay Packers or the Minnesota Vikings or the New England Patriots or the Jets. This was chump stuff compared to what's coming up down the road.
Yeah, and it was Julius Peppers, probably won you the game today by knocking out Matthew Stafford.
Absolutely.
Guess how many plays he made out of a 60 minutes of football? Guess how many tackles he had, Lawrence?
How many did he have?
0.
I got the official right here.
0. I'm saying it's 1 sack and 0 tackles.
Yeah, they got 1 sack and that's it.
And
he
zero,
did have a couple quarterback
hits.
Yes, 0 tackles.
Thank you.
Yeah, and he had the quarterback hit. They got charged for hitting the helmet.
Personal foul.
So, again, too, it's the first game they won it. Real quick before you take off, we can kind of argue back and forth about that last catch. Isn't that technically right? What was happening with the call they made? That's what I thought.
Here's the issue. The call was correct. The rule is bad. They
right.
applied the rule correctly, but it's probably a bad rule. And I actually, when you guys are done, I'll be on, and I got some stuff from the referees themselves about the ruling. As a matter of fact, let me give you an answer. The ruling is that in order for the catch to be completed, he has got to maintain possession of the ball throughout the entire process of the catch.
He did. He did.
That's straight from referee Gene Steratore.
He did. He rolled over. He had the ball in his right hand.
But when he hit the ground, Ed.
His right hand was on the ball. His left hand was on the ground. And he started to get up. You just watch it in slow. He starts to get up, lifts his hand up off the ball, and starts to go out the back of the end zone.
OB, I'm with you.
When the ball
he had
hit
2
the
feet.
ground, he had control of it.
2 feet.
The ball
a knee.
didn't wobble. It didn't bounce out. He had control of the damn football.
They say the 2 feet a knee don't count.
Right. It was 2 feet, a knee, even a butt. And it still ended up being an incomplete
pass. How about with
pass.
the ball in his hand and he's got it on the ground and it's not wobbling out, it's not going anywhere.
It's a bad rule, but the referees got the call right.
All right, Lawrence, thanks a lot, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Bye,
Take
Lawrence.
care. You're listening to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, O'Bradovich and Buffone. We are live at the Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village.
Hot topic.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Hot
It is.
Yes, it is.
Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone talking about the Chicago Bears win 19-14 over the Lions. Let's go out to the Lions. Let's go out to Ron in Willow Springs. Ron, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I have a question for you. It seems to me that Jay Cutler held on to the ball an awful long time before he let it go. Was there an issue with beating the secondary? Was there an issue with him getting flushed out by the line? Because, Doug, you were saying that you didn't think Jay Cutler was going to last the season. If he tries to run around back there holding the ball that long, I think you're going to be right.
You know, Ron, I think you're right. I mean, there were times that, again, too, the pass rush got to him, but he was taking either the guys didn't get out open or somebody was running the wrong route, and he had to get out of there. But you can't take that much time. I don't care, 7-step drop, whatever. The fact is you got to get out of there, and that football's got to come out of your hand. That offensive line, first of all, is not good enough to give him more time. So you're right. I think you have to work on things that's going to say, let's start sharpening our passes up a little quicker. Let's make quicker throws. because the longer you wait, the tougher it is for that offensive line to do their job. And again, too, it's not a very good qualified offensive line.
Yeah, Ron, one thing I think that they can do, which would help the offensive line, if they could, obviously they sprinted out a little bit and did some things to help the offensive line. But one of the things that could really be a big help, too, is play action. Okay, whether you keep one tight end or two tight ends in, come with play action. Why? Because you stymie the defensive line. Maybe rephrase that. You're supposed to stymie the defensive lineman at the line of scrimmage, therefore giving the quarterback a little bit more time to see his keys, read his keys, and make the plays happen. So there is a couple other things they can do, of which play action is one of them.
Let's go out to Uncle Meatball in Panama City, Florida. Meatball.
Uncle Fuzzy, it's so good to talk to you this football season. This isn't the best show in Chicago. It's the best show in Chicago or in the world, let me tell you. My three things. First one is, this was the proverbial tomato can we were supposed to kick over the fence.
That's right.
When we went to kick the tomato can, we were on our way to the ER because we broke our foot. The second thing is, I'm sick and tired of this prevent to win defense. Every time towards the end of the quarter, our defense is actually playing very well. We're getting 3 and outs. I was shocked. I don't think there was 1 3 and long that Detroit actually converted. But we go into this prevent to win defense, and they just start gouging us. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, okay, if I'm the head coach and I'm looking at my team and we've been doing so well on defense like you talked about in this post-game press conference, why would you change what the hell you're doing when it's working great? And finally, my third point is the goal line debacle. We teach to spread formations out, especially when our offensive line isn't dominant. We can create mismatches. We can throw the ball. We can run from it. We can QB sneak it. And when I saw this, I was sitting there going, okay, we'll try it once. All right, let's spread it out. I'm expecting something to go to Olsen. No, nothing. We tried, and I think we actually called the same play twice, the first and the third time. It was absolutely terrible. And I'm happy that we won. But if we think we can pull this kind of stuff off when we go into Detroit, Dallas, Green Bay, or New England, we're going to be sadly disappointed.
You're right, Meatball, because it won't happen. The good teams, the better than good teams, they'll eat us up. There's no question about it. Let's go to Dubs in Hanover Park. Dubs, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how's it going today?
All right, Dubs.
All right, well, my thing is, I didn't think the Bears overly played that bad, but my thing, at the end of the game, when it came down to crunch time, for some weird reason, he believes in that cover 2 defense again, and our linebackers were at the line and flying backwards, and then and the safeties were one-on-one with their guys, just playing the zone, and I hate that. Why do they constantly go to the cover 2? I don't like it. It's never been good, and it's been figured out every time.
Dubs, that's what they do, and that's part of their game plan. But I got to tell you, they only gave up to Detroit 171 yards passing. Now, that being said, Stafford was out after the first half, so who knows what happened in the second half, but they controlled Sean King. But I think, the fact is that I will tell you this right now, I think they got to come back with more blitzes. You saw how effective they were with the blitzes with the linebackers. And you saw the great play that was made by Lance Briggs, coming in and making that hit, causing a fumble on the 1-yard line of the Lions. Also, Urlacher making a sack on that. I think they need to do more of that.
That's what Lance Briggs does.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
And I think that's a good part of it. But you're right. You can't live and die by the cover 2, because you will die by it. There's no question about it. Let's go out to Joe in Naperville. Joe, you're on the score.
Howdy, OB, how you doing?
What's up, Joe?
All right, Joe. For a couple of years. I don't know if you remember me. I gave you guys a little trouble about a couple of years ago. But what I want to talk about is, why do we always give excuses for Lovie Smith and Jerry Angelo when they sit there and they tell us that as the sun is shining and everything's fine, and it's not? My dad was an old crowd, and he told me, don't piss on my...
Looks like he told you something we couldn't tell everybody, huh? Let's go out to Olin in Frankfurt.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, quick, Olin. We got a break here, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, you know what? I think one of the problems that we have with Lovie and Jerry Angelo is there's no sense of urgency, because I really don't see the Bears organization getting rid of the two of them with a potential lockout next month or next year, and paying 2 coaches to be sitting at home. So I think we're going to be stuck with Lovey and Jerry Angelo's system for the next 2 seasons, regardless of how well or bad they do. The offensive line is hideous. They move people around to cover inept other players, and their defense looks great, except once they switch to the Lovey 2 at the last 50 seconds of the game, and they're giving up 70 yards of field for a touchdown.
You know, it's well taken, your point, because the fact is you're absolutely correct. If there is a walkout, why would the Chicago Bears want to pay two coaches money? In other words, it's going to cost them another $4 million for Lovey, and it's going to cost another $4 or $5 million for another coach to come in here, because in the deal, when you have a walkout, you have to pay the coaches. And you got a good point there. I think we're going to wrap it up.
4th and 8 now. We need a banger here from Brad Maynard, a 35-yard punt on his first try. He's at his 10. No pressure, gets the kick away. Spinning kick, not a good one again. Des Bryant with turnable at his own 38-yard line. Runs left and away from trouble to the sidelines. 35 of the Bears. Stiff arms Maynard to the 10, to the 5 end zone. Touchdown, Dallas Cowboys. Des Bryant, 62 yards. Cowboys have the lead. 1st and 10 at the Cowboy 39. He sets the throw over the middle. Caught. Greg Olsen at the 30. Running away on the 20 left. 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. 39 yards. Catch and run. Cutler to Greg Olsen. High formation backfield. Romo on the takeaway. Setting the throw left side. Touchdown Gronkowski. Wide open, well designed, and the Cowboys are back in front of the Bears here with 8:16 remaining in the second quarter at Cowboy Stadium. Cutler in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, one to the right. Here's the snap to Jay Cutler. Backpedals to his 10 under pressure, stepping up, launching one deep, going for Johnny Knox. He's got it inside the Cowboy 20-yard line. Big strike to Johnny Knox. Snap to Cutler. Play fake to the pocket with time. Stares down the left side. Goes to the end zone. One-handed grab. Touchdown. Devin Hester. Touchdown Bears. From the 46, he takes the snap. Romo looking, now works the middle. Behind Witten. Intercepted. DJ Moore on his horse at the 45 to midfield. Takeaway number 2, the nickelback. DJ Moore intercepts Tony Romo. On the road last week, Beeler missed right from 34. This will be 44 right hash. Snap, spot, kick by David Beeler, end over end. The kick is no good. The young man missed his second field goal this season, and he has a target on his back. Cutler takes from center on a short drop, throwing left to Hester. Makes the grab and a great cut to the outside. 30, 20. Hester slows down to the 10, cuts back to the 5. Fumbles the ball in the end zone. It goes out of the back of the end zone.
He's down. They called him down. The official is calling him down at the 2-yard line.
Devin made one extra cut, and then that's when it went bad. But 38 yards. Kellen Davis surrounded by Olsen and Hester to the right. Manamaliuna the lone back, and Forte to the outside left. Snap to Jay. Fade left side of the end zone. Forte the grab. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. That's right. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 27, Dallas 20. How about those Bears, huh? That's right.
Quite a crowd out here.
Quite a crowd, and I'll tell you what a game. I thought at the beginning of this game it was going to go according to what everybody thought it would be, that the Bears would get run out of the stadium. They started out that way. I thought they'd put a body bag over top of Cutler. It did not work that way. The Bears came back. The Bears played beautifully. That offense was outstanding. And what they did was the fact that you get the turnovers, and they got 3 of them. And 2 of them was interception by DJ Moore. But if you take a look at that one interception he had, Tillman made the hit. He gets the tip. Tillman also made the tackle on Williams, which they got the fumble recovery. So 3 takeaways. But this whole game came back down to the fact that they were blitzing at the beginning. Dallas came after the Chicago Bears, and you got to hand it to Martz. What he did was he came out, and they hit it real quick. The quick passes.
That's exactly.
The quick passes. They hit Olsen. They hit Hester. They were back-to-back, and all of a sudden now we see the Chicago Bears not taking the 7-step drop, taking a 1, 2, 3, bam, getting rid of the football, catching Dallas flat-footed, and that was a big part, and that is adjustments in the football game. And this is why I'm saying I'm taking a look at this Bears, And I'll tell you, they improved so much from last week to this week. Who in the hell knows what could happen on Monday night against the Green Bay Packers?
Well, let me tell you something, Doug. You hit it right on the head with Mike Martz. That was the whole difference in the game, was his philosophy and his ability to change the offense at the line of scrimmage before the game was over with, which was normally the norm. Now, the first 3 possession, guys, we had a total of 13 yards. And what Doug just said, what did Martz do? He knew that if you keep it this way, we are going nowhere. What did he go? The hot reads, the quick outs. If you saw Cutler, he was getting rid of the ball a step and a half, firing it out to the wideouts, to the tight end. That's smart football. If this was last year, and we were getting pummeled like we did the first 3 times we had the ball, we'd have went into a cocoon, because that's what they would have done. Not with Mike Martz. And I cannot impress enough how important that was to have an offensive coordinator to go out and attack. He didn't sit there and finish taking a beating. He gave a beating. He went to the quick outs, the hook patterns, and then he went deep. Then he moved it down deep. And what did he do? He moved Cutler. And to keep the hounds away from Cutler after those 3 things, then he went to a lot of play action, where the offensive linemen fire out and try to stymie the defensive lineman at the line of scrimmage. So kudos right now to Mike Martz. He called one hell of a game, folks. I'm telling you, that's why they brought him in here. And I'll tell you what, he stood up to the plate, and that's the time when we were going into Dallas. For us to take a run at the Super Bowl, we had to beat a team like Dallas, and we beat them on their home turf. That was their opening game in their $1.5 billion stadium. Too bad, Jerry Jones.
And that's about the size of it. And the other thing you have to take a look at real quickly, those of you out there, and I don't know if there's that many, and I don't think there are that many, the thought that Brian Urlacher was not important to this football club are full of crap. But when we saw that kid playing today along with Lance Britt, plays those guys made defensively, it's just outstanding. And it's getting better and better. And Ed was right about Martz. The fact is, if you take a look, it was 3rd and 15. 3rd and 15. Now, last year we would have run the screen play, would have run the slip screen, would have ran 2 yards. He goes to Johnny Knox for 59 yards and puts us down there.
Under Ron Turner, that never would have happened. Lovey never would have let that happen.
And it happened this game. And I'll tell you what, I'm not jumping up and down. I'm not getting my Super Bowl tickets yet. But what I saw the improvement there now, this offensive line, I mean, it was horrendous that first quarter.
That's going to be the down. That's going to be the downbeat, folks.
You know, and Miguel comes on, plays left tackle. Schaefer goes to right. They move. Then the other kid, Williams, I don't know what happened to him. He trotted off the field and he said he had a hamstring. I guess that's what's wrong with him. He was out of the football game. And it was brutal. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys come out with the blitzes. I said, this is over with. Put a fork in it. They're cooked. Boy, they bounced back.
But then that's when he went to the quick hits and the play-action pass and moved it down the field. He didn't overdose on scared-to-death pills.
No, not at all. And again, too, you get 3 takeaways, and that's what Lovey, that's what he preaches. That's what they did. And I'll tell you this about the Dallas Cowboys. A lot of talent, but no balls. And that's their problem. And they have to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it because I don't have to deal with it.
How about Jay Cutler, folks? How about Jay Cutler out there? That kid, the first 3 series, took a beating and a half. Now, somebody better wise up over there on this offensive line, okay? Because I'm going to tell you, you're not going to go 14 more games, and this kid's going to be around. You got to protect this kid. First half, he was 12 of 18 for 163 yards, almost a 67% completion, 9.1 yards per pass or per play, and then his rating was 132.4, and he was running for his life half the quarter, half of the half. First half.
He ended up 21 out of 29 for 277 yards and 3 touchdown passes with a quarterback rating of 136.
No interception.
Now, Romo threw for over 400 yards.
Yeah.
Now, he threw a lot of them, but the fact was the interceptions. I mean, that's what the key is. It kills them, kills drives. And so last year when they brought Cutler in, Ed and I were the first ones to say this kid is a thoroughbred. And I had made that statement. You can't ask a donkey to win the Kentucky Derby. And that's exactly. This kid is a thoroughbred, and that's who you wanted. But you had to put guys around him. You had to give him the ammunition. You had to turn him loose to play. Last year he was trying to make things happen on his own. He wanted to do it, but the fact he got in more troubles. He still threw for 27 touchdowns, but he had 26 interceptions. Today you see it's different. The fact is now they're setting it up for him to make plays, and now they got some guys to make some plays. I thought Hester's catch in the end zone was outstanding. Outstanding. That was a wide receiver, and we're all talking about Hester being a wide receiver. That was an outstanding catch. And how about this one? No, he said, wait a minute. Hey, let's trade Olsen because Olsen's not going to be a part of this football team. What happened? All of a sudden, he's using that tight end. He never used the tight end before. I'm talking about Marks. But he said this guy can run. So all of a sudden, like Ed said, when they were going after the Bears, they were blitzing. They weren't touching him coming off the line of scrimmage. The kid can run. Hit him, bam. Hit him quick. He goes for a touchdown. This is something. This is called brain work. And there was another thing happened in this football game. And I always talk about football IQ. Not only do you have to be tough physically out there, but mentally you have to know what the hell is going on. It's a little play. It's a tiny play. But think about it. You remember when they tried the pooch kick and the ball went up in the air and Jennings went up and did a fair catch? How many guys would have done that at that point in time? We got the ball on the 40-yard line. 2 plays later, we scored. These are things, the little things that you need to do when you're out there playing this game. And I got to tell you, it just seems like it's coming together here. Now, like I said, I don't want to get too crazy here.
Right.
I know we got Monday night, we got the Green Bay Packers, but still, this was a tremendous step forward, going down to Dallas, beating Dallas at Dallas, who were desperate, and they needed this football game.
The biggest difference from last year to this year is Mike Martz. Mike Martz so far in the first 2 games, because and let me tell you why. Last year, if you just can envision some of those games, Cutler's a big kid. He can run. He's got the quickness. And not only that, if he bootlegs out or he sprints out, he's an accurate thrower on the run. Do you remember last year? He even said he wanted to move the pocket to the stronger, the weak side. We never did it. Mike Martz comes in here and takes advantage of his skills and his ability to bootleg this kid and move him out. Move that pocket. If they're come blitzing you, move it. And if that doesn't work, then what do? Go to play action. Try to stymie the line. That's all Martz, folks. That's his philosophy. And you got a quarterback that understands it. And we've got some quality receivers who have great quickness. And all of a sudden, they can get away from defenders. So, again, I don't want to put them in a Super Bowl right now, but I'll tell you what, it's so promising to see a defense come and attack your offense, and we counter. The ability to move the ball, move the change, and put points on the board. We haven't seen that in the last several years.
You know, a lot of people say, what about the running game? And I will tell you, first of all, I always said, run the football, stop the run, and then, of course, get the turnover. But if you take a look what's going on in football, and Ed alluded to it a little bit here, but I'll tell you about last year. Last year, the leading rushers, the 4 leading rushers, you know what their game totals were, what they won? They were 25 and 29. If you take the same thing last year, the 4 leading quarterback ratings, they were 40 and 15. This is a quarterback league. This is a league that says that your quarterback needs to throw the football. You need to throw the football because all the rules and regulations are on your side. And that's what's happening here. We go back and all of us think of 3 clouds, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Those days are gone. And what's happening right now, we're going to throw the football like the rest of these teams that are winning. And then the big one's going to come up Monday night with Aaron Rodgers. And we'll see what that turns out to be. But you need to pass the football. But I'm still not sold on our offensive line. We got some work to do there in that offensive line.
Is going to be a big problem, Doug. If they don't get some other personnel in here, because I'm going to tell you something. Our 2 tackles, they're not cutting it. They're just not cutting it, Doug. They're getting blown up at the line of scrimmage. That's not a good thing.
Hey, let's take a phone call. By the way, our number is 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Black. I don't know where you're from, Black, but you're on the air.
Hey, what's going on, Doug, Ed? It's a pleasure talking to you. I'm Black Physicist. I'm the guy that went berserk last year when the Bears lost the game. I want to say it was against Tampa Bay. A lot of bonehead plays. I have to give equal commendation, though, to the Bears. Like you said, this was a fantastic game. Why they won, not only was it brain football, it was teamwork. All of the sections were clicking. Special teams, offense, and defense. And you're right, Doug, they followed your 3 rules. They ran the football using Taylor and Forte as the 2-headed monster. They stopped the man with the skin of the pig. Urlacher, Briggs, the interceptions that you talked about, and the fumble recovery. And they controlled the clock, and they took advantage of those turnovers. The biggest control play was within the second half 2-minute drill. Earl Bennett, that onside kick recovery to preserve the win. And you're right, we got problems on the offensive line. Fortunately, and I hate to sound pessimistic here, but when Chris Williams went out, that was a good injury because now it forced them to rotate Frank Amalie, and he started playing up to his potential. Anyway, a good game by the Bears and excellent analysis.
The one thing that, Mr. Black, the one thing that I saw today in the 60 minutes of football, they came after us, and it looked like it was going to be a really bad day for the Bears. But I'll tell you what, the ability to adjust and make the moves to the strong and the weak side, and the most important thing was for us not to go into a shell, to play scared to death football, which we've seen for the last 3-4 years. What did they do? They didn't take it. They came. March made the adjustments, and we went out and we attacked them. We counterattacked and went after them. And that was the key of what happened out there today.
Yeah, and there is no question about that because, like I said, we started that football game and we thought, here we go again. And here goes the Bears. This kid is finished. The Bears are finished. They're stink. They're this, they're that. But once again, it shows you how important coaching is involved in this football game. You know, we all talk about adjustments. And a lot of people, well, wait till halftime till we make adjustments. The hell with halftime. Make the adjustments before that.
Exactly.
That's exactly what they did. You
That's
didn't wait till
did.
halftime to make a damn adjustment.
March didn't wait.
No. They went out there and bam, they went right after him.
Because he knew if he didn't,
the
quarterback would have been killed out on that football field.
You've been out there, they've been carrying him out in the body bag. So these are things that are important to look at in this game. Like I said, it's hard. You say to yourself, well, maybe you guys are getting too excited. I don't think so. I mean, I saw this game. I looked at this game. I saw what happened out there. This Dallas team, there's a lot of talent on this football club. And so you take a look and see what the Bears did to go down there, that stadium which holds over 100,000 people. And they're saying, hey, hold it. Well, the Dallas Cowboys got to win this one because next week they've got to play Houston. Well, everybody thought, including myself, I thought the Bears would go down there and they would lose that football game. I'm going to tell you right now, I thought they would lose. And I thought I was right in that first quarter.
Doug?
I was dead ass wrong.
Doug?
The way they played.
I predicted the Bears 23. No. What was the final score of the game? What was the final score?
27-20.
That's what I predicted. Bears 27-20. They would win. That's right.
You're the best.
There we go. That's it.
Let's go out to Frank and Joaquin. And Frank on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, OB. Hi, Doug. How you doing?
Right.
Pleasure.
Having some fun.
You know, the thing about it is if we don't get some kind of running attack, I think we're going to be in trouble with some of the better teams because we can't spread that defensive line, for second-guessing, our offense. And I think Tommy Harris needs to pick up his game because I haven't seen nothing from him. And I'll hang up and listen to your comments.
Well, I got to tell you, the kid they put in there, Tony, the fact that he went in there and he played, he batted down the football, and Tommy Harris still's not playing this football game. And there's no question in mind. I don't think he's up to it. And we heard Warren Sapp talk about it last week. But it's not there for him right now as far as him playing his game. But I got to tell you, they're putting guys in there, the sub guys. The Donajay comes in. He makes some nice plays. You're talking about what's happening with that defensive line and also those linebackers. Those linebackers, once again, Urlacher is playing. You know the plays they threw for losses on draw plays that Dallas tried, that Briggs got and that Urlacher got. They were across the line of scrimmage. Not only that, Briggs breaks up a pass. It was 3rd and 7. Huge play. Breaks it up. Urlacher dropping deep. If you notice at the end of the game, they threw the ball over in the end zone. Who was back in the end zone? And the end was Urlacher. So, I mean, again, too, why am I getting excited?
How important is Urlacher to this defense?
Very
sweet. This game the first game last week and this game shows you how much we need a healthy Brian Urlacher. Not only calling defenses, but I'll tell you what, it looks like to me his quickness is back, and of course he's had his speed, and he played one hell of a football game. And I think the backbone of our defense certainly is number 54 and number 55. And Tillman, again, sticking his hand in there, punching the ball out, causing a turnover. But again, it's the second game. We played supposedly what a lot of people think was a Super Bowl team going to the Super Bowl. We're 2-0, but you have a right to be excited. And again, the reason not to talk in circles here, folks, why I'm excited is because, yes, finally offensively, we attacked the field, and we had somebody that was willing to make the changes and make this thing take it into a win.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffon on the Score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 27, Dallas 20. We'll be right back.
First and 10 at the Cowboy 39. He sets the throw over the middle. Caught. Greg Olsen at the 30. Running away at the 20 left. 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. 39-yard catch and run. Cutler to Greg Olsen.
The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, number one in what matters most. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville.
Yo!
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And that last highlight you heard was compliments. That's right, of Jeff Joniak making the call on WBBM radio. Let's go back out to the phone lines, Eddie. They're lit up.
Okay.
Let's go out to Mr. Sharp in Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, good to have you guys back again this year, guys.
Thank you.
I got a couple points. Of course, we know the offensive line's got to get better because Cutler's not going to last. He won't last. I hate seeing him on his butt all the time.
I agree.
Another thing, we got to convert on third downs. We have got to convert on third downs because it just didn't look pretty out there when they were trying to do that. And one other thing, I think the secondary needs improvement. They gave up a lot of yards to the receivers on Dallas, and I'll wait to hear your comments. Thanks, guys.
Well, actually, on third down, in the entire game, we converted one third down. We were 1 of 10 on third down. Now, hopefully, things like that and things like a lot of penalties, sometimes those things can come back to bite you and give you a loss. But that third, you're exactly correct. Third down conversion, we were not very good today. 1 of 10.
Yeah, in fact, defensively, you talk about the secondary, and I thought that if you take a look at the hits back there, and you see what Tillman did twice, he made 2 hits that really, one would cause a turnover, one caused an
Harris
interception.
made a good crack at the beginning of the game.
And Harris hit. So they're hitting back there. There's no question they have to get better. But when you take a look at the idea is to keep them out of the end zone. But if you have an offense that can move the football or score, and that's what they did. You know, they can score. And so that's and they've got to get better. Listen, guys. This offense that Mike Martz brought in, do you realize these guys never even played under this damn thing before? They've only been under it just, through exhibition season, which they didn't play. They never practiced it out, and they never played in the exhibition games. You're talking about other teams like Green Bay. Rodgers been on that system for, 5 years? All Manning under this system for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Brady for 7, 8, 9 years. They're just starting this damn thing. And so if they can develop this quickly from what we saw last week, even last week, Cutler threw for, 376 yards, had a quarterback rating of 120. And so you're saying they're getting better. If this thing continues to go. Now, the one thing that you brought up was the offensive line. And I don't know how that improves. We have no more players. Where are we going to get these offensive linemen? If that's the case, and that's the problem.
The key there, what March did, is he understands where the weakness is. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure this out, Doug, our offensive line. So what he has done, he has implemented, he's taken and he's moved them, play action. He's made Cutler's got Doug, he left a step and a half, bang, and was right out to the wideout, right out there. I mean, so he's taking advantages of Cutler to help this offensive line. Could you imagine if you had a guy like Peyton Manning, who's not a mobile quarterback? Okay, it'd have been Katie by the door today, folks. But Cutler, again, March using him, taking advantage of his abilities, and it worked pretty damn good.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffon on the Score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. We're live That's right, at Total Sports in Naperville. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, Chicago Bears.
Give yourselves a hand, folks.
27-20 win. How about those Bears?
There they go.
Snap to Cutler. Play fake to the pocket with time. Stares down the left side. Goes to the end zone. One-handed grab. Touchdown. Devin Hester. Touchdown Bears.
The Good Hands play of the game is brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands? That highlight was courtesy of Jeff Joniak on WBM Radio. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Pafone back on the score 670, talking about the Chicago Bears win 27-20, and then I just happen to look at the final stats. And you take a look at this football game, you say to yourself, wait a minute here.
There you go.
Let's start with first downs. You know, the Bears had like 14 first downs. Dallas had 23.
23.
Mm-hmm. Third down efficiency. The Bears were 1 for 11, and Dallas was 6 for 13. Total net yards, the Bears had 308. Dallas had 410. So you say to yourself, wait a minute, who won this football game?
Who won the football game?
Right. See, this thing all comes down to certain stats mean more. And one of the stats that mean the best, and one I always look at, is when they talk about net yards passing. The Bears had 270. You know what the average was for Cutler? 9 yards per pass. That is Super Bowl material.
That's huge numbers.
Dallas was 7.3. That's average. 9 points means that you're going somewhere in the Super Bowl. And here's another one that's going to say, hey, hold it. Stop yourself. The Bears had 30 yards net rushing. Oh, yeah? I understand that. If you want to go back, look at New Orleans, the game last year in the Super Bowl. New Orleans had about 60 yards rushing. So what it really comes down to, and I'm going to go back to it again, this is a passing league. You've got to be able to make the pass and not turn it over. We did not turn it over. And in defense, it's not so much where you stand. The New Orleans Saints defense was ranked 25th last year. But what made them different than other teams were their interceptions, and also they scored 8 touchdowns defensively. So if you could come up with the big plays on defense, like they did with 3 takeaways, and you don't turn it over, you're going to win. Don't worry about these damn numbers. They don't mean nothing. The most important numbers is don't turn it over, throw the touchdown passes, get 9 yards per throw. That's it. Everybody says, well, oh, gee whiz, how can they play? They can't run the damn ball. I would have said that myself a year ago until I wisened up and started seeing what the hell was going on in this game. The idea right now is you've got to be able to pass the ball. Don't come off the bus running. Come off the bus passing.
Hey, little
That's
buddy,
what it comes down to.
Who was saying that for the last 3 years?
Head your way ahead of me.
Passing the ball.
You're smarter
okay?
than I am. That's all I can tell you. You're smarter than I am.
Doug?
I'm on.
Doug?
I'm on. Throw the ball.
Throw the ball.
Let's go out to let's go out to Larry in the South Side. Larry on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug, listen, unlike you, I thought the Bears was going to win this game. It's not second guessing, that's first guessing. And another thing I think we need to realize is that Mike Martz, I think we need to start giving him a little bit of credit. He's a good offensive coordinator. And I know we're not used to that because last year, the year before that, we wasn't good at making adjustments to what defense is trying to do to us. When the defense was blitzing us and we had no answer, then we come back out. What do? We did a quick hit of the Olsen. We did a quick hit of the Hester. That's an offense that we made an adjustment. And not only that, I think with the addition of Julius Peppers, we are a better team than what people are giving us credit for. So we're 2-0. We deserve to be 2-0. And I think we're going to make the playoffs. And let's start giving credit to credit due.
Well, Larry,
that's all I got to say.
Yeah, very good, Larry. And I think one of the things you nailed, and there's a few things happening out there. But again, the key, Larry, and I agree with you, and which we alluded to earlier, is the fact that, yes, there is another game plan. There is a B, there is a C game plan if A doesn't work. And we saw it today. Good thing.
That's right, and he's taken the ability of Cutler. And I'll go back once again with Cutler. He has all the ability in the world. But he has to be channeled. He has to be directed. You know, Mike Martz in the last couple of years didn't have the quarterback he has with Cutler. I think he had Kidna going to Detroit and Sean, whatever it was, in San Francisco. He's got the weapon right now. He's got the guy. I mean, there's a lot of things that have to be put together. Don't get me ahead. I'm not getting ahead of myself here. But what I see is the fact, the philosophy of it is to be aggressive, like Ed was talking about, to be aggressive and want to score points, not sit on the ball. I'm telling you, last year, our offense was designed not to score. It was designed just to be out there and kill the clock. This thing is designed to score, and that's what we need to do. Let's go out to, let's see what we got here. Let's go out to Greg in Marengo. Greg, you're on the score.
Hey, living legends, Dougie OB, how you guys doing?
What's up, Greg?
All right.
Hey, listen, I want to make a point. You guys were talking about the running game, and actually a caller brought it up a little bit earlier. It's kind of the Belichick idea. I think that if you run the football, and it doesn't matter how many times you run it, if you run it effectively, you can run it 7 times a game and still get away with it. The way this offense is working, we're good to go. I mean, this is good stuff. I kind of want to hear your opinion on that.
Well, you see, I want to talk about the running game a little bit, and this is something. I'm not getting carried away too far here because I think the passing is more important. But when you take a look at the running game, when is the most important part of the running game in my mind? My mind is when it's 3rd and a yard or less. My mind is when you're down on the end zone like we did last year and couldn't put it in. That really becomes important. That's part of the reason why we're 1-11 here as far as 3rd down conversions. When you get short yardage. Last year, the Chicago Bears were ranked 23rd. 1 yard or less trying to get a first down running the football. That has to improve. I'm not going to back off on that. But when you take a look at it, that's one specific part of the game. On the running games, it has to improve to get the first down. And once you get that first down, then you can start all over again, obviously, and move the football down the field. But as far as the fact that you can't, if you're not running for over 150 yards or 160 yards, I gave you those stats. The 4 leading rushers last year were way under 500. The 4 leading quarterbacks in quarterback rating were 40 and 15. I mean, it slaps you right on the face and tell you what you need to do to win. Let's go out to Robert in Riverdale. Robert, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, how you guys doing? Let's see, gentlemen, when the game go off every Sunday.
Thank you.
Yes, I just want to make a couple of points here. You know, something needs to be done about the offensive line. I'm glad we got us a quality win, but if the offense, you know, how Jamarcus Webb was coming through the offensive line, I was wondering if anybody was blocking him. Like you said earlier, Doug, you thought that Cutler was going to go get carry off the field in the body bag, but they really have to do something with that offensive line because if they don't, it's going to cost Cutler and maybe the season. And I just want to tell you, gentlemen, thanks for taking my call, and you two do a good job every Sunday.
Thanks, Robert. Ed,
what he did when they came in after roughly about the 3 first series, and what they did, March went to a double tight end situation. If he wanted to keep them in to help chip block or block, he did, or he would keep either the strong side or either the weak side tight end in, and one would release as what happened with number 82, bang down the field, first down, touchdown. And so he did. He made the adjustments. He brought extra people in. That's not going to get it done, boy. That just, you know what it does? It takes away from the rest of your offense. And I'm going to tell you something, Robert, and I agree with you, boy. This offensive line, if they continue to play like this, and I know we're 2-0, folks, but it's right in front of you. You know, it's not a mystery. They better get some help in there. I don't know where they're going to go, where they're going to get it, or what other kind of a scheme they're going to come up with. But I think, Doug, they're probably just going to have to keep an extra back end all the time, an extra tight end to help block for Cutler.
Well, yeah,
I don't know where they go.
Yeah, you know, you take a look at it, and I think a lot of teams, and maybe I'll say most of the teams, are having that same problem with their offensive line. The Dallas Cowboys have a problem with that. Last week, you know, against Washington, this Alex Barron almost got the quarterback killed. They had 3 holding penalties. They lost the game, in fact, at the end on account of that. We go and watch Minnesota today. They couldn't score from the 1-yard line. They had Peterson running. They got the one that's supposed to be the best offensive line around here. This goes back then to coaching and to schemes. You mentioned it. You got to figure a way how to do it.
There you go.
You can't come up with all the all-pros all the way down across the line anymore. They're not there. And so now you got to use your head and say, how do we adjust to all of this? I can't have – anybody can coach. You and I go out there and say, hey, if I got the best offensive lineman back here and I got the best back and I got the quarterback to control, all of us could do that. This is why we have coaches, and we wouldn't need coaches. And so that's what they have to do, and that's why the scheme, that's why I was so impressed today, was they changed their philosophy a little bit to get going.
Here, Omiel started out at right tackle, okay? Our left tackle gets hurt. He pulls a hamstring. And then what did they do? And then they brought Schaefer in. They brought him in, and he was playing left tackle. And then all of a sudden, the first few plays, I mean, they were running by him. I'm surprised he didn't get pneumonia by the guy going by him. But what happened, and what did they do? What did Mike Tice do? Mike Tice made the switch. They took Omiel from right tackle, where he's maybe a little bit more comfortable, where he played at left tackle, and he took Schaefer back to right tackle, which Schaefer is more of a right tackle than a left tackle. So let's give Mike Tice credit for seeing that, making, again, another move on the run, not waiting till halftime or, under this regime, waiting till the game is over with and then talking about what they should have done. So, again, Martz and Mike Tice on the run, making the switch and putting Schaefer back to right tackle and Omiel over to left tackle. Did it help? Yes, it helped. Is it going to be the cure-all? I doubt it, but it was a smart move.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. You're live. We're live in Naperville at the Total Sports. I'm Doug Buffone, and I'm going to give us a phone call, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears' 27 win. And Dallas Cowboys scored 20, and absolutely they may have scored just 7, or was it about 13, because of the fact that they ran a punt return back for a touchdown. So the defense only gave up 13 points.
Hey, Doug, read those names off real quick. They're going to waiting.
Oh, here they are. They're waiting. Ray, Steve, Bonjo, Jeff, Rocco, Greg, Jeffrey, Amo, Jojo, and Brendan, the producer. We'll be right back.
Hey, get in there, folks.
Now return to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, live from Total Sports Bar and Grill at 523 Fairway Drive in Naperville. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetirementAdvocate.org, and Old Second Bank. On Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Snap to Romo, throwing. Pass is almost intercepted. DJ Moore does get it at the 40-yard line, inside the 30, inside the 25-yard line. Heck of a play. Bears pop the receiver. The ball comes out to DJ Moore. Takeaway for the Bears. From the 46, he takes the snap. Romo looking, now works the middle. Behind Witten, intercepted. DJ Moore on his horse to the 45 to midfield. Takeaway number 2, the nickelback. DJ Moore intercepts Tony Romo. Romo, snap, throws, left side, caught. DJ Moore fighting with Williams. He gives up the football. It's covered up by Brian Urlacher at the 35-yard line of the Bears. Bears football. DJ Moore, the little 5'9", second-year corner, rips it out of the hands of Roy Williams.
Those are the highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, talking about Suburban Tire. The boys are here. Gordon's here. Steve's here.
Gordy Leffler was here. We're 2-0 with him.
Yeah.
So, Gordy, you
Fritz, you have to have Gordon come back all the time.
Yeah.
We're 2-0 when Gordon watches the game. You know that. So you're going to definitely have to have him from Suburban Tire here. We are at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich and Buffone, our number 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to Jeffrey in Jackson, Michigan. Jeffrey, you're on the Score.
Hey, how y'all guys doing?
What's up, Jeff?
Hey, Doug, I think you're great.
Thanks, bud.
Don't worry about the offense. I think that's going to improve from week to week. That's not a concern of mine. My only complaint today is where was Devin Aroma Shadu? I'm surprised you guys ain't said nothing about it. I am absolutely livid about that. There's no excuse for it. Where was Devin?
You know, that's a great question. I'm glad you brought it up because I really didn't think about it because Hester was making such great catches and you had Johnny Knox making all those catches and Olsen was making those catches. I don't think Shadu made a catch today, did he, Ed?
I don't think so, Doug.
I don't think he made one
I don't
catch. And that's a good point. But the fact is, though, somebody's catching it. I mean, he threw for 276 yards. So somewhere down the line, Roma Shadu will be part of this offense. But apparently what happens in the course of the game, whoever's open is going to get that football.
Well, Bennett played today,
Bennett played,
and that's a rarity to see him out there. And he had 2 receptions today, so not all that bad.
Let's go out to Ray in Tinley Park. Ray, you're on the score.
Hey, Dougie, OB, great to talk to you again.
All right, Ray.
You know what? I don't know if anybody's pointed out or at, but you know what? Today showed what 3 head coaches on your staff can do. You know, not just Tice with making adjustments and everything on the line, but with Marks. And, you know, after Cutler got killed the first couple series, after that, he made adjustments. He made adjustments in his play calling and that. And, you know, it looked like they could compete, and they did, and they won.
Well, there's no question. We talked about the coaching and the fact that a lot of times these coaches make decisions in the course of a football game to change things. That's why we have them. That's why coaches are out there.
But it's when they make the changes.
Right.
That's the key.
Just to put a whistle around their neck and say, hey, the guy's a coach. The adjustments that have to be made, and that's exactly what happened today. Look at Marinelli, what he's doing with the defense. I mean, the defense itself, there were times where they come back and they came with the blitzes. It seemed like the right calls at the right time today all across the board, even after they were making mistakes on their offense, and especially their offensive line. And so what happens here is that if you're going to get this continuity, then you have the players. You've got to have the players for this all to work anyway. So if you've got the continuity of the coaches and you got the players that can do what the coaches want you to do and you have faith in the coaches that are going to change during the course of the game, you got something going here. And like I said before, I don't want to get way ahead of myself, but I'm seeing improvement. For example, you take a look at the penalties. Last week, we had 10 penalties for 100 yards. 100 yards we had last week of penalties. This week we had 10 yards of penalties. So if you're going to see this improvement, you're going to see this happening all of a sudden now with this team. What happens when we lock horns Monday night with the Green Bay Packers? Interesting. I want to see what happens because I think the Packers obviously are one of the best teams out there in football. So we'll see what happens. But the fact is, we're seeing these things improve. And if you see them improve, that gives you hope.
Yeah, Doug, you know what we're talking about here, Ray, is that defensively in the first 2 games, our defensive line has gotten 1 sack, and it was last week against Detroit. We had 1 sack and caused a fumble on Julius Peppers. He had no tackles last week. Julius Peppers had no tackles this week. And as a defensive line, we had no sacks. No sacks against Dallas. So we've had 1 sack. According to the stats, 1 sack in 2 games, and not a whole lot of tackles by our defensive line. I hope one day that really just doesn't jump up to bite us a whole big bunch, Doug.
Again, too, yeah, exactly right. Now, how close are we getting? Are we getting a lot of hits on the quarterback? Are we getting in their face?
The hits were on our quarterback.
Well, we had a lot in the first quarter.
Yes.
Hell, they only have us down getting sacked, how many times?
Cutler. Yeah, Cutler got sacked one time, but he got beat around.
Shock to me. I thought he got sacked 52 times,
right,
especially in the first quarter.
Well, that's because of his ability.
Right.
That's what saved that.
The hits he took.
That's what saved those numbers. But the fact of the matter, again, if these stats are correct, we've had 2 games our defensive line totally has had 1 sack, and that's not good, folks.
Let's go out to Steve in New Buffalo. Steve, you're on the score.
Thanks, guys. First of all, I'd like to make sure everybody's pretty optimistic about the Bears. But tell me about DJ Moore. Played very well last week, and he obviously was great today. Who is he? Well,
I think he's like a 4th-round draft choice from last year. And the kid came in, and he's a small kid. But I got to tell you, they know they're going to put him in as a nickel, put him in against the slot guys. Boy, and he's holding his own. And, this kid was, in college, went for the football, got a lot of interceptions. And, today, even though they're deflections, the fact was he came up with those interceptions.
The kid, he's got great quickness. And you saw that on the deflection when he got the interception. And by the way, we had the Dallas receivers, Doug, twice attempted to catch the ball, bounces off their hands, and goes right to our guys. So two interceptions because the Dallas guys couldn't hold on, and they're just actually deflected the ball off their hands and went right to our two guys. I don't know how many times that's going to happen, but thank God it happened today.
And a lot of times, too, though, that's because your defensive backs are starting to strike. When I say strike, they're starting to strike these.
They're in the area. They're in the area.
You come across that middle, buddy, and you know you're going to get jacked up. A lot of times those hands that they call alligators, and you just going to go for the football.
Yep.
Let's go out to Brad in Milwaukee. Brad, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Good afternoon, Doug and OB. Thank you for taking my call. Bear down, Chicago. Doug and OB, you guys are the absolute best. It is an absolute privilege to listen to both of you. You're so passionate, so knowledgeable. I absolutely have a man crush on both of you guys.
Well, thank you. We'll set up a date. We'll have tea together.
Absolutely. My original call was about Aroma Shadu. Where in the hell was he?
Yeah.
He was last week, Bennett was inactive. This week, Bennett is active, and Aroma Shadu is not even on the field. He was active. I think he played on special teams. I just don't get it. But my main question is about the defensive line. If you guys had to give a letter grade, just the defensive line, Tawina, Tommy Harris, what do you give letter grade? What do you give these guys? And third and short, give it to Chester Taylor. That's his specialty. Why aren't they giving it to Chester Taylor? Have a great day, guys.
Well, I got to tell you, talk about the defensive line. Ed talked about it. And I don't know the exact sacks. I don't know what they are adding up to. But I got to tell you, I don't think Tommy Harris is playing up to his ability. I don't believe that's the case.
Well, and you know what you just said, Doug, is it really is.
Chicago's going to be 2-0. Well, it's a huge win. And we're still figuring out what teams are good and what teams we thought were good aren't. And the Bears are showing that they're a pretty good team, and they're going to start playing with more confidence. That's going to be a heck of a matchup within that NFC North Division against the Packers next week.
Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at the Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-67678. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Brian in Naperville. Brian, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Brian.
Hey, I just want to bring up I felt a little vindication today because I used to argue last year when they had me all the time about the talent level of the Bears. I've always said we had the talent, we just didn't have the coaches. And Mike Martz and everybody on that coaching staff is making guys like Turner look inept because those are the same guys. They just look totally different. It's like night and day watching that offense. And even the defense. I know Urlacher's back. And people that are calling in beating up our offensive line, we just played against two of the best defensive lines in the game in football. So they held their own. One sack this week. What was it? One sack last week. But they're playing well, and people need to get on board like I've always been on board. I knew this was going to happen.
Well, I'm glad you knew because I didn't. And I got to tell you, the reason for that was...
I got to disagree with you, too, Brian.
Yeah, Brian, because there was so many things that were negative. But again, too, it all started to come together, obviously. And it started to come together in this game. And, of course, they beat Lions last week, but we're saying to ourselves the Lions are not really that damn good. So what about it? The fact is, though, there's still a lot of work to be done here. It's still early part of the season. But let's don't forget, Hester is starting to look like a wide receiver. Now, he dropped a pass today I thought should have been caught. If you remember correctly, that ball was right off his fingertips. That ball should have been caught. Now, he makes a touchdown catch, was just outstanding. So little by little, he's progressing, or he's becoming that wide receiver. Johnny Knox has got all the talent in the world. Don't forget, he's a young kid, too. So the fact that these guys will start developing, and once they get this system, Eddie, under this system, they'll be able to develop themselves.
Yeah, Brian, one thing, Brian, if you watch the game today and if you watched the game last week, our offensive line on running plays, whether it's up the middle, off guard, off tackle, whatever it might be, misdirection or a trap play, they're not moving anybody. They're not moving anybody off the line of scrimmage. Now, if you watch today, you watch Dallas align, our best tackle is Tommy Harris. How many times did you see Tommy Harris 2-3 yards going backwards? It was right there, right on the screen, folks. And the problem with our offensive line is they cannot do that. So far in 2 games, they've showed that they cannot do it. That just happens to be a fact.
Well, we take a look at our offensive line, and once again, I came out with the statement, the fact that we should come off the bus passing, and I really believe that. But the fact is, though, too, you still have to have some kind of a decent running game. Averaging today, our average rush was 2 yards. We had a total of 38 yards. Now, I'm not dismayed about that. I think that has to be improved, but I told you where I thought it had to be more improved on 3rd and 1 and 3rd and less, those type of situations where you pick up the first down. And Ed is right. If you're going to get into those kind of situations, you've got to be able to knock the guys off the line of scrimmage, and that is not happening. So that's one thing they have to improve on. But I do know this. You can't come out in football at the beginning of the year after 2 games, think that you're cooking. This game takes a lot of work. I don't care how many years you play it. And it takes you to play it and play it and play it. And as the year progresses, they should be getting better. Those who do get better are the teams that go into finally to the playoffs and obviously to the Super Bowl. If they can get better, that's going to happen. Welcome back to the Urban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win over the Dallas Cowboys. Bears 27, Dallas 20. And let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Tim in Bettendorf, Iowa. Tim, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, a privilege to talk to you.
Thanks for calling.
Tim. I'm all for giving the coaches, we haven't seen the adjustments made during the game like Tyson and Mark's made today, and I think that's great. And I also am a believer in giving guys the benefit of the doubt, but the O-line got much better when Chris Williams went out with the injury.
Well, we were kind of shocked at it when we saw Chris Williams going off, and Ed and I looked at each other, and they said he had a hamstring pull. At first we said maybe it was a wear string pull, but I don't know exactly what was going on with him. But the fact is he was out of there, and the adjustments they made, putting the other 2 guys in there, I think was just the play calling adjustments helped a lot.
Yeah, Tim, I'm sure obviously that he was hurt. Obviously right in the beginning of the game he got out and they took him into the tunnel. Now I've popped hamstrings twice in my life. And when you pop a hamstring, and I'm sure the people in here or out there, any guy that played high school football or whatever, when you pull a hamstring and it's bad enough that you can't play, you do not walk normally, okay? If it's your left or your right, whichever hamstring you pull, it's so painful that you basically almost, how lucky you got to drag your leg along the floor. So I don't know. I'm sure he was hurt. And to what degree, I don't know. But obviously because they took him out of the game, Doug.
Yeah, and they adjusted well. There's no question.
Yeah, but what happened is, usually when you see that, there's really more of a debilitating walk, so to speak.
Let's go out to Duran in Washington, D.C. Duran, you're on the Score.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, let me tell you why I enjoyed this victory so much. Dallas in the first half, I guess they thought they had the game wrapped up and kicked that little
squib
onside kick.
Yeah.
That little squib kick?
Yeah.
What about the Bears' preparation? The guy knew to fair catch the ball, and then the next play they come back, and 2 plays later we're in the end zone, scoring a touchdown. I love to see that. When they were counted out, they're down, they knew what to do, and they responded. Bam, right back in your face. I love it. Take that, Dallas.
That goes to Tobe.
Duran, I'll tell you one thing. That was it was one of my favorite parts of the football game. And I had said at the beginning of the show, when you get and know exactly what's going on out there, your IQ of football, and that was Jennings. The fact that he had the wherewithal to, how many guys would think about maybe, fair catch and a kickoff kick? And he knew it, knew exactly what it was. And like you said, he caught that football with a fair catch on the 40-yard line. 2 or 3 plays later, the Bears go in to score. That's why it's so important to not only know what you're supposed to be doing, but know what the objective is as far as rules are concerned. And that in itself goes back to Calvin Johnson last week when he was with the Detroit Lions. I know everybody thinks it's a bad rule, but it's a rule. And he should not have done that. That would have been a touchdown. They would have won that football game. So that's why you have to know what the hell you're doing out there. And I think that was a great point.
Congratulations to the special teams coach.
Absolutely.
You know,
having guys know that stuff.
I'm sure they know it. Absolutely, Doug.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, Suburban Tire post-game show. We are live at Total Sports in Naperville. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears, 27, Dallas Cowboys, 20.
Will coast into the end zone for the touchdown. Got a good block from Earl Bennett on his way in for the score, and now Chicago back on top.
Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. O'Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 27-20 over Dallas. And now we're going to talk to
Lawrence.
Hello, man.
Are you there, Lawrence?
Lawrence.
We
love you, Lawrence.
I am here, and what you saw today was the Bears doing a great job of taking advantage of what happens on blitz and making big plays. So I asked the Bears head coach about the Greg Olsen touchdown in particular, and if that softened up the Dallas defense.
Well, I think they kept coming. The protection, of course, got a little bit better. We gave Jay a little bit more time, but when you blitz, there's a lot of risk involved when you blitz as far as giving up a big play. Again, we like some of the matchups we had and took advantage of it.
Really nice side adjustment by Cutler and Olsen on that play. You had two guys that were coming through the A-gap, and it left a wide open space for Olsen to get to. He got there and then made a great run after the catch to score the touchdown. The Bears offense, it's hard to pick out anything bad from today's game from the Bears offense other than, them running the ball. But Jay Cutler with ridiculous numbers, guys. 21 of 29, 277, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, a passer efficiency rating of 136.7. That's pretty close to perfect. And the Bears are 5-0 with Cutler on the team when he doesn't throw an interception.
Well, the fact is, though, I thought what happened with Mike Martson, again, Obie and I watching the game together, and I thought it was over. The first 3 or 4, 5, 6 plays, I thought they'd be carrying Cutler off. I think he was going to take a beating. But I'll tell you what happened, too, and I think exactly right. They start reading. They start throwing the quick throws. They start throwing the football, basically, like you said to Olsen, real quick, 1-2. They come back with Hester from the slot, 1-2, get rid of it, instead of the original 7-step drop. So they're getting rid of the football because they're having problems with their offensive line. There was no question about that. But what I saw here was our adjustments were made during the course of a game.
Yep.
And once again, Lawrence, you're right. They didn't run the football. 38 yards rushing the football. They had 2-yard averages. But if you take a look at what they did here was they passed the ball coming off the bus, and what they did was they did it effectively. They didn't turn over. Then on defense, obviously, they came up with the takeaways.
Yeah, that's a big deal for Lovie Smith, as you guys know, Doug and O.B., that he wants to win that turnover battle, and they did that today. DJ Moore with a couple advantageous picks, off of tip balls, but they got after it, forced a fumble on Roy Williams, too. They were kind of all around the ball. I thought that the Bears defense today did an incredible job rallying to the ball. But, yeah, a guy might make a play, but they kept some guys from making bigger plays by getting more bodies out there. It was another great game for Lance Briggs and Brian Urlacher. And let me throw Matt Tawina's name out there as well. He is a guy that comes in to spell Anthony Adams as a pass guy, made a nice play breaking up a screen, but also did a nice job against the run. If Dallas was trying to run the ball up the middle, Tawina, Briggs, and Urlacher were there just about on every play to stop them.
Lawrence, we could talk about special teams, the offense, the defense, the coaching, and everything you want after we're 2-0. And I'm going to tell you, as I see it, the one thing that stands out to me is the guy that played this game for 11 years, played on a world championship team, and I'm going to tell you one thing, was the ability of this coaching staff, the 2010 coaching staff, to make changes on the run. In the first quarter, second quarter, they're making changes. The 09, the 08, the 07 teams, the 06 teams, they would not make changes. they would stay with what they're doing until the cows came home.
You're
the
absolutely
biggest
right, OB.
thing that they're doing better, Lauren, let me just finish here. The biggest thing that they're doing better is the ability to change, and it's worked out for better, not worse. But thank God, at least they're doing it.
I think that they deserve a ton of credit for making in-game adjustments. And it went from series to series where you have Chris Williams go out, and then you insert Kevin Schaefer, and you see that that's not working with him on the left side.
There you
so
go.
You flip the tackle, and you see that this 7-step drop, 5-step drop was almost going to get Cutler killed because they were coming after him on every play.
What
do? You use it against them, and you hit them where you pick up the blitz pickup, and you find out where the hot read is, and you adjust, and you punish them for being aggressive. And the Bears coaching staff, they deserve an A today for doing that.
Lawrence, what are the chances of that happening last year?
I think very slim. I think that you have a very stubborn, coaching staff. But this year, Martz is one of those guys where, and the players will tell you that if something's not working with what they've already prepared in the game, he'll throw it out. All those guys are responsible for the entire playbook because Martz will pull from anywhere during a game and call plays that maybe they haven't even practiced that week if he thinks that that's what's going to get them to win.
You take a look at the wide receivers, and I thought Hester's catch, he started to look like a wide receiver. And that touchdown catch he made was outstanding. And Johnny Knox, it was 3rd and 15. Who would ever figure they're going to go on top? We would have never done that before. They go on top, and he has a 52-yard catch. And unbelievable throughout the whole game. But I guess we've been getting phone calls about Aroma Shadu. He did dress, didn't he?
Yeah,
he was active.
A couple of plays. He was in there a couple of times. But what they did, I think that this is they're worried about the drops with him.
Uh-huh.
And they also had Earl Bennett dressed, who had 5 catches for 29 yards in this game, and that's something that they didn't really have available to them last week. Bennett is now fully healthy. They still like Aroma Shadu, but they were trying to work some different things. And Lovie Smith made mention of it in the post-game press conference that, with Earl back, that they wanted to make sure to give him some opportunities. I think that they lost maybe a little bit of faith in Devin Aroma Shadu because they used him a lot over the middle last week, and he was making the catch and then having it jarred away from him, or he was rolling the ball or wasn't in the right spot. So I think this is just them adjusting again by putting a different player out there that give another look and see if they can get as many competent wide receivers out there as possible.
Yeah, he did drop a touchdown pass last week. I remember that part of it in the end zone. And also, too, I got to tell you, Hester made some nice catches today, but he dropped a pass I thought he should have had.
Yeah, there was a ball that went right through his hands on a big play. And there's still, the Bears did a great job today, but there's still some things they do need to clean up. The run game's one of them. 3rd down. They've got to get better on 3rd downs. I believe they were 1-11 on 3rd down.
1-11, exactly.
In this game. So those are things that they need to get better at. But I got to tell you, Jay Cutler looked every bit of the quarterback that they traded for in the last 2 weeks.
And you know what, Lawrence? There's no reason why he shouldn't have done the same thing last year. The same thing. A kid is mobile and as quick as he is as a quarterback, and having the size and the accuracy of throwing on the run, which were all known qualities of Jay Cutler before he even got here. And not to take advantage of that, that's an indictment what you're talking about on the coaching staff. Thank God, and I don't know if I ever would have said it, but for Mike Martz and even Tice, for making those changes on the run, I cannot emphasize that enough, Lawrence, because they've never done it before. Too damn stubborn or dumb, either one of the two.
Well, they definitely weren't that today, and now they put themselves in a position where this game next week against Green Bay, this is a big game. This is a real big game now, and this is a team that's feeling very confident after the win today because this one wasn't a luck win. They dominated Dallas. I mean, the 27-20 doesn't necessarily look like it, but the Bears offense, once they got rid of that pressure early on and figured some things out, you never felt as if Dallas was going to win this game. And defensively, turning them over and capitalizing on some of the mistakes. And Tony Romo wasn't very good today at all. A lot of passes behind guys. I'm pretty sure Mark Witten has a concussion. Jason Witten has a concussion because he left the game and he was F-bombing the doctors and the trainers on the sidelines for not letting him back in on that second-to-last drive by the Cowboys. But the Bears defense has been pretty stellar the last couple of weeks. I've been very impressed And having Brian Urlacher back in the middle of their defense, guys, it makes a world of difference on what they call and what they're able to do.
Yeah, Ed and I talked about that difference, obviously, in that defense, and obviously in that defense. I thought, you take a look at Tillman. He jacked up a couple guys today, ripping that football out one time, making another guy, the ball actually tipped into DJ Moore's hands. But the one thing that really impressed me, and I was talking about, and I love watching a game, and watch a game where I think it's the smallest thing. It's a small thing. But when I saw Jennings make a fair catch on the kickoff,
it's brilliant.
And I said to myself, this is football, mister. And we get the football on the 40-yard line, and 2 or 3 plays later, we score. That's how important that was because of field position. That was just brilliant. You just do that, and just to know to do that, not to make a mistake.
And Dallas was trying to be real cute, Doug.
Right.
They thought they had found something that they could exploit on special teams, and they found out that the guys on the Bears were prepared. They didn't panic. They knew the right thing to do is not even panic and try to return that ball. You can call a fair catch on a kickoff.
Right.
You call it, and you take the ball with that great field position, and now you make them pay. It was a lot of smart stuff that the Bears did all day long.
Well, you have a good trip back, Lawrence.
All right, guys. I'll see you next week.
All right, Lawrence. Thank you, babe.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. We are live at Total Sports in Naperville.
You talk about a guy that loves his job, Lawrence Holmes.
Lawrence?
Oh, my God. He's a dedicated
He's on the
kid.
road.
Yeah, he is.
The guy is right there. And not only that, on the road, but he's also up there all week.
Yeah.
He's with those guys. So
he's a
give
good
us
man.
a call, 312-644-6767.
The Suburban Tire postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, live from Total Sports Bar and Grill at 523 Fairway Drive in Naperville. The Suburban Tire postgame show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetirementAdvocate.org, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Matt Forte at the top of your screen. First and goal. That's where Cutler goes, and Forte uncontested for the touchdown.
That highlight courtesy of Fox TV. Obradovich at the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Next Monday night, the Bears take on the Packers. And Eddie, we'll be at Fat Sam's.
We'll be at Fat Sam's. You folks get out there early in the Lockport area. We'll be out there, and we'll be, before the kickoff, we're going to be rolling Fat Sam around in the parking lot.
Well, that's it. Get out there early. That means because there's a buffet, and if you don't get there before Fat Sam, you won't get anything to eat.
We may roll them off the rope.
Right. Yeah. We got to put speed bumps up in front of Fat Sam's buffet. It doesn't stop him.
Stop him.
The only guy I know that take is, his
we
high
got
school graduation picture from an airplane.
Yeah, right. I love it. A helicopter.
Helicopter. Fat Sam. We got to love him. Let's go out to John in Plainfield. John, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug and Ed, how you doing?
All right,
What's up, John.
Hey, you guys hit it on the head. That one guy, Larry, he hit it on the head about why they stopped the blitzing. Well, they stopped the blitzing because they hit about 3 or 4 short passes, and then they get the touchdown,
right.
And then all of a sudden they didn't blitz too often after that. And one other thing I wanted to say was, they better get themselves a tackle somewhere. I don't care where they got to go, but they need a tackle real quick. And one other thing, this Aroma should do business. I just don't understand with this coaching staff. A guy that does well, all of a sudden you feel that it's your responsibility to put in Bennett. I mean, I understand that he's a good receiver and Earl Bennett's with Cutler, but why all of a sudden this kid's been having the last 4 or 5 games that he has played, he's been fantastic. And all of a sudden he misses a catch in the end zone and you're going to punish him for it? I don't think that's right.
John, that's very simple. That's the coach's decision. I wish there was some other answer that I could give you. The receiver coach talks to Mike Martz, they talk to Lovey, and they make the decision. That's how that's done.
Yeah, and I don't agree with it either, John. I'm a big Aroma Shadu fan, and I thought this kid, and he did drop a touchdown pass last week, but a lot of times, the kind of guy that Cutler's looking for, that big guy, the guy that's going to go on top and, make those catches in that, and they kept him out. But basically, Bennett came through. He made some catches today. They made some good catches, so they did do well.
We got time for one caller yet?
No, I think we got to go, Eddie. We're
got to
go at the end of it. Yeah, so
four
we
guys
like
been
to,
waiting.
We got
Four
to
guys.
thank, let's see, our producer, Adam Hogue. We got Brendan McCaffrey.
That's our crack.
That's a crack producer.
Producer, yes.
Yeah, Chris Tannehill, and Brian Carrot, and Lawrence Holmes, who called in, and Motorworks. We have Four Wind Casino. We got retirementadvocate.com. We have Old Second Bank, Total Sports Bar and Grill. And up next, we have Matt Abatacola. Ed and I will be at Fat Sam's next Monday after the game. Big game. Bears 2-0. Go against the Packers.
Congratulations, Bears. Let's
That's
go
right.
get the Packers, babe.
Thanks for calling all the fans out there. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And now, live from Fat Sam's Bar and Grill at 1225 East Ninth Street in Lockport, it's time for the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with your hosts, former Bear greats Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetirementAdvocate.org, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago Sports Station.
Manley sends it back. Snap, spot, kick is up to the uprights, and the kick is no good. Robbie Gould's kick from 49. No good. Aaron Rodgers with a shotgun on first and goal. Snap to Rodgers, hangs to the pocket, throws over the middle of the end zone. Touchdown, Greg Jennings. Wide open, back to the end zone. Easy pitch and catch. No one defending. Greg Jennings in the back of the end zone. Packers strike first. Cutler on the takeaway. Backpedals. Sets. Now throws. Post. It's intercepted in the end zone. Running out. Derek Martin tripped up and around the 10-yard line. Greg Olson brings him down. That was supposed to be the receiver from center. Cutler on the takeaway and a deep drop pass. Time. Hit as he throws. Down the left side. Open man knocks. Inside the 15-yard line of the Green Bay Packers. Last year, two big catches, two big ones tonight. Collins and Shields, the nickel, defending the play, 31-yard strike. Cutler from center. Takes the snap from Kreutz, back pedals 5 over the middle. Catch Greg Olson, goal line end zone, touchdown, touchdown Bears. Snap, spot, kick is blocked. Oh yeah, Bears.
Get away from it. Get away from it.
It rolls down to the 2-yard line, and the Bears do it again. One of the premier teams in the NFL since 04. That's 19 block
kicks.
kicks.
No good. The ball will be returned to the spot of the kick.
Julius
First down,
Peppers.
Chicago. Timeout.
Julius Peppers with the 9th block kick in his career. Manamaleona and Olsen to the right. And two more tight ends to the left. Snap to Cutler, throwing left through the hands of Desmond Clark in the end zone. Incomplete. It was there for the taking. Desmond couldn't hang on. He'll take it at his own 37-yard line, running right. Hester cuts it in midfield. Hester to the 40. Hester to the 30. Hester to the 20. Hester to the 10. Cut back to the 5. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! And that, my friends, is a dozen for Devin. 12 return touchdowns in his career as a return man, and that one gives the Bears the lead. But you are ridiculous. Quarterback Aaron Rodgers takes the snap, looks left, looks right, chased by Anderson out of the pocket. Rodgers rolling to the 10 to the 5, dives to the end zone. Touchdown Green Bay, front pylon right side. Just beat Urlacher and just beat Pisa, Tino Izamoa, to the front right corner of the end zone. The Packers take back the lead on a 3-yard run. Takes the shotgun snap, stands in the pocket, delivers a pass to the right. They break a tackle. Jennings gives up the football. Bears have it. He lost the ball. Bears have it at the 45 of Green Bay. Tim Jennings comes up with the ball.
How did he lose the ball?
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Betson in Lockport.
Quite a crowd here, my friend.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number is 312-647-6767. We got the right number there, Herb. And also, we're talking about the Chicago Bears 20 and the Green Bay Packers 17. That's right. How about those Bears? I'm telling you, this game was going up and down, sideways, six ways, but this way. But when you take a look at it, you know, the bottom line to this football game is defense, patient, staying out there, waiting to get that turnover, which they did at the end when Urlacher made that play. And, of course, they turned the football over. And also, let's face it, the time the Bears were that good, that great, they had great special teams. And what we saw today with Hester, that turned that game around. And then you talk about Peppers blocking that field goal. Those things right there were so instrumental in the Bears winning. Then on top of that, the Green Bay Packers, and I believe I haven't looked at the stats yet, but the last time I looked,
16
they
penalties.
had 16 penalties. 16 penalties. And the fact is that when you take a look at this game, you've got to give the Bears credit for having the patience, staying in the football game. Now, the running on both sides, the Packers and the Bears, was not there. But I am telling you right now, and Ed and I talked about this many times, this game football has turned into a quarterback game. It's all about passing, not running off the bus, passing off the bus. And I'll tell you one thing about Cutler, and I saw him when he first came in last year, and I saw him when he played at Vanderbilt. You are not going to find a tougher guy than Cutler. You're not. You saw that one hit he took on the illegal hit from the helmet. Most guys wouldn't have got up. I watched him in Vanderbilt take the same type of beating, and that kid just keeps getting back up and keeps throwing the football. Even at the end, when we talk about passing the football, you see what it means to throw the football up in the air? Because what could happen is, one, you make the catch, obviously. Two, you knock it down. Or three, which we see a lot of times, is the interference call. And that was called right then and there. So that's what the Bears are. They're 3-0. And who would have thought the Bears would be 3-0 at this time? Let's hear it.
Not a whole lot of people.
Not a lot of people, including myself, by the way. I didn't think that could happen. But they roll over Dallas. They take the Packers out. They beat the Lions. And next week they got to go Sunday night against the Giants. You know, I don't want to, start saying, okay, let's get our tickets to the Super Bowl. But I got to tell you, I'm impressed. I'm very impressed with what they're doing. And I'm impressed with Mike Martz, how he's handled it. I'm impressed with Cutler. Even Peppers. I was complaining about Peppers at the beginning of the game. But as you watched and saw what happened, they had a touchdown. Packers had a touchdown. Called back because it was holding against Peppers. He had about 2 or 3 holding penalties. That's the only way you can stop this guy. And so when you take a look at the whole thing, the whole body of work, and what they did out there was very professional. And I got to tell you, it takes a lot of patience to play that type of defense, the bend, don't break defense. And what you do when you play that defense, you bend, you don't break, but you always have to count on one thing. You need to come up with the turnover. So I was talking to Ed about this. I said, we haven't come up with a turnover. This bend don't break, because we started the third quarter. The Green Bay Packers held the football 9 minutes. 9 minutes they had the football. And that means our offense was sitting on the sidelines. That means our defense was out there. And we didn't get the turnover yet. Lo and behold. And that's what they do. They play the percentages. And here comes Urlacher, and here comes, the other linebacker coming flying across the field, and all of a sudden, bam, they hit the guy, and he fumbles the football. I got to take my hat off to the Chicago Bears for what they did tonight. This is Monday Night Football, and we're really not that good in Monday Night Football. But I got to tell you, they played a smart game tonight.
This one, I tell you, it was a great game to watch, wasn't it, folks? I tell you, it really, wasn't it? I mean, give both teams credit. They were out there fighting, clawing for 60 minutes, and that was really, really great to see. I didn't know who was going to win this game tonight. I truly didn't. But I said 2 things before this game. Who's going to win? It's going to be field position and special teams are going to win this game. And that's what won it for us. That's what won it for us. You had Cutler, individual efforts. Cutler for 4 quarters, took a beating, took a pounding. Now, how much longer this kid can go on like this, I have no idea. But I'm going to tell you what, sooner or later here, we better start protecting that kid. They better find a way. Because you're not going to go 13 more games when this kid taking a beating week after week after week. I mean, there's only so much that kid can take. Right now, well, I tell you what, A-plus effort for him. Made one big boo-boo, flung the ball when he shouldn't have, intercepted. But I'll tell you what a gutty performance. Now, Brian Urlacher, again, stepped up to the plate. And this goes back to all these pundits when he was hurt. Listen, it's tough enough to play this game when you're well, let alone when you're hurt. Brian Urlacher has been nicked up the last couple of years. He come back this year, he's healthy. But all the people, well, I shouldn't say all, but a lot of people, a lot of football pundits around here that really think they really know the wherewithal, they wanted him, well, he should be a strong side linebacker, or he should be a weak side linebacker. The reason why you want him exactly where he is the middle linebacker, is that he can play 4 downs. He can play because of his speed, his height. Now, when you play middle linebacker, you can go to the weak side, you can go to the strong side. If you put him at a strong side linebacker or at weak side, he's basically in half the play. Half the play. A kid, 6'5", 260, that can, run with anybody. You want him in the middle. And you saw it again today, 4th quarter. He gets out in the flat, punches the ball out. There's not too many other linebackers in this league that can move that quick. So kudos to Urlacher. Lance Briggs, again, played a hell of a game. Julius Peppers. This is the first time in 3 games that I saw him really come to play. And he was a force to be reckoned with today. But then again, folks, there's things that have to be done here. If you're going to get to that Super Bowl, and I know we're 3-0, and it's great and it's wonderful, but I'm going to tell you something. Games are won up front, offensive line and defensive line, and there were a lot of negative things I saw in 4 quarters that I really didn't like. But we won the football game. The kids played hard football, and I'm going to tell you something. This kid, Nick Collins, number 36 for Green Bay, he gets the dumbass award. I don't know. Is there such a word, Doug?
I think you're talking about it's arse. It's not.
Nick Collins, I mean?
Yeah, Nick Collins, when he picked him up and threw him down and all of a sudden got a 15-yard penalty. They got 15 yards back-to-back on that drive.
Moved 30 yards down the field for just really stupid football. And they had a total of 17 penalties. 17 penalties. How do you expect to win a football game, period?
Well, that's the key. And the key is when you play this game, physically it's tough enough. And we talked about many times about that. But you don't want to become stupid. And I got to tell you, the Green Bay Packers were absolutely stupid tonight. Oh. They were very, very, very stupid. They took stupid pills. But the fact is, though, that's all part of the game. Not only do you have to be in it physically, mentally, but you can't make mistakes. You can't make terrible mistakes
Doug,
like the Packers
penalties for 152
right.
yards.
And then you can't win that way.
No chance.
It's impossible. But we're going to take this win because we did not play stupid. And I'll tell you one thing. More and more, as I watch this Mike Martz and what he does and how he pulls these things together, because I've said this many times before, last year our offense was designed not to score. I'm convinced with that. This year, this guy is going for the touchdown. He's going to go to try to put points up. They're going to take their shots. They're going to take their chances. Like that last play. I mean, Cutler let it fly. He let that ball fly up in the air. But the one thing you have going for you is they're going to call anything close. They're going to call an interference call. And that's exactly what they did.
All last year and the year before when they started changing all these rules. I mean, I'm just, believe me, folks, you can't even, you're a defender, you look cross-eyed at a wideout or anybody coming down, the sidelines are over the middle, you even get close to them, that flag's coming out. We couldn't discover that last year. We couldn't figure that out. We couldn't figure it out the year before. Everybody else, last year, 10 teams threw over 4,000 yards. Again, yesterday, you had a couple of quarterbacks almost throw for 500 yards. San Diego and the Denver Broncos almost reached 500 yards in each one of those games. This has turned into a passing league. Again, they get down there, anything close, out comes that flag. Now we're taking advantage of it. We're not playing scared to death football. we're trying to score points when we get into the red zone instead of being on the 20-yard line or the 15 or the 12-yard line, and in 4 downs or 3 downs, not one time do we try to score a touchdown, little out, a little this, a little that, and then hopefully we'll kick a field goal and our defense will hold so we could win a football game. That's all over with. Mike Martz obviously has changed the theory and thought of how you attack on offense. Lovie Smith, stay out of the way.
Let's go out to Kevin in Evergreen Park. Kevin, you're on the score.
Yeah, I want to say it was a good game, but I'm a little worried, fellas. I mean, Mike Martz, I give him applause. He makes adjustments. Lovie Smith with his puppet over there, Rob Marinelli, run my cover 2, drop back, put 8 men in the box, and we going to drop everybody back. No, you got to put pressure on these quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers was marching down the field like he was in a band with his team, and they were just marching down the field doing whatever they want. If it wasn't for that turnover, we'd be singing a different story right now.
Well, you just said it, and you just said it just right. If it wasn't for the turnover, and that is why you play that defense. If you play that defense, that bend don't break defense, and you don't get the turnover, then you're dead in the water. And I thought that was going to happen to us. We're going to be dead in the water. But you saw at the end there. This is what the Bears are doing right now. Years ago, they came out with, I remember in the old league, it was called the run and shoot. The guys would come out and they'd spread everybody out, and then they would just toss the football right down the field. Well, the defend against that, what they did was they said, here's what we're going to do. When that guy catches the ball, we're going to maul him, we're going to tear him apart, we're going to rip his spleen out. And that's exactly what they're doing. You remember last week? All those were the interceptions. They were by hits by Tillman, the football, everybody rushing to the football, tearing, ripping. That's exactly what they're counting on. So if that's going to be your defense, and you're going to play that cover 2, you've got to come up with the big hits. You're going to let them catch it, and then you're going to just converge on them, and then you're going to tear the football out or tear the guy apart.
A couple things here that happened here tonight. Again, Julius Peppers really played a hell of a game. I'm going to tell you, he played all 4 quarters. Now we have some problems with the other people. Mark Anderson continues to get caught in and not on containment. And that's why you see Rodgers. How many times did you see him wheel him out? And who's playing over there? Anderson continues to get caught inside. That is not smart football. That is not good football. And I'm going to tell you, Peppers, if Julius didn't play the game that he played tonight, and I'll tell you what, the first 2 games, I wasn't all that impressed, but tonight I was. He really came to play. But we need help from that other end, and those 2 defensive tackles got to get off in the scrimmage and cave in that pocket, which they're not doing.
He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Suburban Tire postgame show. We are live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. Anybody get to eat? Fat Sam's got here first with the buffet. Of course, you know what? You got to be very careful, and you let him go first in the buffet. Thank you, Fat Sam.
Yes.
Our phone number, 312-647-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears, 20. The Green Bay Packers, 17. We'll be right back. Drive of the Game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, #1 in what matters most.
From center, Cutler on the takeaway and a deep drop pass time. Hit as he throws. Down the left side, open man knocks inside the 15-yard line of the Green Bay Packers. Last year, 2 big catches, 2 big ones tonight. Collins and Shields, the nickel. Defending the play, 31-yard strike. Cutler from center. Takes the snap from Kreutz, back pedals 5 over the middle. Catch Greg Olsen. Goal line and zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio and Jeff Joniak on the call, the Suburban Tire postgame show. That's right, we're here live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. The Chicago Bears 20 and the Green Bay Packers 17.
Doug, you know, I had a question for you. And all. You remember, I think it was, late in the 3rd quarter, I believe, when it was, about 3rd down, and we have a couple of feet, and then it came down to 3rd down or 4th down, and about an inch and a half to go?
Mm-hmm. And we went for it, and he dropped the pass. Desmond Clark dropped the pass in the end zone.
But we didn't try to punch it in.
No, that's
from
because
the inch and a half yard line.
The reason?
Now, when I saw that, when they came out of huddle in the tight formation, and then he went to the wideouts. Doug, does that give you any kind of inclination that somebody does not have that much faith in the offensive line on the Bears coaching staff?
Well, there's no question, Eddie. And the running game is not there for the Chicago Bears. I mean, and I myself personally, like I said, I've taken a step back about this running game. But you need the running game on 3rd and short to get a first down. You need the running game on 3rd and a couple inches to get a touchdown. There's no question about it. But they knew that was going to be a problem. But they made the right call. I mean, Desmond Clark was wide open. And although I thought Cutler threw behind him a tad, but I thought Desmond should have had that football. But they made the right call. But you're absolutely correct.
That has nothing to do with
right.
My point is, when you're that close and you feel that you cannot get it in with a quarterback sneak, why not break the huddle, get up there, and the first sound, bang, fire right over Krutz or one of our big guards, and try to gain an inch and a half, 2 inches to score a touchdown, and you don't have enough faith in that offensive line? Now they'll probably say, well, no, Ed, we called this play out there. No, you just didn't have faith in them guys.
They don't, and I'm going to tell you, it's smart because they know they're not that good moving people off the line of scrimmage. We saw that in one of the other games where they went 4 cracks at it and didn't make it. They know that their guy, the way their best time for the score is Cutler. They know that, and I hand them that they understand that instead of trying to prove a point. And you're right. If you can't gain an inch and a half for a touchdown, then something's wrong. But they know there's a problem there, so they didn't do it. So they went to what they thought was their best opportunity to score, and that was Cutler. But you got to figure, if you can't move the football for
somewhere
an inch and a
along
half,
the line, Doug.
Oh, I know.
It's got to come 3rd and 4th. It's got to happen.
That's right.
You got to be able to run the football. You can't run the football at this level. You got a huge problem, my friend.
I guess
the one thing, Doug, I'd like to point out: the first 3 games, even against Detroit, we know what Detroit, what a bad football team. But we go down into Dallas in a $1.5 billion stadium, and it's their home opener. It's meant all the world to Jerry Jones and his Dallas Cowboys. And the Bears went down there, and I tell you, slugged it out for another 4 quarters and came away with a victory. We played a pretty darn good football team today, although they played dumb football, 17 penalties. But the thing that I saw for 3 games, which, Doug, I think is just great, nobody's given up on this team. I mean, these kids are hitting, running, racing to the ball to catch it, to hit somebody. Special teams is coming around. Devin Hester, thank God for him today. But I'll tell you what, the thing I love about the Bears, the first 3 games, that these kids are playing their heart out. They're playing hard-nosed, tough football, and that's really great to see. And we're 3-0 because of it.
And the other thing, too, that you're bringing in different players. Like, for example, cornerback. Bowman went out, and I don't know why he went out, the cornerback, but Jennings came in. And Jennings went in and ended up making a couple good tackles and also recovering that football. The other key and the other mystery in my mind is that all of a sudden I go to look at a game and Tommy Harris is not there. Tommy Harris doesn't dress. He's out. What happened? I don't know what happened. No one said anything all week. But the fact is that I didn't think myself Tommy Harris was doing the job anyway at defensive tackle. And so I don't know. Maybe they decided they want to change it. We're going to move people around. And maybe I'm looking at something saying, listen, if you don't do the job, you're not going to play. And I want to see that. I want to see that with this team. Find me somebody that wants to play. And I got to tell you, a lot of times out there, sometimes you look at a guy maybe doesn't have enough talent, but the fact is, though, they're out there trying, they're hustling, they're swarming. And I'm talking about defense now. And I'm talking about they're going for the football. They're running every direction they can. One guy gets knocked out, they bring in another guy. Harris gets knocked out, they bring in another guy. So they're all put together, and they're all going for one common goal, and that's to win that football game. And this is probably the most I've been impressed with this team for a long time. For a long time. Because I've just seen it where they just rolled over and played dead. I mean, actually rolled over and played dead. They went up there last year to Green Bay and got their ass kicked. And I love he made this statement, well, they wanted the game more than we wanted it. Well, I almost went through the roof when I heard that. But the fact was, now we're seeing something different. We're seeing some kind of an attitude here. And again, too, and Ed talked a little bit about it, there's no question that Brian Urlacher makes a big difference in this defense. He took a lot of flack from a lot of people.
Yes, he did.
I played 14 years of this game. He played 11, and I know what it's like to play with injuries. And this kid had him. He had a neck problem, he had a leg problem, whatever. But he's coming back, and he and right now, they are playing what they call their defense, and they're shooting the gaps, and they're coming and they're attacking. Going into this football game, I think in 2 games, they were averaging 1.2 yards per carry against the Chicago Bears. And today, I think the Green Bay Packers ran for like 60-some yards. So they're taking care of the run. That's taken care of. Then we got the hitting, and that's the most important thing. And I think this is where Marinelli comes in. What he is telling them is this. They can catch it. Don't let it catch it behind you. But when they do catch the ball, make them pay the price. Make them pay the price, not for 1 play, not for 2 plays, but for the whole game. And then what's going to happen is they're going to start short-arming some of those catches, and then they're going to start coughing it up. And that's what you want. And you're just teeing off on these guys. And that's why I'm not in love with this cover 2. You know, I'm more of an aggressive type of guy. I want to go after them. But I got to tell you, if you're going to play that type of defense, bend, don't break, then you better come up and make those plays, make those tackles, make those hits, and force those turnovers. Let's go out to Nick in Naperville. Nick, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug. Hey, LB, Bears fans. How you boys doing tonight in Lockport?
What's up, Nick?
I'm feeling great tonight, too. Hey, I wanted to retouch on the subject that Bradovich was talking about 15 minutes ago. We got to go back to that 4th and 1 play, fellas. This is a play that if we lost this football game, we very well could have. Don't get me wrong. I love the Bears, and I love we won this game. Now, we got, and no one more than me likes seeing Devin Hester, the Windy Cedar flyer back. He almost took 2 of them back to the house tonight, guys. 2 of them for that punter play on the other punt return. Anyway, let me get back to it real quick. If we would have lost this game, this would have been something we would have been threatened about all week long. Something's got to be done here. I heard Doug say that they thought they called the right play on this. You're right. Des Clark was open. You know, that pass was actually a little across his body and down a little bit. He should have made that catch, though.
Sure.
But do we not have a quarterback sneak in our playbook that we can't get a half a yard on the 6-inch line? I mean, come on. We needed 7 points before that punt return even happened. And if that return didn't happen, we very well could have lost this game. But I'm very happy we did. Have a great night, guys.
Thanks, Nick. And I understand what you're saying. And what Ed is saying is true also. The fact is, you're telling me you can't get a half an inch or 3/4 of an inch or whatever it was. But what I'm telling you is this. What they did do was they went to what they thought the best thing they could do, and that was use that quarterback to make that play. Because if they would not have made it at the 1.5 inch, would have said the same thing what I said last week. Quit trying to do something you can't do. You can't blow people off the line of scrimmage. They can't. And so if you can't do that, then why put yourself in that position? Then do something you can do, and you can throw it. And it was wide open. I, myself, personally, would think that you would, as a professional team, that you could take a football and move it 1.5 inches or 2 inches for a touchdown. I would think that to me is a no-brainer. But when I look at it real carefully, if you don't really believe that you can do that, if you really don't believe in your back and your line, then what do? You believe in something. And what they believe in, guys, what they really believe in is Cutler. That's what they believe in. And I'm going to tell you what, they're going to ride this guy right to the end. And I hope, like Ed said, I hope he makes the season because
tell you what,
he's taken a lot of shots.
Folks, I tell you, in 3 games, he's been banged around an awful lot. I just hope he doesn't get blindsided, gets cracked in the knee, or gets hit in his shoulder, comes down on one of his left or right shoulder. And I'll tell you something, if they don't do something about this, we're going to go to New York Sunday night. You think they're going to let him sit back there and do what he wants? I don't think so. The Giants have nothing to lose now. So they're going to come with the kitchen sink and everything else, and they're going to go after Cutler because Cutler's the guy. You get Cutler, we're done. We have no running game, okay? We have an offensive line that struggles to block. Did they get the job done? Did they do enough, basically, to get us by and eke out a win? Yeah. But you know what? I don't think it was as much about that as it was Green Bay shooting themselves in the foot. That's what I saw. Every time they tried moving or doing something, penalty. 17 of them. You can't win a football game. But you take a win any way you can get it. But I'm telling you, folks, mark my words here, and I hope I'm wrong. They don't do something to protect this kid. I don't see how he goes 13 games and the kid stays healthy. You can't take a beating like that every week.
He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire post-game show. We're at Fat Sam's in Lockport. That's right. Big Fat Sam in Lockport.
Where is he at anyway?
Oh, he's over there eating again. There he is. He's laying down like a whale. Get up, Sam. Get off of the bar, Sam.
Cutler from center. Takes the snap from Kreutz. Backpedals 5 over the middle. Catch Greg Olsen. Goal line end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. He's Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 20-17 over the Green Bay Packers. And today's player of the game, and then I thought about this much, and we looked at Hester and we looked at a couple other players, but we think we have to go to Cutler just for surviving today because he took a beating today and he kept on ticking. Is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week, Gennady Insurance in Frankfort, Illinois. Contact Gary Gennady at 815-464-8800 or visit their website at GennadyInsurance.com.
Douglas, you know what? We get, to Cutler. I think, he stood in it for 4 quarters. But I'll tell you what I am so impressed with the Bears, and because Lovie Smith, he's even said it himself. They never changed, Doug. Last year, the year before, the year before, the year before, because his game plan is the best. They don't change at halftime, after game. He said it himself. Now, Mike Martz comes in, and again, 3 things in 3 weeks here, Doug, and I never expected it, to see the word called change, and then to change, on the fly, and to make moves, to run from multiple offensive sets, to go downfield, to move Cutler out of the pocket, incorporate it with play action, try to do everything to move the ball down the field, take advantage of what the rules are and what they're giving you. And Lovie is out of the way, obviously, because before he would never change. If pressure came like it did a week ago against Dallas, they would have hunkered down, and you never would have saw the changes made. So obviously he's staying out of Mike Martz's way. And so after 3 games, what is the thing that I really like about the Bears, and if you could point offensively, defensively, or special teams or whatever, is the fact that they have changed. They're making changes on the fly and at halftime, which we haven't seen in years.
You talk about change, and the one thing I looked at when Mike Martz first got here, what was the 2 things you heard about? First of all, you heard that Hester would be in the slot. Well, Hester's playing wide receiver. The other thing you heard about is Mike Martz doesn't use the tight end. Mike Martz doesn't need a tight end. But I'm going to tell you something. More and more you take a look at it, this Olsen is making some catches here. Made some great catches today. And, of course, there's some good firing coming out of Cutler, getting him the touchdowns. But I'm going to tell you something. He's going to the tight end. So what you're saying to yourself is this, that they're willing to look at something and say, hey, hold it. Maybe I felt this way in the past that the tight ends we did not use, because he did not use the tight end. The only thing he used the tight end for was to stay in and block. But now all of a sudden, you're seeing Olsen making these catches, and they're going to him. Now, I know Cutler likes to go to this kid, but the fact is that that's the thing about what I like about this thing so far is that they're willing to look at something and say, this don't work, we're not going to use it. I'm burning it up. But this will work. Even though it's not part of me, Mike Martz, to use the tight end. He's using the tight end. And he's using them well. And you saw the catches tonight that Olsen made.
Absolutely, Doug.
Let's go out to Meatball in Panama, Florida. Meatball, you're on the Score.
Hey, Uncle Fuzzy. I'm sorry, I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. And everybody's like, oh, man, you're just pissed all over the Bears' victory. But I'm not. It's players continuously bailing out Lovie Smith's absolutely
Meatball, let me ask you a question. I know you got cut off there, but the fact is, you're not getting into this. Meatball, they're 3-0. They're 3-0. Now, let me tell you something. When this season started out, anybody put your hand up and said that they're going to beat Dallas at Dallas. My hand's down. oh, they're going to beat the Green Bay Packers Monday night. My hands down. I didn't no way in hell. I thought they would beat the Lions, but that was it. And let me tell you something. I understand that you're looking at, and there's a lot of things out there you're looking at wrong, but take a look at the National Football League. Take a look what's going on out there. Take a look at the teams that are getting beat. They shouldn't get beat. That they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And the fact is, the Bears are 3-0. And they were out there, and they're playing smart football. I know they have to get better. That offensive line isn't good enough. I know that. I'm not stupid. But the fact is, though, they're taking what they have, and they're using it to win games with. And that's the whole damn objective of football.
And that's...
You know, I'm tired of hearing this crap about, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. But you use what you have. And what you have, you try to put it to best of use. This team has been under marks for what? Not even a year, 2 games, 3 games into the regular season. Aaron Rodgers has been under that system for 5 years. Take a look at all the teams that are winning. Romo with Dallas, 5-6 years. Brady, Manning, all these guys. We got 2 games under our belt with this offense. So I understand there's a lot of things that have to be done, but I'm impressed that they're taking what they have in their hands and they're trying to come up with something to win. And that's all you can ask for. Because it's up to Jerry Angelo now to figure this out. I need some more offensive linemen. I'm going to need another defensive end. I would never got rid of Alex Brown.
Wait a minute. You want Jerry Angelo to find offensive linemen?
Did I make a mistake?
Jesus.
He's the only guy there. He's the only guy there. What do I want me to do?
You mean he occupies an office?
Well, he's there. I mean, on the door it says Jerry Angelo.
Doug, let's not even go there.
But the point I'm making is that they need to get these guys. They got to find a way to get more guys to make this team better and to take this team forward. Cutler's going to be here a long time.
There's nowhere they can go to get offensive linemen now.
Not now.
There's nowhere.
I'm not talking about now.
At offensive, Mike Tice is the only guy that can come up with miracle and make these guys better and march by going to the multiple sets, by moving that pocket, helping that offensive line out. When it's a pass, play action, moving them out, going downfield. But Doug, that's the only way that they're going to get by through this.
I'm not just disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing whatsoever with that. All I'm telling you is this. This Cutler kid's going to be here a long time. And it's time to look forward down the road. You're not going to get offensive linemen this year. Where are you going to go find them? You're not going to get them. So you got to do what you got to do. You got to piece this thing together. You got to find ways to make it work or try to make it work.
And we have 2 coaches on the offense that seem to have figured out a little bit here. In Martz and Mike Tice. So let's give those guys a kudos.
Exactly.
We gave it to them on the first when they made the change. Doug, I was flabbergasted. I couldn't believe when they went down to Dallas and we're getting blitzed, and all of a sudden, bang, he started doing things that you're supposed to do, which we never see ever. Never happens around here.
Well, I guess that's what we're all looking at, because when I get a call like from Meatball from Panama, wow, I don't like what the offensive line does. I don't like it either. I mean, just because you don't like it doesn't mean you can't think a little bit more to find how to make something work this year. Next year, after the season's over with, you sit down and say, this is how we're going to prove. We got to get more guys here. We got to get somebody here. We got to get somebody to help Cutler. But that can't help you this year. So you don't put up the towel up in the air and go, woe is us. We have no chance to go out there and play. I want somebody to go out there to take what they have and get what they do tonight. That's all. It's very simple. He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670 Suburban Tire post-game show live at Bat Sam's in Lockport. 312-647-6767. Chicago Bears 20, Green Bay Packers 17. Live with it.
Snap to Cutler, back to throw. Winds up, throws, high in the air. Olsen the grab at the 35 of Green Bay. And a marker down. Morgan Burnett, the safety, the rookie. Hits on Green Bay.
Defensive pass interference.
Huge play.
The highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Bat Sam's in Lockport. That's right. He's O'Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win, 20-17 over the Green Bay Packers. The good hands play of the game is brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar. Nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands? OB, again, too, let's get back to a little bit of our conversation about, what the Bears need to do. We know what they need to do. I mean, anybody who's been around football knows that. But the key is what can they do with what they have right now, and that's what they have to understand. And I think once they get into it, and they're going to take their lumps, they're going to find some teams they're not going to get away with this. There's no question about it. But the impressive thing that I have is they're taking, the ammunition they have, and they're trying to use it to win football games.
Absolutely, Doug. You hit it right on the head. I mean, do they have a running game?
No.
No. But not too many people in this league do have a running game. I mean, you've got teams throwing close to 400, 500 yards year after year lately, Doug, and now. And, again, obviously it's really turned into a passing league. And what I've seen here in 3 games, I mean, you see some nice positive stuff, but there's a lot of negatives.
Sure.
There's a lot of negatives. And we don't want to crown them, world champions yet, but they are 3-0.
Exactly right.
They are 3-0, and I think they're the only one in the NFC to be 3-0. And we go into New York on Sunday night, and they'll be fired up. But I'll tell you what, though, and again, I can't say it enough about change and the ability for that offense just to see what they're doing, folks. You have no idea how Doug and I over years have sat and screamed about this, move this, attack downfield, use the entire field, in the flats, down, post patterns, fly patterns, do whatever you can, and they would never do it. And to see this happening now, and by the way, if Mike Martz is not here and Tice is not here, we're not 3-0.
No.
We're not 3-0, folks.
No.
I'll tell you that right now. We are not 3-0 because you wouldn't see this offense that you see now in 3 games. You never would have saw that before. Never.
It was a cloud of dust in the high-ho silver and 3 yards of crack. And the thing about it, last year, I remember after every game, he's screaming at me. OB's screaming at me. Why don't they throw the football down the field? Don't you know there's something called the interference play? Every game, he kept screaming at. And he was absolutely correct. You saw what happened at the end of this football game. I'm telling you, it's out there. The National Football League wants you to throw the football, and they're going to give you every advantage they can. You can't touch the quarterback anymore. That one on Melton, that one hit Melton head, I know I understand he hit him in the head, but you can't even go after the quarterback. Now, that one hit that Cutler took, I thought was a dangerous hit. There was no question that was right into the chops, right into the helmet.
But, Doug, that's going to happen. He's
know.
going to get whacked I don't know how many times a game. You've got 13 more games to go with this kid.
And it's going to cost you 15 yards if that kind of a hit.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. He's getting popped too many times, Doug.
Let's go out to Eddie in his car. Eddie on the score.
Hey, great show as always, guys.
What's up, Eddie?
Thanks, Ed.
Oh, I love you guys. I mean, listen, before I get to my point, as a former tight end, I would have chipped like you, OB, and I wouldn't want to take out the phone. You would have tore out my spleen. Jesus, Doug. Yeah, but anyway, hey, listen. You know what the Bears need? Hey, listen, Green Bay lost this game tonight. I don't care what anybody says. They lost the game. I don't care. And beyond that, you know what the Bears need? They need a big-ass, bruising, killer fullback. You know that. Let's go old school. Let's go Jimmy Taylor, man. Somebody to open a hole. I'm sick of this at the 1 yard line, and they can't get the ball over. And they lose the gloves, by the way. God, these guys have no hands anymore. I want to hear your thoughts. Take care.
Well, you're going back to days that, again, run the football, the fullback. I watched a couple of weeks ago, I watched the Minnesota Vikings on the half-yard line with Peterson as their back take 4 cracks and couldn't get it in. Because what's happening now is these guys they're stout, they're big, they're strong, whatever. So sometimes you have to start thinking a little more. You can't physically anymore just bat people around. It's not going to work. And so something's got to set something up.
Well, Doug.
This passing game that's going on with Cutler right now, you watch and mark my words that eventually down the road that the running game will open up. Because you know why? I saw what happened with the Colts. The Colts, they were playing, I forgot who they were playing, but they played the dime. They played 5 defensive backs. They had 1 linebacker. The Colts took the football and ran it down their throat all the way down because they wanted to take away Manning. You want to take away Manning? You want to play 5 defensive backs? Fine. I'll shove the football down your throat. And that's exactly what's going to happen eventually here is that if you want to take away Cutler, then eventually what's going to go, you're going to start seeing your running game come more. Now, I guarantee our line is not as strong as we need it.
Well, Olin Kreutz said it. Doug, a couple of weeks ago, he said, when you get down there, when it's that 1 foot yard line, 2 feet to go in, whatever it might be when you're down there, they all know it's man against man.
Sure.
Okay, and you got to root them out. It's just hard-nosed football, and obviously, after 3 games, we can't do it, and it's obviously the coaches believe that they can't do it. That's why they opted for the pass.
Bingo, and that's why they did it. He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Suburban Tire postgame show talking about the Chicago Bears win 20-17 over the Packers. We're live at Fat Sam's. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Where's Fat Sam?
He's
Where's
rolling. Somebody's rolling him around here somewhere.
Hey, did you know Fat Sam was baptized at SeaWorld? Did you know that?
You know, I heard a rumor.
The rumor. Yeah.
I heard a rumor.
We'll be on the phone. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. He's O'Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number is 312-644-6767, talking about the Bears' win over the Packers 20-17. Let's go out to Marina in Round Lake. Marina, you on the Score.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
How you doing, Marina?
This is my first time ever talking to you guys. I usually call during the daytime, but I love listening to you guys because you guys don't play, and I love it. You talk like it is, and my favorite line was that with stupid football. Last year, the Bears took stupid pills. I absolutely love that line. But anyway, a couple things concern me. Obviously, Cutler running for his life, just like you're saying. This kid's going to get killed. The body can only take so much. You know, he's a tough kid, and I agree with that. But he's got to get protected. He was running for his life again. Aaron Rodgers had all the time in the world. But what impressed me most of all tonight's game was the discipline. And what I've seen is in all 3 games, the discipline and the patience that the Bears have exhibited, they didn't have. The Packers, such an undisciplined team to have that many penalties like that. McCarthy must have been having a coronary on the sideline. But such undisciplined, this game was just as big for the Bears as it was for the Packers, but they came like a group of 8th graders full of hormones. And it showed in the game. And yet the Packers or the Bears controlled, disciplined, and whether that's following Cutler's lead or Marks' lead, I was very impressed by that growth this year.
Well, thanks, Marina. I appreciate it. But you're right about the fact that, there's a lot of things that has to be done. And there's no question that Cutler's running for his life. There's many times, but I want to tell you something. I want you to take a look throughout the National Football League. And I want you to tell me who the best offensive line is out there and tell me a quarterback that's not running for his life, because it's happening. And it's going to be more with the Bears because Cutler does and drops the 7-yard drop. There aren't quarterbacks out there that's doing that. They're doing 1, 2, 3, getting rid of the football. Do you know what the average time is? They want you to get rid of the football as a quarterback. 2.8 seconds. When Cutler starts getting that 7-step drop, everybody tees off. Everybody's got a shot at him. So that's Mike Morris's deal. But at least he's smart up a lot of times like he did in the Dallas game. He came back a 1, 2, 3, bam, get rid of the football. And we saw at the beginning of the game, the guys are going to start sending their cornerbacks to blitz Cutler. Do you remember the game in San Diego, the exhibition game, when they pulled Cutler out of the game because Rivera was bringing cornerbacks after him? They're going to have to learn how to handle that because that's part of it, because that's what teams are going to do. And so they're going to get the corner blitzes. They're going to get a lot of stuff. But then when it's all said and done with, what I'm saying is this. I'm not talking about a Super Bowl team here. But what I'm talking about is somebody that's finally using their head and trying to find a way to win. And not to say that, look, we went for it on 4th and inches and we didn't get it because our line isn't good enough. Well, damn it, that's not good enough. Then find me another way to do it. And that's what they did. And Desmond Clark was wide open on that play. And so I think that's part of what Ed and I are looking at. At least they're adjusting, and they're trying to find a way to win these football games. And to me, that's a big part of football.
Rex is our quarterback.
Let's go out to Mr. Sharp in Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp, you're on the Score.
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for taking my call.
Hi.
Go ahead. They did play, they played hard. They played really hard.
Yes,
and
they did.
persevered. And, they didn't play great, but they persevered. And I think that's what brings out the best in you. But what concerns me is the time the defense spent out on the field in the second half. And I'm wondering if it wasn't because of all those little swing passes where they were getting maybe 5 to 7 yards, and it was very consistent. And I'm wondering what they could have done to stop that. Thanks for taking my call, guys. Always a pleasure.
You know what, Mr. Sharp, you got a great point there. And again, too, they'll go back to what they do defensively. They're going to give you the short one. They're saying to themselves, we're not going to give you anything deep to beat us deep. And when you throw the short one, we're going to come up and we're going to make the tackle. That's what they're talking about. A lot of times to prevent from doing that sometimes, I'd like to see the Bears come back with more blitzes. Maybe come back in time just putting more pressure on the quarterback. But if they're going to play that defense, they got to have sure tackling. As soon as that guy catches the ball. Now, tonight they missed some tackles. They did do that, where guys made some extra yardage. We saw that a couple times. They can't afford to do that when you play that type of defense.
But you know what, Doug, the thing here that if you look at our difference makers, the guys that are supposed to be difference makers.
Made it tonight.
Have made it. And
right.
They made it. They did it last week. They did it the first 3 weeks already. The guys that we need to make the plays, they're making the plays. They're stepping up to the plate. The Johnny Knox's 59-yard reception last week. Urlacher, Briggs, guys, Julius Peppers tonight really came to play. But the difference makers, that is another part of what I love to see, are making a difference as opposed to last year. They weren't there, Doug. The guys that are supposed to be making a difference didn't show up this year, and it's so important for these guys to be the difference makers. That's why they get paid mucho dinero. So they got to keep it up and keep it going. Cutler, I'm going to tell you again, Doug, I just hope somehow that they can, I don't know what more they could do. They're doing everything they can to keep this kid up on his 2 feet. But I'll tell you what, pal, I just, unfortunately, I think I see this coming down the road, pal.
Well, they obviously, take the pressure off him.
You're not going to take a beating like this, pal, in the last 16 games.
You're going to have to run a little bit better to take the pressure off of him. There's no question about it. And then if you can get some of that going, then you got yourself in pretty good shape. But see, what happens is these last 2 games, we looked at 2 teams that we know that can put points up. We know they have good quarterbacks. You went against Romo, and you went against Aaron Rodgers. These are 2 hellacious quarterbacks. The Bears are going to play 8 playoff teams from last year. They're going to face the quarterbacks. Where do you face the last 4 games of the season? They'll have Sanchez, they'll have the Jets, they'll have Minnesota, they'll have Green Bay, and they'll have New England. That's 4 teams. By the time they get to that point, we're hoping that the Bears are a hell of a lot better, obviously, and these teams are going to be better. These are not dog teams. So consequently, as they're progressing, they're going to have to learn and get themselves going. They know, the Bears know this for sure. They cannot make mistakes. They can't have that luxury. This is how good Green Bay probably could be. They still almost won the damn football game tonight with 16 penalties. 17
penalties.
Again, the Bears don't have that luxury. And so that's why I take my hat off to them to say, listen, you know who you are and what you are, and so you won't do that. So you have a chance to win the football game. And so we'll see what happens after this week.
As much as it was about the Bears doing it, is just as much as it was is about Green Bay shooting themselves in the foot, Doug.
That's right.
I mean, that was it. I mean, that 17 penalties for 152 yards.
And that was the key. There's no question about it. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire post-game show live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 20 and the Green Bay Packers 17. We'll be right back.
We now return to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, live from Fat Sam's Bar and Grill at 1225 East 9th Street in Lockport. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetirementAdvocate.org, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Bears are already off the bench, and there's a Packer running with a football at the 30th. It's Tremont Williams. He slings it to the far side of the field, and it's finally incomplete to end that charade. Finally over. Amen.
By rule, the game is over with a foul.
Your Bears are 3-0 as they beat the Packers 20-17.
And I like courtesy of WBBM Radio and Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. He's O'Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And right now we're going to go out to Lawrence Holmes, who was at the game. Lawrence, how you doing, buddy?
Doing very well, guys. You know, there are a lot of statistics that you would look at in this game and think the Bears got clobbered. Time of possession being one of them. You know, third down efficiency, passing yards, passer rating for Aaron Rodgers. You look at all of those things and you go, wow, this must have been a rough one for the Bears. And yet, one of the most important statistics, 18-5. 18 penalties for 152 yards for the Packers, 5 penalties for 38 yards for the Bears.
And there's no question that's a big part of it. You know, that in itself, and I think people look at that, and those numbers you ripped off, and you're absolutely correct. You know, the Bears are going with that defense, Lawrence, and OB and I were talking about it, about that bend, don't break defense. When you do that, your offense doesn't get the football, and that's a fact, because you take a look in the third quarter when it started out, I mean, Green Bay had the ball for 9 minutes.
Yeah, it wasn't until we were looking up at the clock and 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, the Bears had only touched it on offense once.
Right.
And you know, they had gotten the return from Devin Hester, but the offensive players are definitely saying, hey, it was kind of hard to stay loose, but the money-making players came through today, guys. You got a block field goal from Julius Peppers, a strip from Brian Urlacher, Devin Hester taking one to the house, and Robbie Gould, one of the highest-paid kickers in the league, comes through at the end with the game winner. So they got their big guys into the game, and that makes them a difficult team to beat.
You know, real quickly, I want you maybe to address this. I saw Bowman. Did he get hurt? No, Jennings came in the football game.
That was the coach's decision, Doug.
That's what I thought.
Very astute by you. They didn't like what Zach Bowman was doing. They gave Tim Jennings an opportunity. I actually just talked with him in the locker room and asked him if he was going to be starting next week, and he said, you know, whatever they need him to do, he's willing to do it. And he said he was a little bit surprised when they told him that he was going into the game, but you know, he said to me it's not his first rodeo, so he was ready, and he'll be ready if they decide that that's the direction they want to move in. But what it shows you, again, with Jennings being out there and Tommy Harris being on the bench, it shows you that this coaching staff is taking a lot of things to heart, and they're not messing around. If guys are not doing the job, they're not playing, and they're just going to get them out of there. And they weren't happy with Bowman, so they moved in Jennings. Tommy Harris, this was a coach's decision. From what Lovie Smith said today in the postgame, I asked him point blank, was this a disciplinary issue? Was this Tommy Harris not being in practice on time or missing meetings or anything like that? He said no. They just wanted to go with the best 46 guys that were going to help them win the game.
We have 45 guys that you can go with. We have everybody healthy right now. Just felt like we wanted to get a look at Marcus Harrison and Henry Melton inside a little bit, just performance-based.
You benched a guy that's making $200 million a year. And tell you what, I'm impressed by that move. And I'm impressed by the move with Jennings. When we first had, Ed and I looked at each other and said, this is the first time I saw where they're saying to themselves, we're going to play the best players we have. And I'll tell you, I'm impressed with that. And that in itself could turn this team around. Because Tommy Harris has not been playing well. There's no question in my mind. And I saw Jennings come in there, and he comes up with couple big plays. So kudos to the Bears coaching staff for making those moves.
Very creative yet again, Doug. You know, Kevin Schaefer, when you go back and look at this game, Kevin Schaefer did a tremendous job on Clay Matthews. He really did. First play of the game, he pancakes him. And then after that, they kept him pretty much from getting to Cutler. But then they rotate in Jamarcus Webb because they wanted to throw a different look at him. They wanted to get a bigger body out there. So you're definitely seeing the coaches on this team's head. They're making moves, and they're trying to be as creative as possible. And now look at them on top of the NFC at 3-0.
Listen, Lawrence, this Tommy Harris situation, to me, this kind of came out of left field, okay? They gave this guy, what was it, a roster bonus this year?
Yep.
A roster bonus of $4 million. I believe he makes $9 million a year. Is that correct?
I don't think I'm not sure he makes 9. I have to look it up, but I think that he got
with the
to
$4
5
million,
with the roster bonus.
Yeah, with the I think he's making like $9 million this year. And when you ask Lovie Smith that, he just said he's playing the best guys. Is that what his answer was?
That was his answer. It wasn't a disciplinary issue. They wanted to play the best guys.
You know, because the other question is Roma Shadu. And I'm a big fan of Roma Shadu. And I listened to what March was saying, but in a way he was saying the fact that Roma Shadu couldn't learn how to play the slot.
Yep.
Is that the deal?
Yeah, the slot position, it's pretty, that F receiver, it's pretty difficult. You know, we actually had a conversation a couple weeks ago with Ricky Prohl, who played for March in St. Louis, and he played the slot. And he said that position, it calls for a lot of adjustments in your route, you know, while the route is going on. And guys have got to understand that sometimes things are going to have to change as the play is happening. And it takes a super smart, really understanding the offense guy to run out of the slot. And they weren't getting enough of that from Devin Aromashadu. Also, he had some drops. You know, that can't be ignored. That in the first game, they put him in a position to make some plays. And when those plays were out there for him to make, he had a ton of drops.
You know, Lawrence, if you take a look at this, you said when March first came in, don't even think about the tight end. The tight end is not a part of our offense. But I'll tell you what, that changed a lot also.
It has. And Jay Cutler gave a ton of credit to Mike Martz and Greg Olsen for working with each other. And he said, you know, he told Greg basically to kind of calm down about the system and that they would figure out a way to make it work, and that he went to Martz and said, this is a guy that we can use to be really good in our system. And Martz has done that. I mean, he's a guy that had a reputation coming into Chicago as being rigid, as not being very flexible with what he wanted to do with his offense. And he's come here and he's taken what he has in front of him and used them. He's had actual schemed rollouts for Jay Cutler. He's using Greg Olsen, you know, with what the ability he has to get down the field and cause some mismatches with his speed and athleticism. So give Martz credit. He's finding ways to get guys involved, and it isn't just a strict rule of what he used to do. It's opening things up and understanding that he can make those guys playmakers in this system and make them fit.
Hey, Lawrence, before you take off, how about injuries? How did the team come out?
They came out pretty well, you know, injury-wise. I got to tell you, though, that Cutler is a tough son of a gun.
Ed and I were talking about that. He took some shots, and Ed comes up with a great point, too. How many more can he take like that, though, Lawrence? I mean,
yeah, the one where he took where they call it the helmet-to-helmet,
right.
I thought he was done for the game. And he got back up. You know, I talked with Kevin Schaefer in the locker room, and I said, you know, I know that you guys take a lot of pride in trying to keep him upright, but how many more of those can he take? And Schaefer said, you know, every time he gets hit, you know, we feel it. And he's like, we've got to do a better job of protecting him. And Jay never comes back to the huddle and screams at him. He understands that that's his role. He's like, but Schaefer said that those guys have to do a better job of protecting their quarterback and not letting him take those oh my God hits.
Well, Lawrence, thanks a lot, buddy. 3-0 Chicago Bears. I imagine that the locker room was very happy.
Yeah, even Brian Urlacher was in there
smiled,
smiling.
Huh?
He's in there smiling. He's saying, hey, you know, I hope everyone continues to pick against us. He even joked about the interception that Lance Briggs had.
Yeah.
He said, what a great play by Lance, and just started chuckling. So when 54 is happy, that means the rest of the Bears are happy. And at 3-0 right now, and you start looking at the rest of their schedule, Doug, and you look at these next 4 games, and you go, this is a team that could make some hay here.
Well, Lawrence, thanks a lot, buddy. Have a good one.
All right,
Thanks,
guys.
Lawrence.
Take care. Let's go out to Tony in Chicago Ridge. We're lined up here. Tony, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, Tom?
Hey, I just wanted to comment about a couple things real quick about, people are calling in about woulda, shoulda, coulda, but, we won. We're 3-0. I'm extremely happy. I think every team in the league has got little kinks that can be worked out, but the point is that the Packers screwed up a lot. We took advantage of it. We won the game. That's what teams do. They win it when it's handed to them, not screw it up like we were doing all last year. And them going under our secondary and not throwing it long, I think they played right into our hands because I know our defense was getting tired, but I was paying close attention, and it looked like the offense was getting tired for us keeping them on the field so long. So, yeah, it would have been nice to get some third downs, shut them down and get some more turnovers, but the point is we won. And I think that we might have a good future this year, hopefully. And I'll hang up listening to your comments. Thanks for taking my call.
Well, that's a good point, Tony, because the fact is that you take a look at every game is different, the individual game. I mean, everything happens. And so if you find a formula that's working, you stay with it, and they did stay with it. I mean, there's no question about it. We say, well, and Ed was right. Green Bay Packers gave us the game, but we took the game. In other words, we could have been just as stupid and come back with making more stupid plays, and we could have lost the damn game, but we didn't. And so that, to me, is a kudo. We've been talking about the Bears, Ed and I, for 17 years. And every time you tell you what, we'll tell you. When they screw up, we're going to tell you, and we pounded them. We've done a lot of things. But on the other side, when there's something good, you can see something there, and that's the part where I thought about playing smart football, and that's what they did tonight.
Tony, the two things, again, that just actually just right in front of me, what I've seen after 3 games is how hard these kids are playing, and again, the ability to change. The ability to change. And number 3, if I may, again, Doug, the difference makers being.
Absolutely.
Just making it happen. The guys that you're paying the money to, they're stepping up to the plate and they're making things happen.
And the key to that, too, is this, to follow the money. The guys that make the most money should be the guys making the plays, and we saw that tonight. But what I'm impressed about is the fact that they sat Tommy Harris down on the bench. He's getting a ton of money, but he's not doing the job. And to me, that's the coach is saying, if you're not going to do it, I don't care what you're making, you're not going to be in this football game. And to me, that's a big part, and that's a good part of good coaching.
Tommy Harris is my defensive tackle.
Yeah, and that's not the way it is anymore.
My quarterback.
It ain't going to be that way anymore. He's Obradovich. I'm a phone on the Score Sports Radio 670 because their jobs are at stake.
There you go.
Suburban Tire postgame show. Fat Sam's in Lockport. 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Yeah, yes, we are. We have a strong 53-man roster. Really 61-man roster when you talk about the practice squad guys too. We feel good about them. We like Devin Hester as our punt return all along. We haven't been pleased with what, with the production we've gotten from there, but you have to stay patient sometime with them. As you talk to most opponents, they'll still tell you that there's fear when Devin goes back there. And you just have to stay with him. The guys did a great job blocking for him.
Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, we're live at Fat Sam's, 312-644-6767. And we're talking about the Chicago Bears. If you haven't heard by now, Bears 20 and the Packers 17. Eddie, the lines are lit up. Let's get out to Janelle in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Janelle, you're on the Score.
Hi, Ed and Doug. Appreciate you taking my call. Okay. Just want to say we really are loving this win up here in Wisconsin.
There you go.
I just wanted to very quickly comment and say kudos to the Bears again for the change. I've listened to the show for too long and heard the dissent and heard the fans being very negative towards the coaching staff, and just wanted to say I think it's great. I think the tone in all the fans and in everyone on the show has been very positive towards this change. But very quickly, was wondering your thoughts about the amount of time and space between the Chicago Bears defense and Aaron Rodgers tonight, resulting in a touchdown. Just wondering, I didn't think that the lack of a running back would have thrown off Urlacher that much, but wondering what your thoughts were.
Well, you're talking about the fact that he had time to throw the football. There's no question that Aaron Rodgers can get rid of the football real quickly, and he has the receivers. And the fact is, when it's all said and done with, when they played, the Bears played that cover two, they played deep, and let everything out in front. And so I would like to see myself personally more blitzing going on. But again, too, the fact is that you're taking a high-powered offense like the Green Bay Packers, and you're going to play them this way, and that's the way the Bears played them. You catch the ball, we're going to knock you down. You catch the ball, we're going to knock you down. And then eventually, we're going to get a turnover. And eventually, you're going to make mistakes. Well, they did a couple mistakes. They dropped the football, the Green Bay Packers did. And the biggest mistakes that they made, obviously, was the fact that they had 152 yards worth of penalties. They had the football for about 35 minutes and 49 seconds, the Packers did. And the Bears only had it for 24. But in that 35 minutes plus, the fact is they made a lot of mistakes. And that's why when you play that bend, don't break defense, you're hoping that offense makes those mistakes coming down the field. And again, too, it happened in the fourth quarter, the turnover, which I think turned the game around. Now, there are different ways you play different teams. There's no question about it. And again, too, to be positive, well, certainly you have to be positive because the Bears are 3-0. But certainly also you have to look at it realistically and say we need to help certain things here. We can't let Cutler keep taking this beating that he's taking. But the one thing that Ed brought up, which I think is the most important thing, is that you follow the money. The guys that made the big plays tonight were the big money guys. And we're going from Julius Pepper to Hester to Urlacher to Lance Briggs. These are the guys, Cutler. These are the guys that are going to make a difference in the football game. Now, on top of all of that, I'm impressed that Lovie Smith benched Tommy Harris. I'm impressed with that because what he's doing now is putting the team ahead of somebody who says he can't play and he's really not producing. Why would you want to take a look at two different defensive tackles if you thought that Tommy Harris was producing? Especially on a Monday night game against the Green Bay Packers, you benched him. What the hell does that tell you? And I'm proud that he did something like that.
Well, and especially Tommy Harris being his boy.
Right. I mean,
that was his boy.
Give him time off. We're going to get Tommy back in shape. Tommy's got this.
Day, this day,
that day, any
Tommy
day.
Harris is the three-technique guy. Tommy Harris, Well,
and fans.
Not for long.
No, and we saw it. OB and I saw it. And so did the fans. And so you can't smother over that like the fact is we wanted to take a look at someone else. You're going to take a look at someone else to a player, Tommy Harris, who's making millions of dollars a year. You expect him to play that defensive tackle.
Well, that was such a thing. He said, we want to look at Marcus. We want to look at
right.
Whoever.
You don't do that with a guy like that unless
Who
there's a
the
reason.
hell? Those were the guys that were playing in the 4 exhibition games, Lovey.
Yeah. And the fact is that obviously the writing was on the wall. But you know what? You know what's so nice about it, though? They finally addressed it. They finally had the balls to address it and say, this is what we're going to do. I'm impressed by that. It should have been done a long time ago, but at least now we're saying to yourself, just like when they pulled up Zach Bowman and put Jennings in a cornerback. They're not going to put up with it. And to me, that's the start of something telling the rest of these guys. You screw up, you go sit on the bench. I don't care how much money you're making. Let's go out to Mickey in Ottawa. Mickey on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Boys, how you doing?
Good morning, Mick.
Hey, you guys just blew my whole 2 sheets out of the water. You hit every topic I ever had, but this was a big true test for the Bears. I mean, this was huge, and everybody hates the Packers. If you're a Bear fan, you hate the Packers. So going back to that, and I hate following up Lawrence Holmes because he hits everything too, but I was wondering when the Bears, we've seen more evaluations and taking guys in and out and benching guys for every reason, whatever under the sun. What's going on with that?
Well, what's going on with that is the fact that what should have been going on years ago. The fact is you take the best player that's out there and you put him in that football game and you let him play. I mean, that's what the game is all about. And if you can't do it and you can't cut it, then you shouldn't be playing. I don't care what you're making, what kind of money you are. The fact is you want your guys out there. And letting them know that. Their jobs are at stake now. They've got to get the best guys out there. And I'm telling you, this is a big deal. benching Tommy Harris Monday Night Football against the Green Bay Packers. This is huge for what he did because there's not an injury there. He didn't say anything about an injury. He said we wanted to take a look at two other players.
But Dougie, I think, I don't know, maybe you hit it right on the head, partner, is when you're talking about these guys are fighting for their jobs.
They are.
And that could go all the way high as to Phillips.
Everybody.
All the way up in the front office.
Absolutely.
To Jerry Angelo, to Lovey, to everybody. And even if Mike Martz is here and Tice, they came in this year, and if it falls apart, they don't make changes, they don't do anything, they're all gone.
Absolutely.
They are all gone.
And it doesn't matter that you are a $4 million or $10 million ball player. It ain't going to do you any good. It's not going to do the coaches any good, the fans any good, the team any good. And I think something like this should have been done last year. But the fact is, when they started to do it, and you're right, the objective may be the fact that, look, guys, we got to win. If we don't win, we're not going to be here. And so, consequently, everybody is put under the gun, including Jerry Angelo.
You know what is just so damn aggravating, Doug? You go back to past, we got some pretty good talent on this football team. And you've got that short window to really go after the Super Bowl. And when you got Durlacher, the Briggs, and all these guys that have been around here for a few years, Doug, and to have the kind of offense that we ran, and when we got, again, I can't get it out of my mind, Doug, we get down into that red zone, and we don't try to score a touchdown. It absolutely blows my mind.
You're talking about last year.
Last year,
right.
And the year before that,
right.
And the year before that.
And
you sit there, how can you not utilize this field? And when you get down there, how in 3 downs, 4th down, you're going to kick a field? You don't. How many times, Doug, did they not one time try to go into the end zone and get 6?
There was no question. And that's why I said they had an offense
it's
designed
incredible
to score.
What went on around here.
Yeah.
Incredible.
But now we're taking a look at it. Now they got the guy that can do it. Cutler can throw the football. They got some of the receivers that are making the catches. And once again, we'll go back to it. The guys that are getting paid the big money are the guys that are doing the job.
And
if you
what's
don't
happened.
do it, then you're not playing.
These guys are right here, right now,
right.
And that is a fact. That's what's happening.
Let's go out to Fat. I guess that is no relation. Oh, no, Pat. I'm sorry. Pat, I didn't call you Fat. I'm just saying Pat.
Hey, no problem. Hey, love the show, guys. And I'm calling from Janesville, Wisconsin. Very excited up here to have it's a big night. And my comment is this. I'm the effort is great. The intensity, they're playing hard. You can't fault that.
Yes, they are.
How long has it been since we've looked forward to our offense taking the field? That's exciting. Real concerned, real quick, about the decision at the end of the game after the pass interference call. We get the ball, and we run 3 plays up the middle, risk a fumble. We're going to kick the field goal. That's what's going to happen. Game over, we win. We could have fumbled, and it could have been a disaster. I'm going to hang up. I'm curious as your thoughts. The game management decisions by Lovey, the field goal a couple weeks ago, the going for it early in the first quarter today. It's concerning. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Well,
go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, what I think happened, Pat, was I think that they were more concerned about running time off the clock.
Exactly.
And not getting that ball back in Aaron Rodgers' hands with those receivers that they have, that there's any about 3 or 4 or 5 of those guys, any of them could kill you on one play. And I think what they did was a smart thing. Work it down, milk the clock, and run in tight, and go down to the ground. Mm-hmm. Don't try to do anything spectacular. I'm sure that's what they were told. And more, Pat, I think it was more of running down the clock and not giving the ball to Aaron Rodgers to come back and stick one right in our heart.
Yeah, kill the clock, and then that fact, I thought maybe they would take a knee, and a couple times.
Well, I'm sure if it was Forte or whoever, I'm sure they were told the ball, listen, you hold on to that ball, do not. If you're going down, go down.
If I was the Packers, I would have let them score. I would have let them run it in and score. I would have had 40 minutes or 40 seconds, 45 seconds to
try to come back and tie it.
Right, try to come back and tie it. Well, Bradovich and Pavone on Score, Sports Radio 670. The Suburban Tire Post-Game Show live at Fat Sam's. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Linnell, Carl, Vandero, Scott, Jason, Gary, Tazuma.
Hang in there, guys.
Hang in there. We'll be right back.
We Now return to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, live from Fat Sam's Bar and Grill at 1225 East 9th Street in Lockport. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetirementAdvocate.org, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
He'll take it at his own 37-yard line, running right. Hester cuts it in midfield. Hester to the 40. Hester to the 30. Hester to the 20. Hester to the 10. Cuts back to the 5. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! And that, my friends, is a dozen for Devin. 12 return touchdowns in his career as a return man. And that one gives the Bears the lead. But you are ridiculous.
We like Devin Hester as our punt return all along. We haven't been pleased with what, with the production we've gotten from there. But you have to stay patient sometime with them. As you talk to most opponents, they'll still tell you that there's fear when Devin goes back there, and you just have to stay with him. The guys did a great job blocking for him, but again, he's back. And we like seeing him back there.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
The new number is 1-888-LIMO-SOURCE, and the new website, www.celebrationlimousineservice.com. Celebration. Our tag is every ride is a celebration.
There you go. And then talking about websites, Buffone.com. I do this now. I'm starting to do this and starting to write stuff about the good, the bad, and the ugly about the Chicago Bears. So if anybody wants to find out what's more that I want to say about this, it's Buffone.com. And the good, the bad, and the ugly. Let's go out to Scott in Marengo. Scott, trying to score. Scott.
Scotty.
Yeah, I'm here. I just got to take you off the speakerphone because I've been listening to you. I'm feeding my great
All right,
game
buddy.
here. Hold on for a minute.
Go ahead, Scott. Take your time. Have a drink.
Well, I'll be drinking too here in a minute. Just I think you when I get home.
Yeah.
But anyways, I was watching the game today. Fensick and Plank used to come to my high school football, dinners and stuff, and the phone was never made it there. He was probably too good for that. But
who cares?
You're not getting an echo. Are you still on speaker here?
No, go ahead. Come on, Scott.
Okay. Anyways, what I want to say, I'll tell you what, Jay has some kahunas behind him. Every time today, my fiance and I were watching it, and we're down 7-0. I'm like, don't worry about it. Because you know what? Jay comes out of the pocket. He'll take off. The man has confidence. It's the first time I've seen it in many years. It really excites me. It really does. We spent a lot of time at Grossman and Horton, God bless him. He's doing great in Denver. Obviously, it didn't go real well this weekend for him, but drew a lot of yards. And one thing I see, go ahead.
Scott, you know what we did? We paid a lot for Jay Cutler. We gave up 2 number ones, draft choices, and
I think a third round.
About a third round, but 2 number 1 draft choices, and we gave this kid a lot of money. And you're seeing what's happening now with it, with Mike Martz going to his strength. What Jay can do, he can move out of the pocket, throw with accuracy, he can do a lot of things. Last year, did we play to him? No, we did not. But now we're playing to his strengths, and it's good to see that because, again, we did pay a lot for this kid, guys, believe me. But guess what? He's stepping up to the plate. He's making it happen.
Yeah, I have no question about Cutler and how tough he is because, like I said, and I've said it many times, I watched him in Vanderbilt, and he ran a lot in Vanderbilt, and he ran for his life in Vanderbilt. And the fact is that he did it last year, and though last year I think his biggest problem was he was trying to do it all by himself. He was trying to make plays. He was trying to be Superman, and it couldn't be done. But this year he's more concentrated on what he needs to do with the football. He's not scared to go up with the football and try to make a play. And a perfect example of that was that last play, the interference call, And I'm telling you, he just threw that football up in the air there, and we got the interference call. How many times did you see him take the throws and throw them on his back, on his heel, backpedaling back?
Backpedaling.
And how strong that arm is, and put that ball right on the money.
Tell you, that's why you pay him the money, Doug.
Exactly.
That's why we gave up a ton for him and pay him a lot of money. That's what you're supposed to do, my friend.
Let's go out to Gary in Pekin, Illinois. Gary, on the score.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
How you doing, Gary?
Boy, I'm going to show my age now because I saw both you guys play in Wrigley Field.
You're an old man, Gary.
I know it. You don't have to rub it in for God's
I'm right there with you, though, buddy.
Hey, listen, one quick question. You know, as good as Devin Hester is on punt returns, why aren't we having him back on kickoffs? Because think of the kicker. He looks back there, he sees Devin Hester. He's going to go, oh, I can't kick it to him, and he hooks it out of bounds. We got it on the 40-yard line. If he kicks it to Hester, he brings it up probably even further. So, I mean, why don't we have him back there on kickoffs?
There are a couple of reasons. And the first reason is, because now he's considered a wide receiver. There's only so much you can do out there. And I think that's part of it. They want him to punt, and that's it, because they got to use him on offense. They got to use him
Manning's pretty damn good at bringing those kickoffs
back.
back.
That's the second one, Ed, and you're absolutely correct.
Pretty damn good.
Manning is outstanding. He led the league last year. In the last game, the last time they had Johnny Knox do it, because probably why they did do that, because Manning's been out in the football field all day because the defense has been out there. So they got guys they can rotate in and out there. But I think Manning does such a terrific job of returning kickoff. I want Devin Hester with the punts. And then, of course, if they're going to use him in offense and wide receivers, then certainly you got to give him a break somewhere along the line. Let's go out to Linnell on the south side. Linnell, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
OB.
Yes, sir.
And Doug,
what's up,
you
buddy?
know what? You are my hero, even if Tina Turner said we don't need another one. Because you made an excellent point. First of all, about Lovey. We all know self-preservation is the first law of nature.
Absolutely.
And when you are on the hot seat, due to your arrogance after the Super Bowl. I remember Lawrence Holmes making a reference about just trust me, that comment he made. Now the heat is on. He's been humbled, and now he's allowing, more importantly, Marks and Tice to be who they are.
He's not getting in their way.
Absolutely. And more importantly, I think in the red zone, I would like to see a little bit more sprint outs of the quarterback. I think that'll give them a lot better option. And, obviously they're going to develop the running game, but more importantly, I just believe in Tice and Marks. And I believe that Lovey is going to continue to allow them to be who they are. And the reason why is all because his job is on the line. Thanks. I'll listen to y'all.
Yeah, and don't forget, too, you're talking about two guys who were head coaches at one time. And don't forget, too, that Mike Martz, that Lovey was under him when he was in St. Louis. And so that's all the respect that you're going to give these guys and just say, you know what the hell you're talking about, take it and run with it. Same thing defensively with Marinelli.
Doug, what I think would happen here, though, you know what it is, and what it boils down to, I guess that Potash, I believe he writes for the Sun-Times.
Mike,
Doug? Yeah. He wrote an article about a week ago or so.
Mark Potash.
Mark Potash about Lovey, about why he is not so liked or whatever. I'm not quite sure how it all read and went down. But I'll tell you what, I think it's what really upsets people is basically, I don't know how else to put it, is arrogance. He's not explaining anything. If you came here to ask questions about, remember last year?
Sure.
If you came here to ask questions about our offensive line or offense, well, then we have nothing to talk about. That was after a game. Excuse me? You're the head coach. You're getting paid $5 million, and that's your answer?
Ed, do you remember, go back some time, you and I were talking about the fact about assistant coaches. Remember we said, where did these guys come from? They were out of college. Nobody had any NFL experience. And so why you can become humble is because Mike Marsh knows what the hell he's doing.
Right.
Tice knows what the hell he's doing.
Correct.
Marinelli knows what the hell he's doing. You can't pull the wool over these guys. And so you got to say to them, you're going to come and join me, put together this team, then we're going to give you everything you can to do it. You're by yourself. And I think he couldn't do that with the other guys as assistants.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you, Doug. But I'll tell you what, though. But the thing that's happening here, it's so refreshing to see. And I imagine, I think all the callers, wow, look at that board, still lit up like that, Doug. That's unbelievable. What is it, like quarter to 1 in the morning, and then this board is lit up? Wow.
This was a big
God bless you callers and you Bear fans, and I'll tell you what, God love you. Thanks there for hanging in with us here.
Yeah, we got the thank yous, and thank you all for calling in. Thank you all for talking about this game, big win for the Chicago Bears, and thanks to Brendan McCaffrey. That's our guy. That's our the crack producer.
Crack producer.
And Chris Tannehill, Herb Lawrence.
Herb Lawrence.
Herb right here. Herb doing a great job. Brian Kovacs, Lisa Gervasio, and Ashley Jones, Lawrence Holmes, and Les Grobstein, the best, by the way.
There is
let me tell
nobody.
you, no better than Les Grobstein.
You people want to listen to somebody.
All you guys on the phone right now,
you stay on the phone.
Stay on the phone. Les will be there, and
Les
I guarantee you'll get the correct answer.
There is nobody, bar none, nobody better than the Gropper.
The Gropper.
Especially on a night that the Bears beat the Pats.
There you go, Gropper.
Guys, how you doing?
How you doing, Les?
All right, Les.
Les, a lot of people want to talk about it.
It doesn't get any better than this, except if it's in the Super Bowl.
Hey, Les.
Yes,
you
Eddie.
got a whole board lit up here, and I'm sure these people are going to be firing on.
That's a tribute to you guys. You guys are awesome.
Well, you're our hero, buddy.
I watch you guys play, too. Just remember that.
There you go, kiddo.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Thank Fat Sam.
Yeah, Fat Sam
Thank
and all the
Fat
people there to
Soul
help
for
everybody.
Fat Sam. Great job. Next week, the Giants. We'll take them on Sunday night, and we'll kick their ass, too. Good night, everybody.
And now, live from Total Sports Bar and Grill at 523 Fairway Drive in Naperville, it's time for the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with your hosts, former Bear greats Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetirementAdvocate.org, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago Sports Station.
Snap to Cutler, back to throw. Dodging, weaving, but in trouble, and down he goes. Back near the 35-yard line. All kinds of pressure coming. Sack of 4 by O.C. Umenyiora. Jay Cutler operate from center, takes the snap. Play fake to Forte. Gets to the pocket. He's met by Blue. Justin Tuck gets there along with Chris Canty. Second sack on the second series of Jay Cutler. 10 sacks now in the year given up by the Bears. Cutler on the takeaway gets good protection. Throws left. It's intercepted by the Giants at the 28. Greg Olsen was all twisted. Terrell Thomas out of USC. The interception of Jay Cutler, and that's a big one. The Giants have the football at the Bear 28-yard line. 1st and 10 going in. Shotgun snap to Jay Cutler. Stepping up. Here comes Umenyiora again. Hammers the ball out from Cutler. It's loose on the ground. Recovered by the Giants at the Bear 28-yard line. You felt him coming. Jay did not. And the Giants are wiping out the Bears right now with this pressure. Snap to Cutler. Sets up short in the pocket. Sprinting right. Here comes nothing but Blue after him. He steps out of the 20-yard line right before the linebacker was hunting him down. Jonathan Goff, the middle linebacker. That counts as a sack, by the way. That's 6. Snap to Cutler, back to throw. Has time, looking around. Nobody's open. He's going to go down again at the 12. It's Justin Tuck. Nobody's getting open. Cutler's getting sacked left and right. That's 7. And we've got 6:13 to play in the first half. It's a 2nd and 9. Giants bringing 4, now 5th. Here's the blitz. Cutler in trouble. Down he goes at the 11. Corner blitz, Aaron Ross. 9 sacks of Jay Cutler in the first half. 1st and goal from 3. Manning takes, handing off to Bradshaw. He runs into Manning. Bradshaw bulls his way to the goal line, to the end zone, and a touchdown, New York. 3-yard run. Bears are just 69 yards of total offense. They go eye right behind Collins. Play action. Collins going to throw. Winds up over the middle, overthrew. Olsen intercepted at the 8-yard line. Intercepted by the Giants. It's Terrell, or make that Deion Grant with the interception. Overthrew Olsen.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, we're live. We are live. The Bears are not live, but we are live at Total Sports in Naperville. O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And what a game, a terrific game by the Chicago Bears. The Bears offense played more like the marshmallows of the Midway, not the monsters. You know, someday you're the hydrant, Ed, and some days you're the dog. And today the Bears were the hydrant. I never saw a poor game, a piss-poor game in a long time. I'm telling you what, if I was a quarterback for the Chicago Bears, I'd ask for battle pay. What they did, what happened to that football team. Unbelievable. And the Giants are nothing to write home about either, by the way. The fact is the Bears went there, and I am telling you, I never seen an offensive line get beat so badly. And not only that, the quarterbacks themselves a lot of times holding the football too long. This football game, and last week I remember Ed and I were watching the game, and Cutler kept getting hit. And Ed looks at me and he said, matter of time before that kid is knocked out. I said, Ed, I've seen this kid in Vanderbilt take a beating. He took a beating in Denver.
No.
He took a beating. It happened tonight. And the concussion, I don't know how long this is going to last either, because concussions are something that it could be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. It could be a long time. All I know is this. Without him at the helm, forget about it. Put a fork in it.
You know what, Doug? The interesting thing, and you sit and you watch the game, and I've got a couple of pages of everything negative. And what the thing that was unbelievable to me, unconscionable as a matter of fact, is we went to maximum protection. We brought in 2 tight ends and kept Forte in the backfield. That's 8 people blocking. The quarterback gets the ball, so there's only 2 people that you could throw to. 8 people twice, and they got sacked. Another time, it was a max, Doug, of 7 people. The 2 tight ends stayed in again, and those are the ones that are supposed to be the blockers. They blew right by him again. Now, when you go to maximum protection in this National Football League to try to save your quarterback, and they can't do it, if Lovie Smith doesn't think that he has a problem, and the first quarter of the season's over with, they're 3-1. They got another thing coming here, Doug. I don't know who the hell's going to wind up playing quarterback for this team.
Well, I got to tell you, you talked about the 2 tight ends, and you saw the one time they had Olsen back there
Doug,
to make him. He blows it. He whiffed the guy, went right by him. And Mano Maliuna, they brought him in especially, paid $300.
He's embarrassing.
Well, he did everything. Oh, Miguel on left tackle had 2 or 3 false starts. I am telling you something. If I'm the quarterback of this team, I don't know if I want to play.
You know,
I mean, Henny was out there, and you could see in his eyes, what if he goes down? It just, can you be that bad? Because I'm telling you, the Giants, I know, have a good defensive line, and a couple of the guys weren't even there to play. But the fact is, can you be that bad? I mean, can you go for what Mike Martz did the last couple games, this bad, this game? I mean, is that possible? And I'm telling you, without Cutler, put a fork in it. It's not going to happen. Even though they got Carolina next week and they got some weaker teams coming up. But this was an out-and-out ass-kicking. This was something that 9 sacks in the first half. 9 sacks, I think that's an NFL record. It's an NFL record. 9 sacks in the first half. We had minus 13 yards passing in the first half. Cutler had a quarterback rating of 40. We couldn't run the football either. To come into this football game, the Giants were ranked 26th against the run. They were ranked 4th against the pass. And we could not even run against them, Ed.
First 3 series, we had 1 running play. First 3 series. And what's amazing, Doug, on the very important 3rd down conversion, first half we went 0 for 7. And in the completion, the net average, listen to this one, folks, per pass was a minus 0.7.
In the first half.
In the first net yards passing, minus 13 in the first half. The thing that I don't understand is what we see Cutler, we've seen him go the first few games, Doug, where they'd move the pocket on him. He'd go to the weaker, strong side. They'd come up with a lot of play action. I mean, really mixed it up. And what did you see? It was like jailbreak. He dropped back. Sometimes he didn't even get back, and they were on him. Why didn't he move the pocket? Why didn't he come with more play action? Instead, what they tried to do is go with maximum protection, and it blew up in their face.
Well, I got to tell you, though, after a while, maybe you can't scheme anymore. Maybe you have to realize and take a good look at it. A lot of us try to hide the fact that, the offensive line was coming around.
Doug, you cannot hide that problem.
Well, we saw
it's
that tonight.
Lovey dismisses
We
it.
saw that tonight, Ed.
Jerry Angelo
I know.
dismisses it. We don't have that problem. My Lord, you got to be living on the planet Pluto to see that we have a bad line.
Well, that line showed itself tonight. And again, too, how many quarterbacks we got left? How many quarterbacks can play? We don't have any quarterbacks. And after a while, like I said with Cutler, who knows what they're going to say about him? We saw what happened to Collins. And Ed says to me, well, good thing Haney's in there because he can run.
That's
well,
right.
That's true.
That's right.
You know,
well,
that's the truth. That's
his
it.
strength. He can run.
Run for his life.
That's right.
You know? So, I mean, this is terrible, guys. And when I say terrible, we're not talking about the fact that I don't think the Giants are they're an okay football team, but nothing like we saw tonight. Nothing that we should take that type of beating. Yet again, in the first half, it was still just 3-0. I told Ed, we might win this thing. They'll make a big play. But when Cutler went down, when he was out of it, that was it. The ball game was over. The Bear offense is over, and you can put a fork in it.
Doug, there's no way that they could color anything the way they want to color with the offensive line. That was his fourth game of taking a hell of a beating, folks. And I'm going to tell you, I don't care. He's a big, strong kid. He's about 6'3", weighs about 225 pounds. But I'm going to tell you something. You get pounded for 4 games, I tell you, it's going to take its toll, and it finally took its toll on him in New York tonight. And again, my question is, why didn't they move him out? Why didn't they go to more play action? When you saw in the second half, when New York started moving the ball, they started running a little bit, and then what did they came with? They came with play action, sucking the linebackers in and popping the ball right over their heads.
You know, to have play action, though, Eddie, and you're right about that, but to have play action, you got to be able to run the ball. We couldn't even run the damn
Doug,
ball.
I understand it, but the fact of the matter is, the 4 down linemen and the 3 linebackers, I have to tell you this, that at play action, the first thing, those front 7 they're responsible for the run. That's their first reaction, is the run. And then they react after that. So whether you can run the ball or not, it's smart to have it, Doug, especially when you can't block anybody.
Well, that's the other point. The point is the fact that you want to get rid of the football. And this is the problem when you have a 7-step drop. When this thing happens like it is, when you're starting to get nailed, just like they did in Dallas, do 1, 2, 3, get rid of the damn ball. That's 2.5 seconds to 2.8 seconds when you're supposed to get rid of the ball. That's the adjustment I was looking for, like they adjusted in Dallas. They did not do that tonight. They kept going back to the 7-step drop, and then Cutler trying to move around and trying to take his time, and all of a sudden he's getting racked every direction. There's a lot of things that were so wrong tonight that it's hard to pin it all down. But basically what you're talking about here, this offense stinks at this point in time. What happened to it? How could you go from he was averaging 10 yards per attempt before this. They averaged tonight, the offense quarterbacks averaged tonight 1.2. How the hell can you do that? How can you drop so miserably? And that's the question. And we look at the offensive line, we got to point that direction.
And there's another. It's not
part
like,
of it,
it's
not all
like
of it.
The Giants overwhelmed us. I mean, the Giants, they were struggling too.
Well, it was 3-0 at halftime.
But I'll tell you what, we didn't like the luck before we've had. If you folks remember the first few games, a couple of those interceptions you saw were tip balls, and our other guys were there to get it. You saw a couple of tip balls.
Didn't happen.
Didn't happen today, folks. Did not happen today.
And in the first half, third down conversions, we were 0 for 7. We didn't even get a first down off of third down. So all these things happened tonight. And again, too, you regroup, you go into Carolina. But I got to tell you, it all depends what's going on with Cutler, whether he's going to be healthy or not. And the offensive line finally showed its colors. I mean, it really did tonight. O'Meal, he got burned. He got, not only that, the false starts he had,
Doug,
the whole 9 yards.
I can't impress enough here, Doug, before we go to break here, that you go maximum protection, folks. That's almost like your last bastion. That's your last hope. How you can keep 8 guys in to block, and they get mauled and run over, and Cutler gets sacked. That's impossible.
No, it isn't. It's not impossible. You know why? If you keep 20 guys in and they don't block anybody, it doesn't matter. And that's exactly what happened. They went around Olsen like he was standing still. Monty Malauna, he stood there like a 300-pound guy that we paid $3 trillion to. You could keep 50 guys in there, but you're supposed to block somebody and hit somebody and stop somebody. And they didn't do that, Ed.
No, they didn't.
And that maximum protection, that's what he sends in. Well, we got to protect Cutler. That doesn't work unless your guy's up there blocking. And they didn't block one damn person when they kept those guys in there.
But here's the good thing about it all, Doug. They're 3-1, and guess who they're playing next week?
Carolina.
Well,
I got to tell you, I'm not sure. If they play like tonight, Carolina will whip our ass too.
Doug, you're being a little too critical.
I think you're right. He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. O'Bradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767.
Giants have Hakeem Nicks to the left side. Steve Smith to the right out of the eye. Snap to Eli Manning. Sets the throw. Peppers got to him. Knocks the ball out. It's loose. Bears fall on it at the 48-yard line.
Today's player of the game, Julius Peppers, is brought to you by the auto owner insurance agent of Fazio Insurance in Joliet, Illinois. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit their website at FazioInsurance.com. This is the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. O'Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And one of the patrons come up to me and asked me to give out this message. This goes out to Dave Brendan. Happy birthday from Mary and Jess. They said they love you. Two good-looking girls, Brenda, Dave, you're a lucky man. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Bob in Bensonville. Bob, you're on the Score.
Yeah, hi, Doug. Hi, OB. I don't even know where to start, man.
Yeah.
You guys been playing since the '60s. I've been watching the Bears since '84, and I ain't saying this because I'm just upset or I'm drinking or nothing. This has got to be the worst game I've ever seen. I mean, I've lived through Ditka, Tobin, Wanstead, Duran. I've never, ever, in 26 years, I'm 33 years old, seen a game where the quarterback has been sacked and hurt that many times to the point where we had to rely on a third-string quarterback. I saw Lance Lewis get beat several times. I saw Schaefer get beat several times. These were stunts or traps. These were just one-on-one matchups. They just got flat-out beat. It's like they were flat-out scared, they were too slow, or not strong enough, and it's just that it's just so frustrating. And then you got to rely on your third-string quarterback to win a game, and you can't do that. It's just really frustrating. And the other thing is that if you don't have time to throw, well, why aren't the quarterbacks in a shotgun? You're going to rely on a 7-step drop and waste 2 seconds when 2 seconds is too much to waste when they're going to sack you. Well, where's the shotgun? And the stupid blot Bimbo, whoever she is, we made adjustments. What adjustments? There's no stunts or traps or double teams. It was all one-on-one. They just got beat one-on-one, And it's like, the first 2 or 3 games, I was saying, and I was right. I was saying the Bears were lucky because of some flags and some bad penalties and some bad, not catching the ball, with Detroit. And that looks like what it is. I don't want another 13-3 season where they just get flat out lucky and just barely making in the playoffs.
Bob, let me tell you what everybody seems to forget. What happened? I know we're 3-0. Okay?
You're something wrong with your microphone there, Ed. I don't know, it's not working. There it is.
Excuse me. Some people seem to forget the first 3 games, how we won those football games. We had difference makers making the plays. We had tip balls for interceptions, and we had some miracle things happen. And when I'm talking about that, if you go back to last week, we talk about our offense moving the ball, Cutler averaged 10 yards a pass, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If Devin Hester doesn't run that punt back, along with the Green Bay Packers, 18 penalties for 152 yards. If he doesn't run that punt back, folks, we lose that game. Our offense scores 13 points.
But, Ed, here's the point, though, and you're right.
No, that is the point.
No, there's even goes beyond that. I never saw a beating like we got today. You're talking about the fact that Hester ran about it, what she did, but today was a runaway. It was 9 sacks in the first half. You didn't see that the first 3 games. Yeah, there was a sack here, a sack there, maybe 3 sacks.
Doug,
not 9 in the first half.
Doug, what happened in the first 3 games? it wasn't a total jailbreak. It was a semi-jailbreak.
Tonight was a total jailbreak.
And then March made some adjustments. Some of those adjustments I didn't see tonight. I don't know why, for what reason or whatever, but I know one of the adjustments they did make, and again, and I can't believe that these guys make millions of dollars, folks. Millions of dollars to play 16 games. I'm talking millions. And I'm going to tell you something. You have, and I'm going to say it again, 8 people, max pass protection, because that's what March went to stop this jailbreak, and it meant nothing. And I can't even put it in words how pathetic that is. Where is the pride of those guys in the offensive line? My God, it comes down to sooner or later, folks. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. Man against man. You know who the guy is. You know where the play's going, if it's a run or a pass. You know who the hell you have to block. And you mean to tell me you're going to take a beating for 60 minutes? Give me a break. Somewhere along the line, Doug, little personal pride's got to step up.
Well, yeah, the personal pride, which wasn't there tonight, but maybe just to answer your question is maybe you talked about they're getting millions. How about this? Maybe they're just overpaid. The fact is, when you take a look at some of these guys and the reputation they're supposed to have, like they went out and got this Mano Maliuna.
Oh, my
and they
God.
said, here's a guy that's 280, 300 pounds. They were going by like he was standing still. Olsen himself let guys go right by him. That's the maximum protection you said was there.
Yeah,
but was not there. He called the right thing, the maximum protection, but these guys don't block. Why is that?
You folks that TiVo'd the game or something, watch it. Watch. Just watch
It's
it
fun unless you're the quarterback.
With the maximum protection, and watch what happens to Cutler, and watch this. What does he weigh, Doug?
280.
280. Watch this guy block.
I'm telling you, it's just amazing.
Aye.
I know that we were lucky in some of these parts of these games, the first 3 games.
Yes, we were very lucky.
But this was beyond luck. This was when we look at this thing, we look at ourselves and we say, it wasn't even close. It was 3-0 at halftime, and we were sacked 9 times. How good are the Giants if that's the case? 3-0. And we're out there still battling, and I'm saying to myself, how could this possibly be? The fact was, I'll say we had some luck in the first 3. But this was not even close. We weren't good enough to even get lucky. That was the problem. And now you take a look at it, how in the hell do you change that? What do you do about that? When it's finally right there in front of your face, and now I'm telling you something. If Cutler isn't in this ball game, you can put a fork on it. Go home and watch hockey.
The thing that you got to think about that's really bothersome is you got Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith. Those are the 2 main guys bringing people in and getting rid of them. And they brought all these people in again, and these are the people that they think are going to block for Jay Cutler. They're going to take us to the Super Bowl. That's what they know about talent. It's right in front of you, folks. You can't hide from this one. They cannot hide, Doug.
Well, not after tonight they can't
No,
hide.
they can't.
Let's go out. We're taking a break here. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire post-game show. Abradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose 17-3. I shouldn't say lose. Got massacred 17-3. Nobody's left to play. We'll be right back.
Tell the callers ring.
Good Hands play of the game is brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Collins on the takeaway, has time, zips a pass. Behind Olsen, but he rearranges himself and gets the pass for a Bear first down to the Giant 35. How about that?
Nice in-flight adjustment by Greg Olsen there. He saw the ball coming to his backside shoulder, was able to turn, focus, catch, and control.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak also on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss 17-3 to the New York Giants. And listen to Lovey talking Well, there are times you think he needs a charisma transplant. I'm listening to this guy, and I'm saying to myself, I understand that you have to keep your cool. I couldn't do that. I couldn't keep my cool. You know, the sun will come up tomorrow. You just got blown away. You know, I would think there would be something in there that says, hey, what the hell happened? But apparently not. It's 3-1. As he looks at it in quarters, we'll go back to work, which probably is the right thing to do. But I can't see how you can't be really, really upset about what happened today.
2 of his quarterbacks went out.
Yeah, you lost 2 quarterbacks. Your offensive line should be put in jail for murder. That's what I would do. Because the fact is they were getting these guys killed. And I thought if the game would have lasted longer, they'd have got Henny too, by the way. And there's no question about it. Let's go out to Chad in Atwood. Chad, you're on the score.
Chad,
Chad's
you're
gone.
up.
Let's go out to Spanky in Sedona, Arizona.
Hey guys, how you doing tonight?
What's up, Spanks?
Hey, not too much. Hey, I thought I saw it bad today when I saw the Cardinals get whooped up until today, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. And you know what? Marks has a little bit of the fault because of the play calling and the adjustments. But, man, there's only so much that the coaches can do. The players have to play the game, and it was like a gate. I mean, come on, guys. We saw this in the preseason when we saw our offensive line getting killed, and it comes back to Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith. Just like Ed said, they picked these guys.
That's right.
They thought they were going to be able to do the job, and the only job that they're qualified to do is to serve the condiments up by the food.
Hey,
so I appreciate your time, guys, and warm the buses up and get those guys out of town. And it's time to bring in some new coaches and stuff.
Spanky, it's not like we've ever given up a sack in the first 3 games. I mean, our quarterbacks have been pressured the first 3 games, and I know we're 3-0, but those were some unbelievable wins. I mean, they were just incredible, and it's amazing to me, Doug. In this day and age, these athletes, supposedly the way they train, it's this, their weight, their speed, their quickness, their this, their that. And the thing that totally and completely bothers me, Doug, is to take a beating like this and not retaliate. To take it for 4 quarters and have them shove it down your throat. And again, I'll say it again, Doug, they know who the hell they're playing against, and they know where they got to go with a play to run block and pass block. And sometimes it's enough is enough. But it didn't happen. Nobody stood up to the plate and let them take beating after beating after beating.
Well, not only that, the fact is that if you take a look at the past, they were 3-0. Anybody out there in your wildest imagination would have figured this out and said, look, you wait, the Bears are going to get sacked 9 times in the first half. You would have laughed at them. You would have said, no, come on, I know their offensive line is not that good. We'll give that offensive line a C average. It's not that, but they can hold enough, they can do enough to let Cutler get away with some stuff and pass some things and get some things done. It wasn't even close, Ed. It wasn't even close. Now, the fact is, I think, and then here's the other thing, Mike Martz, too, basically, I think should have went into the shorter drops, the 3-step drops like he did in Dallas.
He should have
didn't
moved the
do
pocket.
That. Didn't do a lot of things that could have helped out tonight.
That's right.
They stayed with the 7-step drop. Meanwhile, he's stepping out of the way, and then he's trying to get something done. He held the football a lot of times too long. But still, when it's all said and done with, it comes back to the offensive line. It comes back to that offensive line that did not block anybody. And that's a fact, and that's what we saw tonight. Let's go out to Black Physicist. Black Physicist, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, always an honor to speak with you guys.
Fire away, kiddo.
You basically took all of my thunder, but you're right. The offensive line is totally culpable in this. I'd also like to wonder why Mike Martz did not make an adjustment over on the left tackle. I've said this before. I'm going to say this again. This is the deficiency of the Bears team. I always see on the left side, we don't have anybody that can pick up a good block where we can maybe put a bootleg, a swing, a hitch. Why not be creative? We don't have that. That's all I have to say.
But right, what you're talking about, yes. But also, he did make some adjustments. and to try to stop from getting his quarterback mauled back there. And again, I'll just say it again. He went to max protection, and that broke down, which again to me falls under the word impossible. That's impossible. That cannot happen at this level, the fourth game of the 2010 season, and something like that happened. Eight people trying to block 4, and they can't do it.
Yeah, and it's a shame. I mean, it's a shame because worse than that, you just lost the quarterback, and I don't know what the situation is, what's going on with him, but I know with these concussions, they could range from 1 week to 3 weeks to 4 weeks. You just don't know. And the fact is that when you lose Cutler, well, you lose your chances totally, all the way around. And that's the problem we have right now.
And this league is
it's
not
a
league
grabs.
of, there's not 2 or 3
No.
or 5 or elite teams in here.
Not
the
at all.
Bears are basically could still be in it. I mean, they go to Carolina. I don't even know if Carolina's won a football game so far.
No, they got Buffalo coming up. There's another team
that's
they could
another
whip.
team they could win. So there's really barn-burning teams in the league. So if they can make some adjustments here, how the hell they're going to do it, I don't know. But I'm going to tell you something. What somebody better do on that football team, and that's Lovie Smith. He's the head guy. Is he's got to go to these people. He's got to go to their heart and their mind and their guts. You can't take a beating like that, folks. I don't give a damn who you are. 4 quarters, and you get slapped around like a little puppy. Disgrace.
Maybe this the other part that they could do. And the fact is, I'm all for the passing game, and I told you this whole league is turning into a passing league. But a lot of times when you start getting slapped around like that, you have to go with your running backs, go with your running game. And this shows you what kind of offensive lineman, too. They couldn't do that. They could not do that. The Giants, and let me repeat this, the Giants were ranked 26th against the run. And we couldn't run the ball because normally what happens when your quarterback's getting slapped around, then you take it to them. You become physical and say, we're going to drive the football down your throat, which the Giants started to do with the Bears in about the third quarter. So you try to do that, but we can't even get off the line of scrimmage
Doug,
to block
they had
anybody.
one run the first 3 series
Right.
we had the ball.
But after that, they tried it. They couldn't get 2 yards. I think we gained, total 59 yards.
Yeah.
But the whole thing was their attempt, obviously not there. So all in all, what's happening here is the fact that they have to sit back and say, what do we have to do now? How do we get better? I am telling you, if Cutler's not in there, you can put a fork in it. I'm going to keep saying it because that's the difference in this football club to score. They need Cutler to play. And if they don't have Cutler, then they got a major, major problem on their hand. Let's go out to Jeff in San Francisco. Jeff, you're on the score.
How you guys doing? I told you before when I called a few years ago that the first time I called it, I watched you guys play in Wrigley Field. This was the most inept performance by an offensive line I think I've ever seen. That includes under Jim Dooley, under Abe Gibran, and those were some pretty awful offensive lines. But this is even worse. The Bears have not been able to block all season. I don't know how they were 3-0. I don't know if they were lucky or football's weird now or
Some
what.
miracle plays, my friend, in all 3 games.
But what I want to say, though, that's not even what I called about. The problems here, I don't even want to talk about the players or the coaches. The Bears have lousy ownership. That is the problem. They have owners who care far more about making money than they care about winning. That's why they got an accountant for a team president instead of a football guy who doesn't know what the hell he's doing. So he hires Jerry Angelo, who doesn't know what he's doing, who hires Lovie Smith. None of these guys are competent to do their jobs, and the Bears are never going to have a consistently good football team until they either get new ownership or until the ownership changes their attitude. And that's the problem with this team.
Now, here's the problem, Jeff. The fact is this, very simple. The Bears spent over $100 million last year. They're spending the money. You got to get the right players in here. Now, the Julius Peppers deal, he's paying off because he played tonight, too. I thought he played a pretty damn good football game, and he was worth every penny of it. But the fact is they're spending the money. It's the fact that who in the hell they're bringing in. And so that's what you have to look at. Who's out there bringing these ball players in? Who found the Miel and give him all the money he got? Who found Tommy Harris, who could play dead tonight? They put him in there to play after last week's debacle and the fact that they benched him. He was nowhere to be found tonight to play. And so you're finding all these guys. Manu Malanula, what has he done? Where did he give in all this money that was spent? They're spending the money. They're spending the money on the wrong people. And that's part of the problem. It goes back to football sense. They've got to start bringing some people in here. They knew going in, Ed, that they needed an offensive line. Now, it's too late now. You can't go out and find an offensive lineman now. It's impossible. So where are you going to find them? They're going to have to come up with something next year, or else they're not going to have a quarterback. They're going to have a dead quarterback, and that's a fact with Cutler, because you know why?
But the scary thing, Doug, is those are the people we've got. Jerry Angelo and Lovie Smith. And trust me, they two get together. Those are the ones that are making decisions. And Jerry Angelo is not going to shove something down Lovie Smith's throat if he really thinks it's not going to work on his 53-man roster. But they do come to an agreement. And you see it time after time, and they don't think there's a problem with the offensive line. It's their own words. Their own words. No, there's no problem here.
Well, that's a fact.
My Lord.
But they spent that money, what they did spend it. They tried O'Meal. They brought him in here. They spend a lot of money on him. How's that worked out for you? I mean, how's that worked out for you?
Well, you know what? That's a whole other show talking about drafts with Jerry Angelo.
Well, I'm just saying, though, the fact is you just made the point. You made the right point. They're not good enough.
No, they're not.
They're not good enough to play. And so what do you want? Do you want Cutler to cover their ass? Do you want Julius Pepper to cover their ass, or Urlacher? You just don't have the guys in there that's good enough to be an offensive line. Let me tell you something. This Cutler could be one of the all-stars in this league. He's not going to do it the way it's going now. He's lucky he can survive, as far as I'm concerned. Let's go out to Lawrence. Lawrence, you're out there, buddy. Lawrence Holmes.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to update you on what was going on. We just finished talking with the Bears head coach and the players inside the locker room. Jay Cutler with a concussion. There wasn't word on whether it happened on one specific play or if it was just the cumulative effect of getting sacked 9 times and getting hit, countless other times in the game. Some of the reaction in the locker room from Bears players, Greg Olsen called their performance inept. Matt Forte called their performance embarrassing. And Olin Kreutz, when I asked Olin Kreutz about whether it's an issue of balance, of them protecting their quarterback better if they were able to run the ball better, he said they have to just bleeping block better. And it isn't about the scheme. It isn't about Mike Martz. It isn't about balance. It's about them getting beat and getting beat routinely in this game by the Giants' defensive end and that one time when they sent a corner blitz.
You know, Lawrence, the fact is that we know, and Ed and I talked about, we got a lot of breaks in those first 3 games to win those games. I understand that. I never would have expected it to be this bad. I would never expected 9 sacks in the first half. I would never expect guys going by us like we weren't standing there. I would never expect, even when he went max in protection, Ed and I were talking about it. You had Olsen in the backfield as a blocker, and he whiffs on a guy and almost gets Cutler killed on that one play. They hit him from behind. What's the excuse for that? I mean,
I don't know if there is one, Doug, except that they need to be better. And this all came with Matthias Kiwanuka not even being suited up.
Not even up there, right.
Their best pass rusher. Let me just go over the statistics. We just got them in the full book. Half a sack for Goff. We have 3 sacks for Tuck. Canty had a sack. Umanura had 3 sacks. Cofield had a sack and a half. Aaron Ross had a sack. 10 total sacks, and 2 quarterbacks knocked out of the game. Cutler with a concussion and Todd Collins with a stinger. And the Bears have got to figure out a way to protect their quarterbacks a little bit better. And as I've told you through the first few weeks of the season, we're not allowed to talk with coordinators after the game. I would have really loved to talk with Mike Martz about some of the decisions that they made, especially closing out the first half and some of the play calling decisions that they made that may have put Jay Cutler in more peril.
Lawrence, the one thing that the offensive line doesn't have, and what it is, they don't have technique. They do not have technique. You're into your 4th game or quarter of the season, and 4 games, it's been first 3 were a mild jailbreak, and tonight was a jailbreak. You got to have technique. There is no technique. Our guards, our tackles, they have no technique. Therefore, they can't situate block. They can't slide block. Try to take a man on man. It's not there. They have no technique. And how do you fix it? How do you fix it?
Stuff on tape for other
Go
teams
to church.
Because They got, as far as their net yards passing, this is a scary number, 51. On the 10 sacks that they gave up tonight, they lost 63 yards of offense. And who knows when Cutler is going to be available. He's going to be reevaluated once they get him back to Chicago. He did watch the rest of the game from the Bears locker room, so at least that's one good sign that, you know, they didn't put him in a dark room and you know, they didn't just totally shut him down. He was paying attention to what was going on in the game, but I will be curious to know, and I don't know if we'll learn it from Jay, on when he felt like he was concussed, because it makes you wonder with some of the decisions that he made late in the first half, where he was holding on to the ball for a very long time, if his decision-making and vision were affected by the hits that he took. Was it just the last hit that put him out of the game, or had this been building for a little while?
Well, he took some shots prior to that. There's no question about it. And the one I tell you, I'll still go back to, Olsen almost got him killed. He was in the backfield being one of the protectors back there, and they were keeping 8 guys in trying to protect him, and he whiffed on a guy coming around the end. I mean, he hit Jay right in the back. I thought he killed him.
He missed on a block. Manu
another one missed on a block
as well.
Right. I mean, these things, this is what I don't understand. What I can't understand is you're getting beat. There's no question about that. And still at halftime, it was only 3-0. It's not like the Giants were that great. And the fact is, though, how can you go and fall that far down and not have the desire or like Ed said, the pride to come back second half to where you're saying to yourself, we got whipped, but we're going to come back and we're going to stick it right back in their face. I mean, not only they're not any good, they don't have any guts. And that's bad, other part of it. And that part really disturbs the hell out of me. You're seeing your quarterback getting beat to hell. They knock him out of the football game. Don't you get kind of pissed off when you see something like that? And I don't want to hear the sun's going to come up tomorrow and we're going to regroup and we're going to get ourselves together again. Somewhere along the line, someone's got to get damn mad.
Lawrence, let me tell you another thing that's right up front, too. The quarterback calls the play. They break the huddle, right? The center, the guards, the tackles, if it's maximum protection, everybody knows where they're going if it's a run play or a pass play. They know exactly who the hell he's supposed to block and where they're sitting. If it's a defensive lineman tackles. And you mean to tell me they can't do it for 4 quarters and then not on top of that, physically take a beating, almost get the quarterback killed, knock 2 of them out, and in the 4th quarter it's still happening? And I'll go back to Lawrence, there's no doubt in my mind. There was no fight. There was no courage to take a beating like that and not retaliate. I'll tell you what, I'd make a whole sweeping change. All 5 of those guys would be gone.
And the other thing, too, Lawrence, very simply, the guys you said were inept, they said, well, they were embarrassing. It's more than that. They were gutless tonight. And I'll tell you right now, they were gutless. That offensive line was gutless. You don't do that. When you play ball, I've been beaten many times. I've been knocked on my ass. But the fact is, you got to get up and you got to get back in somebody's face. I saw nothing like that. I saw nobody even give a damn about what's going on out there.
That's the thing that bothers me.
And exactly, because they take it like, we're going to take it, we're there, don't worry, beat the hell out of us, because you know what? It doesn't really matter. The sun will come up tomorrow. The hell with the sun. If you got to that thing, if you got to do that, if that can't get you, mad to play the damn game, Ed, then I don't know.
They take one quarterback, can't come out for the second half. The backup quarterback,
they knock him out.
They take him out, and guess what? The third quarterback comes in. It's just been a matter of time for him to go down. When do they take a look at themselves, folks? When do they take a look at themselves?
I'm wondering, guys. I look at the 2 tailbacks today, Forte and Chester Taylor, 15 carries for 48 yards.
Yeah.
It just seemed as if the Giants knew that the Bears were going to be in passing mode, and the defensive ends pinned their ears back, and they just came after them every single time. There didn't seem to be enough play calling espionage for the Bears to be able to move the ball, and it seemed like the Giants had their number.
Well, the other thing too, then, if you want to go back to that, if things like that do happen, you do more draws, you do more screens, you do something to slow them up. I didn't see much of that whatsoever. But the fact is this: going into this football game, I was planning this game in my mind mentally, and I looked at this game and I say, well, I'm playing against the Giants. Do you know the Giants are 26th against the run? And a bell should go off in my head. I would have tested the run right away. And not that I believe the pass is the big thing in the National Football League. Don't get me wrong. But the fact is you have to test them right away about running the football to get them there. Just like Ed said, then you want to come back with the play action, and you do that. I didn't see any of that. But that all being said, what I saw today was a gutless performance. Not embarrassing, not inept, but basically gutless performance for what they did to our offense. And if I was a quarterback, I'll tell you what, I'd be raving mad about what happened today.
Yeah, and we're going to find out if that's how Jay Cutler feels, and hopefully he'll be better soon so that the Bears won't be without their franchise quarterback. But they put him in peril in the first 4 games, and this was the first time when they paid for it. You know, the Giants got after Cutler. They've been living dangerously. I mean, you go back to every game they've played, living dangerously this year, and you finally saw what a lot of people have been predicting about Cutler over the last couple of months, is that this offensive line was going to put him in a position where he wasn't going to be able to finish games, or he was going to be knocked out and not be available.
Lawrence, I said it earlier in the beginning of this first quarter of this season that he's great. He's doing some things, but it's a matter of time before he's going to go down, Lawrence. Matter of time.
Yeah, they've got to figure some things out, OB, whether that's more run or better pass protection or guys making their blocks. And you pointed it out, guys. You had individuals who missed one-on-one assignments that both ended up in sacks of the quarterback, and those types of things can't happen.
Lawrence, thanks a lot. Have a safe trip back, buddy.
All right, guys.
Take care. That's Lawrence Holmes out there in New Jersey watching this fiasco, what happened tonight. Let's go out to Michael in Twin Lakes, Wisconsin. Michael, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Of course, thank you for taking my phone call. You both played before I was born, and my parents definitely and my grandparents definitely appreciated the blood, skin, and dedication you guys gave to the field. My son is 11 years old, and he has been playing football, tackle football, since he was 6, and been going since July this year, 5 nights a week. And they're undefeated. So because of his dedication and keeping his grades up, I let him stay up tonight to watch the game. And I'm 34, and it was the worst game I ever saw. But I told him, welcome to being a Bears fan. And, you know, you have a little faith because there's some good guys out there. And, you know, I love him very much. And he probably shouldn't still be up, but he listened to it in his room. I'm outside, and I appreciate the opportunity to get on the phone and tell him
Hey,
I love you. Yeah.
You said your team is undefeated?
Oh, yeah, we're the Bulldogs.
All right, what's the head coach's name? Maybe we could hire him.
We're Coach Bindle is our head coach.
Okay.
We in our league, if you get up by 24 points, you have to pull out your backfield. My son, he plays 4-back, and his name's Darren Michael Rita, and he is.
All right,
yeah, they're really kicking some butt.
All right, thanks, Mike. Let's go out to AJ in Naperville. AJ, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, how you guys doing?
All right, AJ.
What's up, AJ?
I just actually had 2 questions for you guys. One of them was the fact that I saw Jamarcus Webb and Edwin Williams on the field on the line. I wanted to know what the hell that was all about. And my second question was, I felt like Forte wasn't hitting the hole as hard as I saw Chester Taylor hitting it. And my question was, why don't they utilize him a little bit more in the offense? I mean, they paid him a lot of money.
I'll take the first part of the question, Doug. That was Mike Tice, our offensive line coach.
Looking for help.
Trying to do anything that he could, AJ, to put somebody in there, and hopefully they might do something, stop the flow, and that's what he did. Tice was trying every combination, everything he could, and everything failed.
And the second part of your question, hitting the hole, there weren't any. So there was no holes to hit. You're listening to Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. We are live at Total Sports in Naperville. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss 17-3 to the New York Giants. Drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. Number 1 in what matters most.
Snap. Eli Manning sticks to the belly. The ball is out. Bears have it.
Yep.
29-yard line of New York. Fumble recovery. Chris Harris. And the wind is apparently going right to left as we look at this from 40 yards. Snap. Spot. Kick by Robbie Gould. The kick fights to win, then it is good. The Bears finally are on the board. It took a long time. 10:58 remaining in the game.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. That's the drive of the game. The fact that you kicked a field goal, God bless you. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the New York Giants 17-3. And the more and more you talk about this game, and the more and more that I'm starting to get more irritated. And why it's happening to me is the fact that I didn't see a fight put up by the offensive line. I didn't see a fight put up by anybody offensively. Defensively, the fight was there. They just wore down at the end of the game. But I never saw nothing. I never saw anybody come back to the huddle getting mad or upset that their quarterback was laying there and they're taking him out in a body bag. One quarterback, two quarterbacks. And all of a sudden, these were one-on-one situations we saw. Guys were lined up on top of guys. Not that they were fooled. It was one thing, you beat me or I beat you. And you would think after the first half, even though the Bears were just down 3-0, they would come out in that third quarter and have some kind of pride, some kind of effort. They're going to say, they're not going to do this anymore to our quarterbacks. And that's what this game is all about. It's a team game. It's taking care of each other while you're out there. They were punching bags. They became punching bags for the whole 4 quarters. And that part is disturbing. And Lovey says he's going to fix it. Well, I'd like to know how in the hell you fix something like that, because that's an internal fix. That's fix on somebody, how they approach the game and what they got inside their belly, if they got any fire. Let's go out to Mike in Oak Forest. Mike on the score with OB and Doug.
OB, Doug, privilege and honor to speak with you. I'm 61 years old, and I knew when I played ball and any sport I played in, I didn't care if I was getting my rear end handed to me. I still came out there and I was going to bloody the other guy's nose. I wasn't going to lay down and take it. 2 minutes left to go in the game, more than 2 minutes left to go in the game. You don't even try, and you got the ball, you don't even try for a Hail Mary, anything. And you got one of the best kickoff returners in the game. So you get lucky and you catch a bottle of lightning with that third string quarterback. He gets a touchdown. They kick. You might be able to get the ball back, and you might never know. You might be able to get lucky once. But you see, all you see is Mr. Lovey sitting on the side doing his best Marcel Marceau impersonation. No heart, no guts. Well, there was heart and guts. It was their heart and our guts, and they laid them all over the field.
Well, that's about the size of it. The fact is, that last play, though, I guess they're thinking to themselves, hey, what if we lose Haney? One quarterback gone. I don't know. I mean, I don't have the answer to it. The game was pretty well shot by then. And you're right. You ought to take the chances every chance you get. But you're down to that. And you're down to also, too, if you think that quarterback's going to get more protection now than he got in the first 3 or 4 quarters, then you're dreaming, because it won't happen.
Some of these stats, folks, are absolutely staggering. First half, third down efficiency, 0 for 7. Total yards passing, net yards, minus 13 for an average of minus 0.7. I don't think in my life, I've ever seen stats like that before.
Not from Cutler. I mean, Cutler's quarterback rating was 40.7.
I'm sure they must have been somewhere.
Not like that, Ed.
But,
no,
that's
incredible.
Impossible. And then to go the game on third down efficiency, Doug, and go 0 for 13 in a football game.
This is impossible. You say it would be impossible, but I guess, too, if you're running for your life every second out there, that a lot of times it can't happen.
What is the answer? You know what I'm asking? I'll be asking Martz and Lovey. Okay, just take a look at the stats. Hey, guys, would be my question. If I'm a reporter, hey, guys, first half, 30 minutes of football, 0 for 7. Boom, 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 right down the line, Dougie. Why, guys? What happened? I'd like to hear him answer.
I'll tell you the answer. He's going to tell you the sun's going to come up tomorrow, and we're going to look at it, and this is 4 parts of the season, and we'll get better. We'll figure it out. That's his answer. But really the answer when it should be is the fact that our guys put up the white flag from the first play to the last play offensively on the offensive line. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670, Suburban Tire postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Billy, Justin, Anthony, Steve, Jeff, Pat, Bob, Harry,
We're going to get to you guys.
We'll get to you guys right after this.
Hang in there.
constantly evaluating everything we do. So we're going to go through the same process again. Of course, sometimes in the first, he took some hits. It's hard to say exactly when. Right now, I don't have all that information. We have to protect him more. Of course, you can only take so much. And tonight was a little bit too much for him. Hey, that's the question. I mean, we did make adjustments. Sometimes they just don't work. Sometimes, we're, of course, pretty critical of we're pretty critical of what we did tonight, but you have to give the Giants a lot of credit, too. They came ready to play. They had their backs up against the wall, and they responded.
Welcome back to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. That was Lovie Smith talking about the fact that,
the Giants came ready to play.
Remember
the Giants?
You remember 2 years ago? You and I went nuts in the Green Bay game.
Green Bay Packer game.
They
You
said,
brought it up.
He said
they came with a purpose.
They had a purpose. And
he said they had it when we got
whomped.
Yeah. He says they came with a purpose.
And we didn't.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You take a look at this game. I'd be damn mad if I was Lovie Smith. You can get beat. There's no question about it. But not like the way it happened tonight. Not like tonight. And you put in the quarterback in jeopardy, put his life in danger, basically, and you're going to do this, and you're going to be calm about this, and you're going to look at it and say, well, we got to change some things. The things you got to change is the attitude of the players, or the attitude of that offensive line, or the attitude of somebody who has to block somebody, man or man, where the back's picking up a pitcher, or the guy, tight end's out in the backfield trying to block the guy that's coming in. There is no secrets here. You're seeing it. This guy is coming. He's my man. I got to beat him, at least get a piece of him. Ed and I saw it. I mean, they whiffed. They didn't even touch the damn guy. And let him fly in and hit Cutler from the blind side and almost kill him. I mean, that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable whatsoever. Let's go out to Jeff in North Lake. Jeff, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. At least before I talked to you, I had to take my blood pressure medicine.
Yeah, right. I'm with you.
I did. So, a couple of odd points that I saw in the game, okay? Number one, it goes back to the coaching staff that Todd Collins was the most unprepared backup quarterback I think I've ever seen enter a game. Even though the offensive line really had a tough time and they gave up all them sacks, didn't seem like he was very prepared. Number two is, if you remember when Todd Collins came in in the second half and we knew Cutler was out, I thought it was very odd that here's a guy that's been in the league for 18 years old in the tooth, slow at foot, that it took them to 4.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter to drop him into the shotgun. I would think you would take an old quarterback like that and put him in the shotgun right away and give him a little extra second or two to read that. You know what I mean?
Jeff, there's a few other things that they could have done, which Doug and I have gone over. And I'll tell you what's part of it. You know what? Part of what you're saying right there, you're correct, Jeff.
Yeah, it is, and there's things you can do, but understand that Collins just got here. He's not been here that long. This Mike Martz offense, this guy's been running OTAs since January, February. They've been running this thing. This kid gets out there, and on top of that, there's no protection whatsoever, and that's part of the problem. That was part of the problem. Any quarterback coming in there, and like Ed said, he was glad Haney was in there because he could run. And that was it. He could run for his life.
He could run.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he could run. I agree with you 100%. Now, this thing is it stinks. This thing stinks. And these players should look themselves right in the eye and say, look, I've had a problem. I've got a problem here. And only thing that really, this is eating at me, guys. Really, it is that how can it not affect you? Not after the game and tell me you played badly, but during the game while it's happening. Well, somebody is literally stomping you, and you're there taking it, and you're asking, please give me more. Please hit me some more. Please beat me some more. Wouldn't it be time to start jacking up some of these defensive ends or guys that are blitzing or doing something like that? That's the part that bothers me the most, that the fight was not there. And you can't teach fight, Ed.
No, you can't.
You can't do that.
No, you can't. And I'm going to tell you what, there's a hard thing too. The word technique, I mentioned that earlier. For especially the offensive linemen, that's how you set your feet, Doug. Use your hands, the whole thing. Some of that, can it be taught? But you all good offensive linemen basically have the basic technique. we have 4 guys. Coots does. All the rest of these tackles we have, it's right there, Doug. Their feet movement, the way they chug people, they try to use their hands, doesn't work.
Let's go out to Steve in Broadview. Steve, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and Opie, a few points here. You mentioned, Opie just mentioned one thing just now there. It's almost like you can have 300-pound fat men and 300-pound strong men. And I think we've got the 300-pound fat men. And what I was seeing is that the New York line was just exploding off. Our offensive linemen don't have the explosion and, to meet it, and they're just blown right back. They don't have the strength. And finally, it's that these guys, they know how good or how bad they are. They aren't first-rounders. They're journeymen, and they're playing like it. They know it.
Let me tell you something. That journeymen don't even play like was played tonight. I got to take exception to that. I've seen journeymen. I've seen journeymen come in, not like what I saw today with the attitude of those guys. They're not journeymen. They belong in arena football or someplace. They don't belong here. Because the fact is, when somebody's doing something to you like that, it's called physical. It's called getting up for a football game. It's called hitting a guy. It's called whatever you have, you throw at that guy that's coming at you. Journeymen do that. Superstars, of course, do more than that. But you're asking a guy to go out there and play and to give his best and do what he has to do to protect his quarterback. I didn't see none of that. I saw nothing that said that offensive line was feeling bad about what was happening to him. It was almost that they said, here, come on, do some more to us. Give me another beating. Kick me in the face while I'm down. Do what you got to do. That's the part that's bothering me. Because we all know that a lot of times there's guys playing in this game that are not superstars. But when you say journeyman, that's a disgrace to a journeyman. Because those guys don't do that. He's going to have to teach them or try to teach them the fact that, you know what, you don't put the flag up because now they're beating the hell out of you. You're making your quarterback pay the price for your ineptness, and you just can't do that. Let's go out to Justin in Central. Justin, you're on the score.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
All right.
I'm not going to sit here and beat a dead horse in the mouth about the offensive line. It was pitiful, but I'm not going to defend him. But why didn't they try to get rid of the ball a little faster? I saw Jay Cutler, which maybe the concussion had something to do with it.
Justin.
He held onto the ball for, 4 to 5 seconds, and when he could have got rid of it.
Justin, what happens there is very simple, Justin. Whatever the play is called in, he's got to go with it. Okay? He has to go with it. He can't change it. So whatever that play is, if it's a 3 or 5 or 7-step drop, whatever it is, that's what has to happen.
And the other thing, too, though, you got to understand Mark's system. The fact is that that quarterback throws to a spot. It's all timing. And if you're smart, which the Giants were, you throw the timing off.
Giants had some pretty damn good defensive back coverage for the game, too.
And they
covered our wideouts pretty damn good.
They jam them, and you throw off the timing. So what that means is the quarterback has got to hold the football longer for that guy to get to the spot he's supposed to throw to. Now, if that guy don't get to that spot he's going to throw it to, he has to try to buy time to get that ball to that spot. And that's what happens. You start sitting on the football. You start waiting for him to get to that spot.
Right,
and then what happens is your offensive line isn't good enough to hold them out that long, so you end up getting clobbered.
By the time Cutler, to tell you the truth, but Justin, by the time Cutler, his primary receiver, then who was the second guy he goes to, then who's his third guy, which is usually an outlet or a little hook pattern or something. By the time when his main guy was covered, when he started looking for the second guy, it was all over with, Justin. So, how do you get rid of the ball if the guy's covered? You got to go to the secondary guy, and that's most of the time when he got whacked. He was trying to make something happen and never got the time. Half the time, Justin, he didn't get back 5-7 yards before he got whacked.
And other things, too, they could have done this. And I'll say this about Cutler and also the coaches. And they did it in Dallas. And then if that's the case, if things are not going that well, then take your quarterback and do him the 3-step drop and get rid of the football. Bam. Hit him quick. Bam.
And play
hit him
action.
Quick. 2.5 seconds, 2.8 seconds, you get rid of him. Try to slow him down that way. But if you're going to continually drop that 7 yards, you better have an offensive line that's pretty damn good. And again, too, if you've got coverage on it, and if you're jamming up those wide receivers and the timing is taken away, and that quarterback's looking to throw to a spot, and that guy's not there yet, well, then you got to hold the ball longer. The longer you hold it, the more time you give that guy to come in here to sack you. Let's go out to Bob in Helensville, Wisconsin. Bob, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Bears fans, coaches, and offensive line. It's called definition of purpose. When you're out there, you've got only one purpose. Protect your quarterback. Number one. There's guys in the second and third string that are hungry. They're hungry enough to want to get out there and fight. Fight for us. Keep that guy protected. That hole shouldn't be closing. It shouldn't be. There's no excuse for it. But definition of purpose means you're out there for a reason, and it's pride. And pride is love of the game, and you don't play that way. You don't do that to your quarterback. I'm up here in Wisconsin, and my God, I was the only one wearing Bears colors, and I said, hey, halftime, it's 3-0. We ain't worried. We're Bears. And you know what? I got laughed out of the place. Laughed out. And you know what? I'm laughing at the coaches right now who aren't letting the hungry young ones come up and block and protect our quarterback instead of leaving these lame first stringers in there that aren't doing their job. I agree with everybody.
Bob,
slow down, Bob. They put
slow,
him in there.
Slow down. They did.
They
Mike
put
Tyson,
him in there.
They used everybody.
They put Webb in there. They put Williams in there. They put them. Whatever they had, they put in there.
They moved people to the left side, the right side. Tyson tried everything under the sun.
Bob, they did. They took the young guys. This Marcus Webb.
More?
Because they're not good enough.
They're not good enough, Bob.
Bob, they're not good enough.
They're not good enough. Period. I don't care what Lovie Smith says or Jerry Angelo. Okay? What they say, and if that's the talent that they brought in there, and you know when they say it, and again, I'll say it again, they're the ones that brought the people in, made the trades and free agency, et cetera, and draft choices. Those two guys, they're the main guys that make the final decisions. And this has been going on year after year after year. You think this is the first time we talked about the offensive line? How about last year? How about the year before that?
And that's the point. The fact that we're trying to say, Bob, is that he did do everything he could.
Yes, he did. Mike Tyson tried
put
everything.
Everything in the game, and it did not work. So consequently, that tells you one thing then. The fact that you got people that play in the offensive line, they're not good enough to play. And that's very simple.
The telltale thing was the first 3 games, Doug.
Oh, sure.
I told you, he's not going to make it. Cutler's not going to make it. He got crushed the first 3 games.
He got ruined tonight.
Yes.
Let's go out to Anthony in the south side. Anthony on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, buddy?
The first thing, the Bears knew this whole offensive line was a problem in the preseason. We all saw how horrible.
You betcha.
And they could have done at least something. I see a guy in New England sitting there, Logan Mankins. What do you think about making a deal for him?
Well, there are guys, you know what? The fact is sometimes once preseason starts, it's almost too late. You've got to sit down and game plan what you're going to do right after the season. That's the only way you're going to find. Yeah, you can't just go out and grab them because nobody's going to give up these guys. These guys are so precious. These offensive linemen are just precious. Look what the Packers are going through. Last year, Rodgers got sacked 50 times. 50! And everybody was crying about our guy got sacked 35. So they're out there, but the ones they have, they're going to keep them. They're not going to give them up. So they have to start working on now, and draft probably is the best way to do it.
Absolutely.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Now return to the Suburban Tire postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, live from Total Sports Bar and Grill at 523 Fairway Drive in Naperville. The Suburban Tire postgame show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetirementAdvocate.org, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Welcome back to Suburban Tire postgame show on the score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And Eddie, if you want more of this, talking more about it on Buffone.com. I have the good, the bad, and the ugly. Just check that out. And also 11 o'clock tomorrow, I'll be on with Dan McNeil and Matt Spiegel on the score 670. At 11 o'clock, I'm talking more about this game. Let's go out to Pat in Rochester, New York. Pat, you're on the score.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning,
Hello, Pat.
What a disappointing night to be a Bears fan.
Terrible.
I mean, where do you want to start? I guess this is the most embarrassing game I've had as a Bears fan in recent memory. I look at it. I mean, the Bears' offensive line, as you've mentioned, they've showed no heart. But when was the last time any NFL team lost two quarterbacks in one game? It's unheard of.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I couldn't give you an answer on that one
And I'll
either.
tell you, if the game went longer, it would have been 3, because that would have got the Henny, too.
There's no question about it.
And that is disturbing. I mean, totally disturbing. I understand that our offensive line, going into this, we knew that. But we thought they at least could stand up to it. At least they would do something. Cutler would come up with a play. Something would happen. None of
March
the above.
was doing some things to help him along,
Right.
Doug. Moving that pocket, stronger weak side, a lot of play action.
And the coverage, the guys taking in her.
The quick drops.
Yeah.
He was doing things.
Didn't do it, didn't
No.
work.
No.
And so now, not only that, this is the worst part of this. I'm telling you right now. If Cutler isn't your quarterback for the rest of the year or something happens, I said, and I mean it, turn on the hockey. Watch hockey. You'd be better off, because I'm telling you that's how much chance the Bears have without Cutler at quarterback. That's exactly what happened tonight. That defense played pretty damn good at the first 3 quarters.
Doug, if they don't make drastic changes and what they can do, I really don't know. You got to appeal to their pride as being a man and being a professional football player. More important, being a Chicago Bear. The old man, he started this league, and Bears have had some bad teams and some great teams. But I'll tell you what, you always like it when, even if they lose, but the players are out there giving everything they have. But boy, tonight, what I saw, you know what? They can go straight to wherever they want to go nonstop, because I'll tell you what, it was pathetic.
No question. I'll tell you what, I'd make them fly back and I'd have practice 5 o'clock in the morning and I'd go live. I mean, I'm at that point. I'm at that point that is, the Bear Bryant routine. I hate that. I never did like that type of stuff. But I'm telling you, they need something. They need a cattle prod. They need something to tell them to get their head out of their butts and start looking at things realistically, that not only your position, but you're going to hurt somebody else, mainly the quarterback. Let's go out to Billy in Freeport. Billy on the score.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
Morning, Bill.
How long has Olin Kreutz got a contract left for? Because it's like he was there and he liked the ball, and the defensive lineman would be right by him.
Well, that one time he went by him and Lance Lewis, and I don't know who was supposed to be who. But the fact is, though, even though Kreutz is, obviously he's getting older and he's not as good as he was in the past, but that's not where that problem came from. The problem is really coming from your tackles. I mean, that's part of your problem. There's no question about it. And so that has to get better. Now, Kreutz is a center that, like we said, is getting older, getting long in the tooth, but still once in a while make a play. But there's one time I remember what you're saying, the guy blew by him. And I don't know if it was Lance Lewis or him, Ed.
Right.
But the fact is, that whole line. And the other thing, too, though, and I'll go back to Kreutz on this one. Kreutz is a fiery guy. And I'll tell you one thing. I'm kind of disappointed that he didn't get into these linemen's face and start talking to them. Now, I understand your buddies, your friends, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to say. But somebody out in that field has got to tell and get these people, because offensive linemen, defensive linemen, a lot of ball players, they go into one of these modes where they just floating along. Yeah. You got to get somebody to get them out of it, and it's not going to be Lovey. Now, Mike Tice probably could do something like that, and maybe they can't get out of it. Maybe there's no matter what you do, they're not good enough to get out of it.
Here, you know what the cold hard fact is right here, Doug?
Mm-hmm.
4 games, first quarter season. Next 4. Do you think that this offensive line is going to get any better? If they got half better, they still suck.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question, but they shouldn't suck as bad as they did tonight. They shouldn't have been as bad as they were tonight, Ed.
But if they do, they just get half.
Yeah.
They're not very good.
Well, they won't have
players.
a quarterback. I mean, that's right now.
Cutler will not make the season.
Then I said go to hockey. Let's go out to Jersey Boy in New Jersey. Jersey Boy, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
Good.
Good. I was at the game tonight, man, and it was brutal.
How bad was it, Jersey Boy?
It was so bad. that I wanted to jump out of the stance and fight. That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
There was no emotion. I mean,
Nothing.
when I played, I mean, you didn't want to go to the sidelines when you played this bad because you were afraid to go to the sidelines because you would just get ripped. These players, I mean, Lovey said nothing. The coaches said nothing. It was almost like, I mean, and then you go back. You look at the offense. It looked like, you know, they were installing plays rather than executing because they couldn't move the ball. I don't even think we even really got it across the 50. And I'm watching the game, and I'm losing my voice. I'm yelling, and I'm saying to myself, at what point is Mike Martz going to stop passing the ball with the 7-step drop, go to the short game, 3-step drop, and run the ball, play action, do something to get these guys moving at least.
There you go.
That's what we were talking about, Jersey boy, and you're absolutely correct. I mean, that part of it could have been there. We saw him make that adjustment, and Ed and I were elated when they did it with the Dallas Cowboys, you know, go to the 3-step drop. But there were times back here when Cutler was trying to make something happen, and I don't know if he was concussed at that point in time or not. But the fact was, though, there was no fight in the dog. There was no fight in the dog. This, as a professional, looking at something like this was a terrible game to watch. Even the Giants stunk it up too the first half, Ed.
Yes.
There was nothing good about the Giants in that first half. The Bears were losing 3-0 after 9 sacks, minus 7 yards passing, minus 13 yards passing, nothing at all, and they were losing 3-0. So that tells you the Giants are not that strong either, by the way. Let's go out to Frank in Tinley Park. Frank on the scoreboard will be in Doug.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
All right,
What's up,
Frank?
Just wanted to call just a few things. First off, the Bears are sheep in wolves' clothing. I mean, these first 3 games were a joke. I mean, yeah, I think teams have picked up on them now, and they got no wide receivers, so blitz them. And the line's awful, and Cutler's got no time. You get a little pressure, either he's going to get sick or he makes a mistake. And this is going to happen all year, and I'm afraid to say that. Because I thought tonight should have been a tough game, but they could have pulled it out. Then you go to Carolina next week. They're not playing good. But after tonight's performance, I don't know anymore, guys.
Like Frank, like I said, after tonight's performance, we know it was bad. But I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to say it again. You don't think you're going to win, without Cutler, do you? If he's not in that lineup, and I don't care what you say, this guy's got to be in that lineup for the Chicago Bears to win. Our defense, the Chicago Bear defense, I thought was pretty stout for 3 quarters. They hung in there. The first half especially was only 3-0, and they start to fall apart in about the fourth quarter. But when it's all said and done with, that offense is not moving without Cutler. Not a chance, not a prayer for that to happen. Let's go out to Chris in Ottawa. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey guys, I want your take on the tight ends.
Oh, please.
I mean, really?
Oh, I know. I'm with you, Chris. I mean, I'm talking about blocking.
We have 4 of them.
I'm over the Greg Olsen thing. I mean, the guy can catch a pass. He's got speed, but he can't block.
Not at all.
And then we go out and spend how many millions of dollars on Brandon Molly, and that guy is letting guys just run right past him all the time.
He can't play dead.
Chris, that guy, he was, oh my God.
Mano Maliuna. Yeah, there he is standing. That's why they brought him in here. And he said, don't worry, they don't catch passes, but he's like having another tackle out
right.
there.
That's exactly correct.
Yeah, what's that line when a guy goes by you so fast that you got pneumonia? What'd you say?
Yeah, right.
The guy got pneumonia flying so fast.
That's right.
I don't want to chuckle, but I mean, sometimes you have to. Let's go out to Plumber Tim. Plumber Tim in Tinley Park.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, buddy?
I'm good. I'm trying to get in touch with you guys last week, and I wanted to ask the question last week. How long do you think it would take before the NFL catches up with what Mike Martz and the defense is trying to do? Well, obviously, the New York Giants answered that question tonight.
Tim, I agree with you there. What you said, they did. Give Perry Fuel, their defensive coordinator, who, by the way, they tried to hire here, but he rejected it and went to the Giants. But I don't know.
No, the fact is that, how long, but not like tonight. I mean, we would see that sometimes you see porous offensive lines. You see maybe guys, the team comes up. If you hear somebody's got 3 sacks, you say, wow, they got 3 sacks. Not 9 or 10, total 9 in the first half. That's unheard of. It's absolutely unheard of in the professional ranks. In fact, it is a record. There's no question about it. Obradovich and Buffon on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Suburban Tire Game post-game show. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears
Hang
lose
in there, callers.
17-3 to the New York Giants.
40% off Claiborne, Izod, and Joe Joseph Abood. Save 50% on suit separates. J. Farrar starts at just $129.99. Put off mowing the lawn, but don't put off saving big at JCPenney. Get to the men's store or visit jcp.com. New look, new day. Who knew? JCPenney. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Offer ends 10/2.
The Bears lose to the Giants and are now 3-1 on the season. We'll continue to talk about what broke down in the Bears game plan. Plus, don't miss Bully and Henley starting at 5 a.m. when they kick off Bears Monday on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station.
Giants football tonight, though.
Yep.
And for the Bears, still 3-1, still atop the division, but it feels a little different right now.
Doesn't it? And the Giants go to 2-2, which is the same record of the Philadelphia Eagles and the Washington Redskins. And Dallas 1-2 with a bye. Fantastic defensive performance tonight by the Jets.
That highlight courtesy of NBC. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Milan and North Side. Milan, you're on the Score.
B, what's going on, guys?
All right, guy.
Man, I'm honored to talk to you guys. I've been listening to the show forever.
Thank you.
I wanted to talk about Cutler. You guys have been protecting him all night, and I always usually agree with you guys. Obviously, the offensive line is terrible. Owen Cruz looks like a little girl getting tossed around there in the middle. But, I mean, the guy's been holding on to the ball way too long. I mean, and he does not look focused. I mean, you see it in his face. He doesn't look like he wants to win the game. He just looks like he wants to walk around. I mean, come on. If you know you're going to get hit, throw the ball away. You know, do something. Don't just sit there and get hit. 9 sacks, that's a nightmare. It was a nightmare today. And I'm very upset about it. He does not look like he's focused. You know, I don't know where his head's at. Is it with his new girlfriend? I don't know. Because obviously it wasn't in the game. Throw some short passes. Do something. What do you guys think?
Well, I think he does what he's supposed to do when they call the plays they called that comes in there, and I think he wants it to work. The last thing that I would think about Cutler, and I've got to tell you this right now, he is concerned, he is interested, and he is a football player. I know, and I've seen him. I saw him play in Vanderbilt. I saw him play in Denver, and when he came here. The fact is he's trying to make something happen. And when he holds on it too long, he knows he's going to get hit. And to me, that's the courageous part of the whole thing, because it's not there.
They had pretty good coverage.
Yeah.
Milan. They had pretty good coverage on our wideouts. You didn't see our wideouts getting separation anywhere.
And the only time, and I'll say this about Cutler, though, he did miss Hester at the beginning part of the game when Hester was loose on down the sidelines, and he threw it short. And if he threw it long, that would have been a touchdown. But I'm not going to question Cutler. I think he's trying to make something happen. Again, I will question this, though, maybe shorter passes, but those plays have to be called. They have to be called by Martz to send them in. So what he's trying to do is make something happen, and he's got to understand, though, part of the thing is that he can't really hold on to it because he doesn't have the offensive line to give him that. Let's go out to Jim in Dayton, Ohio. Jim, you're on the Score.
I don't even know where to start. Do you think maybe Cutler was benched? Do you guys think maybe he was benched? Because I knew he wasn't going to come out.
No, not at all. No.
Do you think he's hurt? Damn, I didn't want him to be hurt, but I was just hoping maybe he was benched and they were trying to spark the team. But remember, Caleb Haney was the backup all last year.
Mm-hmm.
Where was it? Why is he the number 3 this year?
Because they went out and got the other guy.
They got Todd Collins.
They got Todd Collins.
He's
and
been
that's
around.
Why.
Yeah.
And Haney got hurt running for his life in exhibition season, if you remember correctly. You know, they were all after him in exhibition season, so he was running for his life. So actually, that's 3 quarterbacks that got nailed to attribute to the offensive line. And so now I don't know what the story is with Cutler, but as far as him being benched, no chance, no way, no how. I mean, he got hit, and it might have been a cumulative, though, and I kind of think so because he got racked up a couple of times before that. And then finally, they probably won't take any chances, and so they'll take a look at him. But hopefully he's back in uniform. He's ready to roll next week against Carolina. Let's go out to Larry on the south side. Larry on the score.
Hey guys, how you doing?
All right,
What's
Larry.
up, Larry?
Hey, listen, I got two quick questions. Chris Williams, when Chris Williams comes back, does that help stabilize the line because you can push it? You can guys that stand for him now, you can push them over, and also the backup quarterback Todd Collins. I have no confidence in this guy. He reminds me of that quarterback the Bears had, Jonathan Quinn. It's the reason why this guy was sitting at home, fellas. Either they're going to go out, and if Cutler's going to be back, that's fine. Well, they need to go out and get them another backup. Jeff Garcia is out there. What do you guys think about that? I ain't got.
Well, that's easy to say, too. Go back and get yourself a backup quarterback. Just like go out and get yourself an offensive lineman. I don't know if they're out there. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, the one best quarterback I saw that was out there, and I saw him play today against the Packers, Sean King, looked pretty good to me as a backup. I mean, he obviously is a backup, but he looked decent to me. But your backup quarterback is just exactly what he is, a backup, unless you have such an outstanding team. I'm going to tell you something. Think about this. If the Indianapolis Colts lost Manning, if the Dallas Cowboys lost Romo, if the Green Bay Packers lost Rodgers, what do you think you're going to be? These are top players. Their backups are just there to hold the football until these guys are ready to play again. No backup quarter is going to come in there and turn this thing loose and make it where the Chicago Bears are going to go ahead and win. And that includes, the guys we have. As simple as that. Let's go out to Tom on the north side. Tom, you're on the score.
Hey, great show, guys.
Thanks, Tom.
What's up, Tommy?
Yeah, I'm not feeling good. I feel like I've been run over by a truck, man.
Yeah.
I just can't believe you have a professional football team, and the Bears are. Why you cannot have a viable backup? Because everybody knows your quarterbacks. And believe me, I'm like you, Doug. I'm post-concussed. I got all kinds of concussions.
Sure.
That's neither here nor there. But I can look at Jay and Cutler and in his eyes and see that he's been hit too many times. And how can we be a professional team and not have a viable backup? That just blows my mind.
Again, I'm going to repeat this. You can't have a guy that's going to come in. Or do you honestly believe that they're going to bring a guy in that's better than the guy that you have, like especially Jay Cutler? It's not going to happen. This had nothing to do with who the quarterbacks were. It's the same situation. The same situation. He had no offensive lineman, and he got nailed. The guy got killed. And we said it. If it was any longer, Henny probably would have got it too.
The bottom line of this is, it's like, where did these guys come from? Where did these people come from? Who brought them here? This year said they were ready. Who brought all those people in last year? Said we were ready. Who brought all these people in the year before? Said we're ready. The year before said we're ready. Okay? I mean, how many people is Lovie Smith and Jerry Angelo, how many coaches, how many scouts are these guys going to fire before somebody wakes up and takes a hard look at it and sees really who is the problem here? Who is the problem here? They fired about everybody imaginable in the last few years.
Let's go out to Chuck in his car. Chuck, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I'm not a Bears fan. I actually was a Rams season ticket holder during the glory years when Martz was the offensive coordinator and the head coach. And if you guys are expecting a tough run-oriented offense that is going to show toughness and they're going to control a game, you're looking at the wrong offensive coordinator, because Martz is not going to give you that. He's a finesse coach. He always has been, always will be. He will not develop a tough running game. He never has had a tough ball control running game, and he doesn't produce toughness. He's a finesse coach. He's a let's beat him with let's dazzle him and let's throw the ball down the field. So you guys got some
based on some of the things I heard you say, some wrong expectations.
Well, no, those aren't the expectations. The fact is that we know what he is. We also know for the last 10 years when he was either head coach or offensive coordinator that he was always in the top 10 with turnovers. I mean, that's a fact. We know that. Risk reward. We know his quarterbacks. Even when he was with the Rams, I can remember that there was like their turnover ratio was like a -2 or a -1. We know that's going to happen. So we know that coming in. The fact is we want to see more, but don't forget, his guys had time to throw the football. He had guys like Marshall Faulk, which we were supposed to be used with Forte or Chester Taylor. We understand that. But if you don't have any kind of an offensive line that's going to give what he has to offer, then you got a major problem. And I think that's a major problem right now because you're right. We can't go back to a cloud of dust and a high-O silver and 3 yards at a crack.
Well said, Doug.
He's,
Are we going to the grapher?
The Gropper. Les Grobstein up next, and Les will get some answers for you.
Oh, God, listen, folks, if you're there, there's nobody better than Les. I'll tell you what. He's simply, the guy's super.
You got a memory like a hawk, this
Oh,
guy.
my Lord.
Well, Bradovich on the phone. We want to thank Brendan McCaffrey, our producer, Mark Joloff.
Hold it, our crack
producer. Adam Hams. Is that Harns? And also Dave White. Dave's here with
Adam
us.
Harris.
Adam Harris, okay. Finally, these things kicked in, these microphones, because I haven't heard myself with them. By the way, engineer Brian Kovacs, our promotions, Randy Papowski, Lauren Davis, and also thank to all of you people that called in and all this stuff. What's
Fat
that?
Sam's.
Oh, Fat Sam's. That's right. Eddie and I will be at Fat Sam's next Sunday.
Fat
so
Sam's
get there
in
early.
Lockport.
That's right. So you can have some.
Come on out. We love to see you, Bear fans, and hopefully we'll have a victory. I mean, they're playing Carolina. I mean, it should be a W.
We'll see what happens.
All
Good
right.
night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
And now, live from Fat Sam's Bar and Grill at 1225 East 9th Street in Lockport, it's time for the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with your hosts, former Bear greats Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetirementAdvocate.org, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
I formation backfield with Taylor and Forte. They fake it to Taylor. Snipped and left to Forte to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown on a toss to the left to Matt Forte. 18-yard Bear touchdown. Pulls from center. Hands it off to Matt Forte. Skips inside. Now bounces left. He's got the 35 to the 4. Forte in midfield. Forte at the 30. Forte picking him up. Laying him down to the 5. To the end zone. 68 yards. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Shotguns, high snap, batted up in the air by Peppers. He dives forward and intercepts the football. Are you serious? Julius Peppers bets the ball to himself, and the Bears have it outside the 25-yard line of Carolina.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam Sports Bar and OTV. That's right, facility here in Lockport. He's O'Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talk about the Chicago Bears win 23-6 over Carolina. Not a pretty game, not a nice game, very ugly game. But the fact is the Bears did win it. Now, when we look at this football game, we all talked about why don't the Bears run the football more. They certainly did. That was the game plan, to come out there and run the football. That's what they did. That first quarter, they scored 17 points. They were running all over the Carolina Panthers. Now, go back to what I always believed in running the football. I mean, that was my heart and soul. You have to run the football. But I changed my mind in the last year or so and said you have to pass. You have to throw the football. In fact, I got into it with one of my buddies, Dan McNeil, with the Score, and we talked about this. And Dan said, "You got to run." I said, "No, you got to pass." Well, when you look at it, I guess you need some kind of a balance. But today the run worked. But I got to tell you,
well, it was the personnel, Doug, that formulated that
But,
theory.
but what I guess what I'm coming to, though, Ed, was the fact that it's 3rd and a half a yard. You're on the Carolina half-a-yard line, and you decide you're going to throw the football, winning 17-0. Mad March goes back, and they throw the football, and it's intercepted. I don't buy that call whatsoever. I know you have to throw the ball, but that's being a little bit ridiculous that you're down there. And plus, on top of that, you're taking the football and you're shoving it down their throat. You're looking at Forte, who had a 68-yard run. You're looking at Chester Taylor was running the football. The line was getting up the line of scrimmage. Carolina couldn't stop him. And so I think this passing game, because here's the key to this whole matter. March has some good ideas of throwing the football. You don't have the quarterbacks to do it without Cutler. You can put a fork in it if you think that these other quarterbacks can do what March wants to do to throw the football, because it won't happen. And we saw it today with Collins. Todd Collins can't do this job. Todd Collins had 4 interceptions. He won't be a quarterback that can go out there and do what Cutler was doing. So, yeah, it was a great game to win. I mean, they had to win it, and they had to go down and do the best they could, and they did it the right way. They ran the football to win that football game. But let's face it. I mean, they had 17 points in the first half, and you're talking about your quarterback ended up, Todd Collins, they pulled him out with 2 minutes left to go in the third quarter. His quarterback rating, I think, was like 8 or 6, something like that. And so you're saying there they did not have it to throw the football. What if they've been playing a good team, a great team? They wouldn't have won the football game. But they took what they had, they put it all together, and they won that football game. Now, next week they come back. They got Seattle. These are teams they can beat. And they got Washington, and they have a bye, and they got Buffalo. So there's some things down the road. But still, in my mind, nothing has been settled here except for, when I'm watching this football game, I saw some running. I saw some good running plays. And what I did see, too, was the fact that Forte had some speed. And he hit a couple plays and went that 68-yard. I really enjoyed.
What happened, Doug? The game plan going down to Carolina had to be to run the football. There's no question about that. And they did it. They ran for 172 yards just the first half alone on 22 rushes for an average of 7.8. Now, passing guys, total yards of 20 yards the first half, 5 for 12. Yards per pass play, 1.5. But the fact of the matter is that they did run the football, and they ran it with success. And that was one thing to see. And also, Mike Tice made some changes in the offensive line, and he put Edwin Williams, in place of Lance Lewis at right guard, and at right tackle, Marcus Webb came in place of Kevin Schaefer to start out the game. So, again, our offensive line coach, Mike Tice, making changes on the run here the first several games, which is something that never would have happened if he wasn't our line coach. And the changes that we made in our offensive game plans never wouldn't have happened if Mike Tice Mike Martz was not at the helm. So good job by the coaches in actually making changes, which we are not used to. But good game plan in running the football. Our defense, again, came up to the front for 4 quarters, got the interception, stopped them when they need to stop them, and that's what you had to do to win this football game. Now we're 4-1, and Doug mentioned that we're playing in Seattle, at home next week. And then it's Washington here. The next 2 games at home. And then we have the bye week. So we've got a chance this first half, somehow, some way, to go into the second half of the season with a nice lead, hopefully, in our division and a leg up on everybody else in the entire division. And I know it's going to really be tough, folks, because that back half of the Bears' schedule, there's really no softies. So, again, kudos to the coaches. I like what they did in making the changes. We don't have the best offensive line on the planet, that's for sure. But Mike Tice continues to try to juggle, shift around, and make things happen. And thank God they ran the football today.
Yeah, and the thing, you take a look at this team. There's one thing for certain I think you can say, and I think I can say it without reservation, that this team won't go nowhere without Cutler being a quarterback. In other words, you'll get these games that you can win, and you certainly could win the game you won today. But you're going to need your quarterback, and you're going to need Cutler. And you take a look what Collins did; he could barely finish the game. And the fact, like I told you, with the 6 rating he had. So that's got to come down later. But one thing about football, you take each game and you figure out how to win that particular football game. And that's what they did. You got to take your hats off to them. I mean, I had a hard time watching this whole game.
Oh, this
was
game
very
god
difficult.
awful.
I just wanted to put a pencil in my throat. But that's part of the game.
You know what's the thing
about it? You got to do that.
Think about it, Doug, and our listeners out there. It's amazing. You come in into the game today, and we're in the second quarter of the 16-game schedule, and you're watching two professional teams at this level that can't throw the football. They cannot throw the football. The first several games we played, we couldn't run the football. You'd think in this day and age that we would be able to run the football and pass the football with some proficiency. And I'm going to tell you something. Lovie Smith.
Well,
Doug.
Here, you know what?
Well, you love the guy. You love the guy.
The 4-1, right.
But I'm going to tell you what. Somebody upstairs loves Lovie Smith.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. I don't know if there's a lot of Notre Dame fans out there, but Jimmy Clausen looked like he was throwing hand grenades. I never saw. I mean, he shouldn't have been out there. I mean, he looks terrible, absolutely terrible. The passes behind. There was time they had one guy wide open, couldn't even get the ball down the field. I mean, he just looked terrible. So you say, okay, fine, that's the way it is. But here's the one thing the Bear defense did do. Those two running backs that they have, D'Angelo Williams and Jonathan Stewart, last year, each one of those guys went over 1,100 yards apiece. And the Bears did a pretty damn good job against them, holding them down, running
85 yards. Held them to 85 yards.
And that's
total.
That's damn good. That's damn good, and that's the defense, and we're proud of that. But, again, one step at a time.
218 yards we had rushing today, folks. And 42 rushing attempts. 42 rushing attempts for, I believe, a 5.2-yard average. Net yards passing in 4 quarters, 29 yards. Average per pass play, 1.3. Sacked 3 times. Wow. Had intercepted 4. Not good. Not good, and thank God for the Panthers.
Let's take some phone calls. Let's go out to Dan in Schaumburg. Dan, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, I want to get right to it. This is not the reason I called. I'll get to that 1 second, but the change to the offensive line was brilliant. But number 60, that rookie, he should be in there for Gosser. Gosser and Cruz, they're stealing. For some reason, everyone loves Olin Cruz. I guess because he shakes his finger. But he should be out of there. Today he played well. Today he did play decent. Now, the reason that I called, guys, OB and Doug, you hit on it. For all the naysayers of Cutler, Cutler's getting rid of the ball too quick. He's not a big-time quarterback. Look at this team without Cutler. If Cutler was in there today, they would have won. They would have had at least 30 points. Cutler's okay. Let's get over Cutler's back and correct that offensive line, guys, and let's see what we can do. Because I see a 7-1. 7 win and 1 loss by the time we finish with Buffalo, guys. Okay, what do you think about that, guys? Hey, by the way, great show.
The fact is that's correct. You're going to go and you're going to play the better teams. Listen, Carolina was 0-4. There's a reason why it was 0-4. It's not a good football team.
That is one terrible football team.
It is. But the fact is you still beat the terrible football team. But what I'm saying is the fact that I don't care what you want to complain about Cutler, talk about he holds the football too long, whatever. You are not going to win the division nor going to the playoffs without him being at the quarterback position. Take it to the bank. It will not happen. So that is why the Bears went into this football game, didn't want to take any chances, knowing they could beat Carolina. Go back with 3 yards in a cloud of dust, they could do it. And that's exactly what they did. And hats off to them. This particular game you had to win no matter how. You did it. They did it. But for them down the road, they're going to need Cutler at the quarterback position.
Well, I'll tell you what I liked about Forte today. I'll tell you what. He ran hard and he ran smart, Doug. Yeah, we had him cutting back several times, which we haven't seen him do in quite a while. And the ability to cut back, and that's where it is. Because I'll tell you what, Carolina on the stronger weak side had no containment and had no backside fill. That's why you saw Forte run 68 yards and do what he did today. You know, Carolina did not play smart defense, and our runner really ran hard and went to the backside, Doug, cut back. Hell of a job by Forte.
And the thing about that is he went the distance. He went to 68 yards, and he had the speed to do that. That's very impressive. You're listening to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and OTB facility in Lockport. He's Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Bears win 23-6 over the Carolina Panthers.
I formation backfield with Taylor and Forte. They fake it to Taylor. Snip and left to Forte to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown on a toss to the left to Matt Forte. 18-yard Bear touchdown.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and OTB facility in Lockport. He's Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win, 23-6 over Carolina. And today's player of the game is Matt Forte, 22 rushes, 166 yards, 7.5 average, 68 long, and 2 touchdowns. Today's player of the game is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week, Schneider Insurance in Darien, Illinois. Contact Joe Schneider at 630-960-4848 or visit their website at SchneiderInsurance.com.
Yeah, Doug, on a sad note here, I'd just like to take a minute to give my deepest sympathies to the Legner family. Dave Legner passed away October 1st, and his lovely wife Tony and their children and grandchildren. And this guy was a hard-working, what a wonderful guy. And the love affair that Dave and Tony had together was second to none. And he was a member of the Middle of the Road band. And these guys have been together for, Doug, 30 or 40 years. And it's one of the best bands I've ever heard. And, I mean, this is really sad. This guy was truly a nice, wonderful guy, a great family. And, again, from myself and Doug and Dan Hampton, to you, Tony, and to the rest of the guys in the bank, Frank, Mark, and David, you three guys stay the course. I'm sure Dave would not want you to break it up, but you guys, I know it's tough times for all of you, how close you were, but stay together, hang in there. God love all of you, and God love you too, Tony. It's just a sad thing that this had to happen. He was a beautiful guy, folks, believe me.
Yes, sir, and Ed, well put, the Middle of the Road band.
Yes.
I heard him at your birthday.
Yeah, I brought them in from Michigan.
They were outstanding. Outstanding.
Their music, those guys are unbelievable, folks.
Let's go out to Dave on the Northwest side. Dave, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Doug and OB, it's an honor and privilege to talk to you guys.
What's up, my friend?
You really talk. Here's the thing that I'm really pissed about is that you have over 120 yards rushing in the first quarter, and now you're putting a quarterback that's only supposed to be managing the game into passing situations. You know what? Finally, you got some continuity with rushing the ball. Now, Forte could have over 220 yards maybe. But now all of a sudden we have to overanalyze. Now we have to have this guy throw. He's not supposed to be throwing the ball. He only supposed to be throwing the ball when he has to, not all like he's Cutler, okay?
Well, you know what I saw, and again, I brought up the beginning of the show, and I was talking about running and passing the football, and what I saw was really aggravated me. And I want to pass. I want to throw the football. I think that's where it's going. But come on, there's times when you should be running the ball, especially if you've been successful. Let me tell you something. You have the third down, and you got on the half-yard line going in to score against Carolina, and you decided you're going to throw the football. Well, they did it. The Bears are winning 17-3 at the time. Next thing you know, they go to throw the football. The ball's intercepted. I mean, there's where you run it. So Mad Martz, a lot of times he goes overboard, but he does not have the quarterback to do that, first of all. But the quarterback they had today, there's no way in hell he's going to throw the football like Cutler can throw the football.
But, Dave, in defense of Mike Martz and him going to the passing game after they did establish the running game and we had some points on the board, sooner or later, now I'm not quite sure, and I don't think anybody is out there, how long Cutler's going to last, folks. You know, him getting popped around these first few games, I mean, I'm telling you something that automatically is not going to stop. So what they had to find out, Dave, was, the listeners out there, fine, we got the running game going. It worked. It was, great calls, changes they made personnel-wise, and it worked. But what they had to find out was if he could pass the football, if he could get it down the field, if he could get it over the field, if he could get it out into the flat. And they had to do it. Did it backfire? Yes, it backfired. But better we did it when we supposedly kind of almost had the game in hand and tried to see if we can pass the ball, Doug, and it didn't work out. But better now than down the road later when it doesn't happen. Because I'm going to tell you what, I'm not sold on the offensive line. I don't think anybody is here or any of our listeners are. But I'll tell you what, Cutler is going to be from a game-to-game basis, folks, because I'll tell you what, they're going to come after him. You think these other teams don't watch films and come after? They will come after Cutler like you will not believe. They get Cutler out of the game, then it'll be Katie Barter's door, especially the back half of our season.
No, you have an excellent point, Ed.
They had to try to pass the ball,
there's no
Doug.
question. But Not on the half-yard line going in to score on third down.
I understand
That's
that.
the only one I'm aggravated about,
I
basically.
understand that. But
you're right. They had to find out.
They had to find out if they could pass the ball, folks. They really did, whether you didn't like it or not, but they did. Can they move the ball through the air? Well.
No, you saw that. And
yes.
Collins could barely finish the game.
Absolutely.
Haney's got to go in there, and all of a sudden, we saw Collins. He's trying to set up. He's trying to do something. He can't do it. The arm strength wasn't even there. But you're talking about a guy who's been around for 15 or 16 years. That's a problem. So, yeah, and I agree with you. That's an excellent point. You put him out there. You see what he can do. But my only thing was the call on third down. And to me, sometimes I'm saying to myself, look, Mad Martz, there are times when you should throw the football, but obviously that was the time to run the damn
Doug,
football.
does that actually come to the point where when we get down on the goal line that they just truly don't believe that our 5 guys can punch out the other 4 down linemen when they're on the 3, 1 or 2 yard line, 1 yard line, 2 yard on the 3? Do they think that we cannot move those people out? So go with play action and try to get it in the air.
But just like your point making about the passing, which I agree 100%. Maybe they should have said, okay, fellas, here's your chance. You blew it many times down there in third and half yards.
Let's see if
Let's
we can
practice
do it.
the damn
Man
thing
against
and
man.
see if I can do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Bar.
Let's hear it for Fat Sam.
Facility.
Where's he rolling at?
Oh, Fat Sam's?
Yes.
I'll tell you what, Sam wouldn't be so fat if he ate with a fork, not a forked lift. And this guy's right, Anyway, that's Fat Sam's. We'll be right back. Drive of the Game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, number 1 in what matters most.
I formation backfield with Taylor and Forte. They fake it to Taylor. Snip in left to Forte to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown on a toss to the left to Matt Forte, 18-yard. Bear touchdown.
And a highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and OTB facility in Lockport. He's Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Bears' win 23-6 over the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, how about one thing? I went on to say hi to a young gentleman just came up to us, and he drove down there specifically to see us on a post-game show.
From Wisconsin.
From Wisconsin, East Troy, Wisconsin. So, Kevin, thank you very much for coming down and being a loyal listener. God bless you.
Yeah, his dad's not with him, though.
No, his dad's not. You mean the guy sitting up against the wall?
Yeah,
oh, yeah, he's not here.
Laying on the floor with a beer bottle.
Yeah, laying on the floor. That's the guy. That's the guy. But he's not here.
Yeah, get him off the floor.
All right, get him.
No, the OTB is here at Fat Sam's, and it's outstanding. Arlington Racetrack has it. And, Sam, if you guys know Fat Sam, you understand one thing. He can't go to the races. He can't look at the horses. The horses get real skittish when they see Fat Sam. And I think that problem is because of the fact that I think the horse feels like that Fat Sam's going to get on him and ride him. And, they get real scared. At 500 pounds on your back kind of hurts somebody, So Sammy stays away from the horses. There's no question about it.
Sam may be big, but he's slow.
That's right.
That's right.
Let's go out to Scott and Posen, Illinois. Scott, you're on the Score.
Hey, pleasure to talk to you two guys.
What's
Thanks,
up?
Scotty.
What a lot of people haven't commented on is what you kind of pointed on, OB, is the Bears were freaking lucky because any normal offense would have took advantage of them 4 turnovers.
Oh, my God.
That play of Todd Collins, he should be cut tomorrow if they're doing this thing where they're responsible for their actions. Don't you agree?
Well, how are you going to cut him? I mean, who are you going to put in there? I mean, where are you going to find somebody? You got Haney sitting there. Is he the answer? I think they knew that going in there. And that's probably why they wanted to pay him the extra $150,000, if you remember correctly. He wanted $150,000 more. The Bears didn't want to pay him the $150,000. I think they knew the fact that this was a long shot. Because there were other guys they could have got it before that, Ed. But there's no way in hell. What are you going to do,
Scott? There's nowhere to go. These people brought him in here. And again, that opens up a whole other story here. Okay, I believe Jerry Angelo said it, that he believes you build a team, you start out with a quarterback. Well, it's nice to have a quarterback, okay, folks, but you will never, I repeat, you will never get to the Super Bowl with a quarterback and a line that cannot be competitive offensively or defensively. You win up front. You can get to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl with a serviceable quarterback, and the Ravens proved that. But you're not going to get there with a quality quarterback and 5 guys that can't block anybody. So when you build a team, you build it up front. has been, is now, and always will be till the day they end playing this game of football. That's how you start a team, up front, not backside.
And the thing, too, when you take a look at that, the defense played extremely well today. The defense was out there. Once again, you're getting all the interceptions. You got 4 turnovers. You have them setting them up. Not to mention the fact what the specialty teams did. When we took the opening kickoff and Manning shoots out of there for 62 yards, you see Hester making a big run. So we're setting up the offense. We're setting them up, We couldn't get anything out of them. We got 2 field goals in the second half. So what does that tell you? That tells you that
that's
we're
a little scary
lacking.
in itself.
Absolutely. But you do the best you can do with what you have. But right now, I don't believe it's good enough. And that not good enough, especially, is at the quarterback position. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. I agree with that other caller. Collins needs to be cut. They were talking about Boris and Bernstein earlier this week. The guy's he's a joke for an arm. His arm just looks like it's flat, it's dead. He overthrows, underthrows guys. He has no strength in his arm. And I'm going to tell you something. We talk about how bad the passing was today, but let's face it, guys. If Caleb Haney had been there at least from maybe the half, they could have had a better pass game. Caleb Haney can scramble out of the pocket, and it seems like he could find his open receivers better. And you know what? We're complaining today, but the Bears played good on other 3 phases of the game. They ran the ball great. Their defense played good, and their special teams was great. So, once we get Cutler back, we should be all right. What do you guys think?
Mike, you could say that, Mike, till the cows come home. But what you got to realize, Mike, is that with our general manager, our head coach, and our coordinators, they're the ones that are bringing these people in here. You listen to Lovey. These are the people that we're going with, and these are the people that we're counting on. They brought them in here. These are the people we're going to win with. And I understand your feelings, Mike, about the performance that Todd Collins put in and how many years he's been hanging around, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But who you take a look at? Forget about Collins. Take a look at who brought him in here. Why is he here? Ask Jerry Angelo. Ask Lovey Smith. Those are the people that you should ask.
But here's the problem, Ed. He's here. And Mike's got a point.
I understand that, but who the hell brought him in here?
That's their fault.
He didn't fall out of the sky.
But here's what I'm saying, though. How do we correct it? What do you have to do? You're sitting now at 4-1, so when you talk about how can we make this thing work or try to make it work. What I saw Todd Collins today, it's not going to work. Not him at quarterback. And we're talking about a team that Carolina is nowhere near some of these defenses he's going to face down the road. And so that's where the problem comes in. That's what Mike is trying to say. Cut him and go with Haney. I don't know. But I got to tell you one thing. Yeah, let's say, for example, and you know how these concussions work, Ed. This kid, he could be out. We don't know. I don't know. He could be out a couple of weeks or 3 weeks.
There's no question about it. And not only that, again, I'll say it again, Doug. And you listen, folks, I'm telling you something. You, like the opponents don't know that. Cutler comes back here. You watch how they go after him. And it's football. Football's a brutal sport, and should they, gear to try to get him? Well, it's the name of the sport, folks. And I tell you, he comes back, they really better get some maximum protection going for Cutler, because I'll tell you what, they're going to come after him like you've never seen before, folks.
And I think that's why you take a look what Mike Tyson's doing. bringing in Edwin Williams to play
that guy's trying everything under the sun. I take my hat off to him.
They're trying to mix it up and find guys that can come out there and play. There's no question about it. Even on defense, they got Corey Wooten out there trying for him to come from the opposite side. But, when it's all said and done, we don't have so much you can work with. And when it really comes down to is the fact that the quarterback, you have to take a look at the quarterback, and you have to say to yourself, what if Cutler can't go the distance the rest of the year? That's a major problem. That is a major problem for what I've seen today, what you saw,
that's right.
What all of us saw at quarterback
But
position.
How the hell did they get here?
Oh, yeah, that was Jerry Angelo. But how in the hell do we find someone else in case we're trying to make something work?
Go to church.
He's OP. I'm Doug Buffone _ Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and OTB facility in Lockport. Or Bradovich on phone 312-644-6767. I'm off to church. We'll be right back.
You like that?
I like that.
Shotguns, high snap. Batted up in the air by Peppers. He dives forward and intercepts the football. Are you serious? Julius Peppers bets the ball to himself, and the Bears have it outside the 25-yard line of Carolina. The former Irish quarterback from center. Back to throw on 6 steps. And he's sacked front down on the blitz. It's Lance Briggs who comes in around the ankles. Nothing pretty, no big hit, but effective. Bears bring down Jimmy Clausen. Snap, Clausen never got the football to the back. Falls on it at the 2-yard line. Touched by Chris Harris.
And Julius
Peppers. But he never got the ball into the belly of the back. Matt Moore now sets the throw. Going to get us. And it's intercepted at the goal line. Swiped and on the run back. Here's Peanut. The 24th interception in his career. And he does lay down to the 12-yard line. That's the finisher. Fade to black. Charles Tillman. He's always asking me to say that. Bears win it 23-6. Over the Carolina Panthers to go 4-1 and keep the Panthers winless at 0-5 next week. The Bears at Soldier Field to take on the Seattle Seahawks.
We now return to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, live from Fat Sam's Bar and Grill at 1225 East 9th Street in Lockport. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetirementAdvocate.org, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Those highlights courtesy of WPBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and OTB facility. Thanks to Arlington Park. The facility is outstanding here at the OTB. He's O'Bradovich. I'm Buffone. 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears' 23-6 win over the Carolina Panthers.
Hey, Doug, speaking about Arlington Park.
Yeah.
This new movie that just came out, Secretariat.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the great
racehorse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a dear friend, God rest his soul, by the name of Ernie Polis, and he was a trainer. He trained Black Tie Affair back in the day, and that horse was a horse of the year. But anyways, when Secretariat ran it, they brought him to Arlington Park. I took the family out there, and we were right in the paddock where they, put the saddle on him and everything. And my daughter Gigi and Amy and my son Eddie, we were all in there, and they were like actually petted Secretariat. And I'll tell you, folks, he was a huge horse. I believe
beautiful
it was
horse.
17 some odd hands, but he was a massive horse. But I'll tell you what, that was quite a thrill to be next to that great horse and have my kids there with me. It was something else because that horse stands alone.
Man, I'll tell you one thing. You talk about it's almost like he was a human being.
Oh my God,
talk about
Doug, you get when he came out of that fourth turn. I mean, it put chills in your spine. Oh my God.
Let's go out to Luke in Carroll Stream. Luke, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey guys, how you doing? I think you guys are doing a great job today.
Thanks, Luke.
Touching on all the hot buttons. But before I get riled up about that, I just want to give some love to Matt Forte. I mean, this guy came out to play today. He knew that the ball was going to be handed to him, and he carried this team right out of the gate, put the Bears up, let the defense did the work. Why,
Good point, Luke. Good point.
I just think we got to make this guy a more feature. He has all the intangibles to be a great back, especially in the football game today with being a passing league. This guy can catch the ball in the backfield. He's got a great burst now, being healthy. I think this guy needs to be a more focal point. We got Jay Cutler as a quarterback. He gives us a chance to win every game, but I mean, we've fallen in love with his arm too much. Let's get back to, let some other guys carry the load a little bit. If we need Jay Cutler to come out and do his stuff, then that's what we got him for. But this guy, Matt Forte, came out to play today, and it's good to see that somebody stepped up. And in a must-win game, he did it at the other game too. Just great job by him today.
Luke, you take a look at what he did, especially that 68-yard run. You saw the speed. But also you saw the blocking. Understand this. If you don't get the blocking, I don't care who you are back there, it's going to be very difficult to do anything. And they didn't get much blocking for this kid before today's game. Now, Carolina's not the greatest defense in the world, but the fact was when you see what a guy can do if somebody's out there blocking for you, because what I was impressed mostly with, and I saw him do with a screen pass during the exhibition season. Remember the screen pass he picked? Took and then ran it for about 60 or 70 yards for a touchdown. He did this same run today with 68. I mean, he exploded out of there after the blocks were made. So you're going to have to block for the guy. So that is why it's so important to balance out the running and the passing. Because if Jay Cutler's throwing the football, what's going to happen is they're going to pull the guy out of the box, and they're going to say to him, we're going to cover passing. If they want to take this run down, they'll put the guy in the box, so that's when you throw it. So you have to have that combination. And that combination could be Cutler and Forte. And don't forget Taylor. Chester Taylor can do the same thing.
Well, Luke, I agree with you. And I'll tell you the one thing that I liked about Forte was we ran a couple of misdirection plays, and he cut to the inside, and he had the vision and the wherewithal to see that he wasn't going anywhere. But anyway, I would tell you this. All good runners, all really good runners, where they gain most of the yardage is cutting back, the ability to cut back, and that's what he showed you today. Not only had the ability to stop on a dime and cut back, but also he dropped it in a high gear and was long gone.
Let's go out to the black physicist on the southeast side. Black physicist.
Hello, gentlemen. Always
Hello,
a
my
pleasure
friend.
speaking with you, Mr. Buffon.
Hello, buddy.
Mr. Obradovich.
Yes, sir.
Please bear with me as I make the following points. This was a good win for the Bears. If Matt Forte is going to be the offensive player of the game, I think Julius Peppers deserves to be the defensive player of the game. I mean, that slot pass and interception recovery, when he had his legs cut out from under him and recovered that was awesome. Now, I may make Mr. Obradovich a little angry because along that two-edged sword, we have to thank Jerry Angelo for acquiring one Julius Peppers. Otherwise, we don't have that pass rush that we really needed. Now, again, Todd Collins, he sucks. No arm strength, 4 interceptions, and no mobility. On that, I kind of blame the offensive line coach and staff for not putting in Caleb Haney. He at least is mobile. One other thing that concerns me still is the offensive line is still allowing too many opportunities for the quarterback to get mugged. Collins did not have an easy time out there. That accounted for his 6 for 16 performance. Additionally, they couldn't get a push when they were in the red zone. They had to settle for a couple of field goals. Anyway, you guys are the experts in the game. I humbly accept all of your various insight into the game, and have a great day.
Black physicist, I think you summed it up pretty good, buddy. I mean, there's no question that we all saw the same thing today, and we're all hoping for better things. That is why I was kind of upset that they didn't try for a touchdown and run it on a half-yard line instead of trying to pass it, and it turns into an interception. We saw the fact that, the quarterback situation is not what we thought it would be with the backup. You bring Collins in there, you think he's going to be a lot better than that. And we saw the fact, too, the guys like Collins, don't forget, when you're back there, and Cutler has a lot of balls, put it that way. The fact is, when you get these guys coming at you 100 miles an hour, a lot of times that football is going up in the air. A lot of times you don't step through. Many things can happen. And that is, the kid has not played it, the kid. He's been around 16 years talking about Collins. And Ed had a great point, and that's why I said, why pass, run? No. You have to find out what's going on, and that's exactly what they did find out. What I did see, what I finally saw about Collins, I did not like. It scares me if Cutler's not going to be in there. So maybe I say to myself, maybe you go with the younger kid. Maybe you go with Haney.
Well, the one thing I think they should have done, Doug, is Collins, obviously, the first half we went through and we looked at his stats and how he played. And I thought when they should have made the switch to put Caleb Haney in was in the third quarter, maybe bring Collins out, give him one series, maybe two, to see if they can, when they make their corrections, come out and maybe see if he can get the ball, move the chains down the field and put some points up. But they didn't. That's when I think they should have put Caleb Haney in the game and let him see what he can do. Because I'll tell you what, when they finally put him in with 3 minutes to go?
In the third quarter.
I mean, it was, futile.
Well, the thing is, they talked about Collins knowing the system. They said, well, he knows the system. He knows this, he knows that. It doesn't make any difference. A lot of times you can know a lot of things, but the fact is when it comes down to it, I remember when I retired.
Execute.
Yeah. They said, well, you've got all kind of experience in the world. Well, it doesn't help me when a 240-pound fullback's coming over and runs me over. all that experience doesn't matter. Just like today, when all of a sudden he couldn't get out of the way, he looked slow, looked like he was running in the sand, all those type of things. So maybe you go with the younger kid. I don't know. And maybe we're all talking about this for nothing. Maybe Cutler next week comes back and everything is fine. But I do know this. They watch very closely, when it comes to when you get your brain scrambled. And they don't like it. When they, meaning the NFL, that means the doctors and everybody.
Not the Cutler's, the guy's a competitor and a half. You can't take it away from him.
No,
and
hell no.
God forbid if this does come up again, and and if they tell him he can't, he's going to say he can, and he's going to try to fight it as best he can. But I'll tell you what, the way things are going now, that you get a concussion.
They're watching it closely.
Really looking
it's not like
at it
when
hard.
you and I played. He got his bell rung. I mean, that's all they cared about. And the fact you went back out there.
Yeah,
they didn't care. How many
got,
fingers do I have? I don't know. What? Okay, that's
Yeah.
great. That's a good answer.
Oh my God,
I don't know. Let's go out to Robert in Riverdale. Robert, trying to score with Opie and Doug.
Yeah, how you gentlemen doing today?
All right,
Robert.
All right. Yeah, I agree with both of what you gentlemen said. Doug, when you was talking about about when they had a chance to score a touchdown, they tried doing a pass instead of trying to just shove it down the throat. And I can't understand why would they try to score a pass and they should have tried to see if they could have scored in on the red zone, but they didn't because if they didn't get in, you had the defense. The defense been pretty much shut them down. And then Opie, how long do you think Cutler gonna last? Because like I was saying earlier,
Robert,
everybody's gonna be on panic mode watching this team play every Sunday. Thanks for taking my call.
Robert, your last statement again. You're asking me, and again, I'll tell you again. And I played a long time in this league and follow it very, very closely. And I know one thing: no matter who it is, if it's a running back or whoever, and some guy gets nicked and dinged and etc., I'm going to tell you something. Especially a guy like Cutler, quarterback. Mark my words, they will come after him with everything they have.
And that's something, too, that the Bears' offense has to understand. Martz has to understand. And the fact is, we know Cutler's the gun. We know Martz loves to throw the football. But this kind of brings things to life here a little bit, where that running game has to be more of a balance. I still believe that this game in football is a passing game. I believe that. I honestly believe that with all my heart. But the fact is, though, that when you do have something that can do with the running game, you've got to put it in there. It's got to be a combo of the two. You still, if you can't throw the football, just like Carolina did today, and Clausen looked up bad as he looked, there's no way in hell you're going to win. And the Bears were right there behind him. And in fact, because their defense is so much stronger, that's why the Bears won.
Here, listeners, Robert, I can tell you there's a couple of things that they can do. You can't throw some magic dust out there, and you can't invent things. But what you can do for Cutler when he comes back, again, and Mike Martz knows it, and they've done it already, is move that pocket. If you drop him back 5 steps and 7 steps and you don't get him out of there, and that's what you're going to stick to, he will go down. He will not last. So what they have to do is come with that play action. He can do it and move that pocket so he's not standing back there like a cigar store Indian.
Baker, 1 yard deep, takes the snap, no pressure. Line drive, Hester on his horse to the sidelines. He stays in, makes the grab at the 42-yard line, gets to midfield. He's got the sideline to the 30, 20, shoved out of bounds by the punter Baker, who I think tried to kick it out of bounds and couldn't quite do it. And so the Bears will be knocking on the Carolina door at the 9-yard line. As the return game is blown up for the Bears today, 49 more yards, courtesy Devin Hester.
I like courtesy of WBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and OTB facility in Lockport. He's Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767, talking about the Bears win 23-6 over Carolina. And Ed, does it look like to you that maybe Sammy put on a few more pounds? I don't know. I just seem like, because in the back of his neck, he looks like a pack of hot dogs. I mean, what should I say?
Well, I'll tell you what, it'd be a toss-up between him and Moby Dick right about now, with the edge going to Sam.
Bigger than
you know what? Speaking about
bigger than Moby?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's
Listen,
huge.
Hey,
why?
Doug,
speaking about getting your bell rung.
Yeah.
This is back in the day, folks, and we're playing, and our great middle linebacker Dick Butkus. He inflicted a lot of pain in the years he played. But I'll tell you what, I cannot remember who we were playing, and it was in Wrigley Field. But anyways, apparently the play before, and there's a team going in to score, whoever it was, and we go back in the huddle, and I think they're like on our 1 yard line. So we go back into the huddle, folks, and Dick's standing there with his hands on his hips, and we're looking and we're waiting for the call, the call, and he's just standing there. And I said, Dick, make the call. And he looks at me and he says, you guys play whatever you want. That's exactly what he said. You play whatever you want. So I think Doug jumped in and called a 61 defense or whatever goal line defense.
I remember that.
So now wait a minute. Folks, they scored on us. Yes, they did. So we get Monday off. So Tuesday we go in to watch the films, and we're in that particular section of the films. So we line up. Now, where do you think Dick Butkus was lined up? His bell was rung. Obviously, he's supposed to be right there dead over the center, okay? Or shade one way or the other. In the films, he was lined up at deep safety. His feet were on the back line of the end zone. Remember that?
Yeah.
And he didn't know where the hell he was at. He had no idea where he was at.
It happened so many times then because guys would play. I remember playing a whole half that I don't remember to play the whole half. And so Dick would look at me and say, are you okay? I say, yeah. And no one ever said anything. All they could do was give you that, how many fingers up do I have?
Yeah, that's what
1,
grabbed
2, 3,
you on the sideline.
We always guessed 1, guessed 5. Yeah. Whatever it was always right because they didn't care.
They didn't care.
You went, no. So you went out and played. So that's why it's so dangerous. It's really dangerous on players. And now I'm happy to see the fact that, they're watching out for the guy because players, they don't know. How's the guy going to tell you he's hurt when you don't even know he's hurt? And he goes out there and he plays.
That's why you got to have those professional people.
Let's go out to John on the south side. John, you're on the score.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, right, John.
Hey, I'm not going to pretend that I'm not going to be negative. I'm really happy the Bears are 4-1. Never expected it.
Hey, John, be any way you want.
Yeah, definitely, guys. Hey, Todd Collins really has to be cut. We need a backup. And I'm saying, I kind of listened to the game against Washington and Philadelphia when Vic went out. And I just want to hear you guys what you have to say. Why don't we go out for like a Jeff Garcia? He's still available. Let's go out for him, guys. What do you have to say about that?
Well, John, first of all, you said something. I don't even know where he's at, Ed. Do you?
Yeah, he's supposed to be playing in that other what's that football league?
United
Football. I believe he's playing there for a team. Now, that's what I heard. I'm not sure.
But I don't know that for sure because I know the Bears could have went after Balger. They could have went after certain other players. And Collins is the guy they ended up with. They always thought they didn't need a backup.
John, to answer your question, I believe Mike Martz and Lovie Smith were asked this question some time ago about Garcia. And they were happy with who they had in there. I'm almost positive of that they were asked that question about bringing Jeff Garcia in here, and they were happy with where they were at.
I'm telling you, the toughest thing to do is to go out and find that guy. If you're going to try to find a backup, you certainly can't do it just right in the middle of the season and all of a sudden say, hey, find me a backup. They should have been thought about.
How the hell are they going to find a quarterback when they can't find offensive linemen?
You can't do it.
Answer that question for me.
They're better off if they think that Collins is the guy that can't even make it out there, then go with Haney. Go with the young kid. If that happens, if Cutler can't go. My gut feeling feels like the Cutler can go, but then you have to worry about what you were talking about, you guys teeing off on him. Because once you get that concussion, that thing can happen very quickly later on during the course of the year. Mr. Sharp in Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp, you're on the score.
Hey, Mr. Buffone, Mr. Obradovich, thanks for taking my call.
Okay.
You're more than welcome.
I just want to congratulate the Bears to being where they are right now, 4-1. I think everybody's surprised by that, but we still need help on the offense. We know that, but I'm wondering, do you think the Bears could have built around Kyle Orton? Don't you think they could have invested in an O-line and be almost in a better spot than where they are now? I know they had to. I'm not taking anything away from Cutler. God, no. I know they had to do what they had to do, but sometimes I wonder. And also, I think they should really try to open up the inside lanes, the 1 and 2 holes big time. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
I think, Sharp, you're kind of alluding to what we had to give up for Cutler from Denver, giving away Kyle Orton, and I believe we gave away, Doug? Two, not only Kyle, but 2 draft choices.
2 first rounds.
And a third or a second round draft choice. I'm not sure. Maybe Sharp is alluding to something like that. And, when that first happened, and I am on record as saying it, that, it was fine. I thought it was good. But I did say, Doug, I'm not quite sure that Cutler is that much better than Orton. I mean, I was for the trade, but then it was for the trade. But, again, not quite sure that he's that much better because we gave up an awful lot to get Cutler here.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam Sports Bar and OTB facility in Lockport. Our phone number 312-644-6767. This is the Suburban Tire postgame show. Chicago Bears win 23-6, 4-1. Great game today.
Yeah,
they won.
It is what it is.
It is.
Matt Moore now sets the throw, going to get us, and it's intercepted at the goal line. Swiped and on the run back. Here's Peanut. The 24th interception in his career, and he does lay down to the 12-yard line. That's the finisher. Fade to black. Charles Tillman, he's always asking me to say that.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam Sports Bar and Grill OTB facility in Lockport. He's Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win 23-6 over Carolina. And now we're going to go to Carolina, and we're going to talk to Lawrence Holmes. Lawrence, who was at the football game, covering it. Lawrence, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, guys, and the Bears came out with the old-school Lovey game plan. Run the ball, play defense, and get out of town with a win.
You know, the only thing I had, Lawrence, in this football game that aggravated me, and you're right, and Ed brought up a great point. Now I'm talking about why throw the football. Well, you got to get this, get Collins some experience in there. But when you're down on third down on a half-yard line, we had so much trouble getting it in the score in the past, and you're winning 17-0. I thought he should have tried to blow that thing right across that line and go in there and score instead throwing the football and getting it intercepted.
Yeah, Todd Collins had an awful game. He was 6 of 16 for 32 yards, got sacked 2 times, and threw 4 interceptions. And that one you're talking about, Doug, in the red zone, that's a killer. You're walking away with at least 3 points. If you end up getting the touchdown, which they thought they had on the Chester Taylor play, then you're going away with the game's over at that point. It's 24-3 with Carolina's offense that can be graciously explained as being inept with Jimmy Clausen as their quarterback. But, yeah, they did not want to see Todd Collins make as many mistakes as he made today, and it opens up an interesting discussion on who's going to be the number 2 when Jay Cutler comes back, and I expect that Cutler will be back and playing next week.
The other thing I was looking at, there's no question, I think the defense played outstanding. What happened to Lance Briggs? Is he all right?
Yeah, he twisted his ankle in the game, and he didn't return. There wasn't a real update, and we didn't see him in the locker room. Brian Ewu ended up finishing the game for him at weak side linebacker, but he got caught up on a play, and he got up real slow. And then kind of limped over to the sideline. So we'll wait to hear tomorrow after he's evaluated if he's going to be available. I'd be shocked if he wasn't, but it is a little surprising that he didn't come back in the game.
What kind of amazes me, too, the fact that we knew they were going to run the ball in the game. All of us knew what the game plan was going to be. Go down there, move them out, and they did an outstanding job. I thought Forte, he showed some of that speed, showed a lot of stuff that was going back there, Chester Taylor, and they were going after people and blocking people. But what's going on with Des Clark? I thought he would be activated today.
That's the $64,000 question.
I just think that if you're going to need an H-back, you're going to run the football. Wouldn't he be the guy?
I was thinking that he would be in this game too, but they've pretty much made up their mind. They either feel like Kellen Davis has surpassed Des Clark, or that they feel like they need to roll with the guy that they gave $15 million to, and that's Brandon Manu Maliuna.
Oh, my God, that guy. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, there's times he can't play dead, Lawrence. I'm telling you right now.
He's missed. There have been games where he has been a
Lawrence,
rumor.
He blew another block today. He blew another, just totally blew it.
And I was wondering, why not? I mean, if you're not going to have a fullback, but you're going to run, you're going to have an H-back, and take a look at Dez, he's an H-back, and especially right now, there's no question. And they did the right thing. They did the right thing by what they wanted to accomplish. They went down there to run the ball, and they exactly did that. I mean, they went out there. I mean, they had. What did they have in the first quarter? 17 points, 100 and running for 30-some yards or something like that?
135.
Matt Forte had almost as many yards in the first quarter of this game as he's had all season long. And he ended up with 166 yards. He came into the game with 134 for the entire season. So it lets you know that they did their job running the ball. And with new parts, guys, they used Jamarcus Webb and Edwin Williams out there today. And those guys early on really did a nice job of mauling the Panthers.
Lawrence, we were watching the game, OB and I, and we're looking at it. What can we take out of this game? What can we get out of this game? And we looked at it, and you used the word inept for Carolina, and Clausen looked terrible. I mean, absolutely terrible. He looked like he was throwing hand grenades. But the fact is, when you take a look at this team, you look at the Bears, they won the damn game.
Right.
Well, now, tell me what you saw. I mean, what could you take out of this game besides the running?
Well, the one great thing that I thought happened in this game was the fact that now you've got it on tape that Israel Adonijah can get to the quarterback.
There you go.
You know, that helps Julius Peppers, and Adonijah was talking about it in the locker room that those guys have got to help him. They know how great of a player he is, and they're sick and tired of seeing him get doubled and triple teamed. And if he's getting double and triple teamed, that means there's single blocks on the other side. And those guys have got to do a better job of making the quarterback uncomfortable, that he doesn't have them double teamed. They've got to make the offense think. And Adonijah getting after the quarterback today, the hope is that it helps and allows Peppers to be freed up and maybe see some more single blocks as the year goes on.
Lawrence, did anybody ask Mike Martz after the game a question, posed something like this, that is there any reason why like Caleb Havey wasn't brought into the game earlier? Like in the third quarter.
We're not allowed to talk with Mike Martz after games. They don't let any of the assistant coaches speak to the media after games. The only coach you get is Lovey.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's their new rule this year.
And so the fact is that when you take a look at what Ed is saying, listen, you know what? I never thought Collins could be that bad, but he was absolutely bad today. I mean, that's exactly how I looked at it. Now, maybe lack of playing, getting older. I don't know what the reason is.
He was Jonathan Quinn bad today,
Doug.
Doug.
I'm telling you, and when you mentioned that, when you just said that, Jonathan Quinn, I start to shake. Seriously. Jonathan Quinn was absolutely brutal.
Have you guys seen what his passer rating was?
Yeah, 6.3 or something like that.
6.2 for Todd Collins.
I mean, that's ridiculous. And so when we're looking at it, that's why Ed brought that up and saying, listen, why not check the younger kid out and see what he can do
Caleb
more.
Haney, and I thought they should have brought him in, Lawrence, in the third quarter. Give Collins a couple of downs after the adjustments at halftime. Bring him in there. And if he doesn't do it, give Caleb Haney enough time, and let's see what he can do. The game, we believe, was in hand, and I like we ran the ball and we tried passing, and it's something that I'm glad they did. They had to find out what the hell they had. But I'd just love to see Caleb Haney in there with a little bit more time than coming in with 2 or 3 minutes left.
As well as the Bears were playing, and it seemed like this game was totally in their control from the word go, Todd Collins kept the Panthers in this game. Absolutely. By turning it over. I mean, you looked up and you're going, man, they've got another opportunity. They've got another opportunity in Bears territory because he's throwing picks. And Caleb Haney, you know, he said after the game, he was very diplomatic. He said, I just want to do my job, but he did give a lot of credit to Jay Cutler. Lawrence? And he said that Cutler helped him immensely once he got into the game to let him know what things he needs to be doing. And those guys have a really strong relationship. You see those two together pretty much all the time, so you know that Caleb Haney is trying to pick his brain. But, yeah, it was a question that was going around here in the press box on at what point do you decide that you cannot give up opportunities like this to Carolina. And Lovie Smith, you know, felt like it was later in the game that they had to do that. Ball security was a big, big factor towards the end, and he didn't want Carolina to feel like they had any life left in this game.
You know, real quickly before you take off, the fact is when you take a look at, you know, some of the special team plays, I'm going to tell you, talk about Hester and his outstanding, but this Manning is so impressive when he comes out of that end zone, 100 miles an hour. That kid, even on the opening kickoff, 62 yards, everything thereafter. I've never seen a guy throughout the whole football league, the National Football League, come out as fast and as hard as this kid does.
Doug, you're right. He hits it hard. Last year, he was averaging almost 28 yards a return. Today, 3 returns for Daniel Manning for 133 yards. That's an average of 44.3 yards every time he touched the ball. He's got no fear, even if he's 5 yards deep, because he doesn't stutter step. He just goes straight, and he goes 100 miles an hour, like you were saying, and he doesn't come down on the first hit either. You know, he's a guy that gets extra yards, and his athleticism definitely, you know, plays a role. And I want to give him a lot of credit. Defensively, he's been very good. He was a big question mark coming into the season, but I think that he's made the transition, and he's done a nice job. Came up with a pick today on an underthrown ball by Jimmy Clausen, but he's more comfortable and looks more comfortable back there playing safety than he has in a while.
All right, Lawrence, thanks a lot, buddy. Have a good trip back.
All right, guys, thank you.
Take care. You're listening to Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. We're live at Fat Sam's. That's right, Fat Sam's OTB facility in Lockport. 312-644-6767. Ed and I'll be right back. And Ed, we got John, Frank,
Hang in there,
Baby,
callers.
George, Harry, Mahmoud. We're out there. Call us when you get a chance.
Hang in, guys.
Good Hands play of the game is brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Shotguns, high snap. Batted up in the air by Peppers. He dives forward and intercepts the football. Are you serious? Julius Peppers bets the ball to himself, and the Bears have it outside the 25-yard line of Carolina.
And I like courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam Sports Bar and OTB facility in Lockport. He's Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 23, Carolina 6.
Douglas, me boy.
Yes.
A little bit of information here.
What we got?
I'm not for sure if it was Sharp or John called, talking about maybe getting another quarterback and Jeff Garcia. Jeff Garcia is currently with the Omaha Nighthawks, and he in United Football League, and that's exactly where he is. And as a matter of fact, when we cut Anderson, we picked up one of their defensive ends who they let go in Charles Grant, who is now the newest Bear. But where Jeff Garcia is, he's at the Omaha Nighthawks, folks, in United Football League.
You know, Ed, if you take a look at both quarterbacks for Carolina and the Chicago Bears, all the quarterbacks are in today's game.
Yes.
The Chicago Bears, yards per pass play.
Yes.
1.3.
That much, huh?
Yeah, and Carolina was 1.7. So neither quarterback for Carolina or the Bears could hit a bowl in the ass with a banjo.
What's totally outstanding, though, and again, to go back, Doug,
what?
At this day and age,
yeah,
and at this level, this is what we got.
Yeah,
this is who they are.
I've seen better exhibition games.
Jesus.
I mean, from the quarterback. I'm not taking away from what we did running the damn ball, because we did a good job doing all that. But from something that we, focus on, quarterback
Doug,
situation.
sometimes things are what they are. No
yes.
matter how you paint it.
I mean,
wow.
there's no question that certainly not. And you were talking about what's the guy's name again?
Jeff Garcia.
Jeff Garcia. Now,
yes.
Martz had him in Detroit, right? When he was in Detroit, Martz coached him. He was the guy with the Lions, and maybe they're going to go take a look at it.
Todd
I'm not
Collins
quite sure.
supposedly knows the system too.
Yeah, but Todd Collins he looks rickety out there. When I say rickety, meaning that he should be playing touch football or something, flag football. I don't think he should be playing.
You're entirely too critical, Doug.
Thank you. Let's go out to John on the west side. John, you're on the Score.
Hey. I think the Bears did good, and I think they're going to be 7-1 because the running game's doing better, the offensive line's doing better. Once they get Jay Cutler back, they should be stellar right now.
Well, no question, John. I mean, the fact is that if you get a running game like they had today.
The only problem is about will the run game keep on stepping up?
If what now?
Will the run game keep on doing well?
Well, that's the problem.
Well,
the problem is if we could play Carolina every Sunday, it would be. And that's what we look at.
What's going to happen, John? You're going to start running in, and it probably won't happen until the back half of the season. But you start running in the Vikings defensive line and some of these other teams out there that are more of a quality team. I mean, we got our brains beat in last week up in New York, And, boy, I tell you, the doctor had the right team for us this time, playing Carolina. And it just fell. It was perfect. It was a perfect fit in and a perfect fit for what ailed the Bears is to get the running game going and to see what we could do with the running game. Now, where do we go from here? Big question mark, guys. Big question mark. And the question mark is Jay Cutler, and can he go through the rest of the season? And I'm telling you, that is a huge question mark.
I'll tell you, this NFL is so crazy. Take a look at the Giants. They whipped the Bears, obviously. Now they go down to Houston. They whip Houston at Houston. And then you take a look at today's game. Aaron Rodgers suffered a concussion in overtime during the Packers' 16-13 loss to the Redskins. His status is uncertain for next week. All these things. And Favre, we still don't know if Favre can play or not play or be close to being able to play because of the age factor.
But we know they're better football teams than what you saw today.
They are, but the quarterback, I'm talking about the quarterback position itself, though, Eddie. Green Bay loses Rodgers, that's a problem. If they lose up there, if they lose Favre, that's a problem. I'm going to tell you something. Detroit Lions are looking good. And so when you look at all this stuff, you say to yourself, what the hell's going on here? So it's like from week to week, Ed. You just don't know what's going to happen.
That's why you've got to have a balanced attack in this league. If you think you're going to live by throwing the football constantly, and I know the league rules gives you a chance to move the ball down the field, but Doug, you got to have a balanced attack. You can't be throwing the ball 55, 65 times a game and running 10 times, 8 times, 15 times in a game. Why? Because you're putting that quarterback in harm's way.
And that's what they're doing now. Now they're going after the quarterback. They're turning everybody loose on the quarterback.
That's why you need the balanced attack, and hopefully March will incorporate the running game more in the remaining games.
Ed, if you take a look at it, remember we always used to talk about sacks? They talk about sacks, but they talk about how many times you hit the quarterback. And they figure during the course of a game, you bang that quarterback enough in the first quarter, take him in the second quarter, and the third quarter. By the time the fourth quarter comes around, the guy will be mush. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to put a lot of pressure by hitting the quarterback. Let's go out to Baby Fab on the west side. Baby Fab, you're on.
Hey, Doug, OB, how you guys doing?
What's up, Fab?
Great win. Not the prettiest thing, but I'll take it. The one thing, I was watching the game with some friends, and we talked about the coaching, and I was looking at this coaching staff, and you look back at the year they went to the Super Bowl. He had Chico on the defense, Ron Rivera on the defensive coaching side, and I think it was Turner. But now this year with March and a coordinator, I can't think of his name right now, then Mike Tice also.
Mike Tice is the line coach, and March is the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, and then I think right now looking at this team, it's all personnel issues that we have, and I think a lot of this where we're not where we're supposed to be could be looked at on Jerry Angelo. I mean, they did a good job picking up Webb. I saw him in the preseason. I thought he was pretty good. But don't you think, looking at this coaching staff, I have confidence in it, but I think the personnel they should have a better backup than Todd Collins. They had all off season to get a better backup. I like Caleb Haney. I just think the personnel, Jerry Angelo is not doing something right in the personnel decisions. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I think that Ed brought this up last week, and he brings it up this week, and he brought it up 2 weeks ago. He brought it up a year ago, and it's the same story. And Ed will tell him the story, Ed, about Angelo. I mean, the fact is that these guys, they're not bringing in enough good players for these guys to put together an offensive line. If you had a Mercedes for a quarterback, would you not go out there and get 4 good tires, not baloney skins, but 4 good tires, for that car? That's what we're saying here. A lot of this stuff hasn't been thought out. The backup hasn't been thought out.
There's no question about it. And again, Fab, you can play this game at any level. I don't care if you're playing in a Bill George league or whatever league that you're playing in, at what age and at what level. I'm going to tell you something. You better have the horses up front, because that's what it's all about. I mean, I beat on it a lot, but it just happens to be the truth. You're not going to – you get a quarterback, you don't have the people up front. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And again, I keep saying here, how many years does Jerry Angelo and these guys – do you think this offensive line is a problem just this year? It was last year. It was the year before. It's standing. It's right in front of you. Right up front of you. And it's not cured. It's not fixed. and we have a quarterback when he comes back will be in harm's way. Make no mistake about it.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. That's right, we're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and OTB facility in Lockport. Bears 23, Carolina 6. 312-644-6767.
Now, Kevin is here from East Troy, Wisconsin, came down to see us.
Well,
and, of course, and his dad, who was not here.
Well, no, he's laying on the floor with a beer bottle.
Oh, yeah, but he's not here, though.
Yeah, but he's not here.
All right, but Kevin's here, but his dad is here, but he's not here.
We can't tell the family.
We can't tell anybody that his dad's here.
We'll be right back. Get off the floor, Kevin. Call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and OTB facility in Lockport. He's Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. 312-644-6767. Talk about the Chicago Bears win over the Carolina Panthers. Bears 23, Carolina 6. And Ed, did I ever tell you that the fact that Sam, Fat Sam, our own Fat Sam, had to go to SeaWorld to get baptized? That's what the rumor's out there.
Dad, I heard that rumor.
You heard that rumor?
But go along, listen. By the way, to all the lovely waitresses here.
Oh, what a great crew.
At Fat Sam's, I tell you, they're wonderful. They're all dressed in the
best.
Bear jerseys. There's no question about food out of this world. That's if you can get to it before Sam does.
Well, that's the
and
problem.
Also, and a special thanks to Liz, our girl. She took care of it. Liz, thank you, honey. Great job.
Yeah, you know.
You give your standing ovation, Doug and I.
Yeah, that's right.
There we go.
They do a great job.
Yes.
And, again, too, Fat Sam, tremendous guy. You'd love him if you ever met him. His shadow weighs as much more than he does at 500 pounds. But, Fat Sam, no one knows this, but, he's not allowed to wear a yellow raincoat. Every time he does that, people start screaming, "Taxi!" That's all everyone knows.
I never heard that one before. That's a
new
good one, Doug.
How much work we beat this guy up, huh? But Sam has done a great job for us.
He takes a great beating. He really does.
He really, and he's not as fat as it like we talk
yes,
about.
He is. Yes, he is.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yes, he is.
You're right. He is.
Yes, he is.
Let's go out to Frank, I-94. Frank, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. I just want to know, first of all, I was coming back on 94. We're in Milwaukee, me and my friend, and we want to know what's going on. Why is Collins playing? Why don't we have Caleb Haney in? And was it Mike Martz's decision to play Collins and not Haney? What's going on with that? I hang up and listen to you guys.
Frank, if I was to make an educated guess, I would say it was Mike Martz, and I'm sure the plan was that's the way it was going to go. And Caleb Haney, the only thing I disagree with is the way things were going. Defensively, we certainly had it in hand, and Collins wasn't getting it done. And I'm glad we went to the passing game to see if, in fact, we can do it. But what I love to see him is have Caleb Haney come in third quarter while you got time, while you had a game you could do it, and to see what the hell he could do.
There's no question, Ed. I think you're absolutely correct on this. They had to find out what's going on with Todd Collins.
Yes, they did.
And so they took a look at it, and he went out there, and he played poorly. I mean, he had 4 interceptions. He had an interception last week, too. In fact, got knocked out of the football game with a stinger in the neck, as they say. So this may change their mind. When they go into the next thing, they may look at Haney more and say, listen, you know what, let's go with him. But the reason why they did do that, everybody thought that on kind of the experience factor, Todd Collins had enough experience or more experience to handle the Mike Martz operation as far as making those calls, and so that's why they leaned toward him doing that.
They brought him in here to do exactly what he was supposed to do, and guess what? He didn't do it.
See, the thing about it is you could sit and we could talk about it, mentally look at it, but there's still a thing called physical. In other words, you still physically got to be able to do those things. Drop back pass, look where it's going on, and that he doesn't have. The arm strength is not there. The maneuverability is not there. The sense of awareness is not even there. But if you talk to him and sat down with him and say, yeah, this is what you do, and he writes it up and say, this is where you go and this is what we do. Well, there's a big difference of actually going out there and
They
doing
all
it.
look good in practice.
Yeah. Let's go out to Pete in Bensenville. Pete, you're on the Score.
Hi, Doug and Ed.
Hey,
glad to be on the show.
Thanks for coming on,
Thanks
Pete.
for coming on, Pete.
Listen, you know what really's got me puzzled is that Martz did not change the strategy during the last week when Cutler was getting beat up. I mean, don't you have a safety valve or short stuff that you could go over the middle, or a safety valve belly out that you get a halfback? You know, I can't understand why he didn't adjust.
Well, you know, Pete, you got to take a look at Martz when he's done in the past. And I read this in the paper today, and I thought it was very interesting. I think Dan Pompei wrote this. You know, the Bears, for example, right now have 18 sacks. They're on the pace of getting 72 sacks this year, getting sacked 72 times. March, when he was with the Lions did, he got sacked 63 times. But March, average-wise, as a head coach or an offensive coordinator, average-wise, 47.5 sacks, average-wise. So what does that tell you? The fact is that there's risk and reward. He puts it right out there. And that's been a part of the problem when they talk about March's operation. He's not going to change, guys. He really is not going to change. All those sacks that happened in the past are going to happen in the future. What we are worried about, we may not have a quarterback after those things are all said and done with. Because like I said, average 47.5 sacks per year. So when you start doing that, that means that quarterback's taking those hits. Can our quarterback take those hits anymore?
Pete, when Cutler comes back, I'll guarantee you, hopefully they'll have that maximum protection down. Because a week ago, maximum protection failed miserably. And hopefully they'll have the max protection down. We'll go with a little, now that we started the running game, go with a little bit more play action and get him the hell out of that pocket and move him. And if they can implement those three things, with hopefully these guys getting better, then it might work. Then Cutler might have a chance. But if Cutler goes 5-7, stays back there, it ain't going to happen, folks.
Guys, we're going to wrap it up. Bears win. That's an exciting thing for all of us. They're 4-1. Next week we'll be here against Seattle, and we'll go after the Seattle team. And Ed and I are privileged to be here, and the phone calls that we get every Sunday.
Absolutely.
Trust me, we absolutely love it. We love it when you guys call, and we love talking football. We got our thanks to Fat Sam's, Lawrence Holmes, Adam Harris, Connor McKnight, Chris Tannehill, Adam Hodge, Brendan McCaffrey, our
crack ace
producer,
top guy in the country.
Randy Popowski, Brian Kovacs, and Jason Goff. Jason Goff, the best-looking man. And I always tell Jason this guy should be in the movies. I'm telling you, the guy has a great look to him, but no, he won't listen to me. He wants to be here with the score. Go ahead, do that.
I tell you, Jason's a bunch of fun, and I tell you, he's got a lot of opinions. And I tell you what,
and he'll give them to you
yeah,
too.
He'll give them to you whether you want it or not. But he does a hell of a job.
Jason Goff is coming up next. We'll take your phone calls from 7 to what time is it? Oh, until 7:15. I thought he was going to go to 7. I said, please stop yourself. Jason will be on to 7:15. Before the scores coverage of Sunday Night Football, Philadelphia versus San Francisco. Thank all of you for calling, and we'll talk to you next week.
God bless.
God bless.
Here's the snap to Cutler, giving to Matt Forte. Bangs down to the goal line. End zone! Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Opening drive, 6-yard run. Matt Forte, and the Bears strike quickly. Snap, another pump fake, throwing the left sideline. It's Butler in the end zone with a catch. He beats Charles Tillman. Touchdown Seattle. Another pump fake and a throw. And Charles Tillman bid on it a bit. Deion Butler's in, and the Seahawks quickly match the Bears. Snap to Hasselbeck, given to Justin Forsett up the middle of the 5. Banging near the goal line and just charges into the end zone. Right up the gut of the Bears defense. Touchdown Seattle, they've got the lead. Blitz is on as Cutler goes to throw. In trouble, stepping up to avoid, but the backside defender comes in and brings him down to linebacker Aaron Curry. They get to Cutler before he could eject out of the pocket. It's a sack of 6 yards on 3rd and long. Now the Bears fail to score. Touchdown to the red zone again. Receiver each side. Tight ends to both sides. Blitz is on. Cutler in trouble. Hit. Ball is out at the goal line. Safety. Again, that corner blitz. Never saw it coming. Nobody picked it up. Safety for Seattle. They lead 16-13 and will get the ball back. Snap to Hasselbeck. Here comes pressure, and he gets rid of the football just in time. Covered up by Adonijay. Hasselbeck says that it's an incomplete pass. And again, he did that in the first half. And now they're going to say Bears football recovered by Israel Adonijay. Marshawn Lynch breaks one, now two, and he stands up into the end zone with a touchdown. Breaking tackles from inside the one. And the Seahawks extend the lead to 22-13 pending the point out. Murray, right foot into it. Danielle Manning now going to come out around the 11-yard line with the head of steam to the 20. Danielle to the 25, breaks one tackle. Now a second tackle. Breaks a third tackle right to the 40. 45 to the 40 to the 30 to the 20, 10, 5, but a penalty marker is down. It might be wiped out.
Yeah, penalty marker down about the 16-yard line. Came out early.
Holding number 58 after the ball. First down.
Terrible. Bears down 10. They need 2 scores. Snap, spot, kick. Robbie Gould, not enough leg. It is short to the right. Seattle with a 23-13 lead with 3:42 to play in the game.
Third down open. Goal for 12, roll for 13.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Cork and Kerry. That's right. He's Obradovich and I'm Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 20, Seattle 23. And the game was not close as it sounds like at 23-20.
I think we have some unhappy Bear fans here.
Well, they should
say
be.
the least.
They should be. I mean, if this is a game the Bears should have won, this is the game that would have put them forward in the division.
Well, somebody forgot to tell Seattle, Doug.
Well, not only Seattle, but I got to tell you, all the guys have been questioning the Bears at 4-1. We've been getting a lot of phone calls about, geez, are the Bears that good or they're not that good? I don't know what they're doing. I got to tell you, today was pathetic. When I tell you about pathetic, I'm telling you about the offense, and I'm telling you about Jay Cutler. I will guarantee you he'll be in a body bag by the time the year is end. I don't know what the sacks ended up with, 5 or whatever it was, but the hits he took on that. Now let me ask you a question. In the San Diego game, you remember in the exhibition season.
First game.
They pulled Cutler out. They said, why did we pull him out? Well, you know what? They're doing this corner blitz. And this corner blitz is going to kill him, so we don't want him to get hurt. You mean to tell me at this point in time of the season that you saw today where those blitzes were coming from? All coming from the outside, the corner to safety, and our tackles never adjusted. No one adjusted to it. The cornerbacks, the safeties on the outside had a running start at Cutler, and no one touched them. No one touched them. And we ended up in sacks. Now, come on, somewhere along the line, either you tell your guy he made a mistake to tackle, or their scheme is all dead wrong. But there's something wrong with us. Now, everybody's doing it. They're all doing it against the Chicago Bears. You mean to tell me, Ed, that you haven't found a way to figure this out, to understand that your quarterback is going to get killed, and somehow you're going to stop it. And we see the tackle go inside every time. The guy comes from the outside, no one touches him. The guy gets a running start and blasts Cutler every time. And you can't do that with 5 sacks. And then also on offense, you can't go 0 for 12 on third down. 0 for 12?
0 for 13 a week before.
Right. How can you do that? I thought this was Mike Martz, the genius. The guy that came out, the guy that knew everything about offenses. Where in the hell is the genius in this considered? 0 for 12. And not to mention the fact I'm a passing guy. I changed my mind about you got to throw the football. But somewhere along the line, you got to be able to run it a little bit. I mean, you take a look at it. The attempts, what did we have the first half running? 20 yards? That's exactly what we had.
20 yards.
I mean, if you had all this stuff together,
2.2 average.
Stupid is stupid, but this was stupid. This is something that shouldn't happen today. This is the team that the Bears should have walked away with, won that football game, and got out. Now, they catch a break in the beginning of the first part of the game. He throws a 58-yard pass, interference. Hester, I mean, that's a big deal. 58 yards. We go in to score at 7-0. That should have been it. They should have wiped this team out, Seattle. No chance, no how, no way should they have come back. No way. And all of a sudden they do it. Let me tell you this right now. The players, they played a bad game offensively. The line played a bad game offensively. And the coaches stunk. They actually stunk. And March is the genius as he's supposed to be. Didn't show me any genius today whatsoever. And so now we take this thing and you're looking at the fact that the Bears are 4-2. And now it goes on down the road. I mean, you're going to have Washington. Then you have a bye. And then you have Buffalo. And then it gets mean. Then you start playing some real teams. I tell you, I'm very disappointed in this football game, Ed.
Well, Doug, there's so many bad things that happen out there today. I really don't know where to start with it. But I'd like to start with one player. This Manu Maniula that we brought in here, Doug, and what is he getting paid? Did he sign him, $6.1 million? Mm-hmm. Bring him in here to help block. I'm going to tell you, this guy, I put him on a slow boat to China, folks. My Lord. 6 games into this season, they bring him in to maximum protect or just to protect to make sure Cutler doesn't get hit. And this guy doesn't know on which side of the ball he's on. This guy is clueless in Chicago.
Well, the fact is,
Jamarcus Webb today.
Well, there's another
If
one.
you people watch today, you people that T-voted or whatever, go back and take a look at Jamarcus Webb, number 73 at right tackle. Take a look at number 68, our left tackle. Watch him for 4 quarters. This is the 6th game into the league. The 6th game. And we have an offensive line that the game of professional football is a mystery. That's embarrassing. You got Tice doing everything that he can to juggle, switch, do whatever he can to get these guys to block. But according to Angelo, our general manager, who says you build a team, you start with the quarterback. Well, Jerry, I got news for you, pal. It has been, is now, and always will be. You win the game up front with your offensive line and your defensive line. That's where you build Super Bowl champion from. Today, again, Doug, this guy, I told you, I remember I said last week and the week before, mark my words, folks, this guy's going to struggle to finish the year. This kid cannot continue to take a beating like this. And to sit there and have those offensive linemen looking behind them and watching their own quarterback get taken down? Are you kidding me?
Well, see, that's what's the mystery.
When the hell does pride come in? The guys in front of you.
Hey, don't mix pride with stupidity. And I'm telling you, that's what's going on here. The fact is, if you try to tell me you're a coach and you see they're doing the same thing over and over, not just this game.
Just watch it.
Games before that, the cornerback's coming in, no one's touching him. The games before that, you're trying to tell me, and even going into the football game, you realize that your quarterback was dinged up. You want him to get hit. You would say, listen, they're going to do what everybody else is going to do against us in the National Football League. They're going to send the cornerbacks. They're going to send the safeties from the outside. This is how we do it. This is how we block it. They weren't even close to blocking it. I mean, I saw some other times O'Meal, at least he had the guy in front of him who was supposed to block, but whiffed it. Well, again, he got beat. All right, that's fine. This way here, no one had a clue. And after Cutler went down, they all looked around at each other, said, what happened? Where'd he come from? Where'd the guy come from? It's been going on and on and on. So how in the hell can you put up with it? So you're going to blame the player? I blame the player. I also blame the damn coaches on this deal.
You know, folks, again, I just mentioned to you about personal pride, and I mentioned it when we couldn't even go from the 1-foot line and score a touchdown. There comes a point in time, whether you're badly coached or not badly, if you're not that good, it comes a time, especially into the 6th game of the season, when you've been taking a beating for almost 6 games. You know who you're blocking. You know what the play is called if it's a run or a pass play. You know who you have to block. When the hell does personal pride come into these guys? Or does it even fit into their future? I don't even understand it, Doug. To sit there and take a beating like that, it is absolutely unbelievable. And on 3rd down, folks, in 2 games, at this level of football, 0 for 25 on 3rd down, the most important down in football. 0 for 25. Mike Martz, Lovie Smith, what's the answer? Give us an answer. And by the way, Lovie, you're not 4-1. We're 4-1. Lovie doesn't want to ask you. We're 4-1. Rex is our quarterback.
And the sun will come up tomorrow.
Yes.
I mean, they had a purpose, Ed. Don't you understand? They had a purpose.
That goes back to the Green Bay game last year. Lovie Smith, we got our backside handed to us.
They had a purpose.
You know what he said? He said the Green Bay Packers had a purpose. Excuse me?
I don't get it. And again, go back to what you were talking about, going back to protection for Cutler. And I do know this. Mike Martz coming in, his teams averaged against him, no matter when he was coaching, 47 sacks a year. We knew that coming in, risk-reward. We knew the quarterback would take a beating. But the fact is, when you take a look at certain things, that you can't say to yourself, why do you let it happen over and over and over? Now, if I saw an offensive tackle getting beat physically all the time, well, that happens. And what happens, that's more than it should happen, but it happens. But for them cornerback and for a safety to do the same damn thing over and over and over, especially on third down situations, and let them to get away with it and have your tackles look like they, or your backs, I don't know who the hell was supposed to block them. So that's a major problem. I mean, there's no question about it. And I'm taking a look at this football game, and you know what? I got to tell you, the Bears are overrated. And that's what you hate to say that, and they said, okay, fine, here. We're going to tell you who we are. And what I've seen, I have not impressed whatsoever. This was a game, Seattle, a team that is ranked 31st against the pass. It looked like they were number one against the pass today. They were second against the run. We couldn't do either. And I got to tell you, when it's all said and done with, if Manning's touchdown's all right, we win the damn football game. Think about that. Manning's touchdown's called back. You got Hester taking the punt return. So basically what's happened here is the special teams basically been carrying this team. And there isn't enough substance with this team right now to say that it even should be a contender. And don't tell me, this game, the Bears should never have won this football game today. They got beat. That 23-20 don't tell you how badly they got beat because they just didn't do the job again today. Let's go take some phone calls, Ed. Let's go out to Dan in Humboldt Park. Dan, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Yeah, I want to talk about this coaching. It's awful. They couldn't pick up the blitz coming from the outside. And why didn't they? It's a pleasure to talk to OB and Doug, but this line is horrible. They couldn't pick up the blitz. And what I think they should have did is put the kid Williams back at the tackle and put Ovio should have been at the guard. What do you think about that? Listen for my answer.
I don't know. Again, too, if you take a look at today, and we talked about the blitz, we talked about that stupid cornerback blitz. It happened on both sides. It happened on the right side. It happened on the left side. So we got two tackles that both are stupid, or the coach is not stupid telling them what the hell's going on out there. And it happened more than once, and it happened on third down. Come on.
Doug, you sit there and you listen to what went on, and a lot of people are talking about Jamarcus Webb. Here's a guy that's 6 feet 7, weighs approximately 340 or 350, and all of a sudden some of the pundits in town is that this is the next becoming of a great tackle and whatever. Guys, we really don't have any really quality offensive linemen on this team. And I'm going to tell you something, and even though we were 4-1 going into this game, sooner or later the weaknesses again had to show up. And you look at Cutler today, I don't know how many times he was hit today. And if he would have had a hell of a lot more sacks if it wasn't for his ability and his footwork to get out of certain situations for 4 quarters, it would have been worse yet. But I'm going to tell you something. Sometimes things are what they are, and you have to win up front, and we don't have the people to win up front. So brace yourselves, fans.
He's Al Bradovich on the phone, the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Cork and Kerry. That's right. Cork and Kerry. And we'll be right back. Bears lose 23-20.
The knee for Hasselbeck, and the Seahawks get the win here in Chicago, 23-20. A big NFC win as well, but the Seahawks are now 3-2, entering today second in the NFC West in a division that is totally up for grabs. And depending on what the Packers situation is, the Bears' lead in the division will shrink at worst.
Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Cork and Kerry. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss 23-20 to Seattle. And as we look over some of these stats and take a look at what happened today, the fact is the Bears themselves had 39 attempted passes, okay? The running, they had 14. Now, if you take a look at Seattle, Seattle had 40 pass attempts. So about basically what the Bears had. But they had 31 rush attempts. Why? Because they got their first downs off of third down situations. The fact is the Seattle Seahawks held the ball 34 minutes and 23 seconds to the Bears 25-37, meaning the fact that they obviously had more plays, meaning the fact because the Bears were 0-12 on third down that they didn't get the football and that the defense had to go back out there. So all these stats, they add up. They make sense of what happened out there today, and you can't continue this way. You cannot continue this way and think you're going to win and depend on your specialty teams all the time. Like I said, they might have pulled this damn thing out if Manning was not called back on that touchdown. You had Manning and Hester, but you can't count on your special teams all the time. Somewhere along the line, you bring in somebody like Mike Martz, who's supposed to be a genius in this. Our offense was ranked 27th going into this football game. And if you take a look at today, how in the hell can you be 0 for 12 on third down? And how in the hell defensively can you let the guys on cornerbacks come in from the outside and do the same thing over and over and over and get the same sacks when nobody touched them? And the fact is this has not been going on just this game. It's been going on all year. Somebody give me an answer to this. Are the ball players that poor? They're not listening to you? Are they in another world, or are you not telling them? But let me tell you something. After the first time today, I'd have been jumping down their throat and tap dancing all over their lungs for them to understand what the hell is going on. And that didn't happen today. So meanwhile, let your guy back there who just come back from a concussion, let him get again. Pretty soon he's going to have the brains of a rocking horse if they keep beating him up like that.
Doug, like I had mentioned before, it's a matter of time. For this kid Cutler, Doug, nobody can stand in there and take a beating like that. Cutler's a big kid. He can move. He's got mobility. But I'm going to tell you what, you can't do that for 4 quarters, game after game, running for your life. And sometimes, somewhere along the line, maybe even in this game, he's going to start hurrying those passes, trying to make something happen, because he's going to stop wanting to take a beating himself. And you could see the frustration in the fourth quarter by him, just the look on his face and his reaction when they called the last time out. And can you blame Cutler? No. I mean, somebody has to be to blame for this, folks. You're the head coach and you're the general manager, and you basically are the two guys that bring these people in here to play football for the Chicago Bears. And you're the ones responsible, folks. And I'm going to tell you what, people talking about the Super Bowl, we're going here, we're going there. Well, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of hurdles yet. And I'm not saying, could this possibly be corrected, Doug? And the thing is, what you just mentioned, how do you know? Are the football players, are they that dumb that they can't take coaching? Or do the coaches not know? Do the coaches that they can't see that to transfer that information to their players? Or is it all the above?
Well, I got to tell you, maybe it's all the above, but the fact is in football you rectify what you did in the past, the mistakes you made, and you take a look at it. And I'm going to go back again. I'm going to go back to exhibition season. And if you guys remember correctly, Cutler was out there, San Diego's playing, and they pulled Cutler out, and they said, why'd you pull him out? Well, because the corner blitz is coming. They're hitting him with the corner blitz, and basically they said we don't want him to get hurt. So you mean to tell me, and that was, the second game of the season, whatever it was, that you haven't figured the damn thing out yet? That when you get into a football game, that there it is, and you're going to let them happen again and again and again, not only this game, but the games before that? Then who's stupid? I don't know. I don't know who's stupid. All I know is that you're getting your quarterback killed. Now, if you had your offensive lineman that was getting destroyed all the time, which we get our chances to get beaten up quite a bit. We saw Umi Yao do it. It's physical mistake. The guy got beat. He ran over top of him. But when you see a guy coming wide open, loose from the outside, time after time after time, on third downs where you're 0 for 12, you mean to tell me that you can't correct that during the game? You mean to tell me that you haven't gone over that? Can the ball player be that dumb?
Well,
Can a football player be that dumb?
Doug, you listen to people and you go back. There's a reason there, in the beginning of football there's a thing called the exhibition season. And, of course, there's 4 games. Now, whether you believe in it or not, that's everybody's prerogative. But I can tell you this. That's one of the reasons why you have 4 exhibition games to figure it out. You don't pull our offensive line, who really haven't played together, some very young people. They play a quarter, maybe a quarter and a half, and you pull them out of an exhibition game. Now, when the gun goes off for the real stuff, our Cutlers be getting hammered for 6 games. But we don't want to get anybody hurt in the exhibition season. Folks, that's why you play exhibition season, to get your timing down. Just as it is in a passing game, it's the same damn thing in line play. Get used to the guy playing next to you. If you're going to A-block, track block, sucker toss, all the things that you're called to do, okay? You're going to wait to the season to do this? No, those guys should be playing in those 4 games so they get the timing back. The last time I looked, I don't think I'm looking at 5 guys that are going into the Hall of Fame over here, folks. You know, you got to play these guys. They're young. You got to help them out. Just don't take them and put them under the gun when you had 4 games to do something about it and you didn't do a damn thing.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. We are live at Cork and Kerry. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose to Seattle 23-20. We'll be right back. The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, number 1 in what matters most.
Here's the snap to Cutler, giving to Matt Forte. Bangs down to the goal line. End zone! Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Opening drive, 6-yard run. Matt Forte, and the Bears strike quickly.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Cork and Kerry. The old Radovich Ampa phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss 23-20 to Seattle. And also now talking a little bit about the quarterback. And let me give you some of these stats. What happened with Jay Cutler today? He had 17 completions on 39 attempts, 290 yards. And this percentage right here, his completion percentage was 43.6. That's not acceptable. And his yards per attempt was good, was 7.4, so that was average. But he was sacked 6 times. He lost 44 yards in those sacks. And then on top of that, his quarterback rating was 69.4. That's not going to cut it. Cutler is not going to cut it with 69.4. Now, a lot of times, too, maybe he's holding on the ball too long, Ed. I don't know. I mean, part of it is the fact you become psychological in your head. You want some things to happen, some things to happen. But I got to tell you, he lucked out a couple of times down near the goal line. He threw the ball, should have been intercepted, was not intercepted. And another one was intercepted out of bounds. So he didn't have any interceptions today.
He had about 3 tip passes today, 2 or 3 tip passes.
And he didn't have any touchdowns either. But once again, this offense, I mean, it looks like, you know, for some odd reason, it looks not even average, below average. When you thought that you went out and got the quarterback or the franchise quarterback, that this offense would be above that. But it looks like a typical Bear offense, which just doesn't do anything. And just because B is out there and mishmash and this or that, whatever. And so that's exactly where we're at right now.
Doug, I can tell you, and I've been an advocate, and of course you and I, we played the game and for quite so many years, and we've seen a lot of different decades and ways of rules changing the game and whatever have you. But one thing, again, that I will talk about and never stop talking about, the only way you build a world championship team is up front, folks, as opposed to what these people think here. It is up front. Ask Bill Belichick. Ask anybody. You win up front. And they've said it themselves. Jerry Angelo, where do you start with a team? You start with a quarterback, right? I agree with that. It would be nice to have one. Yes, it would. But you don't have those 5-6 guys up front, you're going nowhere. It just doesn't happen. But, Doug, before we get into this a little bit more, a little quick happy birthday note to Mitch.
Mitch Rosen.
Mitch Rosen.
That's right.
Mitch was out here today, very popular out here in the Beverly area.
Yeah, it's all his fault, Mitch, that the Bears lost because
That's right, Mitch.
Birthday,
That's
and we
right.
were celebrating with cake and candles and everything was great.
But he brought his son Benjamin out, who he
And
did
he
the
came
commercial
out here,
with.
right.
Yes, they were. And one other thing, I'd also like to wish my daughter Amy. It was her birthday today also. And I went to the Morton Proviso football game, Proviso East football game yesterday. Doug Morton won. But they were one of the classes I saw them celebrate for 100 years anniversary of Proviso, which is Proviso East High School, was a class of 54. And for those people that may or may not know, back in that day, there was a middle linebacker for the University of Illinois, All-American and Green Bay Packers by the name of Ray Nitschke. There was Pete Fiorito, All-American guard down at Illinois. And a guy by the name of Roman Strazala was a fullback. He was a man and a half. And that was probably one of the finest, if not the finest, high school football team I ever saw, the 54 Proviso Pirates. What a team they were. Nitschke, Fiorito, Strazala, Gears, Shepard. Those guys were unbelievable. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, and also thanks. Ed and I obviously got to eat, and we got to thank Anthony Calderon. came in with from Palermo's.
Oh God, that food was
outstanding. And Anthony, thank you so much, and also to Billy Senior and Billy Junior for inviting us out here. But unfortunately, it wasn't the game we thought it was going to be. But we'll talk more about it, and maybe we'll try to come up with an answer before they play Washington next week. Eddie, let's go out to Bob in Bensonville. Bob, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, hi, guys. I called in a couple of weeks ago. Hi. Great post-game show because you guys always steal all my thunder and you like reading my mind. But here's what I got a problem with. This is what I got a problem with, okay? You've had an entire off season to work on the offensive line. You had an entire off season to work on the run game. You've had an entire off season. You bring in Mike Tice, who's supposed to be this offensive line help, okay? And Frank O'Meal, you guys were talking about this. Frank O'Meal not only gets beat, okay, because Olin Kreutz could take his man one-on-one. He could take his man one-on-one. He's capable. He's a Pro Bowler. Frank O'Meal caves in, okay, and this is why it's so. Let me tell you why it's so important. The reason why it's so important is because, one, it led to a safety, 2 points. The other time it led to a missed field goal because of a 6. That's 5 points. Okay, difference in the ball game. Okay, and then either I come to one conclusion: if you see a defensive back there, what do you think he's doing? What do you think he's not going to jumping jacks back and forth because he wants to block the ball. He wants to take the quarterback's head off. And Frank O'Meal, whether it's Tice's fault or it's O'Meal's fault, it might be both their faults because they're both idiots, okay, does not come clean and pick up the block, okay? And it's just obvious. I mean, I play flag football. If a defensive back's in there, okay, it's there for a reason. To take the quarterback's head off. They do not make sense. You can blame Tice. You can blame O'Meal. But the bottom line is that they got stuck, and they're not doing the side adjustments, and, it's just what do you do?
Well, what
Bobby,
the problem with this whole thing is I don't care whose fault it is. If it's O'Meal's fault, Cutler for not reading it, maybe a back was supposed to pick him up. What I am saying to everybody, and what Ed and I talked about, is the fact that it has not been corrected. It keeps going on and on and on. I'm no genius. I'm not going to say, okay, it's his fault, it's that fault, their fault, whose fault. It's out there. You should have corrected this damn thing. And why hasn't it been corrected? That's my point to this whole matter.
How about I have an answer for you, maybe. Maybe they think. Now, Doug, don't laugh and you people don't crash into a tree when I say this. Maybe they think they don't have a problem. Did you ever think of that?
That is a problem, Ed. That they think they don't have a problem.
Maybe they think they don't have a problem with the offensive line, and they think they're going to get better from week to week at this level, and they're going to go to the Super Bowl. Maybe they think that, Doug.
Well, they keep thinking that way. At the end of the year, I'm going to get 12 men. I'm going to get a jury, and they're all being committed for murder for what they're going to do to Cutler if they keep thinking that problem they don't have a problem.
I just gave you that little scenario. That's all.
Obradovich, Emma Phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Suburban Tire post-game show. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We're at the Cork and Carry. Ed and I will be right back. Obradovich and Phone talking about the Bears' loss to Seattle 23-20, and everybody's trying to come up with an answer to this. You heard Lubby talk about the protection wasn't good enough. Obviously, it wasn't good enough, and it hasn't been good enough. And I don't know if it'll ever be good enough. And if you don't, you're going to have to better get some more quarterbacks in here, maybe 3 or 4. Nobody will want to come back in. I talked to the black physicist who was here, and he said to me, no, we got to get some protection. We got to get after this. We got to do this. There's so many things you guys are suggesting that are right. It's not like the fan is stupid, don't see what's going on out there. I mean, it's so simple to say, we need to get a hold of our protection. Why haven't you done this before, Ed? Why haven't you gone over this? Why haven't you come back and said, listen, we got to do this for Cutler, especially in the situation he's just coming back from last week from having his brains almost beat in, and you almost did it again today. You let him get sacked 6 times, and I don't know how many times he got hit, and how many times he got hit on guys coming freely from the outside with nobody touching him, the guy running a 40-yard sprint and whacking the quarterback. That's what's irritating to me. Let's go out to Jack in Plainfield. Jack, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug and Ed, how you doing?
All right, Jack.
Hey, I've seen both of you guys play in person, so I'm sorry to say that, but I'll tell you what. the 60s and the 70s, they don't compare to the line we have today. This is the worst line I've seen since the 60s and the 70s. And you know there were some bad times talking about the late 60s and the early 70s. But I'll tell you what, this line is just abominable. You know, it is just terrible. But you got one chance until Tuesday to make it a little better. And since this guy cannot do anything with his draft picks, why don't you offer a second-round draft pick for this Logan Mankins from New England? I mean, you can't pick nobody anyway. You're going to get a Pro Bowl guard. He probably can shift the tackle. Why wouldn't they do that?
Jack, let me tell you what they did. They were happy with what they had here. They have said that. Angelo and Lovey have said this. I'm not so sure Mike Tice agrees with it. But anyways, and what they did to shore this offensive line in, they brought another tight end in, Manu Maliuna, okay? Big guy, supposedly can block. Now, where he supposedly blocked at, I have no idea. But we brought him in to help do what? To help the pass protection. Am I correct in that, Doug?
Absolutely.
That's why they brought him in there. He has done nothing. Thank you very much. Somebody out in the audience said nothing. I mean, you just look at this, folks. That's why they brought him in here. But again, I cannot impress upon you, why are these people here? We went out and got Jay Cutler, gave up a ton for him. Again, a couple of draft choices, number ones, a third, and a ton of money. And they brought these people, and they were happy with who they brought in here. And then they figured to help shore it up, they're going to bring this other guy in. And I'll tell you what, it hasn't worked out. And if I'm Ted Phillips, or if I'm Mike or George McCaskey, I will have you in my office tomorrow morning, and I would ask you these questions. Now, you are the people that said we had to go out and we got these people. Some in free agency, some in trades, some off the street. But anyways, this you told everybody that these are the guys that are going to take us to the Super Bowl. Forget about the playoffs. There's only one thing, Super Bowl. I want an answer. After 6 games, we have a quarterback that's in 6 games almost been beaten senseless. I want an answer, and I want it this morning. And you brought these people in. Tell me why.
And that's the other part, too, to this whole thing. And you and I started at the game. You said, doesn't Cutler look a little, like...
He looked a little slow, a little hesitant.
A little hesitant. And you look at it, he got 43% completion. That's terrible.
Doug,
that's
if you don't think psychologically it hasn't affected this kid after 5 games of going into this game, coming off, not playing last week and a concussion, you think he's not looking out for himself a little bit? I sure as hell would be.
When he drops back to 7-step drop, do I hold it too long? Do I get rid of it? What if a guy is coming in? What's going on here? What's going on there? Sure, it's effective. There's no question about it. But like I said, somewhere along the line, somebody's got to correct these mistakes. And if you don't correct them, then you're a moron.
You know, how many times is Lovey going to get through with these press conferences and just slough it off, not answer, and move on and move on and move on? And he's the guy that has to answer. He's the face of the Bears, him and Jerry Angelo. And my God, I mean, they get peppered with these questions. You just don't answer them, and they go on, insult your intelligence, and keep moving on, and they think that they're going to get away with this. Well, I'm going to tell them what, pals. You guys may do that, and if you think you keep on coming up and preparing your teams and getting out-coached, okay, for the rest of these 10 games, you two guys got another thing coming. You're not going to walk away from this one, boys.
See, the buck stops with Lovey, and I would imagine there's no question in my mind. This is a Mike Martz deal. That offense is a Mike Martz deal. There's no question about that. But the buck stops with Lovey, and he has to look at it and say, why? What's this going on? Why is this happening? Why are we getting beat like this? Like Lovey said, geez, our protection wasn't good. Well, why?
If you were the owner of the team or the president, Ted Phillips, wouldn't the hell you want to know?
No, they have nothing to do with it, Ed. Seriously.
They have nothing to do with it?
I know what I'm saying. I mean,
where do you think that money's coming to pay those guys?
I understand that, but they're not football people. You're talking about guys up there. They turned this over.
Well, guess what? If I'm not a football person, then make me be one. You're my head coach. You're my general managers. Here's my question. Give me a damn answer.
They turned the damn thing all over to 2 head coaches, Ed. The guys that Mike Martz the head coach. Marinelli's a head coach. Oh, yeah, Martz was a head coach. You got Mike Tice was a head coach. Lovie Smith's a head coach. God's a head coach. I don't know. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, that's what they do. That's what the Bears do. They put it in your lap. They put it in the wrong lap. That's what you're talking about.
Again, for these questions to be answered. I'm just telling you.
I know
if
what
I
you're
own
telling
a team
me.
or if I was Ted Phillips or somebody.
Exactly.
Guys, listen, this is 6 games of this. We've got a guy that we gave up an awful lot for, and he's about half dead right now, okay, and we're still got a chance to get in there and get to the Super Bowl. What's going on? I want an answer. You said these are the guys that we need. You're happy with this is what we're doing, and it's not working out. Now, damn it, tell me why. And I demand those answers from those guys. That's pay a head coach $5.5 million, and he waltzes down through a tulip patch. Get out of my life.
That's exactly what Jerry Jones does. That's what Jerry Jones does, okay? Jerry Jones gets in there. He's the owner. But this is what's going on in this city, by the way. And I'll let you express the fact that what's happening here. I'm not so sure that people don't want the Bears to win. I'm not so sure they don't want them to win.
Oh, I know where you're going.
Yeah.
I know where you're going.
And see, what's happening here is the fact that, the people are looking. We don't have confidence. You can go walk around. The Bears were 4-1. I would talk to 10 people. 8 would say, come on, Doug, stop yourself. This is not where it's going. You know what? Before the smoke clears, you're going to see what the Bears are really like. And again, in the back of the mind, what do they want to do, Ed? What do they want?
At this particular point?
Yeah.
I don't have a clue.
Yeah, no, I have a clue.
I don't. Tell me.
The clue is they don't want Martz in there. They don't want Jerry Angelo in there. They want everything blown up, and they want everybody out. And the only way that's going to happen is if the Bears take a dive. And I'm telling you, talk to a lot of Bear fans, exactly what they feel. That's their confidence in what the hell is going on up there. And today did not help matters whatsoever. And that's exactly what's going on in my mind. And so if that's the case, then, hey, the Chicago Bears, if they play like they played today, put a fork in it. They will definitely lose the last 4 games. They got New England, they got the Jets, they got Green Bay, and they got Minnesota. That's
Twice.
4 right there. So that's exactly where we're at. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Man, they look like you were saying. Jay Cutler just didn't look himself. He looked scared. He overthrew some passes. He didn't look like the Jay Cutler from a couple weeks ago.
Exactly.
It was terrible.
And I want to ask real quick, Ed. Was Ray Nitschke? Did he went to Proviso East?
Well, it was one school at the time, which is now Proviso East. Yes.
Okay.
In Maywood. In Maywood.
So did you know him as because my uncle worked with a relative of his or something, and they just said he was a great guy, and I figured you played around the same time he did. Is he a pretty good guy?
Yeah, I tell you, Ray was 4 years ahead of me. But I used to go watch those guys all the time. And that class of 54, I'm going to tell you what, you talk about a football team. And Nitschke, he was voted linebacker the first 50 years in the NFL and raised in the Hall of Fame. And I told you about Fiorito and Strazzala. I mean, they were unbelievable. But Nitschke was a wonderful guy. I'll tell you, he had a couple of problems, straightened everything out. Married a young gal by the name of Jackie Verchette, and they were happily married. And Ray left us a little too early. He loved the game of football, and he did. And loved the Green Bay Packers, but he was right from here, from playing in Maywood, at Proviso, and he was. You talk about a football player, boy! I tell you, he was a great one.
Let me ask you guys real quick though. Do you think? I mean, the Packers lost today, which is great. The Vikings are basically, they're looking like they could lose today too. They're tied with Dallas right now. It's the division is there for the Bears to take, and they're obviously going to fall down flat on their face.
Well, you know what? Well, why you think that? And we shouldn't even have to think that. This game was so important for them to move forward in this division, to prove to everybody, like I said, to get rid of those thoughts that this team was for real. You lost to the Seattle Seahawks, guys. This not what the best is to come. That's who you lost to. And some say, well, you beat Carolina. Sure, if you played Carolina every week, you'd beat them every week. But this is where the problem comes down to. If you can't get ready at a home game to put a game plan together for a team like the Seattle Seahawks, who, by the way, from last year's team, Seattle, they have 24 players left on that team. They changed everything else. They kept 24 and got rid of the rest of them.
Real quick here, Doug. Mike, you know what's really going to be tough for the Bears? We've got Washington coming in here next week. How do you put a game plan together? An offensive game plan together when you don't know who's going to be playing left or right tackle, left or right guard, who's going to start, which one's going to switch from guard to tackle, tackle to guard, left side to the right side. How do you put a legitimate game plan together to play the Washington Redskins? I hope the coaching staff, I hope they can do it, and I hope we can beat Washington next week. But I'm going to tell you what, how the hell do you do that when you really don't know what the hell went on today? He's OB, I'm Doug. Score 670, Suburban the Poet Tire postgame show. And also 312-644-677 is our phone number. We are live at Cork and Kerry. Chicago Bears lose 23-20 to Seattle. We'll be right back.
Protection-wise, still a problem. Something we have to fix. Never really got the running game established. Didn't get a whole lot done.
Blitz on again. Cutler stepping up against it. He can't get away. Down he goes back to the 25. Gus Bradley keeps bringing it. The blitz was on, and Jay Cutler sacked for the 6th time today. A loss of 6 yards.
No, it's protection, and we've got hot routes. So it's on everybody. It's on 11 guys. As I said earlier in the week, it takes 11 guys to make a play happen. And a few times today, we had some breakdowns. Yeah, we got to figure it out. I mean, it's becoming a problem. It's on me. It's on the offensive line. It's on the receivers. So we've got to go in tomorrow, look at the film, make some corrections somewhere along the line, and figure it out. I got to get the ball out quicker. We got to identify who's coming and who's not, and receivers got to see it too. With our motioning and our shifting and stuff, we got to have everyone on the right page. And a few times, we weren't.
No, that had very little. The offense didn't play well enough today. Period. Separate. Forget the offense. Defensively, didn't play good enough. Simple as that. Third down, didn't get off the field enough. 0 takeaways. We win very few games when you have that. This was a team effort. Team-wise, we didn't play well enough to win. We'll get it fixed, though. We'll go back to the practice field, and next week we'll show up and play better. Thank you.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio and Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Cork and Kerry, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears. The Bears lose to Seattle 23-20.
This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. We come highly recommended, Doug.
I caught that.
Recommended.
We've been talking about a lot of negative things, Ed, and I'm going to defer this to you because of, playing that defensive end so many times, so long. What I saw was I kind of like what they were doing with Peppers and the defensive tackle.
What they did, a lot of Rex and Rex changes, which is they did it basically mostly on the right side, especially when Peppers played the right side. Played the left side some at defensive end, but mostly at the right. And what they did, sometimes he would, on the snap of the ball, he would charge into the guard, hopefully take that tackle, grab him, and pull him with him, and the defensive tackle, whoever it might have been, whips around, and he replaces him as a defensive end coming around. And it worked pretty damn good. Now, a Rex change would be where the tackle goes into the defensive tackle goes into the left offensive tackle, aims at him, tries to hit him, and in the meantime, grab his left hand, grab his guard that played in front of him so Peppers can come whipping around and go inside. Those are Rex's changes. And on the left side, it's Lex's or Lex changes, or whatever terminology they use. But it did. I think they must have tried it. I saw Doug about 6 times.
And it worked. Most times it worked.
And it worked pretty damn good. And, going back to this offensive line thing, Doug, anybody says there isn't a problem there. He's got a real problem being a coach in this game. But I'm going to tell you something. Doug, Mike Tice, now, if you want to bash him or whatever, fine. They're open to everything now. There's no holds barred now. But I'll tell you what. At least this guy is trying to do something about it. He was a head coach. He's been a line coach. He's trying to do something, Doug. He's trying to find guys that he has that can they play tackle, can they play right tackle, left guard, whatever. And I take my hat off to him. He's trying. And, but personally, I think where a lot of this should have been done was in the exhibition season. And don't worry about them playing a quarter and a half, because you want to save them for the season. Have them play and get ready for the season. That's what it's there for. You don't have to beat them to death but I haven't played to get the timing. But I do like Mike Tice, and I like, Doug, the fact that he hasn't thrown the towel in, and that he's trying to make something. He's trying to hit a hot button somewhere, and that I appreciate about Mike Tice.
And part of this problem, too, though, may be the fact, not the way that Mike Tice reaches to the player or tries to teach the players. Mike Martz, against the Giants, after the Giants game was over, he said, you know what, it's my fault, I put too much in. I put too much stuff in. It could be. Today we saw him doing all kind of motions and everything like that. A lot of times what happens is you start to go out there and all of a sudden you go short circuit. The fact is maybe there's too much involved in what's going on out there. They've not had that much time to learn this damn offense.
I know. Here, listen, folks. There's a simple thing to that. And back in the day when I played, and even now, whatever happens, the day that they had today, and they're really not picking up, okay? You go to a zone blocking, slide the line to the left, to the strong, or to the weak side. I mean, there's calls that all the coach can make. But you go to zone blocking, and what you do to the zone blocking, your first look is inside. I mean, you don't look inside and keep your eyes and focus on inside. That snap of the ball, somebody's going to be coming in there. If he's not, you look inside out. And if you watch Jamarcus Webb, Doug, he looked inside and never looked back out. Never looked out. And if he did, he might have reached and caught a cornerback or a safety blitz coming in from the corner. He stayed focused inside, did not look outside, and that is something that should have been correctable. But it wasn't, because at the end of the game, I'll be damned, here they come with the blitz again. And just watch it, folks. If you people have taped it, go ahead and look and see what I'm talking about. He looks inside, but never comes back outside. So zone blocking, it's circle of wagons when it comes to that. Look inside, protect from inside out.
And the other thing, too, though, in Cutler, and I don't know what they teach him. I don't know what they tell him. But a lot of times you understand, a lot of times somebody's not going to be blocked, what they call the hot read. He didn't know they were coming. It was always from the blind side. So a lot of times if you're out there and you're the quarterback, you see that blitz coming, there's a hot read, bam, the ball's out of your hands, and it goes to a quick slant or somebody out there that takes you from getting hit. But every time he has been nailed, it has been 7-step drop, it's dropped back, and this guy is coming 100 miles an hour, and no one's near. The cornerback, the free safety, whoever it is on the outside. They've got a major problem here in what the hell they're doing out there to take care of who's supposed to take care of that cornerback. And I think that's a major part of the problem.
Go to some of the things that they did earlier in the season. When the game turns into a jailbreak, Doug, get the hell out of there. Get out of there. Move that damn pocket. This isn't rocket. Oh, Jesus.
We'll start here. We'll talk about when you get back. Get your composure back together there. I know you get upset about this.
I'll give you composure. I do like a bop in the nose.
You turn on me now.
That's right. You're next. You gotta love it. You're next in line.
He's pissed now. He wants to tear me apart. I never thought I'd see it come to this day. That you attack your own partner.
I'd never do that.
Oh, brother,
look at this. Our great producer just knocked our name things
You're
off.
next. He's going to pump. You're next. The Good Hands play of the game is brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Jay Cutler on 2nd and 10. Takes, play fake, gonna throw. Stepping up against pressure. Winding up, he's got Knox at the 40. Knox to the sideline in midfield. Knox in the open field at the 40. Knox on the cutback left at the 30. Knox to the 24 of Seattle. Finally brought down by Will Herring. Huge play.
Those highlights courtesy of WFBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Cork and Kerry. Bradford and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Very lovely beer garden, Douglas.
Yes, it is. It's really nice out here. It is, and I'm glad you're in a better mood. Because you scare me sometimes. You know that when you put that big fist in my nose.
Will you stop?
Talk about the Bears. Let's go back to them. Let's see what we can do, and let's see if we can come up with something. Now, I don't know.
I got something. Get prospects coach Brent Perlman in here. He'll straighten it out.
But what do you do? I mean, what do you do? I mean, you take a look at this team. You saw a team that's 4-2. A team that's 4-2, that right now everybody is like, including myself, is saying, what the hell do we have here? You know, you lost the game. There's no question about that. You should have lost the game. There's no question about that. But the fact is now you're coming up to, the teams eventually are going to be a lot stronger. And they say they're going to go back and they're going to correct it. And I guess most fans are going to say, why didn't you have it corrected by now? Why don't you have something corrected by now? You may not have the great offensive line that other teams may have as far as physically being blockers or whatever, but the mistakes, the mental mistakes, how do you correct that? How do you do that? And just like Lovey said, well, it was our protection. And he talks about the defense. Well, I'll say this about the defense. The fact is that when the team, Seattle, holds the ball 34 minutes to your 25, that's the big difference. The difference are in plays. And so you can't go 0 for 13 on third down situations. Now, right, he's correct about one thing. Anymore in the National Football League, you need takeaways. You need to take away. And we didn't get it. But here's the other key. The fact is that, they didn't get any either. And so you were at 0-0. And then usually when you're at 0-0 on the takeaways and turnovers, then you should have a pretty good shot to win the football game. But it didn't happen. But the things you look at are the fact that they got sacked 6 times, the fact that Cutler was hit probably numerous, maybe another 7 or 8 times, the fact that we couldn't run the football, the fact that we ran the football for 60 yards, the fact that we didn't score when we had to. So, there's all these things which we keep seeing over and over and over again, and then we keep hearing, well, we're going to correct that. Well, when is that going to happen? And I think that's what everybody wants to know.
Well, let's go out to the callers, though. Maybe they
have the answer, yeah. I don't have it. Let's go out to Calvin in Hinsdale. Calvin, you're on the score.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Ed,
you hit it on the head there. That our quarterback is going to be dead by the end of the season. And you're saying that in our 2 losses we've gone 0 for 25 on third down conversions. And you're looking for answers. Well, here's my opinion on why. I think that it is because of a ridiculous, fatal obsession with Mike Martz's flawed offensive philosophy, considering that we don't have the personnel on the team to pull it off. We clearly don't have the offensive line. They've lost entirely any kind of focus for running the ball. They got rid of the fullback position. Instead, they get this tight end, Manamaileula, and he can't block anybody. I think that on third down they should put Julius Peppers in to start blocking people from the corner outside. I mean, he's the only athlete on this team, it seems like. And you talked about Jerry Angelo being a quarterback first kind of guy. Well, if our starting quarterback is going to be dead by the end of the season, why is it that we have 2 backup quarterbacks that also can't play in this league? I mean, I don't know how to answer it.
Well, yeah, and you got some good points. The points, the fact that Cutler not making the rest of the season, the fact that you got the guys that are backing up. We're not that sold on those guys whatsoever. We saw what happened, with the Giant game and Carolina game or whatever. I guess I don't have the answer. I don't have the answer.
Calvin, I got somewhat of a thing, Doug. If you look, let's look at some of the quarterbacks in the league. Okay? Let's just go out here to Indianapolis, Indiana. Peyton Manning. Put Peyton Manning in at our quarterback, and you take Jay out. Put Peyton Manning in there behind this line for 6 games. How do you think he would do? You could take the rest of the other top quarterbacks out there. Put them in here. Do you think that we're going to win every game and Peyton Manning's going to find a miracle on third down? I don't think it's going to happen, folks. Sometimes, again, I said things are what they are. They've got a huge problem here. We all hope the hell they can fix it. And God knows Mike Tice is trying like hell. But I don't know if it's fixable, Doug.
Well, the other thing you haven't looked at, you're right, about, you take your quarterback.
You put anybody in here, Doug.
But let me tell you something, though.
Matter.
Maybe there's a problem with the whole offense considering everything with Mike Martz. Maybe, just maybe, because if you look at the history of Mike Martz, the fact is that it averaged 47 to 50 sacks a game against any of his quarterbacks. It's average. The fact that they turned the football over their top 10 from the last 10 years that he was coaching.
Doug, we had a different style of an offensive coordinator in Turner, okay?
Yeah.
Now, I mean, how many offensive coordinators are you going to bring in there? How many different offensive sets and plays and theories are we going to run under? Sometimes the players have to step up and play. And if they're not, then you got to bring the people in here, which, again, brings up that question. Take a look at who's bringing them in here.
Well, go back to it. I mean, we're going to go back to drafts, and we have to go back to all that story. We know what that story is all about, the fact that we don't have those players that have come in here. And, again, too, you're right. Maybe Mike Martz needs a certain player to play for him. But this is fact. Mike Martz couldn't find a job after he was done. He was announcing. There was a fact was the Bears took him account of, why did he take him? Account of Lovie Smith. And so that's where that was. They put him in here. Okay, Mike Martz got this kid named Cutler who was outstanding, who could throw the football. You can't throw the football when you're 6 feet underneath the ground. It just doesn't work. So I don't know what the hell the answer to is, but the fact is, though,
6 feet under the ground.
That's right. I mean, that's where he's going, Ed. I mean, you're the one who said it 2 weeks ago.
Oh, God. If it keeps up like this,
he will
not finish the season out.
Not at all.
It will not happen.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Suburban Tire postgame show. We're live at Cork and Kerry. Obradovich on the phone.
Dougie.
312-644-6767.
There's not an S on his shoulder, and he doesn't have a cape. Okay? Unfortunately.
That's a problem.
Yes.
With the financial strength and risk management skills to stand behind every bond we insure, talk to your financial advisor or visit thinkassuredguarantee.com.
The Seahawks proved to be too much for the Bears, handing them their second loss and a 4-2 record for the season. Keep it here as we continue to analyze what went wrong. And don't miss Mully and Hanley starting at 5 a.m. as they kick off Bears Monday on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago sports station.
The knee for Hasselbeck, and the Seahawks get the win here in Chicago, 23-20, a big NFC win as well. But the Seahawks are now 3-2, entering today second in the NFC West in a division that is totally up for grabs. And depending on what the Packers situation is, the Bears' lead in the division will shrink at worst.
Like we wanted to lay an egg on purpose. That was our intent, right? No, man, we came out flat. It wasn't. Sorry, we didn't play good.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Peanut Tillman talking about the game today. Welcome back to the Suburban Postgame Show. On the Sports Radio 670, we're live at Cork and Kerry. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone. Phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose 23-20 to Seattle. And right now we're going to go out to Lawrence Holmes, who was at the game and saw what we saw. Lawrence, how you doing?
I'm doing well, guys. I want to give you guys a very scary statistic, okay? Mm-hmm. On third downs with Jay Cutler, they have not converted in their last 20 tries.
Right. That's one we were talking about, and we knew of that, and we want to understand why. Why is that happening? I guess the question comes back down, and we take a look at Cutler, we take a look at the offensive line, we take a look at Mike Martz. Is Mike Martz mad? 1, 2, is Cutler not making the right reads? 3, are the offensive line that stupid that you can come from the outside every time with a cornerback or safety and not do anything about it? Not just this game. We'll go all the way back, and we were talking about Ed and I. We'll go all the way back to San Diego in the exhibition season when they pulled them out because they were blitzing the cornerback. Why can't they pick up with that blitz?
Well, you know, it's funny because I wanted to make sure. This was the case back in the summer, but I wanted to make sure. So I asked Jay in postgame today whether or not he's allowed to check out of plays. Because you see the corner blitzes are coming, and he said no. You know, can't change out of the play, but they can slide protections and they can, have the hot routes. They're not hitting any of those. The protection, there are a lot of guys who missed their blitz assignment today. It looked like Matt Forte missed one. Jamarcus Webb got confused on one. And on those plays, it's strange how sometimes even some of the play calls, it leaves me to question some of the things that they're doing. When they're backed up against their own end zone, guys, and they're still doing 5- and 7-step drops, it's a recipe for disaster when you prove that you can't pick up these blitzes.
Well, that's the whole key, and we're talking about, no question, the offensive line needs help.
Lawrence,
Yale did the same thing. He did the same thing on the other side. Both tackles were making the same mistakes. It's the same calls, and maybe Mike Martz has got to look at it and say, listen, maybe I'm not that genius a lot of times what's happening and some of these calls I'm making.
No doubt about it that they need to start looking to see where they can improve, and it would seem like some of those situations, they talking to some of the guys on the offensive line, talking to a couple of the backs today, that they do wish that they could run the ball more, but none of those guys are going to question the success of Mike Martz thus far. The strange thing is that the formula that they used last week to win the game, it seemed to vanish in this one. You know, there really wasn't any effort for them to try and run the ball, and I figured that was going to be the case. Only 14 rushes for the Bears in this game, and 2 of them were from Jay Cutler on scrambles for 19 yards. If you knock out those 2 scrambles, the Bears had 12 rushes for 42 yards in this game. And that's not going to be enough, 1, to protect your quarterback from the blitz, and 2, to establish that you have a dual identity on offense.
Lawrence, in Lovey's press conference, or whatever you want to call it, I'm sure he talked about, some of the miscues and anything. Did he happen to mention anything about coaching?
Yeah, I mean, he tries to lump everything into one group and says the whole team, him, the offense, the defense, everyone played a role in this game. And he's definitely right about that. But they were just, I couldn't believe that they were kind of out of sync in this one. That the thing that surprised me, and I'd love to hear what you guys would have to say about this, is that Seahawks came into this game with a plan, and that plan on offense was to speed up the Bears on defense. They would get to the line after a play quickly and call the next play, and the Bears, all the defensive guys that I talked to about it in the locker room, said that they were caught off guard. They had seen it in film. They had studied it. They thought they were ready for it, but when it came time for it to happen in the game, they were caught off guard by how quickly the Seahawks would get themselves up to the line. The next play was underway.
Yeah, I can understand that. But, when I look at this football game, I'm not talking about the defense. I mean, defense, we've seen them play better games before, and we've seen them, obviously play worse games. But what I'm talking about, the fact that when I take a look at this offense, what we're doing, you can't go 0 for 13 on third down. And you can't have the opponents hold the football for 35 minutes and you not having the ball. You can't have the guys running sprints to the quarterback, sacking them. Lucky he wasn't carried out on the stretcher where they didn't have 5 sacks. That's where I'm looking at. I mean, that defense maybe would held up to played well enough to win the football game. Our offense came into this game, ranked 27th? I thought we were supposed to have Mike Martz, the genius of the offenses. Our offense was ranked 27th. Our defense was ranked 6th. And we're seeing today, it looks like the same old offense I've seen in years back.
Well, Doug, you're right. I mean, look at some of the issues that they had today. They had personnel issues. They had play call issues. They had blitz protection issues, communication issues between quarterback and receiver where he thinks Johnny Knox is going one way and he's going the other. That happened a few times today where Jay wasn't on the same page as his receivers were, and you had some bad throws by Jay in the game as well. So I don't know what you do, and I heard you driving back to the station, guys, alluding to the fact that Martz says, hey, we're trying to do too much. Well, some of the simple things they're not getting right. So where do you bust it down to try and fix it so that you can make sure that you're one of the teams that people are talking about when the playoffs come around?
Listen, Lawrence, the same thing you've seen so far this year, you saw last year under different coaches, and you saw the year before, okay? It's the same thing. Lawrence, did anybody talk to Martz or ask Lovey? They went 0 for 12 on third down, which is obviously, to me, is the most important down in professional football. And I believe last week it was 0 for 13. Did anybody specifically address a question about going 0 for 12, and let's say it was 0 for 13 or whatever?
It was 0 for 12.
Why are not we converting on third down?
Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, OB, someone did, and here's what the Bears head coach said.
You have to be ready each week to play your best ball. And we didn't play our best ball today. They came in offensively, didn't get anything done. Third downs on the offensive side of football. We can't reach the place we're trying to go until we can take care of third downs. I don't think we completed one today.
They didn't. And Jay Cutler was asked about third downs as well and was asked if the third down issue is in their heads. Here's what he said.
No. I mean, it's third down. We have a third down package, and we're not executing it.
So they're saying that it's on them, but some of it is what the opponent is doing to them on third down, and they can't seem to overcome it, guys.
Well, there's no question that's part of it because the fact is what's happening now throughout the league, they're finding out how to play the Bears on third down.
Blitz them.
Exactly. And that stupid corner blitz which they have not picked up.
I asked Cutler about that. I said, what are you going to have to do to get guys off your back? And he's like, we got to start getting things right and making them pay for blitzing. And they haven't really done that since the Dallas game.
Lawrence, thanks a lot, buddy.
All right, guys.
Take
Stay
care.
well, Lawrence.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire post-game show. We're live at Cork and Cary. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Snap to Hasselbeck, giving to Justin Forsett up the middle of the 5. Banging near the goal line and just charges into the end zone. Right up the gut of the Bears defense. Touchdown, Seattle. They've got the lead. Blitz is on as Cutler goes to throw. In trouble. Stepping up to avoid, but the backside defender comes in and brings him down. The linebacker, Aaron Curry. They get to Cutler before he could eject out of the pocket. It's a sack of 6 yards on 3rd and long. Now the Bears fail to score a touchdown to the red zone again. Receiver each side. Tight ends to both sides. Blitz is on. Cutler in trouble. Hit. Ball is out at the goal line. Safety. Again, that corner blitz. Never saw it coming. Nobody picked it up. Safety for Seattle. They lead 16-13 and will get the ball back. Out of the eye, Hasselbeck takes Marshawn Lynch. Breaks one, now two, and he stands up into the end zone with a touchdown. Breaking tackles from inside the 1. And the Seahawks extend the lead to 22-13 pending the point after. Mare, right foot into it. Danielle Manning now going to come out around the 11-yard line with a head of steam to the 20. Danielle to the 25, breaks one tackle. Now a second tackle. Breaks a third tackle right to the 40. 45! To the 40, to the 30, to the 20, 10, 5, but a penalty marker is down. It might be wiped out.
Yeah, penalty marker down about the 16-yard line. It came out early.
Holding number 58, half the distance of the goal, first down.
Terrible.
We now return to the Suburban Tire postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, live from Cork and Cary, 10614 Southwestern on the south side. The Suburban Tire postgame show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, Bud Light, RetirementAdvocate.org, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Cork and Cary. O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And our thanks also to Bud Light. And also thank you to
Celebration Limo. A big shout out to them. Tommy, they do a great job.
Absolutely. I came down with you today, and it was fantastic. And we're talking about the Bears, obviously, the loss to the Seattle Seahawks 23-20, but with a lot of negative stuff. I'm going to bring up one that I thought was a heck of a hit, Ed Bennett, on that hit he had on that punt return.
Yeah,
punter. He leveled that guy. He leveled the punter. In the past, the punter kind of whacked, Hester a couple times. This time they said the punter's not going to make the tackle. Boy, need drill him.
Well, I tell you what, all day they don't punt to Hester.
Yeah.
They punt away from him. They do it. And all of a sudden, somebody thinks, we'll kick to him. We want to make this a tight game. Bang. Up pop the devil. Off to the races.
Yeah, even Billy said they'll kick it out of bounds. They'll kick it out of bounds. They're not going to kick it to Hester.
Oh, my God. Why would you?
They fell asleep. But that hit by Bennett, that was worth watching the game. There's no question about it. Let's go out to Tony in Peoria. Tony on the Score. We'll be in Doug.
Tony.
Talk to you. Work with Gary Hrivnak on about a bi-weekly basis, and I want to talk about the heart of the team. One of the things that I've found is that the O-line does not have the heart that the Bears team puts on their lines. And with 3 special team specialists, when we have a Knox, we have a Hester, we have a Manning in the backfield with the trade deadline coming up, I know everybody's talking about Tommy Harris, but why aren't we looking at putting one of those special teams guys on the market where we can improve our O-line? I'd love to hear you guys' response.
That'd be great, Tony, if there was somebody out there.
Tony,
if I would never trade an offensive lineman.
Tony,
never in a million years.
That would never happen. You're not going to take a starting offensive lineman. Somebody can get the job done. and trade him away for a special teams guy. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and they're so valuable. There's no question. This should have been done all off-season, and that's what we go back to. Jerry Angelo should have been planning this about his offensive line instead of waiting till now, and that's exactly where we're at now.
You had the mini camps, Doug. You had training camp. You had exhibition season. All the time in the world to try to fix a known problem. This offensive line problem didn't just jump up and hit us in the face the last 6 games, okay? Was there last year, was there the year before, and it still hasn't been fixed, and that's quite a problem. And it's a damn shame because we do have a quarterback that can really take it to the so-called promised land, the Super Bowl, Doug. And unfortunately, I don't care how, what, when, or where, guys. This situation doesn't get fixed. We're not even going to get close, folks.
Not only
we're just not going to get close.
And then not only the fact that the quarterback Cutler is out there and then end up maybe getting hurt or getting hit, kind of the concussions and all that. What you and I saw at the beginning, he shot like 46% completion ratio. It's starting to affect him even when guys are open. He's not hitting the guys. He's not hitting him. You can see that it's not there. It's not what it was when he first started at the beginning of the year. He had a quarterback rating of like over 100, 105. And like today's quarterback rating must have been like around 60, something like that.
I think it was 69, Doug, I think.
Was it 69?
I believe something like that.
Anyway, it's not good enough. And that's not him. So somewhere along the line, they've got to regroup and figure out what the hell is going on. Because this mistake that they're making right now, you could say next week the same thing could happen. Because it's been happening all the way up the line.
Well, let's see if they can
correct it.
Let's see if they can correct the problems this week. I mean, I don't know quite how. And I think one of the ways is you've got to appeal to these guys, this offensive line, because that's where the damn problem just happens to be. You got to appeal, Doug, to their pride. I mean, somebody's got to get to them, and they've got to step up to the plate, and what they're getting paid for to get out there and perform. There's 16 games. You don't play 16 games to lose. You play them to win. You play to be a Super Bowl champ. Take the pride within. You know who you have to block. You know what you have to do. So I think the biggest change that I would see, Doug, from this week to next week, obviously, some corrections on some of the smaller things like how do you play zone blocking, but I would appeal to their pride, to their inner pride.
But I guess, Ed, and this is what I said after the Giant game. I think that would have been enough to appeal to your pride, what they did in the Giant game. I mean, that was a total massacre.
I know, Doug, but there's another week, and I don't know what the hell other kind of answer to give you. Yeah. But, I mean, you got to – Mike Tyson's got to keep trying to get to these guys.
And I think Mike Tyson's got to look too, though, right, Ed?
Yeah, God. Where the hell does he go? But I'm saying he's got to look to these people and appeal to their pride. I mean, to get pummeled by the man you're playing against for 4 quarters, game after game, it's got to stop, guys.
Yep. Well, hopefully next week.
Hopefully it will.
Be different.
Be nice to see him win against the Redskins.
But once again, too, though, once when all the confidence was coming back with the fans and they were looking at this and trying to feel like maybe
people were feeling good. Everybody was feeling good. We were feeling good. Everybody was feeling good.
And what they're saying now, Ed, is I told you so. I told you that was an aberration. The Bears aren't that good. Today, they kind of showed it, playing Seattle. He's Obradovich. We want to thank all of you. We want to thank, obviously, Cork and Carey for inviting us here in Bud Light celebration time. Cork and Carey, obviously, Chris Tannehill, Herb Lawrence, Connor McKnight, Brendan McCaffrey, the crack reporter, Randy Popsky, Lawrence Holmes, Adam Harris. And Lawrence Holmes is coming up next till 7:15 and the start of the Scores coverage of the Indianapolis versus Washington. Thank you for listening. Thank you for all the calls, and we'll talk to you next week.
God bless everybody.
Here's on 2nd and 9, McNabb on the takeaway. All kind of time. Dancing and throwing to the end zone. Touchdown, Santana Moss on Charles Tillman. Danielle Manning was the safety over the top. But it's a deep post to Santana Moss. And a 24-yard touchdown. The Skins answer. DJ Moore's pick 6. Snap to Cutler. He won't get in. Up the middle, and the ball may be loose. The ball may be loose. Redskins are all over the place, jumping up and down. The Redskins are celebrating. They come up with a football, number 59 for the Skins, London Fletcher. And the Bears offense.
The ruling on the field, the runner's forward progress is not stopped. The ball came loose, recovered by Washington. First down.
Skins step the line of scrimmage. They're bringing the house as Cutler throws it high to the right, and it's intercepted. Left sideline. D'Angelo Hall to the 40. D'Angelo Hall is to the 50, to the 40, to the 30, to the 10. Goodbye. Touchdown, Washington. Split backfield, takes back pedals, looking over the middle. Low throw, snagged by Forte, bangs inside the 15. He gave up the football at the 25-yard line. Redskins have it. Adam Carricker recovered.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Heroes West Bar and Grill in Joliet. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number is 312-644-6767, Washington 17. The Chicago Bears 14. You've heard the expression, the worst is yet to come. Well, it just arrived. Bears offense, 4 interceptions, 2 fumbles, 6 turnovers, and these guys should have stayed home. It was the most craziest football game I've ever seen in my life. I saw where the Bears turned the football over 5 times in a row. The defense hung in there, 17-14. Obviously, they lose. You know, McNabb wasn't any better than Cutler. Both those guys were missing players. Passes dropped. Sloppy football game, but when the smoke cleared, Washington still won that football game. Like I said, the Bears left a lot of meat on the table, and they should have scored a lot more points, Ed. And when you look at it, you know, you get these sloppy games, and they got the sloppy game. But the fact is, though, they did not take advantage of certain things the defense had done during the course of that football game.
Well, Doug, if you take a look at this, actually the first half of football, you know, we really didn't show up. The defense was there. You know, they played hard. Mistakes, yeah, but they played hard. They came to play. But I'll tell you what, Doug, you can't. I don't care who you are. You can't spot a team 30 minutes of football. When you have a passing, Doug, a total first downs, you have 6. Third down efficiency, you go 0 for 6 in the first half. Total net yards, you have 84 yards. Doug, it's just yards rushing. You have 6 yards rushing in the first 30 minutes of football. You gave the Redskins a hell of a head start. Offensively, we score 7 points. A tip ball, interception by our defense, we get 7 on our defense. So, again, our offense only scored 7 points, Doug. No matter what Lovey says, no matter what Mike Martz says, no matter what who over there says, this, Doug, this was an awful football game. And you talk about, I mean, both teams were bad, Doug. I mean, I never seen so many mistakes. It was laughable at the end of the game. To me, it was laughable. And this is the National Football League. This is our 7th game, and we had our last 2 games are at home, Doug, in our own living room. We should have taken advantage. We should have been aggressive, and we just really didn't do it. Dougie.
Well, Ed, you know, the opportunity was there. You know, in the first quarter, the offensive game plan for the Chicago Bears must have been designed by Stevie Wonder. Because
what the hell was the offensive game plan?
You know, they were blind to the whole thing. And they finally went back to these short step. They threw the football quickly. They drove 70 yards.
That was a good change.
They got a touchdown, 9-yard pass to Knox, and then all of a sudden it explodes again.
Here's what happened, Doug. They came out in the second half. What happened? The cornerbacks were laying off 10 yards on the Bears, and the Bears did make a good move. They switched. They went to the 3-step drop and basically the hot reads, moved the ball down the field. Come out at halftime. What happened at halftime? What did you see? You saw the Redskins cornerbacks up 4, max 5 yards away, sometimes shading the inside way. We took that out. And after they made that adjustment, Doug, we had no adjustment. We had nothing to come back. Why? Again, I ask you and ask our listeners. We have a quarterback. I mean, did he have a bad day today? Yeah. But let's try to give this kid play to some of his strengths. And you talked about it last year and this year. If plan A and B isn't working, go to C, D, do some damn thing. And, again, I cannot tell you, why do they not move that pocket, Doug? This outfit is so stubborn and arrogant. I mean, it's right in front of you. You got a quarterback that has the ability to get out and make things happen out of that pocket. He can make things happen in the pocket. But with our offensive line, you've got to get him out of there. And you saw today the offensive line. Folks, if any of you guys T-voted, just watch it. They got mauled again today. I'll tell you what, Chris Williams, Chris Williams, did you watch him?
Got
Any of you
buried.
people? Oh,
Ainsworth
my
buried him that one time.
God.
Took him up in the air. In fact, if I could do this, I would do this. I would trade our offensive line for the University of Wisconsin's offensive line.
Absolutely.
And make a straight-up deal.
Let's give Jerry Angelo a little tip now.
Yeah.
Draft the entire
Wisconsin
offensive line.
I've had it. I really have had it with this.
You know what? There's no way, Doug, there's no way. And I'm going to tell you, there is no way that Lovie Smith and his partner, Jerry Angelo, can defend what's happened here. You got a quarterback that's a quality quarterback that can take us to and win a Super Bowl, and they do not go out. They've had 3 years ago, last year and this year, to do something about the offensive line. And what's really scary is that they say they've got the right guys to take us all the way to the promised land. How scary is that one, pal?
Yeah, and they don't, because the fact is affecting Cutler. I mean, Cutler made some bad passes today, too. There was guys who were open. He didn't make those passes.
Could that be that he might be a little shell-shocked?
Absolutely.
Could that possibly
There's no question about it. That's part of it. There's no doubt about it. But once again, too, you get back to that offense, what happened today. In that first quarter, he still wanted to think he's going to do the 7-step drop, and we got buried doing it. He finally got smart. Like I said, he went to the 5-step drop, 3-step drop, get rid of the football. We go 70 yards, but that's not good enough.
Doug, they got to move the pocket. They've got to get out of harm's way. Move that pocket. When they started out blitzing to it, Doug, when you move that pocket, that negates the basic blitz because they know exactly where they're coming, if it's inside or outside. And if you can move that pocket and you can move it and play with play action, Doug, that's a smart football thing. That's a good thing to do. I remember when Grossman was here, you said, well, he never had the mobility or the speed to get out, which I still don't believe. But the fact of the matter is we got somebody, when he played at Denver, I'm speaking of Cutler, folks, that's what he did. That was his bread and butter, getting out, Shanahan moving that pocket and taking advantage of what the hell Cutler can do. Now, what these people are thinking about here, I don't know. Plan A doesn't work, they go to B. Plan B doesn't work. The Redskins come out, again, in the third quarter, make the adjustments, and we have no counter. We have no answer for it, folks.
Well, maybe the fact is that Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, Plan D, and with that offensive line, maybe Plan Z may not even work. I don't know. But I'm taking a look at this game today on both sides. Both sides now. I'm talking about this wasn't an NFL football game. This was a sloppy, piss-poor performance all the way around.
By both teams.
Both teams. That's what I'm talking about. Washington drops 2 passes. You saw the 2 passes they dropped back-to-back. I mean, the guys were fumbling. How many fumbles did we see? Fumbled Washington, but they recovered their fumbles. We didn't recover our fumbles.
Doug, we just cannot continue to spot teams. We do not score points offensively. We just do not. If you go back to the Green Bay game, if Devin Hester doesn't run it back, they score 14 points, we lose the ball game.
How about this? In this football game, how bad it was, where the Bears turned the football over 5 times in a row, we were losing by 3 points, 17-14. I thought they were going to come out and win the damn game. I thought they were going to come back, kick a field goal, go over the time, and win the thing. The fact is, you understand the defense, and I can't gripe too much about the defense, what's going on here. But the fact is, when both teams were really bad, but Cutler does not look good right now. Again, too, I think the offense, the things that they were designed for him at the beginning of the game was all wrong. They went to the 3-step drop, was right. They went 70 yards, but that wasn't good enough. Then at the end, we saw what happened there. D'Angelo Hall gets 4 interceptions. The kid gets 4 interceptions. And
Put him in the Hall of Fame.
Right, and they decided to go deep. They got Knox running down the sidelines without any kind of move, a double move or some damn thing. D'Angelo Hall just takes off running, and they throw him the football like he's the receiver. I mean, this whole thing is such a mess. I mean, it stinks to high heaven. It really does. It really stinks when you watch a football game like this. And like I said, the offensive line still, I don't care what happened today. There were certain times there was protection, but it stinks.
Doug,
if I could, I told you, call Wisconsin right now. Give them a call and tell them we'll trade. We'll trade straight up, and we'll throw something else in on the deal. Because you can't keep putting up with this crap. How in the hell are you going to play these football games? And here's the other part. The last 4 games of the season, we got New England, we got the Jets, we got Packers, and we got Minnesota. Put a fork in it.
Well, Doug, I can tell you.
You
can say all we want about it. It doesn't matter. Right now, to correct the severe problems that we have, where does Angelo go? Where does he go in Lovey to find somebody to
take a
bring him in
long
here on
trip
the
to China
offensive
on
line?
a boat, and they need a long change. They need a change. They need to get rid of all this. They don't have the quality guys they need. If you're going to have, like you said,
But
you're going to have a quarterback like that, then fill in some situations. You can't go get them now. They're not.
There's nowhere to go, Doug.
No.
But according to them, they were satisfied.
Well,
Mike
they're
Martz
wrong.
said the second half, our offensive line played brilliantly. You know, and I just, Doug, I don't know where we would be if this defense hasn't played at basically. I mean, have they had breaks down? Do we have a great pass rush? Our down linemen? No, we've got one guy going. The other three, But I'll tell you what, we got a bye week coming up, and then we play Buffalo in Toronto. Hopefully we can get a win there, Doug. And then the second half of the season, you just got to throw all caution to the wind, folks. They got to go after people. And the thing, again, that just astounds me about Mike Martz and about Lovie Smith, the inability to change on the run. I mean, if you get stopped, they've done it a few times this year, which was a good thing, and they did it in the beginning of the game. They came and they went to the short three-step drop, okay, and it worked. But they changed, Doug. And what did we do? We did nothing to counter it. Absolutely nothing.
And the other thing, too, I would have done, and I'm not quite sure on this, but I'll tell you what, I'd have challenged it. I'd have challenged the quarterback sneak. I'd have challenged it. Was he over? I don't know. There was pretty damn close. It was so important at that point in time. I mean, I saw Lovie throw that flag up for stupid stuff. This was the time that you said, okay, fine. You may have been wrong. I would never have questioned it, but it was a lot at stake here. You're talking about 7 points, and I thought that ball might have been over. Maybe they would have saw what I saw. We didn't even challenge the damn thing.
Doug, what you saw again, and we have talked about it, folks, and the people at the game, the people that watch it on television, and the people here at Heroes West, we're down there to go in for a touchdown. What was it, a yard away or whatever?
They got blown up.
Okay. Did you see our offensive line, what happened to them in the center of the line? It's the same thing, folks. And again, I'll say it again. There has to come a time, and there has to come a time, that offensive line, you know, you've got 1 yard to go. It's a quarterback sneak. Nobody gets in the gap. You blow them out. What happens? Again, our offensive line, did you see it? Got blown up.
Ainsworth.
Where is their pride? I'm talking specifically about the offensive line. All 5 of those guys. Where is your pride?
And that fact is, when you take a look at that
getting
offensive
paid millions of dollars to get shoved back.
They're not physical. They're not physical. They're not named. They have no Neanderthal gene. They're dancing out there. They're finesse. You know, go on, dance with the stars.
Doug,
I don't give a
Doug,
damn
we
what
have
you
linemen
do.
that are 6'5",
Blow
6'6",
somebody out.
6'7", that weigh
Don't matter.
320.
Don't matter.
3 whatever. And
How
when you're
big they
going
are.
in, Doug, I mean, and offense, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to score points, right? Last time I checked.
All I know is that, again, too, the quarterback sneak, I would have challenged that damn thing. And you're right, that we did get blown up. There was no question. But I saw Cutler trying to at least reach across that goal line. He might have got a piece of that ball on that. You know, check the damn thing out, for God's sakes. You know, I saw us do so many damn things, stupid things, with, like I said before, with the flag and checking on some stuff. That would have been one of them I would have checked on. And the other thing, too, with Cutler, I mean, let's face it, he missed a lot of passes. He missed a lot of guys that were open. You know, is it a cumulative effect because of the beating he's taken? But one thing for sure that we can say definitely for sure about the Bears, their offensive line is no good all the way down the right. And that's a big part of what happens because you got to block the run. You got to block the pass. There's no question about that. And I'll say this about the defense. They hung right in here. They got 3 takeaways. They were right there all the time. Keep coming after them. Keep going after them. My God, five turnovers in a row. Our offense, and we're down by 3 points.
Bears offense scored 7 points, and the Bears defense scored 7 points. Now, folks, in this day and age, and what's going on here in professional football, this was a pathetic.
That's it. Worse than
to say the least,
Come up with another
disappointing
word.
game.
Pathetic.
And, you know, the coaching, they all have to take blame for this one. Thank God we've got the bye week coming and give them a couple of weeks to get ready for probably the worst football team in the National Football League up in Canada. And I'm going to tell you what, if that game goes sour, Doug, and also Lovie Smith with his sarcastic remarks when people ask him in press conferences, his Doug, I'm surprised. One of these days, one of these one of these people from the press
going to haul up and whack him,
are going to go after him. I'm going to tell you what. And when they answer questions, I mean, the sarcastic answer he gives back, you know, Lovey, you're not paid to do that. You know, they ask you questions after 60 minutes of football. Be man enough to stand up there and answer the questions like a man. If they weren't ready to play football, say it. And if the offensive line is not, it's not even an average football line.
Well, it's not even close to being an average football line. There's no doubt about that. And we take a look at this. And you said, well, you're lucky the bye week is here. It may take them 2 years to get ready for another football team. They're good. They're in for big trouble even down the road. Think about it. They got a lot of older players there. They don't have players coming in. They don't have anybody in the pipeline. They got guys that are older. You know, Urlacher's older. You know, Peppers is even older. You're talking about stuff that, where's the young youth? Where's the youth? Where's the guys coming up? They're supposed to make big plays. Major Wright was supposed to be a guy. He's out with a hamstring pull. The fact is, when you take a look at this offense, Mike Martz, to me, is a mad scientist, and I understand that. He does not have the people he needs to run what he wants to run in his offense. Does not have them. So it's called adapt or die. Adapt or die. And that's what you do. You mean to tell me you come up with 14 points after this? You got 3 takeaways? And the fact is you turned the damn football over 5 times or 6 times, whatever they did, and have one guy, D'Angelo Hall.
4 interceptions.
4 interceptions. 4 interceptions the guy has. I mean, what the hell else can they possibly do?
Doug, you just, and again, my opening statements were you gave the Redskins a hell of a head start. You gave them 30 minutes. You gave them 30 minutes of football to put you away, and it didn't happen because of our defense. But, boy, to run for 6 yards and what we passed for and what our game plan was, Doug, that's not acceptable. Not at this time, guys. And, folks, trust me on this one. I mean, to say the least, it's not acceptable. And what we have 19 or 20 coaches on this team. 19 or 20 coaches. We have quality coaches that break down offensively and defense, the yardage, the stats, the this, the that, given to our coaches to come up with game plans. We have a head coach we're paying, about $5.5 million to. The Bears are playing a ton of money to go out there and a lousy 16 games and win them and look professional. My God, was that professionalism you saw today? Was that professional football? Not only Bears, but the other teams suck too. But the fact of the matter is we're worried about the Bears. That's 7 games, and this is what we get. This is what we get. We score 60 minutes of football. We score 7 points. First half, we run for 6 yards. Third down conversions in the first half, folks. We go 0 for 6. 0 for 6, folks. That's the reality of it.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. The Suburban Tire postgame show. That's right. We are live at Heroes West Bar and Grill in Joliet. We'll be right back.
I will say this about our right guard and right tackle. In the second half, I thought they were outstanding. They really matured, and I was really excited watching them in the second half. And I think that whole group has grown together. Mike's done a remarkable job putting that stuff together and deserves a great deal of credit for where they're going and where they're going to be. I think we're going to be pretty good there eventually.
Cutler on the back pedal, tight pocket, and he is down at the 20-yard line. Did not have a chance to plant his feet, and he was just steamrolled by the Washington Redskins. Albert Hainsworth was in there. It's a loss of 10 on 3rd and 9. That becomes 4th and 19. Snap to Jake Cutler. Pocket's tight. He's in trouble. Ejects the pocket and runs right into McIntosh. He drops him inside the 15-yard line. McIntosh out of Miami makes the sack, his second of the year. Snap to Jake. In the pocket. In trouble, and down he goes around Jamarcus Webb. They bring him down. Back at the 20-yard line, the sack, the 3rd of the day, and the 1st of the day for Brian Arapko, his 6th of the year. Right, it's a 7-yard loss. First down, Cutler on the takeaway, sets up short in the pocket, now in trouble, and down he goes. Brought down by Brian Arapko, second time today, a sack for Arapko.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Heroes West Bar and Grill in Joliet. He's Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. You heard the delusional Mike Martz talk about how great his offensive line was, how great they are, and we saw today. They were terrific. They only gave up 4 sacks today. Of course, getting better. when they were going to the Giants, it was, 8 sacks or 9 sacks or whatever it was. But we are getting better, and there's no question about it. But when it's all over and done with, we won't have any quarterbacks that will play for the Chicago Bears.
Kudos to our crack producer, Brendan. He
found
came
it.
up with that, that little piece about Mike Parson, then follow up with 4 or 5 sacks or whatever the hell it was. I don't know. But one thing I did notice on the offensive line a couple of times, Doug, and, I said the problem with this offensive line is technique. They don't have technique. Their hands don't work well. Their feet don't work well. Well, I watched Jamarcus Webb at right tackle on a couple of these plays, Doug, and on 2 of them, when I saw him, when he got out of his 3-point stance and he started to drop back and he went for the strike to the defensive end, the left defensive end, he ducked his head. Missed him. He ducked his head. Your head has constantly got to be up. The guy's got to be in front of you. You got to work those feet and have those hands pushing and working. He ducked his head, folks.
Well, I got to tell you, again, too, ducking your head will be a problem. But we go back to Chris Williams, the left guard. He didn't duck his head.
Oh, my God.
Hainsworth just bit it off. And he just went right through him, took him, put him on top of Cutler, and mashed everybody. That wasn't even a duck. I mean, sometimes you say, well, the guy ducked his head. He was wrong technique. I mean,
he got mauled.
He got brutalized.
Now, here's a guy that's 6'5", 6'6", weighs 330 pounds, and they took him back. I mean, again, I mentioned the word pride. When do these people step up? I have no idea. And I've got another little interesting stat. Defensively, I said the defensive line has not been there all year, although they're playing well as a unit, and so far with the blitzes that they've been coming with, and that's been helping put the pressure on, which is good. It's good, smart football. Tommy Harris, folks. Tommy Harris, number 91. Doug, how much is he making?
Close to $300 million, something like that.
All right. He's making $1 billion, okay, right, folks? Now listen to this one, folks. Number 91, Tommy Harris, after 7 games. After 7 games playing defensive tackle for the Chicago Bears, he has recorded officially 4 tackles and no sacks.
Go ahead.
Intercept that one, folks.
Tommy Harris is in the twilight of his career, his mediocre career is what it is. I mean, the fact is, he was hurt. He talks a good game. He talks about he's going to do this and he's going to do that, and the Bears fell for it, and of course gave him that extension dollars over $4 million this year.
Roster
bonuses, whatever. But when you take a look at the defense, and let's look at the whole defense and keep Tommy Harris out of it. You need big plays by your.
No,
by
you're
your
not.
guys.
No, I'm not going to keep him out of it.
Well,
he's
not
there.
Playing.
He was playing today.
That's not playing.
Huh? Well, whatever the hell you want to call it. But let me tell you something, little buddy.
I don't count him, little pal.
Let me tell you, little buddy.
Yeah.
4 tackles and no sacks. I mean, my Lord.
And sometimes you ask too much. I mean, I didn't even think about it.
For God's sakes, they got to block you into the runner.
He's so Brad.
He's got to trip over you.
I don't want to chuckle because we got to see this today watching this game. If I could have, I'd have went home and just put a pencil right in my neck and called it a day. But
my notes, Doug, yeah. It's all scrambled, folks,
yeah.
just like that game.
From throwing them down like that.
I don't know what the hell you wrote down.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show, talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Washington Redskins 17-14.
Professional football 2010. You just saw it, folks.
Setback.
NFL.
Goodbye. We'll be right back.
17-14 Redskins. Cutler with a gun. Blitz is on by the Skins. Bears pick it up. Cutler launches. Going deep. Up in the air. It's D'Angelo Hall. His 4th interception of Jay Cutler. Career day for D'Angelo Hall. They were going to Johnny Knox on a deep throw. Moving the football after back first downs. They went for the bundle.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Heroes West Bar and Grill in Joliet. He's O'Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Eddie, the player of the game is D'Angelo Hall.
What teams he play for?
Not ours.
Oh.
No. Plays for Washington. Usually we pick one of ours if we just couldn't do it. We couldn't find anybody. Number 1. Number 2, get 4 interceptions. You should get some kind of an award. So the player of the game is D'Angelo Hall. Today's player of the game is brought to you by the Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week. J.N. Morcos Insurance in Aurora, Illinois. Call Stephen Morcos at 630-892-3900 or visit their website, morcosins.com. We're going to go to the phone lines, Eddie. They're lit up.
Yeah.
Let's go out to Bob in Bensenville. Bob, you're on the score.
Yeah, hi, guys. Love your show. Love your passion. Great show.
Thanks, Bob.
Here's the problem that I have. The problem that I have is they could have won this game. I'll tell you where they could. Well, here's where they could have won this game. You're in the goal line stance. You have 4 downs to go. Give the ball to Cutler, okay, who's got to stay up. He's got to stay up and he's got to stand up against Albert Hansworth and the entire defensive line. Why would you run that play? It's just indicative of they don't know what to do. I mean, Martz doesn't know what to do. Cutler doesn't know what to do. They could have put this. They would have been up 21-10. This game would be over. It would be over. You want to know why? Because the defense did do a good job. They shut down Donovan McNabb. They put the pass rush and they forced bad passes. This game should have been over early.
Bob, can I say one thing down in that particular situation? I think a great call would have been, because I'm not too happy with our offensive line. They've proven the opposite, that they can't blow people out. We get blown up. What would have been, let the offensive lineman come down, get an aggressive stance, and a play-action bootleg. The tight end stays for 1,001 count, blocks in, goes out into the corner, bootleg out, and pop the ball to him. Brett Favre's going to the Hall of Fame with that.
And you're right. And you know exactly. That leads me to the second point, is that we brought in this offensive coordinator to be innovative and creative, okay, to take people out, okay, to run bootlegs. Okay, we got a quarterback who's fast enough
right.
to run bootlegs. What do? They run right up the middle. That game would have put it away. They would have been 21-10. We run a quarterback right up the middle, and they know he's got to stand up just to launch the ball. What do? Because they know he's got to stand up, they pounce the ball away. That would have put the game away. And listen, I've been a big proponent of Martz. I thought he was good. I thought he was a good hire. I'm a pessimist. I'm really negative, but I thought Martz was the best hire because I thought he was innovative. I thought he had a playbook 5 inches thick. And guess what? What does he do? He runs plays that kills us. And the same thing happened in the Lions game. Look at the Lions game. Go back and look at slow-mo. The Lions game. Goal line stance, he does not know what to do. Martz.
Well, you know, he doesn't know what to do, and you're absolutely correct about that. The fact is he doesn't have the weapons to do anything down there. Well, you're not going to blow anybody off the line of scrimmage.
But
they're not going to blow line of scrimmage.
If you listen to Mike Martz, they came of age in the second half of last week.
Right.
Okay.
Did not happen.
No, it didn't happen.
And you think it does happen, but I don't know, and I probably am wrong in this, but I would have challenged that damn play. I would have challenged it. I'd have put the pressure on them to make a damn decision on that, and no decision whatsoever. I don't get it. I don't know why they didn't challenge it. They had somebody up in the box that said, it didn't matter. The hell with it. I would have tried it. Let's go out to Joe in San Diego. Joe, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and LB, I love your show. I love everything you guys do. I love your passion. But
thanks,
you know
Joe.
I'm sitting out here. I'm a United States Marine. I'm stationed out in Camp Pendleton. You know, I'm away from my family right now, and I try hard to go and see all these games whenever I can. I get out to the sports bar and go check this stuff out. But I am just beside myself. I got to agree with you, Doug. How did they not challenge that play? There were 3 views on the frickin' TV that showed that ball crossed the plane. We would have been up 21-10, and even if we played the exact same way, regardless of how terrible we played, and I can smell the stink all the way over here, we still could have won that game, and it's just garbage.
You know, Joe, the fact is you're playing at home, okay? And let's say it is questionable one way or the other. You're playing at home. The tendency there is to lean toward the home team. So at least give it a shot. That was so big. That was such a big play. And in fact, you don't even try it. You don't even look at it. You don't find out if that wasn't. I wasn't particularly enamored with the call itself. I thought the call itself, when you got Hainsworth in there and you can't block anybody, and maybe the rollout would have been the answer, or going off tackle or some other play. But since you ran that play, since you tried it, he was trying to lean over top the end zone line, well, then go out and challenge that damn thing. You know, don't sit back and wait for something to happen. You're playing at home, for God's sakes. Let's go out to Reed and Morton. Reed, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys.
That's a
the last couple of years going into the season, we knew this O-line was going to be bad.
Right.
And what did Angelo do?
Nothing.
2 years ago? Nothing. Get a 6th-round pick in Lance Lewis. This year, a 7th-rounder in Webb. And then we just got a bunch of other teams' cast-offs. With that said, Mike Marsh should have been fired at halftime. I mean, this defense gave up 10 points in this game, scored a TD, and we still lost.
Hey, Reed, you know what the fact of the matter is? The fact of the matter is, if you listen, the last couple of years, and especially this year, going into the season, and the line changes and the people they brought in, if you listen to Angelo, you listen to Lovie Smith, you've heard them. We have the guys. These are our guys. They have made those statements. And they are the ones that they feel. I said it a week ago. I said it early in the year. I said it last year. These are not qualified football players to be playing at this level. I don't care what anybody says. You can't tell me that you basically have 2 guards and 2 tackles that, first of all, do not have technique. The proper technique, that's something that's awfully hard to teach. Awfully hard to teach. But they believed, and Reed, whether you like it or not, they are the ones that believe that we're going to go to the Super Bowl with. That's who they brought in here. That's who they believe is going to protect Cutler. That's a fact.
Well, the other thing with that, Ed, too, is the fact that, you know what, everybody's covering their own ass up there. What I mean by covering their ass, the fact is they're saying, I got this guy. I went out and picked up Edwin Williams from the Washington Redskins. Who was cut. And I got this guy, number 1 pick. Oh, what's his name? Chris Williams? Left tackle. Now he's playing guard. And you went and got Marcus Webb, who was a 7th-round pick. So they're covering their butts, trying to say that we got the right guys because we chose those guys. Well, we're not seeing anything out of it right now. And nobody wants to step back and say we're not worth the crap. I mean, you're not going to hear it. You're not going to hear it until they bury Cutler at the end of the year with 6 feet underground, and then you'll say, well, we really didn't have the offensive line we needed.
Doug, the system is flawed. The system is flawed. Jerry Angelo believes that you got to get a quarterback and then go from there. No, you don't, pal. It's nice to have him. You build up front. Again, you just keep saying, I don't know what the hell else to tell you, folks. That's how you win a damn football game. Get the studs up front. That's where all the action is, and that's where the games are won.
And who's going to do that, Ed? Who's going to do that? And you were the first one to say a year ago when it came out that we were all talking about how the offensive line can't block. It's called this guy, that guy. When it's all said and done with, they don't have the guys to do it. They don't have the players.
Well, they brought the guys in this year
to
make up for what they had last year, and they're satisfied again with this year. My Lord, it's in front of you, folks. I mean, you listen, Angelo and Lovie Smith, you 2 guys can't hide anymore, okay? You can't hide anymore.
Come on out.
You can't hide, folks. You just can't hide.
Get away from that tree. We see you.
No more of those sarcastic answers to the press. You cannot hide, folks.
And OB is right. They can't hide. Somebody's got to take responsibility.
You're damn right they
or
do.
Accountability for this. And you can blame it on Mike Tyson if you like or Mike Martz. Both of them are not doing that well. But when you don't have the talent, boys, you do not have the talent. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. 312-644-6767. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show. Ed and I will be right back. Drive of the Game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, number 1 in what matters most.
Snap to Cutler, looking left, in trouble, escapes, throws, left side of the end zone, touchdown, Johnny Knox, touchdown Bears. And Jay must have felt that Redskin sneaking up behind him. He stepped up just 1 step and threw to an open Johnny Knox.
Like last week, just didn't feel like we were, ready to play our best ball. Didn't feel that way today. Even though we had some struggles early on offensively, I thought the team was ready to go. We made adjustments, got ourselves back in it offensively.
We now return to the Suburban Tire postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, live from Heroes West, 1530 Commerce Lane in Joliet. The Suburban Tire postgame show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, UV Vodka, Four Winds Casino, RetainYourGains.com, and Old Second Bank. On Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back. The Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Heroes West Bar and Grill in Joliet. He's Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to Washington 17-14. The screw-up fairy visited the Bears. They had 6 turnovers, and the Bears end up losing the football game.
Join Fat Sam Sports Bar and OTB this Monday as they welcome Chicago hockey players Troy Bauer and Nicholas Hjalmarsson. The guys will be on site from 7 to 9 signing autographs and talking hockey. For more info, call 815-838-4420. Brought to you by Arlington Park Racetrack and Bud Light. And Dougie, here we go.
You know, Eddie, I'll be there tomorrow night with the hockey guys. I'll MC it, and Fat Sam's in Lockport, and you and I are real good friends with Fat Sam's. But I never told you this, but about 2 weeks ago I was driving my car right down the middle of the street, and Sam was walking across.
Yes.
And I had to go around him. I ran out of gas. Hence the name, Fat Sam.
He takes a good beating.
Doesn't he? But a great guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
And a good person, warm heart. So we'll tomorrow night. Play some hockey down there. Let's go out to Jack in Plainfield. Jack on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Jack.
Disheartening, disgusting, and very disappointing. You know what? I T-bowed that quarterback sneak. Must have been 10 times, and guess what? They scored. He had it over the line 10 times. And, you know, he's so paranoid. He is so paranoid of saving timeouts because he blew them all last week. That's why he didn't. Throw the flag. He didn't want to do it twice in a row. And this guy's got to go. I mean, he is just terrible in all facets of the game. I mean, think about the offensive plays. I mean, they run that one misdirection play where he pitches it out, he fakes it one way and pitches it out. We've seen that one time in 6 games. Mm-hmm. One time in 6 games, and it worked. I think it worked for a touchdown the last time you've seen it. And these guys in the middle, Olin Kreutz got blew up 3 times today that I've seen, and Williams got blew up a couple times. I mean, just push back right into the quarterback. So, I mean, I know there's nothing you can do right now, but my God, they had to see it coming.
Yeah, Jack, there are some things that you can do. You know, so far after 7 games, what you're doing, because we're not scoring points, and that just happens to be a fact. We're not in 4 quarters putting the ball, whether by a field goal or a touchdown. We're just not scoring points, okay? Let's start moving that pocket around. Strong side, weak side. Let's run with some misdirection, some sucker plays, and a steady diet of it. Don't wait till something goes wrong. Come out. Be creative, innovative, and try something different. We have 9 games left. The first 7, it's not working. And that's a fact. So guess what? Misdirection, sucker plays, sucker toss, bootleg sprint outs. That's your offense. Try to make that work for the next few games and see if it goes. What can you lose? You cannot continue to go down, Jack, the same play, the same pattern, game after game, and hope and pray that your defense does something miraculous, or Devin Hester comes with an unbelievable punt return, and you win the game by a few points. Okay? It's not going to happen week to week. So what they ought to do here in the next 2 weeks, Doug, and I'm serious about this, I don't know, what they've done has been failed. They've got to come up with something new, and they have a quarterback that can get it done, and hopefully it'll help the offensive linemen. Hopefully.
Well, the sad thing about it is that, when March came in here, the word genius came up. And say, okay, the mad genius. The genius has the answer.
You got to deny that right away.
Our offense is ranked 29th. We can't score from the 1-yard line going in on the ground. It's impossible. We rank probably dead last on that. We can't score in the red zone. We're on track right now for 72 sacks on our quarterbacks for the year that's up right now with the turnovers and everything. Where's the genius? Someone show me the genius. It's not there. Now, I understand a lot of the players, you don't have that line. You don't have certain things. But like I said before at the beginning of the show, adapt or die.
Doug, the system is flawed. They have to change, and they really got to do that. I'm very serious about that. They've got to change. They've got 2 weeks to go and play Buffalo, and they've got to make different moves on offensively, different philosophy, a different system.
Let's go out to Chris in Milwaukee. Chris, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Chris.
Hey, listen, OB, I'm with you in terms of the change the system, but I have no trust it's going to happen. And I tell you what, I am sick and tired of this pompous attitude week after week, year after year. I'm sick and tired of the complete lack of coaching ability I am tired of being the laughingstock of the national analysts. These guys are stubborn. They don't change. They don't want to change. And after hanging on and trying to believe for weeks to years, I want this thing blown up. I'm tired of it, guys. And you've said it. You've said the ineptitude on third down, at the goal line, the decision-making and lack thereof. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing, and we deserve better.
Well, Chris, if you take a look at it, all the aspects of it you're talking about on offense, we're not even close. We're not close to anything. I mean, we're not close. We're not close to getting some of these things done. Scoring from the 1-yard line, getting scored on the red zone. We were 2 for 10 today. And there was a parade because we were 2 for 10. But going into that, because Cutler was 0 for 23 going into that football game on third down situations. You know, Cutler, I think, on third down situations, is like his quarterback rating is 45 or something like that. So, yeah, there's a major problem here, and we're seeing it. But what do you do about it? And I think what's happening is a lot of people that I talk to want the Bears to lose. Not that he disliked the Bears.
Oh, yeah, Doug. You hit on something right there.
They want it to blow up because they're tired of it.
They want these two guys out of there.
They're sick of it. They don't want to hear no more. I've had enough. Some guy is yelling out the window, I can't take no more. That's exactly what's happening. And I'm telling you right now, it's a sad thing to say. It really is a sad damn thing to say, but they're tired of listening to the rhetoric.
Doug, I couldn't agree with you more. And in my travels and when you're always getting asked questions, about offense, defense, bomb, Lovey and Angelo. And one of the things that it really, to me, it's like it's unsettling. In the bottom, are we all Bear fans? Do we all want to see him go to the Super Bowl? Damn right. Want to see it do him every year. But Dougie, what I hear is they're afraid. They're afraid. And what you just brought up, and obviously you've heard it from people. When I hear it from people, folks, just like you people right here, they hope that they don't win because they don't want these guys back. I mean, I've never heard that in my life before about a coach. Some coaches are pro, con, you like them, whatever, but I've never heard it go to that extreme, that they don't want the Bears to win, because if they do, that means Angelo and Lovey are back. That's sad.
They want the whole crew to go, Ed.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, yes.
The whole
Ed
crew.
Phillips, all of them.
Because they're tired of what's happening, what's being
But that
fed.
is, Doug, have you ever heard that before?
Hell yeah. You mean, and I don't like it.
No, but I'm talking about years prior.
Oh, no. I mean, not.
That's what I mean, not years prior, but I mean, I hear it more and more, and this is a weekly basis. This goes on, folks.
Because we're being told we have the players. Angelo's saying we have the guys. We have the players. We have the offensive line. We have this, we have that. And then we're hearing the same thing from Mike Martz, and Mike Martz is saying Mike Tyson's outstanding. What a great offensive line coach. Wait a minute. Somebody's lying. Which one? Who? All of you? Are you together? Are you back-to-back? Because all these guys are back-to-back. Don't forget, they were all together at one time before. And so now I'm supposed to listen to this? Hey, listen. Ed and I didn't play a piano for 14 years, and Ed didn't play a violin for 12 years. We played in the National Football League, and we played with the Chicago Bears. I know what the hell is going on out there, and so does he. And when I can see it, I'm sure everybody else can see it. Something's got to give. Let's go out to Mike on the north side. Mike, you're on the score.
Doug and OB, what's going on, guys?
Hi, Mike.
Hey, really briefly, before I get to my statement, I wanted to say one thing. Angelo's terrible at drafting offensive linemen. Chris Williams, this guy had a problem before they had drafted him. I don't know, I forgot what it was, liver or something.
Me.
Okay, and then Kasim Mitchell, remember when he did that? It was like a 4-year deal, like $40 million. Well, come on, give me a break. Now, what I'm about to say, you guys, I don't know if you're going to like it, but I'm going to ask you a question first. How many winning seasons has Jay Cutler had since he's been a quarterback starting freshman year in college?
Not too many.
I would
Zero.
Say, I would say
Zero.
I would
Guys,
say none.
Zero. And let me tell you something else. I saw the offensive line do a pretty good job in the second half. I didn't see too many sacks. I saw a lot of picks, and I saw a lot of balls thrown from behind the receiver. He's throwing floaters in the corner when we're about to score. We're on the 35, on their 35. He's throwing floaters to Hester, who's 5'8", and then he's throwing. I mean, come on, And what did he do in Denver? He's throwing interceptions all over the place when they had great receivers and offensive line. I'm just saying the Cutler might not be a winner like you guys think he is.
Well, here
now
we won't know until we find out. Till you give him something to work with. I agree with you. Today when he threw that floater out there down the sidelines, let me tell you something. It wasn't Aroma Shadu out there. We got basically atomically compact wide receivers, meaning they're short. And the fact is that you don't have guys that are going to go up for the football like he was used to in Denver. He'd throw it up in the air, and guys go out and take it out of the air. We don't have guys like that. We got to hit guys on the run, going down the sidelines, 100 miles an hour. But the fact is, we don't have those big play guys. You're right. Cutler did not play good today. Not at all. I'm not going to be the one who said that's the case. But what I'm saying is, what if he had the time? You take a look at it. Now, there are a couple times Ed brought it up to me. He said, Doug, there's something wrong here. I mean, he doesn't look like they're, this is after he threw
He looked very tentative. He really did.
Yeah, he looked
tentative.
Really did. Maybe he's getting banged around. I don't know. Maybe it's in his head. Maybe there's things bothering him. I don't know. But I do know this. There's still something wrong with our offense. There's a lot of flaws in it, and we're going to get murdered.
Hey, Doug, we got all you callers. I'm going to tell you, we're gonna really get you on here and get going with the calls here. So you guys hang in there. I promise we're going to get you on and let you have your say.
Yeah, hang in there, Pete, Chip, Jeff, Bob, Paul, Mahmoud, Harry, Senyin, everybody. We'll be right back.
There you go.
Snap to Cutler. He won't get in. Up the middle, and the ball may be loose. The ball may be loose. Redskins are all over the place, jumping up and down. The Redskins are celebrating. They come up with a football, number 59 for the Skins, London Fletcher. And the Bears offense.
The ruling on the field, the runner's forward progress was not stopped. The ball came loose, recovered by Washington. First down.
Considered it quickly. I thought the ball came out as far as his progress, whether his progress was stopped or not. In hindsight, of course, every call that went against us. Normally, if it's a critical play like that, we would challenge.
Wait a minute. Stop yourself. Normally, if it's a critical play like that, we would challenge. You mean to tell me that wasn't critical? You mean to tell me that play was not critical? What did he say? Did I hear it wrong? He said normally if the play was critical.
Considered it quickly. I thought the ball came out as far as his progress, whether his progress was stopped or not. In hindsight, of course, every call that went against us. Normally, if it's a critical play like that, we would challenge.
He did say it. He said normally if it was a critical play, we would challenge.
Well,
I thought that was critical. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm delusional. Maybe like I said, I'm getting dementia too, and it's all over for me. But I don't know. I don't understand it.
Oh my God!
Welcome back to this Reverend Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Heroes West Bar and Grill in Joliet. He's Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Dougie, I went last night to one of my favorite restaurants out in Lakemore. It's called a Vichyssoise. And I have two of the greatest fans in the world, the people that own it, Bernard and his wife Priscilla. And Priscilla is one of the greatest Bear fans you'll ever know. She knows more about offensive football than that crew we have.
Well, I got to tell you something, Ed. The more and more you talk about it, the more and more you look at it, you wonder, what the hell do they know? Or what's going on with it? I mean, the fact is, do they know anything? I mean, again, too. Let's start with, we can start with Jerry Angelo because the players are not there. Let's go with the decisions made. But I am still kind of baffled about what Lovie Smith said about that goal line thing with Cutler. He said if it was critical, we would have challenged it. I thought that was critical.
Doug coupled that statement when he made with the Packers when we went up and played the Packers.
Oh, please, don't get me started on that.
And then Lovie said the Packers were playing with a purpose.
We weren't.
And we weren't. Now, folks, you can interpret that any way you want, but I'll tell you what. Somebody else can have him as their head coach.
Let's go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Gentlemen, I know you'd be talking today, but three things stood out for me, okay?
Go ahead.
Lovey throwing the flag on the wrong play, thus losing the timeout, as is his history.
Right.
Ena Tillman can't cover anybody. He would have given up 2 TDs if not for the drop early in the game. And Jay Cutler, why is this guy getting a free pass? Why is he not being held responsible for his awful season? Why is the Cutler trade for Orton, the draft picks we gave up, not being called another terrible mistake by Angelo? And I will hang up and listen to
Chip, because every football pundit in Chicago thought it was a great trade. Still, as we speak today, think it was a great trade. And I know we gave up 2 first rounds and I believe a 3rd round and $1 bazillion. But that's the answer to your, Chip, is that all the football pundits, almost to the T, think that it was a great trade.
And, Chip, you don't buy an expensive automobile and put baloney skins for tires on it. The fact is, you got to put something with that expensive car, and we're not.
Not according to Jerry Angelo says that's not how you build a football team. Those words came out. You start at the quarterback. Nice to have a quarterback, but it doesn't. It starts up front. Ask Bill Belichick.
And watch some of these guys. Watch some of the quarterbacks out there when they make the completions. Watch the time they have to throw, the step to throw. I understand you have to make some throws. And there's ideas. And I'll go back to the 3-step drop. I'll go back to it, the 70 yards that he pushed through. 1, 2, 3, bam, slant. 1, 2, 3, bam, slant. Ball out of his hand. You're supposed to have it out of your hand in 2.8 seconds. You start the football game again with the 7-foot drop. There he is sitting back there. All of a sudden, there's 50 guys on top of him. And now he's trying to make something happen. Now he's trying to this. You don't roll him out. You don't do a lot of things. I still say Cutler has the ability to be a top-class quarterback.
Well, again, what happened, Doug, they made the change at halftime. The Redskins, they came up, instead of 10 yards, they were 4 to 5 yards back on our wideouts, and then we didn't have a counter for that afterwards.
Absolutely. And you take a 3rd down situation, we were 2 for 10. Coming into this football game, we were brutal, right? We're like 3 for 40. But when you take a look at it, in our 3rd down situations were always 7.9 yards average. You needed to pick up 7.9 yards average. What the hell happened to our first 2 downs? And so when you think about it, go out there and try to pick up 7.9 or 8 yards on 3rd down all the time. Not going to happen. Let's go out to Jeff in Indiana. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hey, gentlemen. First of all, thank you so much. Thank you for having a program that we can vent to. I say this. I call you guys with a heavy heart. I went to the game today, and I'm so disappointed. I came all the way back to Indiana with a carload of very disappointed Bears fans. I got to tell you, I don't think it's a lack of talent. I think it's a lack of coaching. I think we have a lot of talent on this team, and it really, really disappoints me that I can't go to a Bears game and not know which team I have to root for. I go there, and I'm thinking, I don't know which team is actually going to show up to a game. I don't know whether the defense is going to play well in the offense or the offense is going to play well. I'm so confused, but I'm gonna this last comment, and I'm gonna hang up. Watching the 85 Bears on the field today and bringing the trophy back out, it really saddens me that these guys don't play with the heart that the 85 Bears had. And I'm not going to dwell on the 85 Bears. I know it's a thing of the past, but to watch these guys play today, they have no heart. They may have a little bit of talent, but they have no heart and they have no pride to be a Chicago Bear.
Hey,
and that really upsets me, you guys. So thank you so much from Indiana, and you guys take it from here.
All right, Jeff. There's a simple. I mean, there's so many ways you could attack this offense. So many ways that could be said and done. But you know what the bottom line is after 7 games? After 7 games, the most important stat is points. Our offense does not score points. They need help from our defense. They need an enormous help. If you think for a second here, Jeff, where would we be without the special teams this year? Where would we be without the special teams in our defense? And even with that going for us, we still can't score points. That's the bottom line, folks. We can't score points.
And on top of that, if you want to compare 85 to this team, don't be silly. The fact is there was more talent on the 85 team than ever you thought would be on this football club. So they had a lot more to work with. He's Obradovich on the phone on the score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. That's correct. We're at Heroes West Bar and Grill in Joliet talking about the Chicago Bears loss 17-14 to the Washington Redskins. Ed and I will be right back. The Good Hands play of the game is brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Matt McNabb, wrapped up by, and it's intercepted. Wrapped up by DJ Moore, and he's running the other way, and nobody's going to get him. Touchdown Bears! A defensive touchdown by DJ Moore.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, Obravich and Buffon. We are live at Heroes West Bar and Grill where Joe Kokinas, you know Joe come in.
Yep.
The GM here, great guy.
Yes.
It's a beautiful place. It's
a great place. A lot of great fans out here, too. Give yourselves a hand, folks.
That's right. And Eddie was in love with the soup. He had about 3 bowls worth.
The soup was outstanding.
Anyway, our phone number, 312-644-6767. We're going to go to the phone lines as soon as our crack producer gets us back up here.
That's right, Brendan, our crack
producer.
Top of the line, internationally known.
Now, what was you saying now? Somebody said they had the best. Who had the best producer? The pregame show?
That was Hub and Dan. They're talking about their producer.
Their producer,
and
the best?
They're the best. Yes, they are the best.
They are the best, but
we are ultra.
Ultra.
We are ultra.
We have the ultra guy.
We have Brendan. He is the ultra producer. So Dan and Hub.
You got the best.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Okay.
You do have the best.
And see, no one's ever got to that ultra mark before.
That's right.
It was never brought out.
Brandon took us to the ultra mark, and you got to give him his kudos. That's right.
Let's go out to Pete in Southern California. Pete, you're on the Score.
Doug and OB, man, big fans. Mikey and I listen to you every Sunday, man, after the game. But,
thanks, Pete.
Hey, so, I guess where does the blame go? Like when Cutler looks at a receiver and throws the interception, is it because he does not have the ability to check off and make a different call, or is he just following Martz's call play? And, also, Tommy's making like $16 million a year. I'm sorry, not Tommy, Julius, and he didn't make another impact in the game today. And so I just want to get your opinions on both of those questions.
Well, with your last question with the defense, I think you can't, say too much about the defense. I understand about the sacks, but still there were some hurries there. But let's face it. I mean, you're talking about a team, a defense that went out there that 5 times in a row their offense turned the football over. You know what that means when you're playing defense? You know how fast you have to go back out in the field? 5 times in a row. That's almost impossible to do. Now, what Cutler did, and a lot of times when they do that defense, that offense that Martz has, they throw to a spot. You saw the one where Knox went. He stopped. Well, Cutler threw to the spot where he was supposed to be on the slant. It ends up an interception. That's why the communication's here. You take a look at what happened with Mike Martz with his teams in the past. I mean, they do that. That's a fact. I mean, they make mistakes like that. And for this team, this quarterback, they've only been under this system not even a year, 6 months, 4 months. And so that's a problem also. So there's a lot of things going on out there. The communication is rotten. And on top of that, let's throw into an offensive line that is not worth a crap.
Well, listen, Pete, you asked about number 90. In 7 games, although you got to say this, though, Doug, he has been an impact player.
Absolutely.
I tell you what, he comes down the line, he puts a lot of pressure, and finally Adonijay is breaking loose a little bit, helping with the sacks, but I think it's all because of number 90. But I tell you what he's had. He's had 16 tackles in 7 games, and he's had 2 sacks. So he's averaging a little over 2 tackles a game, and in 7 games he's had 2 sacks. Those are the stats.
Let's go out to Bob in O'Hare. Bob, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug, Ed, how you doing, guys?
All right,
What's
Bob.
up, Bobby?
I love your show, man.
Thank you.
I got to say, I respect you guys, ex-Bears, and I'm sure you guys know the NFL. But I just want to ask a question. When do all the sports writers and all the sports jocks and all the ex-NFL players, ex-Bear players, stop giving Jay Cutler a pass and calling him the scrub that he is? This is the worst trade in probably the history of the NFL. You still have to show me some statistical evidence that Jay Cutler is better than Kyle Orton straight up, let alone 2 first-round draft picks. I mean, are you kidding me? You just said he didn't have the talent around him to succeed. So since his freshman year in college, he hasn't had the talent around him to succeed? No way. I'll find a lot of people with talent. Jeff George, a dozen major league pitchers with the talent to be quarterback in the NFL, but they're not football players.
Hey, Bob, let me ask you a question, Bob. In the Chicago Bears, you're obviously a fan.
I love them.
All right, tell me what quarterback with the Bears have been better than Cutler.
Rex Grossman.
Stop yourself.
Stop
yourself right now. Stop yourself.
Come on.
You're taking stupid pills?
I'm sick of hearing about how how he's going to be or what he's going to be like. I just go by what I see. I see a guy that not only does not perform, he doesn't even compete. At least Rex Grossman was out there competing every day. Jay Cutler looks like he doesn't even want to be there half the time.
Well, let me
and he
tell you
throws
something.
the ball wherever he wants, and he just tosses it out there, never sets his feet. I mean, you know, the guy has such an ego, and he thinks he's such a talent that he doesn't have to set his feet. Go talk to him. Go talk to NFL quarterbacks. Watch real NFL quarterbacks and how they throw the ball. Every play, they set their feet. They get the ball out correctly. They don't overthrow. They don't miss receivers. I mean, the guy's a joke. I mean, I'm so sick of hearing he's taking us to the Super Bowl. The guy's never been in the playoffs. He's never been to the playoffs. Oh, my God.
Let me tell you something.
I don't mean to get fired up. I like
No, Bob, I understand what you're saying, Bobby.
I love your
But I'm
passion.
telling you something. On the other side of the coin, tough to set your feet when you're laying on your ass. That's a problem. And that's a big problem. What's going on here?
Blame it on the
No,
offensive
well,
line.
take a look at it. Take a look what happened today. Take a look at it. You can't run the damn ball. You finally start doing some things.
I'll give you that. They don't try to run the ball.
Well, that's March. I mean, there's some things. When they took the 70-yard drive, okay? When they pushed the ball down for 70 yards, all that was 1, 2, 3, pass. 1, 2, 3, pass. Not this 7-step drop.
You better be able to do more than a 3-step drop.
Oh, no, stop
for $20
yourself.
million, you better be able to do more.
Put it this way. Look at all the quarterbacks and what they do. It's a guy that gets the ball out of his hand the quickest.
Hey,
That's
Bob.
a fact, Bob.
Bob, hold it.
And when you
Bob.
say Rex Grossman's better, I know you're somewhere. You're somewhere in Wisconsin in an insane asylum. Yes, he is.
No. You know what though? Bob shows great passion, but I'm going to tell you what, Doug, whether you like it or anybody likes it or not, some of the things he said are facts.
Well, I know they're facts. But
there's nothing.
Let me ask you.
You're not.
No.
I'm just saying that
You don't
you're
even
not
want to get
sucking me
involved.
into this. No.
Rex Grossman better?
No.
Rex Grossman better than Cutler?
My headset just went off. Bob's got a lot of good points, okay? Keep listening, Bob.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio. It's 670.
Is my headset working?
No, it's not. We're live at Heroes West Bar and Grill in Joliet. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767.
God
We'll
love
be
you,
right back.
Dougie.
Thank you, my friend.
17-14 Redskins. Cutler in the gun. Blitz is on by the Skins. Bears pick it up. Cutler launches. Going deep. Up in the air. It's D'Angelo Hall. His 4th interception of Jay Cutler.
Yeah, all of them. I'll take them all. Got to look at the film. Obviously, it's very discouraging right now. Let a game get away from us. Defense had every right to be mad at us. We blew that game offensively. And most of that falls on my shoulders.
Welcome back to Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Heroes West Bar and Grill in Joliet. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Join Fat Sam Sports Bar and OTB this Monday as they welcome Chicago hockey players Troy Bauer and Nicholas Hjalmarsson. The guys will be on the site from 7 to 9 p.m. signing autographs and talking hockey. For more info, call Fat Sam at 815-838-4420. Brought to you by Arlington Park Racetrack and Bud Light, and our good friend Doug Buffone will be there with his hockey expertise at Fat Sam's tomorrow.
That's right. I'll have my stick with me, Eddie, and I'll be there recruiting Hawk players to put on a Bear uniform. Right now, let's go out to Lawrence Holmes. Lawrence.
Hello, guys.
Lorenzo.
Lawrence, before we get started, one quick question. One thing that's just been bothering me. I want to know. The fact is, and I want to see what you think about it, too. I got all upset why Lovey did not challenge that Cutler fumble on the quarterback sneak.
He said it wasn't critical.
He said it wasn't critical.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand that either. The only thing that I can, because he was asked about it, our own Mully asked him about that. The only thing that I can think is that he wanted to make sure that he had challenges left, because if he had called that one and it had been called back, he would have lost the right to challenge, and they would have been down another touchdown after the play with Earl. And I don't mind them doing that because we all know that going into the game, they were 0 for 9 from the 1-yard line. So if they thought they could get a touchdown and not have to burn a timeout, that's fine. But I don't know why you don't. I'm sure Jay lobbied for Lovey to make that call because he thought he was over the line. I don't know why you don't risk it at that point. I mean, it's a big swing of points and momentum.
It's huge.
Lawrence, the word critical. What's a scenario? You couldn't have a more serious scenario. Trying in to score, think you scored, late in the game, my God, what are you thinking about?
Yeah, it makes me wonder, too. And the only thing that I can think of is that he wanted to keep that timeout and wanted to have the right to challenge later on in the game. But this team's red zone problems and their problems from the 1 yard line persist.
Right.
You know, they still haven't figured out a way to get some stuff done. But you know what? And I was listening to you guys on my way back here to the station. And, Doug, you're so right on. It was part of my line of questioning today to some of the offensive players that, you know, that Jay Cutler, of the 7 touchdowns that he's thrown, Doug, 4 of them have come in 2-minute situations.
Yeah.
When this guy is given the opportunity to throw quick passes, 1 and 3-step drops, his quarterback rating is through the roof. It's close to 150. And it shocks me that they don't either come out doing some of that to take some of the pressure off when you have a team that's going to blitz you like crazy. And every team that they play from here on out, they're going to pressure them. They're absolutely going to pressure them. So I don't know why they don't have that incorporated more. Now, there was the adjustment later on in the second half. You saw the Redskins come up on the receivers a little bit, and Bears receivers have a tough time getting off the jam. But they don't find their offensive rhythm with Cutler until they do 1 and 3-step drops. So I don't know why they don't do it more.
I don't get it. I don't get it because we're getting phone calls. For example, a good guy called Bob. He had some good stuff he was talking about Cutler. But now what they're saying about Cutler, he is not a winner. The guy is not a quarterback. The guy can't throw. It was a bad trade. And on and on and on. But when I look at this kid and when he's out there, and I said, well, you take those 70 yards we were talking about, that they made the drive in 10 plays. That's what he's all about, getting rid of the ball quickly. You can't put the blitz on him. It helps your running game. So a lot has to do with they're calling out there, what they're calling, and when they're calling.
I actually think that their receivers are better too, Doug, in those scenarios. I think that when you get to a little bit more of a helter-skelter style, I think guys like Johnny Knox are better targets for Jay in those situations.
Lawrence, the key is this. This is not a mystery. This is not a mystery. 7 games, the bottom line, we don't score points. We don't convert on third down. So our system is flawed. You cannot defend that system anymore. Nobody can, Lawrence. Nobody. And what do you have to do? You've got to change your offensive philosophy. We have an offensive line that has a hell of a time blocking anybody. You've got to move that pocket. You've got to create plays. You've got to get them out of harm's way. You sit back there in a 5 and 7 step drop, and they blitz you from the outside, the inside. They blitz you from everywhere. Move the pocket. Negate those blitzes. Make things happen to the weak side, to the strong side. Crossing patterns. Try it. What we have tried for 7 games, and I can't say it again, it's flawed. It doesn't work. We don't score points. And the last time I checked, the way you win football games is score points and convert on third down. We don't do it. Make the changes. Have the guts and the insight and the intestinal fortitude, if that's what you want to call it, to make the changes and try to survive the last 9 games.
And you look at their run game today, they actually went over 4 yards per carry. Only 16 carries in this game for the 2 running backs. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, it doesn't seem as if they're feeding into Jay Cutler's strength because he seems to be more comfortable in those sets where he is getting those quick drops and those quick passes out.
Well, what happened there, Lawrence, guess what? Washington made the adjustments in the third quarter. They were laying off 10 yards, Lawrence. And if you watch the game, come out to start out the third quarter, where were they? The right cornerback was 4 yards. The left defensive cornerback was 5 yards. And that's how they played them. And we didn't counter it.
And see, the other thing, too, Lawrence, when you take a look at this football club, you know, you say to yourself, you know, how bad it is. The offense is terrible. There's no question. We have good special teams. But I'm saying kudos. I'm saying kudos to the defense.
Absolutely.
If you can go out there and give up, your offense goes out and turns the ball over 5 times in a row, and you're out there and you're losing by 3 points, stop yourself.
Lawrence, what you have to do when you look at these things at the end of the game, and first we're almost to the half point here. If it wasn't for our defense, if it wasn't being opportunistic, if it wasn't for them, and if it wasn't for our specialty teams that put our offense in great field position the first 7 games. Great field position. And our special teams have been terrific. Look what it would be if we didn't have a defense or our special teams didn't perform. How bad would this football team be?
Well, right now they're not looking very good. Even at 4-3, they've lost 3 out of their last 4 games, and they got to McNabb 2 times with the sack. And then you had the great play by Adonijah and Moore to come up with the touchdown. Ordinarily, if your defense scores a touchdown, you're pretty much locked into winning a game. I think that they played great, even considering that Lance Briggs left this game in the first quarter. You know, he tried to give that ankle an opportunity to go out there and play, and he wasn't ready to play, and they didn't seem to lose too much, defensively. And yet and still, they're not able to do enough to win the game. And the defensive guys are trying to be very diplomatic in their answers in the locker room. They're saying, hey, we obviously didn't do enough. We didn't force enough turnovers because, we should have won the game. But when your quarterback plays as poorly as Cutler did, he was awful today. 5 turnovers. When your quarterback does that, I don't know how you think you can win. And yet and still, because the defense played so well, you were still in a 3-point game.
I'll use what Coach Q said from the Hawks. You left too much meat on the table. And you take a look at it. DJ Moore intercepts. Of course, they call it back delay of game. The Cutler thing over there for the touchdown. The fumble down there near another points. They had so many damn points they could have won this game going away. Did not happen. Now they got to regroup, and we'll see what happens down the road.
And Lawrence, let me tell you that the thing that's coming up in the future here. We've got the bye week, and then we play Buffalo. But after that, our defense is really going to have to come up and play some stellar football, because now we get into the heart and we start playing against some pretty damn good coached and player up and teams that we go against with the Vikings, New England, et cetera, et cetera. Our defense, hopefully, thank God, will be there to take care of the task.
There's a murderer's row of a schedule coming up. That's why them losing this game was really significant, guys.
Absolutely, Lawrence.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Thank you, guys.
You're listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Heroes West Bar and Grill in Joliet. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, Washington 17.
Great
Chicago
crowd,
Bears 14. We'll be right back.
It's time for the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with your hosts, former Bear greats Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetainYourGains.com, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Cutler slides to his right, throwing, he's got his man knocked sideline right, inside the 25-yard line to the 21 of Buffalo. Great work, Johnny Knox running free from his defender. Cutler bought some time. Reggie Corner and Dante Whitner shoved him out of bounds. Bears now knocking on the red zone door of the Buffalo Bills. Snap to Cutler. Back to throw. Zips it, middle of the end zone. Touchdown, Greg Olsen. Touchdown, Bears.
Who was he throwing that ball to, Jeff? That was it Earl Bennett right in front of Greg Olsen?
2 guys in the same zip code. Well, it's Greg Olsen who comes up with it. Shotgun snap. Handing off, it's Spiller, brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Julius Peppers back there to make the stop. It's a loss of 4 on the Clemson rookie running back, the 9th overall selection out of the draft this year. So on first down today, the Bears no gain, 6, a yard and -4 on that run by Spiller. Snap to Fitzpatrick, winds up, guns it right. Roscoe Parrish at the 2, to the goal line, to the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown for the Buffalo Bills. 14-yard bullet pass, Fitzpatrick to Roscoe Parrish. Jay Cutler takes turns, give it to Chester Taylor off the left side. He walks into the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, Bears! From the 4 now, Fitzpatrick in the gun, back on his right hip. It's Jackson Hay takes the handoff, bangs to the goal line, spin to the end zone with a touchdown. Through Danielle Manning. Just like that, the Bills, an extra point from tying the game. 4-yard run, Fred Jackson. Here's the snap spot. Blocked! Oh, Bears block the extra point, and they retain the lead, 14-13 on the Buffalo Bills. Ryan Lindell had his extra point blocked. 2nd and 1 from the 1. Right. Handing off McIntyre, plows in across the goal line. Touchdown Buffalo, and the Bills take the lead on the Bears. Snap to Jay, gonna throw, pops it, end zone, right side, touchdown!
Flag in the end zone, though. Flag in the end zone. Let's see what the flags drop for.
Touchdown Earl Bennett. Touchdown Bears.
It is. It's going to be against Buffalo.
Here's Jay on the takeaway. Shovel pass. Matt Forte standing up. The 2-point conversion successful. 4 minutes to play. Gets in a shotgun. Takes it. Fakes the handoff. And Donahue got to him. And down he goes. Sacking Fitzpatrick.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio and Jeff Joniak on the call. Chicago Bears win 22-19 over the Buffalo Bills. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And Chicago Bears did what they were supposed to do. And what the line was, 3 points favorite over Buffalo. They did do it. There were some good things in this football game to look at. Also, to understand that the Buffalo Bills basically are good, a very good sparring partner. There's nothing says that this team is that great. That's why they're 0-8 right now at this point in time. But the Bears did one thing that I looked at was balance their offense. And they balanced their offense between the run and the pass. And doing that, hoping that same formula where the defense would come up with takeaways and then the offense would not turn it over. I believe Cutler didn't have an interception. So when you look at it, you say they did exactly what they were supposed to do. They controlled the football. They moved the ball. They didn't turn it over. The Bears on defense got the football back. And on that 2 takeaways that the Bears had, the Bear offense scored twice on it, so it gets 15 points. So that's what you have to look at. You look at it and say, okay, fine, that's done. But none of this proves anything for the rest of the year. And I hope people understand that, and I think they do. They did what they had to do. They went to Buffalo, and they won. But the fact is there were still some things in that football game that we still look concerned to me was the offensive line. There were times that I thought they were very poor. But the main thing that I saw here was the fact that Mike Martz pulled in his horns. By saying pulling in his horns, they took their chances with Cutler rolling out of that pocket, moving that pocket. They took more quick drops. They got the blitzes picked up and also throwing the football away quickly. They did some things that they should do during the bye week and corrected a lot of things. Now, can they keep that? Can they keep that kind of philosophy going? And I don't know what the numbers were exactly passed to. We'll find that out a little bit later. But the pass to run was pretty damn close. Was pretty close as far as them controlling the football. And then defensively, I got to hand it to, Tim Jennings was a big, huge play, the interception he had. Donahue played a hell of a football game at the defensive end. But you got to understand, and this is who you're playing. You're playing Buffalo, and this is Buffalo's defense. Coming in, they were ranked 29th. Against the run, they were 32. The average gain was 31. The pass, they were 31. You're talking about the average pass, 25. Interception-wise, the Buffalo Bills had 1 interception coming in the football game. 1.
And that was by a linebacker, right, Doug?
Yeah, no
defensive back interceptions.
So they were ranked 32 there. Sacks, they were 18. They never got to the quarterback. Third down, they were ranked 26th. You take a look at time of possession. They were ranked 29. Defensively, going in, they were ranked 26th. So when you look at this, you're saying to yourself, okay, fine, the Bears did win. They beat a bad team. But that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to beat a bad team. And that's what they did. And hopefully now they can go on and try to do something else. But the main thing that I saw in my mind, the main thing that I looked at, they were smart enough. Mike Martz was smart enough to curve this thing down a little bit and forget about this circus show and try to win something, a football game where you're a balanced attack, where you run the football, you throw the passes, you try to, go intermediate passes, and you're not trying to just chunk out big yardage all the time. And I thought Cutler made some tremendous throws today. I thought he made some great throws today. And a lot of times you'll say, hey, the guy's throwing off his back foot. Well, a lot of times when those blitzes are coming, he does do that. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. But all said and done with that, you got to accept what the Bears did today, and
yes,
they beat Buffalo.
Yes, absolutely, Doug. And I think what comes to my mind, which we haven't seen around here for several weeks, is a thing called common sense. You're playing Buffalo defensively. They're last on about everything there is on the planet. And what we did use common sense. We ran the ball 31 times, and we passed Doug 30. And what I liked, what we did, we came out running. Then we came with play action. Then we came with the bootlegs and rollouts with play action. And we came with the quick passes or the hot reads. And I didn't see him really, really, really force passes into a difficult situation. Although 3 passes were dropped by Buffalo that would have been interceptions. But again, on a defensive side, Doug, and again, we are where we are because of our defense and special teams. Let's not fool anybody here. And what bothers me, again, a couple of negatives is our offensive line. If you watched and saw how many times our offensive line got blown up when it was like third and with about a minute and 20 seconds to go, third and about 1.5 yards, my God, 86, 57, 74 got pushed right back into the backfield. To say that's unacceptable is laughable. And this continues to go on, folks. They blow around our offensive tackles. I don't know what we're going to do about it. I think the second half of our schedule kind of looks like it'll be a little bit tougher than what we've seen so far. I do like that we get the breaks, we get the luck, we get the tip balls for interceptions. But I think the one thing that I saw today again, and I would, Doug, refer to it as common sense. Common sense told you, run the football, don't force things. It was 50-50, 60-40, 35, whatever. And that's exactly what we did. Quick drops, nothing really to take the game away or out of Cutler's hands. They're very conservative, and it worked against an 0-8 team. Could you imagine if they'd have lost this football game?
No, again, too, going back to it, we were sitting there and we're saying to myself, don't let it happen. Don't let them lose this football game because all hell would have broken loose everywhere. There's no reason why they should have lost the football game. You don't go with a team that's 0-7, and those numbers I just ripped off for you. The fact that this team is pretty bad. It's poorly. Now I got to tell you one thing though.
It's the reason why they're 0-8.
Right, but I was impressed by Fitzpatrick. I was impressed by the ropes that he was throwing, the football, the way he threw it, and the way he did a lot of things. So yeah, there were some good things there.
Well, let me point out something, Doug. That most of the stuff that I was talking about pretty much happened the first half. And he didn't try to force a lot of throws. But I'm going to tell you, we got all the way into the fourth quarter with around 14 minutes to go, and what I was looking for, I didn't see. I was looking for movement. What we saw him drop back to a 7-step drop, folks. If you're watching the game, did you see that? Did you see any movement of the pocket to the stronger weak side? No, we didn't. That kind of fell out that whole third quarter. And, again, thank you, Buffalo. Thank you.
Yeah, we're watching the game, and
oh my God,
Robbie goes to kick the football, and Ed screams in the back, "Good as gold!
Good as gold! Good as gold!"
Good as gold! Don't say that. Bang, we miss it.
That's right.
And then what happened after that? Of course, he kicked one out of bounds. They got good field position. Then our offensive line did fall apart when they were going in to score.
Doug, who are these people that say the offensive line? Like 2 weeks ago, boy, the second half they really blocked their butts off.
Compared to whom?
They're doing this, compared to whom, and compared to what?
But that's. Again, too, when you look at it, sometimes you can say to yourself, wait a minute, it's frustrating. Maybe the Bears should have slapped this team silly. They should have won by, 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns. But the fact is, though, I think the Bears need to rein themselves in a little bit. And I think March did rein himself in a little bit. The fact that, every pass doesn't have to be a touchdown pass, but you have to move the chains. They moved that football. I think the first time this year they scored 6 points, 80 yards. They've never done that. That means when you do it that way, that means you're taking chunks, you're taking a little bit of pieces, you're taking what they give them. And the other thing, too, is, again, Cutler's going to learn, and he did better today about not holding on to the football too damn long. 1, 2, dumping that football off to Chester Taylor when he's coming out of the backfield. I think those things are important. I think they have to get back into that type of rhythm.
That's got to be all March.
Well, it has to be.
That 3 or 5, 7 stop drop, and if he moves out of the pocket, that's all game planned in, that's all called in by March. And there's no other way that's going to happen. Jay is not allowed to do any of that stuff. And on third down conversion today, 7 for 12. My. And not bad, my friend.
Well, not bad considering going in, they were averaging 17% on third down conversion. The average in the NFL is like 40-some%, so you knew that was bad. But what's happening here, like I said, they control it, they brought it in. Now what happens? Now after you get this thing back and you go back, now you can prepare yourself for Minnesota. I don't know what's going on with the Minnesota game. They were tied.
It was 24 going to overtime.
So then they got Favre back, and there's some problems up in Minnesota. The fact that the Childress and almost got fired right before the football game, and he got into it with a few of the players up there. I don't know, but this is what I do know. When I take a look at this, you have to be to be a good coach, play with what you have. I understand about trying to open this thing up and turn it into a circus and turn it into a free-for-all and turn it into a scoring game, but play with what you have. So consequently, today, Cutler comes up with no interceptions. That in itself is a big plus because this defense that we've seen now performing
Thank
right
Buffalo
now,
for that one, Doug. Well, there were 3 that should have been intercepted.
But they
3
weren't,
legitimate balls, but they weren't.
They were not. And so when you look at that should be the formula for when you go forward and still try to keep this thing as a balance. Again, am I crazy about this football game? Am I saying to myself, boy, the Bears are on their way? No. You can't say, yes, they are, because it's too soon for any of this. I don't know what they are or who they are or what they are. Be honest with you. I mean, I know they're, 5-3 now, correct? So 5-3, and you're talking about that North Division is up for grabs as you look at it. So one game at a time, as the old saying goes, and the fact that I do believe the main thing that I saw today was, all right, let's go back to balance. Let's go back to what we do. We run the football. We do play action. We roll our quarterback out. We stay away from the turnovers, and we ask our defense to get us the takeaways. Then when they do get the takeaways, then we'll take the football, then we'll take it down and score. I mean, that's the formula right now. And I think if they can stay with that, if they don't get crazy, and they want to figure that Cutler's got to do it all, and he's got to score all the touchdowns and throw the bombs and do all that stuff, that's when they get into big trouble.
You know what, Doug? We're going to need somewhere with the next 8 games coming up. We've got to get some play from our defensive tackles, our inside people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we really do.
No question about that.
You just, folks, again, you people at TiVo, just watch our defensive tackles on running plays and passing plays. Just sit there and view it. It is unbelievable. And I think with Julius Peppers coming here, does he bring a positive edge? Yes, he does. And the one that is benefiting from it is Adonijah. Okay, Adonijah's got the height. He's got the quickness, the speed for a big man, Doug, to play the other end. And so far, he's stepping up. He's hustling. He's playing damn good football. But I'm going to tell you what, those defensive tackles, those rotations we have, thank God we've got Urlacher and Briggs that are fresh, that are not hurt yet so far. Because I'll tell you what, after 8 games, folks, half a season, Tommy Harris has 4 tackles and no sacks.
He's not a part of it. I mean, I don't even.
Yes, he is a part of it.
I know. I don't.
He's a part of the rotation, Doug.
Yeah, but I don't see him doing any damn thing. I don't expect nothing out of this guy. I don't want to hear words about him.
What the hell is he doing? What is he doing on the field then?
Huh? I don't know.
What is he doing?
All I know is he's
4
tackles
in my
mind
and no sacks.
And the guy, he's not getting that much play.
And the guy that Julius Peppers, the guy that should benefit the most is the guy who plays next to him. And that happens to be 91, making about, $9-10 million to play 16 games, 4 tackles, and no sacks. Those are the official stats, by the way, folks. Those aren't ours.
And his career was over 2 years ago. I mean, if you take a look at it,
was done.
Because of the injuries. I mean, he had the cap.
And then if it was over, Doug, why did he get a 4-point-some-odd roster signing bonus for this year?
It was a mistake. It was definitely a mistake, and it was a mistake, I'm telling you right now, to get rid of Alex Brown because they had to decide between those two, and they went with this guy. They made a mistake. He's not doing anything out there. He's not a big part of
Adonijah has benefited from it. Julius Pepper is still coming hard, though he hasn't gotten to the quarterback. He comes in and he makes a lot of things happen for the other 2 guys that play in the middle of that line. And I'm going to tell you something, folks. I hate to say this, but I'm going to tell you what. If those 2 guys, who's ever playing on the field in that rotation, if they don't get up into their gaps and start busting up some running plays and caving in that pocket, I'm not so sure how long 54 is going to last, or 55. They're Super Bowl players. They give everything they have, and I'm not saying that those defensive tackles don't. But for heaven's sakes, after 8 games, they are not doing their job. It is what it is.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire post-game show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And I'll be right back.
Drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. Number one in what matters most.
Jay Cutler takes turns, giving it to Chester. Taylor off the left side. He walks into the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, Bears!
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win. Chicago Bears 22, Buffalo 19. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Patrick on the northwest side. Patrick, you're on the Score.
Hey, what's up, guys? I never thought I'd say this. I thought I'd cut my tongue out first, but I wanted the Bears to lose today. I'm one of them fans, Doug. You know, you talk about the running game. No, you talk about the running game. 39 yards that went to Cutler. 39 yards went to Cutler. I mean, Forte only gained 10 more yards than Cutler did. This team should have annihilated this team. This is the worst team in the NFL, and they barely beat them. And if their quarterback on Buffalo, he underthrew 2 balls. He threw line drives instead of putting some air on the ball, or it would be a different game. The way I see it as a Bear fan, they're shelling out money. If this team goes 7-9 or 8-8, it will be the same 3 months running this team again next year. Those 3 guys are like a cancer. They have to be cut out from this team. And if it means burn the whole season down in order to get rid of them, that's what has to happen. We're never going to the next level. Next year I'll be sitting here the same thing saying, oh, we'll be lucky if we make the playoffs. We'll be lucky if we win one playoff game. Urlacher will be gone. Cutler will be beat up. The team will be done. These guys are clowns. They're clowns. They went into this season with an offensive line like this. Are they insane? What are they getting paid for? You said it a week ago, Ed. Get out of my life. Get out, all 3 of them. I'm tired of it. This is not a winning football team. They're not going to go to the Super Bowl this year. They're not going to go next year. And isn't that what it's all about?
You know,
if it isn't about the Super Bowl, then what is it about, McCaskey?
It's all about the Super Bowl. That's the only word that should be spoken every year. That's what you go for. And I can tell you what, Patrick, you know, the passion you display, I mean, I love it. But, you know, the one thing, and I was born and raised here, played locally in Maywood at Proviso High School, University of Illinois, played a year in Canada, and, of course, with the Bears, and we won a world championship, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I've been a Bear fan my whole life, to say the least. Bleed the orange and blue. You know, do we want to see him lose? None of us want to see him lose. But I think I alluded to, Doug, 2 weeks ago, or was it 3 weeks ago? Can't remember, folks, that, you know, you get out and about and you listen to fans and you go to some functions, et cetera. And what Patrick expressed about, I believe he's talking about Ted Phillips, Jerry Angelo, and Lovey, all 3 of them. The people, they want them out of here. And what really kills you is that they don't want the Bears to win, Doug. And I know you've heard the same thing. They
I've heard,
they don't want them to win. They want them to lose so they get these 3 guys out of town.
We'll talk about more when we come back, but you're right.
But you just see the frustration with Patrick?
Well, sure. Just take a look at the Tribune this morning. I mean, what they did their poll. The poll was talking about who would you want to get rid of. Would you want to get rid of Martz? 85% or so said yes. Do you want to get rid of Jerry Angelo? 92% said yes. Do you want to get rid of Lovie Smith? Another 90% said yes. That's what's going on out there.
But
and a lot of people were wishing and hoping today that the Bears would lose this football game so we could get back to reality. And they think the reality is we're not going anywhere. That's what they actually think.
And what they're afraid of if they go 7-9, 8-8, because Lovie Smith is locked in next year for $5.some-odd million.
Right.
And who knows, and you want him back, and that's the fear. But I have never heard, my point, in case I didn't say it, Doug, was, and our listeners, is that all these years, I've never, you heard an inkling of it, whatever, from somebody, but boy, I'm going to tell you what, never have I heard so much of it this year, and that's an everyday thing. They want these guys gone. Wow.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Here's the snap spot. Blocked!
Bears block the extra point, and they retain the lead, 14-13 on the Buffalo Bills. Ryan Lindell had his extra point blocked. 4 minutes to play. Fitz in the shotgun. Fakes the handoff. And Donahue got to him, and down he goes. Sacking Fitzpatrick.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And today's player of the game is Israel Adonijah. Today's player of the game is brought to you by the Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week, LaFonte Insurance in Lombard, Illinois. Contact Tony LaFonte at 630-268-8200 for your home and auto insurance. And Ed, he did
Cutler,
have a good game.
Yes, he did.
And blocked
he's from up north of the border,
Canada,
from Manitoba. But I think Cutler was a close second.
Yeah, you take a look at Cutler, and we're talking about once again, and this was brought up, and the fact was our running game. He said, well, geez, if you take 105 yards, that's what we had total, and you minus Cutler's yardage, right, Ed?
He had 66 yards.
Something. So it doesn't leave us with much. But the fact is that it was the attempts.
They didn't give up on a
right.
Exactly.
It was the attempts. We had 31 rushes and 30 passes. And so to keep it kind of even. And if you take a look at Cutler, well, he had a 97.6. That was his quarterback rating for today, and no interceptions. So that's a big deal, and I think it's a start. If they can stay with that. Now, again, too, I'm not jumping up in the air and clicking my heels and saying, yeah, well, boy, look out now. We're on our way. You know, it's one day, it's one game. Okay, rebuild. We just saw something happen here. I saw where Minnesota Vikings were down 24-10. And then came the Lone Ranger and Favre. They win the damn thing in overtime, 27-24. And next week, the Minnesota Vikings will be playing the Chicago Bears. So it's a long way to go.
Yeah, Childress was supposed to get fired today.
He's supposed to be
May
gone.
not even last the game. Favre,
Right.
this gone, that gone, everybody gone.
So
let's go to the callers.
Let's go out to the Black Physicist in Avalon Park. Black Physicist.
Hello, gentlemen.
What's
I've
up?
been so anxiously waiting to speak with you.
Mm-hmm.
Again, a good win by the Bears, but like you pointed out, there are still a lot of shortcomings. For instance, when they had the initial kickoff at the start of the game, I noted on the second down play that the Bears had possession of the ball, there was that muff handoff from Cutler to Forte. Cutler didn't block for him. He stepped away. I'm like, wait a minute. You better run in your running back's face if you're going to do that. Again, a good play by Tim Jennings with that interception. I think that really sucked out the momentum from the Buffalo Bills, who at that time was leading the game. I'd also like to commend Mike Martz on his imagination for finally using bootleg and rollouts and getting Greg Olsen involved, having these touchdown catches. Although I still have criticism with Greg Olsen on his blocking scheme. Learn how to defeat the swim technique that a defensive tackle or a defensive back is going to give to you. Gentlemen, again, you're the experts. I defer to your expertise. Have a good day.
Thank
Bye.
you, Black Physicist. Your points are well taken, and you're absolutely correct on most of the things you were talking about there. Again, too, we take a look at this team, and a lot of things that need to be corrected. Can they be corrected, though? Here's the point. I think why people are looking at this, they're saying, wait a minute, Doug, what the hell are you talking about? You just beat a team that was 0-7. Now they're 0-8. You got a team you barely beat. You were losing to that game at the end of the game. Your running game, you said, well, geez, they're running the football. Well, you take all those yardage, 105 minus what Cutler had, you're down to about 66 yards that you did rushing. So there, again, too, the offensive line, a lot of times we saw them get slapped around, beat up, whatever. But once again, though, I think you start with the formula. If you can stay with the formula they're having right now, there's a shot that they can win some games. Now, can they beat Minnesota? Can they beat some of these better teams? I doubt it. I'm going to be honest with you. I doubt it. I look at it and I say, okay, show me. Because I can't, I got to take the hook out of my mouth. Now, I'm tired of being a fish. And so the fact is, when I look at it, I say to myself, prove it to me. Show me you can do it. And today was a little bit of a start. There was a lot of things that didn't happen, but there are some things there that gives you still some hope. Let's go out to pretty Ricky in Shannon, Illinois.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Rick?
Minimal satisfaction. At least it was a win today.
Right,
but I'm kind of disappointed that you had to squeak by a team that, one, was 0-7, two, you had 2 weeks to prepare for. That doesn't bode well with me. The other, I wanted to pay one compliment. The one thing I loved at the end of the game, Chris Harris gets the interception and was smart enough to lay down because you're winning. You don't need to score a touchdown. So that's all I have to say.
Well, you're right about that last play. There's no question that was a smart move, and that's what you do because there's no sense of trying to run the football back anywhere. But again, too, you know what's happening, Ricky? And we're getting this feeling, and I know, and Ed and I had the same damn feeling, and I hate this feeling. I really do. I mean, I hate this stupid feeling that I have that said, okay, fine, they won, but so what? And then you say to yourself, wait a minute, dog, that's what you do. When you play football, you go out there, the idea is to win this particular game at this particular time. But again, maybe not enough was shown to us that they can do it down the road. So that's why I'm telling you.
Well, I'm
taking it one at a time now. I'm not predicting any damn thing.
Doug, I think we should probably even get to Randy here real quick. But, Doug, let me tell you something. I think what a part of it, a lot of it is, and I don't know, folks, you call us up and tell us what you think. I don't know. But I'm going to tell you what, guys. We pay a lot of these players and these coaches unbelievable amounts of money. Unbelievable amounts of money. And when you don't see the 100% performance, stupid football, the many things that the Bears have done over the past 8 games, and getting paid, one guy making $20 million to play on defense to play 16 games. What is Cutler, right around $20 million this year?
A lot of money, yeah.
Somewhere's around there. You got Tommy Harris around $9 million. You go on and on and on. And you know what? For me, and then they come back, and I know this irritates a lot of people. Not only with Lovey, but with Cutler, but some of the people with their smart aleck and egotistical answers when they're asked questions by the press of why and why not. Well, they feel they don't have to answer it. Yes, you do have to answer it.
He's Obradovich. I'm Buffon on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. Our phone number is 312-644-6767, talking about the Bears win, 22 over Buffalo, 19. We'll be right back.
The Good Hands play of the game is brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Cutler slides to his right. Throwing, he's got his man now. Sideline to right, inside the 25-yard line to the 21 of Buffalo. Great work, Johnny Knox running free from his defender. Cutler bought some time. Reggie Corner and Dante Whitner shoved him out of bounds. Bears now knocking on the red zone door of the Buffalo Bills.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio and Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffon talking about the Chicago Bears win 22-19 over Buffalo. And many of us are kind of mixed emotions on this, but the fact they did win. But when we look at it, there's a lot of things we're looking at and saying, hey, hold it. Maybe we thought they should have won by 14 points, 21 points. Again, too, that's all going to come up. There's some positives here. Again, too, but not enough to say to yourself, all right, don't worry about it. The Bears will be fine. That old saying, the road to success is always under construction. Well, yeah, they're going to have to construct more. They're going to have to go after things more. They're going to have to get better. But can they get better? Are they good enough to get better? Do they have the talent to get better? These are all questions we're asking ourselves. But then when we do ask ourselves those questions, we say, what's their record? He said, well, they're 5-3. You say, oh, my God, what did Cleveland Browns do today? Well, they beat New England. You're kidding me. So this thing is crazy. It's absolutely nuts. I saw where the Minnesota Vikings were down 24-10. They ended up winning the game 27-24 over Arizona. So let's pull in the horns a little bit here. Again, too, I wasn't totally satisfied with what happened out there, but I wanted and I liked the balance that they did have. Now, if they can improve on that, then maybe we got a shot. But I'm going to tell you right now, you can't look too far down the road. You got to look at one. That's it. Let's go out to Randy and Elgin. Randy.
Hey, Doug, how you guys doing?
All right,
What's up,
Randy?
Well,
I appreciate everybody being happy about this victory. I'm not happy.
Mm-hmm.
But better lack of words, I'm PO'd. This team stinks. Well, let's look at it. We got a quarterback that we paid tons of money to. The guy overthrows the players on a regular basis. Our offensive line is I don't know what it is. It's a team that they look terrible. Our running game stinks. Our wide receivers can't run their routes. Guys, I'll tell you what, two things in life I do. I live, breathe, and bear football, and I live, breathe, and die Blackhawk hockey. And I'll tell you what, thank God the Hawks are on tonight, because this team, to me, is not at all a good quality team. You tell me why I should be jacked up for next week, because I'll tell you what, I'll be down at the game. Look for the guy with the paper sack on his head with the eyeballs cut out, because Lovey's got to go, Angelo's got to go, and Martz has got to go, along with the majority of that offensive line. And we need to get some wide receivers on this team that know how to go out there and run their routes and block their men and do their darn job, because I'll tell you what, if I went ahead and did my job like they did, I'd be fired. And that.
Well, Randy, you know what that is, Doug, is it goes back to what I said, half an hour ago. I mean, that's the frustration with the fans, boy. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you, it's something. It really is.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win 22-19 over the Buffalo Bills. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome back to Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win, 22-19 over Buffalo. And let's go up to Lawrence Holmes, who is in Canada. Lawrence, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, guys. An ugly win, but it doesn't matter. The Bears keep themselves kind of in the hunt in this thing for the NFC North. And what's interesting, we just got out of the locker room, and a really great quote from Olin Kreutz about the protection today. Jay Cutler was only sacked one time, threw no picks, ended up with a 97.6 rating in the game. And Olin Kreutz, in a very honest moment, said that the offensive line needs to gain back Jay Cutler's trust. And they took a step forward in doing that today by making sure that he was kept fairly clean. He didn't get hit until the fourth quarter with about 14:56 left in the game. So it lets you know they did a better job. They attribute some of that to Roberto Garza being back at right guard and being able to communicate and relay some of the switches and the calls over to Jamarcus Webb. The other thing that they attributed to is the week off. And that Mike Tice went in and worked with the guys. They did a lot of video work, according to Kreutz, to try and get themselves prepared for the second half. And they feel like they've got some things cleaned up. Now, it's important to note that this Bills team coming into the game only had 11 sacks on the season. They walk out of this game with 12. But the Bears' offensive line felt like they did a nice job, at least today, of making sure their quarterback was upright.
Yeah, no, you mentioned all those reasons, but I'm going to stick with your last reason more, because the Buffalo Bills can't rush the passer. They don't rush the passer. Like you said, they had 11 sacks. And here's the other thing, too. We had no interceptions today, but the Buffalo Bills don't intercept the football. They have one interception in the whole thing. So what I'm talking about here, and this is why we're getting these phone calls and people are talking about the Chicago Bears, this team is 0-7 they played. Now they're 0-8. There's a reason for that, and we saw the reason. We saw what was going on. But again, too, you go in the other part of the ledger and said, well, the Bears did what they needed to do, and they needed to win the football game. They did do that. But we wasn't impressed about running the football, because if you take the yardage off that Cutler had, you're down to 66 yards rushing. But on the other side, you said to yourself, hey, the formula's a little better. You rushed the football 31 times, and you threw it 30. So you balanced yourself out. You had your quarterback at a 97 rating. So it's kind of hard for the fans to jump on and say, yes, we're on our way.
Yeah, Lawrence, let me tell you something about the offensive line. And I know when you get home, you'll watch it. Please watch their play for 4 quarters. With 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, was third and about 1.5 yards. Excuse me, and we had our offensive line, had to blow them out. We know we're going right up the gut. We're going to do it. Did you see what Buffalo's defensive line did to our center and our guards. Look at it, Lawrence, when you get home. It's beyond embarrassment. How do you pick up?
Cruz talked about that too, OB. He said, that's one of the things that's very frustrating to him.
Frustrating.
Is the fact that when they need that yard, they still can't consistently get that yard, and that's still a struggle for them.
How can that be again in professional football in 2010 with a minute and 20 to go to save the game for a yard and a half, and you get three guys that get picked up and blown back into the backfield after 8 games, Lawrence? It's, apparently I must look at things different than other people. I mean, we don't blow anybody off that line. And we're talking about a team that hasn't won a football game. And they attack us.
Talking about a team that gives up almost 200 yards a game on the ground, and the Bears weren't able to, like Doug said, if you take Cutler's rushing out, then it's a little anemic when you're looking at it. Although the running backs did say today that they were at least happy that the attempts were there.
That's the key.
That there's still some
yes.
things that they need to clean up. And they feel like Matt Forte told me when I asked him about getting some bigger runs that they still have some communication issues that they need to work through. But they were happy with the fact that they knew that they were going to get the ball today. They knew that they were going to get an opportunity, and the running back said they hope that that's a trend that continues.
Well, there's no question. The Bears are 5-3 on account of their defense and special teams.
No doubt.
And we're saying to ourselves, well, can our offense get better? And that's why we look at this. And that's why we're getting, negative calls coming in. People looking and say, well, it's not as good as you think it is. But we did win. But the fact was the Bear defense, again, set them up. They had, 2 takeaways? They turned into 15 points, which they did turn them into points. And the fact is that you see here, too, though, what I'm looking at is that maybe Mike Martz is coming off his high chair a little bit and say, hey, hold it. Let's take a look at this, and maybe we should balance ourselves more, which you did do.
The thing that impressed me the most, the first half of football was, and again, going back to Lawrence, to me, it was just common sense. You look at your opponent, what do you have to do to beat them? And they did that. Quick passes, and they moved the football. They ran it. There was balance, and there was no forced plays. It was a good game plan to beat the Buffalo Bills, and it worked.
You know what I liked about it, guys? I liked that they apparently did some self-auditing. I was afraid that they were going to take that bye week and not do anything with it. But you know what you saw today? You saw misdirection. You saw Cutler on bootlegs in this game. They introduced the shovel pass a couple of times. And here, they figured out that there are some things that they can do to make this offense go a little bit and protect their quarterback better. I love the fact that they're getting that guy out on the move. I think that he's better when he's on the move, and they're starting to at least be a bit more creative than just let's drop him back 5 to 7 yards or 5 to 7 steps on every play and pray that he doesn't get popped. They were getting the ball out of his hands a little bit faster and showing a lot more creativity than what we've seen over the last couple of games.
Yeah, and the fact, too, the fact that in third down situations, what were they, 7 for something or other? So, I mean, that's improved. And, again, too, that's because of the formula they're using out there, that they're saying, hey, hold on, we got a good defense here. We got a good defense. So let's don't screw this thing up as much as we can where we're going to throw the football all over the damn place, and then we're going to lose the football game. Now, they come out and they did do this. But I know this. There's no question that, the toughest part is to come. I mean, is that going to be good enough to beat other teams, the good teams? And a lot of us are thinking that's not going to happen. I'm thinking that's not going to happen.
You kind of wish that the Vikings had lost that game today.
Right, exactly. You saw what the hell happened there?
Because you know that now they think they're back in it.
Absolutely.
They look at this division, they look at the Bears, and they say, we have an opportunity in front of us. And the Bears still haven't instilled enough confidence in you to think that they can walk away from that game with a win if the Vikings are actually playing for something. So now you've got a big game coming up. All the Bears did this week, guys, was keep themselves alive. That's it.
That's exactly right.
They were in a stretch of games with Seattle and Washington where they needed to walk away with 2 of the 3. They end up getting 1 of the 3 with this game here. They're still alive, but that's really where it stops. and now you get yourself ready and you see if you can get prepared and hope that you can protect Jay Cutler from some guys you can get after the passer a little bit, even though they haven't done it, as much as we've seen them do it this season. That's a big, big game coming up on the lakefront next week.
We're going to take a phone call with you, okay? Let's go to Mike in Rockford. Mike on the score. Mike.
Hey, guys. Hey, Lawrence, I want to ask you, I got a question for you, Doug and OB, but real quick while you're on there, Lawrence, did you hear anything about Peppers? What was his injury and how bad is he hurt?
He got the wind knocked out of him. I talked with him just a few minutes ago. He said he's okay. He just had a little bit of the wind. It wasn't anything serious. He spoke with the media afterwards, and if it were something more serious than that, especially if it were a head injury, they wouldn't have allowed him to talk. He would have continued to be taken a look at by the doctors. But he said he's fine, and we ended up talking for 3 or 4 minutes about the defense. So he's okay as it stands right now. They'll, of course, reevaluate him, but he said it was just as simple as him getting the wind knocked out of him.
Mike, any more questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question for you guys. They play that zone 2, that cover 2 garbage, and it wasn't my imagination, guys. It didn't look like these guys were farther than normal playing off the receivers. There was such a cushion there. These guys looked like they had 10, 15 yards. These guys were wide open for that Fitzpatrick guy.
Mike, they play that all the time. They always give a cushion. There's no question. Very few times you'll see them come up, which they should probably do more on blitzes, but the fact is they do give the cushion. It's been working for them. I mean, there's no question about that. But I got to tell you, Lawrence, I don't know, this Fitzpatrick kind of impressed me a little bit here. I mean, he was throwing some bullets.
If you look at what he's done over the last 4 or 5 games, Doug, he's been very impressive. And until the end, you saw his lack of arm strength on the Tim Jennings interception, and that's been one of the knocks against him. They had gotten Jennings. He had bid on that double move, Doug, and he was open. If they make that play, the game probably ends. They probably walk away with a win in this one, but because the ball was underthrown, Jennings had time to recover. He made a great play to get back in the play and come up with the pick.
Lawrence, we've got to move on a little bit, but what did Lovie Smith say, just real quickly? What was his thoughts in this football game?
Well, he was, of course, happy with the win, but I asked him where they need to improve, and he said when they have a team down, they've got to learn how to step on that team's throat. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. Lovey, we never talked like that. But they've got to understand how to beat teams when they've got them down, and they still haven't quite done that. He was happy with the offensive line's protection today, but says that they still got a ways to go to be where they want to be.
Lawrence, have a good trip back.
Be safe, Lawrence.
All right, guys. See you when I get home.
All right,
Take
babe.
care. He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. Our phone number 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears, talking about the fact that a lot of people still are not happy, even though the Bears won 22-19. Give us a call.
It helped a lot. Of course, running the football, converting on third downs, as I said, but I thought the line did a good job of keeping the pressure off of us. First, he wasn't hit a lot today, which allowed him to make, a few special plays, special throws. But that's what we have to do. We've got to keep the pressure off of Jay and let him do his thing.
Welcome back to Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug LaFone, our phone number 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win over Buffalo 22-19. And again, talking about that offensive line. And again, they did do some good things today, but once again, what was the competition like? These are things that are being asked. These are things that are going to have to be improved upon. And we'll just find out down the road when we get against Minnesota and see what we really have. But when it's all said and done with, we're taking a look at our offense. And in fact, that's where the problem has been with the Chicago Bears for years. And if you take a look at it, let's go back 5 years. I mean, the fact is that their offense was ranked 29th, 15th, 27th, 26th, 23rd, and currently probably about 29. Now, the 15th was the year they won the Super Bowl. So there's no question that was pretty damn good. I mean, that 15th was good enough to win the Super Bowl. I mean, go to the Super Bowl, not win it. But the defense came on strong. It was 2, 5, 28, 21, and 17th in the last 5 years. And this year, probably right around 5. So once again, I think what's happening here with the people out there, we're getting tired about talking about our offense. Because when Cutler came to Chicago, and I was one of them, I just couldn't believe it. I said, well, we're on our way. We are on our way now. We got a quarterback. We're all set. Boy, watch out now, buddy. We get a little defense going. Now we got our offense cooking. We're going to be putting points on the board. Things are going to happen. We're going to be moving. It didn't happen. It happened last year. The last 3 games were Cutler threw 8 touchdowns and 1 interception. This year, we saw the disappointments. We saw the sacks. We saw a lot of things going on. And saying, what the hell's going on? They brought in Martz. Isn't he supposed to be a genius? What kind of genius is this? That we're ranked 29th overall on offense, that we can't score from the 1-yard line in 10 attempts going into this game. So
you build the team up front.
Well, that's
offensive line and defensive line. All right? Beginning and end of the damn conversation. Let's go to the callers.
Well, here, Ed, let me just come back to that. That's fine and well and good, but you better have a goddamn quarterback that can go out there and play and go out there and do some certain things, even though you need the offensive line. There's no question about it. But someone's got to throw it.
Name one quarterback that took a pathetic offensive line and won the Super Bowl.
Well, I can't. And I can't tell you one great quarterback, obviously, with, the cannot throw. You give me a good offensive line, give me a bad quarterback.
Doug, you know damn well you win championship, you win it up front. That's where you build a team from, okay? And to go out and get a quarterback and not notice or understand where the true and real problem lies, yeah, I'd love to have a quarterback you trade for Cutler, et cetera, et cetera. But, my God, you got to have people up front that can win, that can get it done for you. They have not addressed it. And what is the scary thing, Doug, and our listeners, is these people, I'm talking about Angelo and Lovey and their coaches and whoever their scouts are, these are the people who are actually bringing free agents in and bringing these people in and saying these are the guys that are going to carry Cutler and us to the promised land. How wrong can they be?
Well, that's the point.
How wrong can they be?
The point is, if you thought you brought in a Mercedes playing at quarterback, and you think he's a Mercedes, but then once again, you don't have an offensive
line. You might have, but if they shoot the tires out, how far is the car going to go?
Exactly, but how bad choices can you make? I mean, how bad can your offensive line be? As bad as what we've seen, what we saw is happening this year with this team? I mean, it doesn't take that much to go out and find these guys. What you're finding is guys way below average, Ed.
Doug, yes. What I'm saying is they're the ones that have brought these people in, and they said they're satisfied. Those are their words, not yours, not mine.
Right.
That's their words. And they couldn't be more wrong. They couldn't be more wrong.
There's no question about being satisfied is the fact that when you get your quarterback killed, that's a big problem. Again, too, today they were happy. You heard them. They were happy, said, well, we gave good protection. But, again,
Doug,
it wasn't there. The pass rush is not there. Not what they're going to face down the road. Not what they're going to face with things coming up. Again, I'm caught in between here, Ed. I'm caught in between the fact that they did win the damn game. The Cutler only had 1 sack.
Right. But we understand that they won the game. We understand who they played. And yes, okay, and that's, we did outscore that team. There's no question about it, etc. But then there's a word called reality, okay? And that's what we're going to have to deal with the next 8 weeks. Now, by some miraculous event or somebody doing something, can you make these 5 guys turn into a well-oiled machine that have worked together for years and all that and have the talent, Doug, and the wherewithal to get it done? I don't think so. Because when I see him go to maximum protection, one game this year, 8 people in to block 4 down linemen, and Cutler gets sacked, we got a problem, pal.
Well, see, that's the point, again, too, Ed, and going back to it, and you said it. I'm asking myself, and I ask myself to be honest with myself, what do I see? I don't see any future down the road here. I mean, everybody's talking about, this wide open in the North Division. I don't see it, nor do I feel it. And even though we got a defense I think is pretty damn good and the special teams are pretty good, I just don't believe in our offense right now. And I would think that a lot of people are maybe thinking that direction. I think that's why you got these mixed emotions in today's football game. Because you saw something happen out there, you said, wait a minute, is this for real or is this something, the fact that because they played a real bad football team?
Doug, and again, just going back, I mean, we won the game, fine, kudos, et cetera. But, boy, I'm going to tell you something. When you needed it, when you truly needed it, and you needed those 5 people to get down there and root the other team out, okay, it was the other way. They took our offensive line and shoved them right back into the backfield, okay, with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and we needed that first down. That would have truly ended it, okay? It didn't happen, guys.
But, Ed, if you take a look at it, that happened the whole game. The fact that we only ran for 66 yards against a team that gives up 188 yards per game, and we come up with 66, although it was 105, but Cutler had the 45 or whatever.
39 scrambling.
39 scrambling. It's just not only that play, but plays before that. And that's what you take a look at. You say to yourself, wait a minute here, come on. And that's why the doubt just creeps in. Let's go out to Donnie in Calumet City. Donnie on the score with Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
All right, Donnie.
I just got a quick comment. Yeah, this was a win. I just watched the game at my buddy's house. It was a lot of diehard Bears fans. Everybody's happy except me. I had to come turn you guys on to get some sense out of everything. But because this game, it was a good game, but it shouldn't have been a good game. It should have been a blowout. It should have been one of those games where the people from other cities were flicking channels trying to watch football and, oh, this is 34-0 or 34-7. This is over already, third quarter. But it wasn't. This was the worst team in the NFL today, and we came out and almost lost. It was at least 5 or 6 instances where I thought to myself, we might actually lose this thing. You know what I mean?
Oh, we're with you. Go ahead. We said that, and now we're watching the game. He said, watch the Bears lose this damn thing.
And that's disappointing. It's upsetting because next week we got Minnesota. You had another caller said it. We had 2 weeks to prepare for this, and we came out. We made stupid mistakes. Offensive line again, false starts, and at one instance a false start. They showed over Mike Tice. He's over there clapping. What's he clapping about? I have no idea. But it's just I'm not impressed. You know, I'm more nervous about anything as a diehard Bears fan where this team is going, and I think regardless. Postseason or not, Smith needs to be out of here because he's doing a bad job with this team.
Yeah, Donnie, that's the fear, though. Don't you understand? If you look underlining what's happening with people thinking, if the Bears go 7-9, 8-8, or 9-7, these people are saying that people that want Lovie Smith to go, they want Jerry Angelo to go, they want Mike Martz to go, they're not going anywhere. And I think that's the fear that a lot of people look at because they say to themselves, you know what, there isn't going to be any change.
That's the sad thing.
That's the fear I have.
Yeah.
Fan.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And it's something you can't get rid of. It's something you can't get out of your mind. That's why you're hoping, you were just praying that they come out and they slap the crap out of these guys today.
Exactly.
They scored 40 points. They annihilated. They ran for 200 yards. Cutler was going crazy. The defense, offense, bingo. You say to yourself, hey, we got a shot here. Wait a minute. We got a team. We scrounged. And you're right, Donnie. Ed and I were sitting there and I said, I can't believe this is going on. We could lose this game.
And this offensive line, this isn't anything new. This line has been bad for the last 4 to 5 years. Benson, he wasn't bad. Yes. Thomas Jones, he wasn't bad. A running back is only as good as an offensive line. Look what these guys did as soon as they went to Cincinnati and New York.
There's no question.
What I mean? This line has been terrible. So everybody's saying it takes 2 years to build an offensive line. We've had time. We just haven't been addressing the right positions.
I got to tell you, for years, the last 2 years, my partner here, O'Bradovich, I mean, that's all he said. We'd be watching a football game, and I'm telling you, no one watches the offensive line closer than he does. Yep. And he's right. And the fact is, look at this. Look at this guy getting annihilated. Look at that guy going here. Look at this guy. And you're right. We had some good running backs. They leave Chicago, and they all of a sudden they're world beaters.
Yep.
You know?
Thomas Jones.
Jones.
Wow.
I mean, Benson goes to Cincinnati.
Exactly.
Everybody thought he was a dog, and I thought I said, I think this kid's going to be good.
Doug, let me tell you what should happen. 6 months before we get Thomas Jones, we pick him up, pay him some good money, and the kid comes in as the leader in the clubhouse. I mean, he runs hard. The kid was absolutely terrific. Next year, 4th pick, Donnie, in the overall draft, the 4th pick, we needed offensive linemen, and we needed defensive linemen at the time, okay? 4th pick. What do they take? Jerry Angelo and Lovey? A running back from Texas.
He's O'Bradovich. I'm Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. The Suburban Tire postgame show talking about the Bears win 22-19 over Buffalo. We will be right back.
We now return to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetainYourGains.com, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. 6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win today. And once again, too, we're getting a lot of people calling in, unhappy about it. Some say, well, back off a little bit. They did win the football game. I guess it's mixed emotions in this, and we'll really find out what this team has down the road, and starting next week against Minnesota. Be the 10th caller to the Scores contest line at 312-591-6700, and you will win a $100 gift certificate to Applebee's, Chicagoland's favorite neighborhood grill and bar with 34 Chicagoland locations. Hey, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Brent in his car. Brent, you're on the Score. Brent.
I want to take you down memory lane for just a second.
Sure.
2 years ago, the Bears played at St. Louis, a really bad team, and I listened to the pregame show. You were on with Lawrence Holmes, and you said, Bears, show me something today. Offensive line, show me something today. The Bears got up big. They cruised to a 27-3 victory. They had a pretty decent end of the season. They just missed the playoffs, but it was a team worth getting excited about. This year, the Bears have a show-me game, going to Buffalo, playing at Toronto, neutral stadium, almost all Bear fans there. The offensive line doesn't do anything. First down, 2-yard run, 1-yard run to Forte, and just a bad performance and a great opportunity to show us something, to show us that they're worth devoting to this year and getting excited about. And I just feel like they didn't do that today. And I'm seeing if you agree with me at all, and I'll hang up and listen to what you have to say. Thanks for taking my call, Doug.
Well put, Brent. It's exactly, I think, if you have the feelings of what's going on today, and that's why all of us are maybe getting a little angry once in a while at ourselves, saying, how can you say that, Doug? They won. But again, too, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough, there, Ed, for us to grasp onto and say, yeah, this is hope for the Chicago Bears.
No, we're constantly every week. You try to understand who they're playing, where their strengths are, and Doug and I, we try to break down and think, what should the Bears, how should they attack, what should they do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And what we have seen since we've had Cutler here in a year and a half is last year we did not play to his strengths. We did not move him around. We just kept him back in a 5-7 step drop back. And again, this year we come with a new coordinator. And again, what do? Nobody plays to his strengths. When he was at Denver, they did. They played to his strengths. Here, we have not. Now today, again, we saw it only in one quarter so far in the prior 7 games. But today, the first half, we saw it where they moved the pocket. This is going to have to be a steady diet of that and a steady diet of trying to balance out the running and pass game for us to win. Because if you're going to rely on Cutler throwing 50, 60 times a game and us winning, it is just not going to happen. So we have to stay the course, run the football, and get him out of harm's way, move that pocket, and that will also help our offensive line's blocking ability once they move that pocket, so they're not accessible to constant corner blitzes, Mac blitzes, and strong side safety blitzes.
He's O'Branovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show, talking about the Bears win 22-19 over Buffalo. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. O'Branovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Bears win 22-19 over Buffalo. Let's go out to Dion in Detroit. Dion, you on the Score.
How you guys doing this evening?
What's up, my friend?
Hi, Dion.
Not too much. I understand that the Bears didn't look great today winning that football game, but football is a bottom line business, wins and losses. They won, so we got to tip our cap to them, and we look forward into the rest of the season. And we look at all of these teams that are coming up, the Jets and the Patriots and the Vikings. They're not looking all that great either. So when you really look at it, the Bears have just as good a chance to win, 5 or 6 of these next 8 games as anybody else. So I think we're still in pretty good shape. This team was flawed coming out of training camp, so I'm not overly surprised at what we've seen. It's not like we've got an all-pro offensive line that's underperforming. We got a bunch of guys that can't play that aren't playing. So, what more should we have expected?
Well, you expect you expect more. I guess you say you expect more because you figure that they could come out with certain things like they did today, certain things the coaches could do. So, for example, you could have won an extra game. You could have beat Washington if Lovie Smith would have called and threw the challenge flag on that one touchdown that Cutler had when the ball was over there and they hit and they called it a fumble. That was a win. The Bears would have been up 24-10. What I'm saying is every opportunity is presented, and you're absolutely correct. They won that football game today. But what's bothering me and bothering all out of us, that we see a lot of flaws. You talked about the flaws in training camp. They're still here. And that flaw, the biggest flaw, is the offensive line. It's here. There's no question about it. It's not going away. So who would you rather be down the road, the Bears or the Jets? The Bears or Minnesota? The Bears or
Green Bay?
Who would you rather be,
England.
the Bears or New England? That's my point. And that's where the problem, because that's why today's game, and one of the callers said it, show me. It might have been the fact to say, hey, listen, we're going to do this and relax because we're getting better. Well, hell, they barely won the football game today. They barely did that. Let's go out to Teresa in Barrington. Teresa, you're on the score.
How are you guys?
What's up, Teresa?
I watched the game from the kickoff, and I understand exactly what you guys are saying, but I think I'm with the other caller. At the end of the day, you can speculate about what's required to get to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl, but the team that has a whole lot of W's usually gets to the Super Bowl. So I was really excited that they actually moved the ball down the field. They actually scored points. They ran the clock. They did a really good job. They didn't do what they probably could do or what great teams do, but they were able to put some scores on the board and stop the team from winning.
Yeah, well, no one's arguing that, Teresa. I mean, that's the plus we're looking at. We're looking at the fact that they did run the football. They ran for like 60-some yards against a team that gives up 188. They took a team that's going 0-7 and barely come out and won the football game. You're right. They come back and they won the football game. They're just, I guess there's too many minuses that are showing up, too many flaws that are showing up. But they corrected a lot of them today.
Teresa, agree with you. They're 5-3. And is it all about W's? Teresa, I can't argue that point with you, okay? But I want you to answer a question for me, darling. Where would the Bears be without the special teams in our defense? What do you think our record? What do you think our record would be, Teresa?
Oh, I think you're right. I think we'd probably be 8-0 right now.
All right,
but
so you agree with me?
I agree with you, but I just think you ought to give the Bears just a second to say, okay, good, we got another win under our belt. We actually threw the football. We didn't get sacked, 18 times in a game.
Yes, they threw the ball, but they threw it smart, okay?
Right.
And they ran the ball, and they ran the ball smart. What I mean by that, we almost had a balanced attack, and that's what you have to really get to the Super Bowl, because nobody's going to pass their way or nobody's going to run their way to the Super Bowl. It's just not going to happen. So to come back, it was a smart game plan today. I don't care who they played, but they corrected some mistakes in their what I think is a flawed offensive philosophy here, and they kind of went back to basics, and they did what they had to do to win this football game with a little luck. But I'm going to tell you what, if we didn't have, Teresa, and I'll say it again, if we didn't have the play by our special teams for the last 8 games and our defense, the story would be truly, truly different. But it is what it is. We're 5-3 going the back half of the season. Let's see how it plays out.
Let's go out to Bigfoot in Naperville. Bigfoot, you're on the score.
Ooh, we squeaked by on this one. Oh, my gosh. Okay.
Fool them.
Cool. My question is this. If you watched the whole game, and then we all did, who do you guys really think was the better team on the field today? And I'll wait for your response. Thanks so much.
And the Bears were the better team. I mean, I'm not going to question that whatsoever. I think the Bears were the better team out there. The fact is, with the way they play defense, with the interceptions they got, the turnovers, the takeaways, the Bears are the better team. And in fact, they should have been showing us they were better and done more for us as far as us looking at how good they could be.
This is a team they should have scored 40-plus points on. If you want to be Bigfoot, if you want to be honest about it, their defense in almost every major category, they're at the bottom. And there's some other categories that Doug comes up with that he thinks are important. They're on the bottom there. I mean, they're dead almost on the bottom in every category out of the 32 teams. We should have put, with Jay Cutler, et cetera, with our fast, speedy receivers, people coming out of the backfield that can catch the ball. The reality of it, we should have put 40-plus points on the game on the board today.
Yeah, they could have.
We won, but that's what we should have done.
And I guess that's probably the problem when we look at, again, too, you say, okay, well, Doug, it's just a football game, and Buffalo was sky high, and they're coming. Oh, they're 0-7. I understand that. But the fact is, though, we didn't take advantage of certain things. But here's what we're saying. Okay, fine, come back, regroup. Here's the other thing, too. The fact, and this is important, the fact that you had 2 weeks to prepare for this bad football team. You had 2 weeks to get ready for this team. Now, I'm telling you, we squeaked this game out today, guys. I mean, there were times during the course of that game I thought it was over with, that we're going to lose the damn thing. We didn't. We won it, but we should have done better in that football game.
If they'd have lost this game today.
Oh, please.
If they'd have lost to this 0-7 team, right now, Doug.
Oh.
Soldier Field, and Halsall would be surrounded.
There's no question. They'd have the pitchforks. They'd have they'd have
my God,
the fire rolling that attacked Lake Forest in a heartbeat.
There is a football god.
Yeah. Let's go out to Neil in Norwood Park. Neil, you're on the score.
Neil.
Hey, my guys. Okay, I got a question that's been bugging me for a while now, and that is, why don't the Bears forget the experiment of using Devin Hester as a wide receiver and put him back in kickoffs and punts where he belongs? If he was returning kickoffs like he was a few years ago, he would put the fear, real strong fear of these other teams, and I'd like to hear your response to that.
I got to tell you, Manning does a pretty damn good job of returning on kickoffs.
I agree with you, Doug.
And he does a great job. And I think, too, you could use Hester, obviously, for punt returns. But my point is, you remember when Mike Mars first got here? What were the first words out of his mouth about Hester? So I want him at slot. And I think that's where they should run the hell out of him, is that slot position. Because, it's tough to cover him one-for-one inside like that, and they'd have to bring in a nickel back or somebody else to handle this guy.
Especially when you put him in motion.
Right.
If you had him in motion coming from the slot position, I tell you, he put the fear of God in some of those weak side or strong side safeties. Believe me, he would.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Suburban Tire postgame show talking about the Chicago Bears win 22-19 over Buffalo. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Hang in there, callers.
Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone talking about the Chicago Bears. By the way, they won. Bears 22, Buffalo 19. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Eddie, they're all lit up. Let's get out to the phone lines. Maurice in Redwood City in California. Maurice, you're on the Score.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hi, Maurice.
I was listening to a great deal of what the other callers had to say. I want to just take this across the board in a general thing here. I think it starts at the top, the ownership, and I think that owners in the majority of the sports teams in Chicago, they're just satisfied to just put a team out there. There's no passion to win, and if it was, then they would get the coaches, they would get the general managers in to make the right decisions, to put the right personnel together to make a championship team. And the Blackhawks are a prime example of an organization that put themselves back together. The McCaskies, the Ricketts, it'll be interesting tonight to see the attitude of the Cubs, that organization. But I just don't see it comes from the ownership. The Yankees have great ownership. No matter how much you hate them, they go out and get what they need to win, or at least to put their team in a winning position. And I just don't think that the Bears, right now it's emphasis the football season. This organization has not proven to me that they really, really want to win. I mean, Lovey, the decisions, you're right, the decisions that he made the week after last with that Redskins game, they were terrible. There's no aggression. He seems to have a narrow mind with this cover two. Obviously all of these guys can't play cover two. So, I'm just, I think it's sad because the passion that the Bears fans show, and it's clearly been presented on this program today, it's just horrible that we have to accept this. And you right, guys, Lovey doesn't want to answer questions. I mean, straight up, you got March, this, 1 week is this way, 1 week is that way. Give Cutler something to work with. At least you could have went after Moss. I mean, who cares? I mean, what do we got to lose? At least you could have went after him. You know, he just sits there, and there's a couple. You could have went after Merriam. You could have went after. I mean, I know these things, but you could have went after at least something. You know, and that's my only comment. And I'll hang up and listen, guys.
You know, Maurice, if you take a look at the Chicago Bears, and you brought up, you know, the cover 2 and all that, and you know, I can't gripe. I can't gripe about the defense because they're out there, and I think they're doing the job. I believe they're ranked 5th or 6th. And you said that they should out there and got something. The main thing they should have got was obviously the offensive line. They should have found a way to improve that offensive line. What if you'd had an average or above average offensive line right now? What do you think you would have? What would you think you would have with the Chicago Bears if you had a line that could play out there and do certain things and block for running the game, running the football, pass blocking? How much better Cutler would be? How much better Forte would be? How much better Chester Taylor would be? And I think that's where it lies right now, and that's something they can't do overnight.
That was an excellent point. But here's another thing that's going to come into play in the back half of the season. Are the special teams? Are we still going to get good field position? Is the injuries going to hold up? And our defense, are they going to come game after game, quarter after quarter, and get the turnovers and try to make some things happen? Is that going to continue for the next 8 games?
I'll tell you what, it's hard to say.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
You can't do that. But we know that you need all 3 factors right now anymore for them to get forward. You got 2. You need the third one. That's the offense.
Well, you got to get somebody in a position of authority over there that understands the game of professional football.
And I think that's a great point. He's Obradovich, and I'm the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. On the Score. That's right, on 670. And now I will tell you this, that Ed and I will talk more about the Chicago Bears when we get back. Give us a phone call. And a lot of the phone calls have been a little bit disappointed. You know, give us some reasons. Give us some things that we can hang our hat on. Those kind of things. And that's what we're looking for. We'll be right back.
You got John, you got Bill, Billy, John, Adam. You got a bunch of guys there.
Fred, Allen. Okay.
There you go.
Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win over Buffalo. Let's go out to Billy in Fort Wayne. Billy on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, thanks, guys. First of all, I love your passion. You guys are awesome. I listen to you all I can. I want to try to add a little positivity, and I hope I'm not being crazy here, but I'm looking at some of the scores today. Cleveland clobbers New England today. The Jets go in OT to Detroit. The best record in the NFL, 6-2. The Bears are 5-3. So despite everything that everybody's phoning up, wanting to throw everybody out, which, you know, I get frustrated too, but there's no world beaters really out there. Like every week you listen to like the pundits and all that, and they say, oh, yeah, the Cowboys look great. At the beginning of the year they said that. Now look where they are now. And you see where I'm going, you know. And like I said, I agree with the offensive line, but today I think they tried to make adjustments. Coach Martz is hearing the criticisms, maybe, I guess, or maybe not, but he made what he thought he had to do to mix up. You guys addressed that. So I guess I'm just trying to be more positive. Of course, if Minnesota beats them next week, then I'll be back on the ledge again.
Well,
Billy has some great points.
Yeah, Billy, you know, it comes to a point here that, you know, you sit there and you talk about the things that you see that are positive, the things that they did. And, again, I like to basically call it common sense after a bye week and you're playing a team that hasn't won a game, you know, and common sense. What do we do? What do we need to win this football game? You know, if you had this bye week and you went to Toronto and you lost this game, it would have been horrific in this city. And again, you know, common sense prevailed. We ran the ball. We did play action. We bootleg. We moved the pocket. 3-step drop, hot reads. Really not too many forced errors. And they did basically what they had to do to win. But it was still a struggle. That's the point we try to point out. And then on our show we have to do, who did they play? And that's the reality of it, Billy. And do we know that the league is kind of goofy and topsy-turvy this year. I don't care about the other teams. I care about the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, what kind of sticks in my craw a little bit is the fact that, yeah, they went out there and they did exactly what they were supposed to do to win this football game. Well, let me ask you guys a question. What if they had done the same thing against Washington and against Seattle? Why didn't they make this adjustment quicker and faster? Why did you balanced it out to 31 runs and 30 passes? Why are you doing it now?
And you stayed with it.
And you didn't do it 2 weeks ago. You mean you didn't understand it 2 weeks ago? You didn't see it coming? Then all of a sudden you wanted Cutler to throw 60 times a game and let him get his brains beat in because you have an offensive line cannot handle a 7-step drop all the time. But this should have been done 2 games ago. You could have put 2 games in your pocket with Washington and Seattle. Then on top with this one, now you got yourself a little lead. And that's why I'm a little pissed at the whole deal because it was there. You almost waited too long to make this type of change to beat the type of teams you needed to play. And that was Washington, Seattle, and you come back with Buffalo. That should have been 3-0 right there. Let's go out to John in Shorewood. Man. John, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, John.
Love your show.
Thank you.
I know that as Bear fans, we get used to having things to complain about. And that's justifiable. But if I'm not mistaken, Baltimore, they're a whole lot better team than the Bears. And this team played Baltimore, to the death. So, I mean, I'm not surprised by what I saw today. I mean, this is one thing the Bears have been all year, and that's consistently inconsistent. So, I mean, I'm not surprised by what I saw. And second, I finally saw what I wanted to see today. I wanted to see. I don't think you can say you're committed to the run after 15 attempts, but I saw 25 to 30 attempts today, and the bottom line is they can't run the ball, and I know we know that, but I think sometimes Matt Forte, I think he gets off a little bit because of how bad the offensive line is. Because without a hole, I don't think this guy can make anything happen on his own. And I know that not every team can have a Chris Johnson or an Adrian Peterson, but sometimes a running back has to be able to make things happen on his own when there isn't a strong push up front, and I don't think this guy can do it. So, overall, I'm happy they won. I'm always happy when the Bears win, but nothing surprised me today. And so, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thanks, John. Yeah, the fact is you would like Forte to make some plays on his own or Chester Taylor to make some plays on his own. There's no question. But again, too, we'll go back to what's solid right now. We're seeing the attempts. At least the attempts are there. That's 30 attempts. And I did a thing about 2 years ago, and I went back and found out and just basically look at teams that running, not how many yardage they had, but their attempts. Well, you found out if you got 30 attempts up more or at 30, you had a great chance of winning the football game. So, I mean, that's all part of it. There's no question. But I understand Baltimore went to the end with this team. But I don't consider us as good as Baltimore. I mean, that's the way I look at it. Until they're proven wrong. I mean, until I'm proven wrong, until somebody shows me what the hell is going on, I'm happy they won today. I'm happy they did what they did. I'm happy they changed their formula. I'm happy they did these things to make their team better. But I still don't believe they're good enough yet to take this division. Let's go out to John in his car. John, you're on the score.
I'm taking my call. First of all, let me say I appreciate you guys. I love the way you played, and I love your knowledge. My quick points are this. First of all, when Mike McCaskey goes on a week or so ago and says, hey, Bubby's job isn't necessarily in jeopardy if he doesn't make the playoffs. Well, you think you might want to give some urgency to your coaching staff? Second, if you really focus in on Chris Williams, and I hate focusing in on one kid, but this guy is a gopher. He stands straight up on his blocks, loses leverage, and by the time it's over, he doesn't know where he's at. Lastly, I'm not Mike Martz, but I'll tell you one thing I'd do. I'd have Chester Taylor and Forte in a split backfield. You want to blitz me 48% of the time? I got something in store for you. I hang up and take your comments, guys.
All right, John, we just hired you.
Ed, why don't you give Hey, John, I just thought you were OB talking because that's one thing he talks about all the time is Chris Williams.
Oh, well, Doug, I know. How can you not?
Not exactly.
I mean, my God. I mean, it's right there. It's right there. It's in front of you. And oh, Jesus, please.
Well, I got to tell you, the fact is that, once again, you can't change these guys overnight. I guess everybody's saying, well, we can change overnight. If it's not there, it's not there. If the player doesn't have the ability yet to be that guy like you're talking about,
there's nowhere you're going to go.
What are you going to do?
There's nowhere you're going to go to get 5 new offensive linemen, okay? It's
Right.
not going to happen. So what do you have to do? You really got to make the move with your offensive philosophy. The 7-step drop, that should be gone. That should be gone. You got to go to a 3 to a 5 and move it, and you got to run the football. And that's what this team can handle, and that's what this team can do. Anything else, if you're going to stand there and go to a 5 and 7-stop drop and hope to God that maybe if you go to max protection of 7 or 8 people blocking for you, and you think you're going to march down the field and convert on third down, I don't think you're going to have a steady diet of that, and I don't think you're going to win a lot of games. So I think what they have to do is tone it down, Doug. Move around, run the ball, special teams, stay there, defense, keep going the way you're going, and just pray that nobody gets hurt. And who the hell knows? Maybe they'll have a shot, Doug. But if they start going to this game of passing the ball all over the yard and doing whatever, not with this team. They don't have the talent to do it, Doug.
Let's go out to Bill in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Bill, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Bill.
Hey, I also wanted to add a little bit of a rosy view on things, but from a little bit different perspective. The guy who just said, they took Baltimore to overtime. I think another way to look at that is I don't think Buffalo is as bad a team as their 0-8 record. I mean, they've, not only taken Baltimore to overtime, but Kansas also in the last 2 weeks, and those are both on the road. And, they also played within 8 points of New England. So, this is a team that plays every week, plays hard. A lot of the guys this week on, ESPN, the prognosticators, all picked Buffalo to win this game. And, I think the Bears came out, did what they had to do. And, I think a lot of things they did on offense are, like people have been saying, responding to, their weaknesses. And one of the things that good teams do is work around their weaknesses. If their O-line's a weakness, then, they were moving Cutler around. He was moving around to get out of trouble. And he only touched one time, and although it was a fumble. But, I think that's a pretty good day to accommodate a weak offensive line. So, yeah. My view is pretty rosy.
Well, Bill, I'm glad it's rosy. I mean, there's no question about it, and we probably need more of that. But Ed and I are into reality. Until you prove it to me, then we'll jump on the bandwagon. Well, Ed, here we go. The Bears won.
Yes.
There's no question about it.
That's
the Bears,
a good thing.
22-19, that's a good thing. And we'll see what happens with Minnesota. I'm sorry to see that Minnesota came back in overtime to win that football game. And again, too far doing what he did. They were down, 24-10. So
24-10 came back, and that was 5 some odd minutes to go in the game.
Unbelievable.
And come back. Wow.
We'll see when he's strapping up next week against the Vikings. Our thanks to Lawrence Holmes, Herb Lawrence, Adam Harris, Brendan McCaffrey, Connor McKnight, Gene Ricker, and Jason Goff. Our Jason Goff will handle the rest of your questions. I know you have a lot of questions about it, and Jason, I'm telling you, knows what the hell he's talking about. So he's up next, and he'll be on until 7:15 right here on The Score. Thank you for listening. Thank you for calling. And OB, let's go back after Minnesota.
You got it. Let's take their horns and snap them off, pal.
Goodbye, everybody.
Here's the snap. Ryan Longwell's kick to the uprights. It hits the left upright. No good! From 39, snaps a streak of 15 in a row. It's different in the north end zone than it is in the south.
Right,
Every kicker comes in here has that trouble, including Ryan Longwell. 3-0 Vikings. From the 17 of the Vikes on 3rd and 20, Cutler sets up in the pocket, winds up the middle, caught, goal line, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Greg Olsen, and he was triple covered. Jay to throw, blitzes out, it's picked up, throwing over the middle, and a cross to the right. Hester to the 10 to the 5, diving for the goal line, end zone, touchdown Bears. Shallow cross, Devin Hester splits the defenders, and the Bears have taken back the lead from the Vikings. Here's the snap to fire. In the pocket, it's tight. He's wrapped, gets away, brought down, ball is out. It's there, covered by the Bears. 41-yard line of the Vikings and 16 seconds left in the half. Bears take it away. Snap to Jay, play fake to the pocket. With time bouncing, sidestepping. Now working through the middle. Throwing on the run high. Pass is caught to the 10-yard line. And a first down for the Bears. Johnny Knox. Ad-lib play on Medea Williams. 21 more yards. First down and goal for the Bears. Cutler on the takeaway. Throwing. Oh, wide open. Kenneth Davis makes the grab over the middle of the 2. Runs to the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears.
That was one heck of a call by March.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Postgame Tire Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Heroes West in Joliet. That's right, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-744-6767. And right now we're talking with Chicago Bears great Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon, about the Chicago Bears win 27-13 over the Vikings. And who would have thought it? A lot of people said that the Vikings are going to come in here and destroy the Chicago Bears. Eddie, the Bears played one of their games, and I got to tell you, kudos to Jay Cutler. Cutler's the one. If you take a look at this football game and what he did and how he scrambled around and made those plays, I think that was the whole ball game right there, plus the defense, plus what we always see, the special teams.
Right, Doug, what the first half was the Bears special teams, again, came to play, gave us great field position. The defense, again, did what they had to do, Doug, to keep us in the football game. But I tell you what, Jay Cutler, this is the best game that I've seen him play. And why do I say that, Doug? I'm going to tell you what, for the most part of this game, if it wasn't for his escapability, I don't know how many times he would have been sacked back there, but he made things happen with his ability to elude a sack. He made throws on the run, Doug, and in the first half we had seven, I believe it was 7 out of 11 third down conversions. And to me, again, what was there, special teams was there, what was there, our defensive play, the takeaways, but the play of Cutler. To me, this game was all about Cutler. And the people that don't like Cutler for whatever the reason or reasons, whatever have you, I'll tell you what, to me, this game was all about Cutler today. I think he took us to victory, and the way the National Football League is rounding out, Doug, it's wide open. It's wide open, and I know we have some tough games coming up, but I'll tell you what, once we start winning here, we have stacked another victory on, Doug, and I'll tell you what, it's looking a lot better than I thought. The play of our offensive line is still not there, and because Cutler, too many times, Doug, again, if it wasn't for his ability to get out of there, it might have made a big difference in this game. But his ability to do it, move the ball, convert on third down, and put some points up on the board, great victory for the Chicago Bears.
And it is. And again, to go back to that defense, the defense held in the first half, Minnesota Vikings.
They've been doing it all year.
Right, on third down situations. And again, too, you had the pass rush when you needed. You had the takeaways when you needed. That one by DJ Moore almost was a touchdown. He got tripped up by Arden. But the fact is, when you take a look at this football team, I think the one thing, too, that they're going back to, Ed, they are balanced now. They're balancing more with their passing game and also their running game. We saw that today. Now, a lot of times it doesn't show because Cutler had 25 yards or so running one time. Another time he converted 2 yards or so.
Well, I think he had 2 runs today.
For 26 yards.
For 25 yards, I believe, Doug. And we did. We tried running the ball. We ran the ball actually 14 times with Bennett with the end around. But we ran the ball total of 16 times that I saw in the first half.
Right.
In the first half. But I'll tell you what. They're doing the things. It's staying with a balanced attack. But again, Doug, this game, Doug, and I don't care how people look at it or whatever, but this game to me, if Cutler doesn't play the game and do what he did today, we don't win this football game. I tell you what, I was so much impressed with his ability and his command all the way through the game. He never lost his cool. I think he tried forcing a pass in one time.
Yeah,
right, but again, Doug, he was running and scrambling for his life. But boy, I tell you what, Cutler, young man, played one hell of a football game today.
Yes, he did, and I think the question here, the big question is, And this is what we're going to see the rest of the year. Can the Bears win out, or can the Bears win more football games playing the way they played today, with them scrambling, with the defense playing the way they are, getting the returns on the kickoffs, which they did. Yeah, they were down there. 5 possessions they were in the Minnesota Vikings place.
I know. Oh, God. Special teams were terrific today, Doug. And I'll tell you something. The first 8 games, you're talking about scheduling, how things are falling out for the Bears. There's obviously the team with the toughest schedule, and obviously there's 32 teams in the league. Well, the 32nd team with the easiest schedule, the first 8 games was the Bears. Things are breaking their way, Doug. I've seen stranger things happen, but I'll tell you what, what's the way it's folding out here, if these kids gain confidence and Cutler can keep on making the plays and getting out of harm's way when really the pass blocking isn't there, who knows what the hell could happen in this league the next 7 games.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You will not see, and I probably added up to 4 or 5 times that he scrambled and throw down situations that he hit Johnny Knox. I'm talking about for 17 yards, 18 yards, big-time stuff. The stuff that, that's why they pay him the big money.
Doug, here's what they did. Here's what they did the first half, okay? They started out passing, and when they did, folks, they went to maximum protection, okay? Then they started putting in the play action passes. And then almost about in the middle of the second quarter, they started moving the pocket, Doug. Sprint outs, bootlegs, they started moving the pocket. So they went with maximum protection, play action. They started moving the pocket, converting on third down, and taking advantage of Minnesota's mistakes and putting some points on the board. But that's what happened, Doug. Again, moving the pocket. It took a little while for them to do it. But the things they did started out with max protection. Why? So they don't make any big errors in the beginning of the game, get the feel of the game. Then they came with the play action. Then they moved the pocket. Good, solid thinking.
Let's throw some kudos to Mike Martz, too. That one situation, 3rd and inches.
Well, let's not go too far.
Well, we got to do this. Because 3rd and inches, in that play call, the play action play
that was the play to call. That was the play to call. That's the play to call.
Because, first of all, and you and I talked about this many times, no one in the National Football League, I'm talking about nobody, touches the tight end when he comes off the line of scrimmage. They do not touch the tight end. And so if nobody's going to hit the tight end, then you might as well start throwing to the tight end.
Go to him.
Right. And that was a perfect play. 3rd and inches, they go to the play action. I mean, no one was near Callan Davis. That was a hell of a call. So when you're seeing all these things happening out there, you're seeing Cutler maybe getting more, looking downfield more, looking for stuff to happen. And plus he has the ability to take off and run. That is something that defenses will drive you nuts.
Doug, that's been his major strength since he's been in professional football. Is his ability when the pocket does break down and he can move, or if they start moving the pocket, this kid can throw. He's very accurate, and he can throw the ball 60 yards and put it in a bucket. And I'll tell you what, I don't know how things are going to break out, but I'll tell you, it seems to me with tip balls, interceptions, so far this season,
it's going our way.
It's going our way, and you want to know what? Fine and dandy. Nobody wants to see the Bears come out and play 16 lousy football games and lose and be embarrassed, okay? Things are breaking our way, and that's a good thing, Doug.
I guess the other thing, too, you have to look at, because last week, my hopes weren't up after the Buffalo game, I'll be honest with you. I said, come on, give me a break.
Playing an 0-7 team, and we came out with it.
Right, barely won the damn game.
Absolutely.
Now, we still played a team that was 3-5. We're talking about the Vikings here. Again, too, you look and say, is it possible? I look up on the board here and I see where Cleveland's tied with the Jets 2020. I see a lot of things happening in the National Football League like you alluded to before. So should we hang our hat? Should we jump on the wagon and say, yeah, the Bears are going, or should we kind of say, wait and see a little bit, see what happens next week? Because Thursday they got to play against Miami.
Right. I think that's the only way that they can look at it, Doug, is from week to week. However they won the football game, we scored more points, and again, things are breaking our way, and it's got to be a week to week. They can't look ahead. They're not good enough to look ahead, or nobody should ever look ahead. But I'll tell you what, we're going to go down, Thursday night into Miami. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a tough football game. But I'll tell you what, I think these kids are starting to believe. But the one thing, again, that bothers me and bothers me deeply.
I'll bet it's the offensive line.
My God.
I'll take that bet.
Doug, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
You sit there, we won the football game, and you watch it. But I'll tell you, folks, if you watch Cutler today, almost every other play, this kid was running for his life. and trying to make things happen. And guess what? He did make things happen.
The one thing about that, and I think you brought it up at the beginning of the show, is the fact that by him scrambling, but Ed, prior to this game, a couple games, I saw when he did that scramble and his eyes were down. He was looking at people trying to hit him. His eyes were up now. He was seeing everything that was down the field. And so consequently what happens is when you do that, when you're moving around like that, he's got the arm he can make, and he is accurate on the run. And he's very accurate, but he's looking downfield, and that's a big plus, and it showed today. Johnny Knox, like I said before, had to have 4 catches or 5 catches that were crucial catches that Cutler was on the run.
I think one thing that you saw, Doug, again last couple of weeks here, is that in attacking, when we played Buffalo a week ago and the Vikings today, Doug, you didn't see any deep post patterns. You didn't see any deep fly patterns. You didn't see any flags. You didn't see any tosses way down the field. They're keeping it away from him. They're coming with the play action, the maximum protection, and they're moving the pocket, and we didn't have this the first several games. So Martz got a little bit smarter. Cutler got a little bit smarter. They all did. On the offense, got a little bit smarter in how to attack a team instead of letting it fly, letting all things go downfield. They harnessed in, brought it back underneath, and hopefully let's not make the turnovers. Let our defense get the turnovers. And again, folks, our special teams, this coach, this Dave Tobe, I'll tell you what, I'm glad we've got him and nobody else has him, because he's got these kids again playing tremendous football, giving us great field position.
The other thing, too, when you take a look at it, this game was so big to the Chicago Bears. When you see Hester back there on kickoff returns, and they had him on kickoff returns, they had him on punt returns. And then on top of that, Rasheed Davis comes in and rips off 32 yards, which turned into a score.
Right.
So all these things, the constant we've seen the special teams and we've seen the defense. This is the constant things. The question was the offense, but I think you put it rather well. The fact is we reeled it in. We're taking now our offense and saying, look, don't make the damn mistakes, okay? You still can move the football. You still can run it. We'll balance it. We'll try to get the plays. And then when the time comes, Cutler, you make those plays.
Right.
Well, that's happening right now.
Well,
and it's for him to go for the rest of the season, I guess.
Obviously, every game, every week is the big game. But I tell you, the biggest game so far this season was last week in Toronto against the Bills. That was an 0-7 team, Doug. If we'd have lost that football game,
been over.
If we'd have lost that football game, the attitude of the players, the coaches, and the fans, it would have been a disaster. Somehow, we won that football. So I think the game last week was more important than this one. If we'd have lost that one again, Doug, last week, we might not have seen what happened here today.
Yeah, the Bears win 27-13 over the Vikings, and that puts them in tie with the Green Bay Packers.
Tie with the Green Bay Packers.
So you're talking about a lot of hope here. You're talking about where, fans are now looking at this, maybe looking a little differently, looking at Martz a little different, looking at Cutler a little different. But I know a lot of times, I don't want to jump out there and say,
no, you don't, because
I can't.
The main problem again,
we're working our way up to that point.
Exactly. The main problem again has been the offensive line, and I'm going to tell you something. It truly didn't change today. What did, again, boy, oh boy, what a game this kid played, Cutler. I tell you what. Tip my hat to him.
Well, there's no question. I think, and again, too, we got to go back to Martz. We heard Jerry Angelo talk about it last week. He made his statement that after the first 3 games, you want to be a certain way. You want to be a certain team. And they wanted to be. There's no question in my mind. Martz wanted to be that circus act that he had before in St. Louis. Well, then he found out he couldn't do that.
Right.
And so now what Jerry said, which is absolutely true, the fact is the facts are fact. You can't do it that way. You can't play that way. Change it.
Yes, it's a simple reason why you can't go downfield with this team. The reason is we can't block.
At the time it's 7-step drops, right?
And if you do, you got to go to maximum protection and hope if we do go deep that Johnny Knox or Hester or somebody outruns somebody and Cutler can get the pass to him. So I think that kind of offensive philosophy, I hope, is gone, and stick with what we're doing now. Special teams, defense, and we're pretty damn lucky, by the way, with no injuries either.
Yeah, well,
so far,
that's the whole key is try to keep everybody together.
Absolutely.
No question. But I think the defense looks solid. We saw some plays. Now, there were a couple of screw-ups. Chris Harris, I thought that was a double coverage. He should have been back there, on the touchdown. But other than that, the tackling was outstanding, I thought, for the Chicago Bears.
Great pursuit on our defense, and we've had it all year. Because a lot of times what you see a lot of running backs do, where do they make their yardage? on cutback plays. So as much as the force and fill is at the point of attack, the backside pursuit is so important. And then, again, that's what you saw today. The backside coming in, not allowing Adrian Peterson, to run wild all over us, and they've been doing that all year. So that is pretty damn good coaching, my friend.
There's no question. I think the other thing, too, the backside pursuit on the run
is huge, Doug.
And also what they call RAC, R-A-C, run after the catch. They weren't getting the run after the catch, Ed, because that tackle was there. Bam. Briggs, I thought, made a couple great plays on third down, plus the interception that he ended up with. So when you start getting guys catching the football in front of you when you're out of cover two, you're dropping them right in your tracks. The only way you can get hurt is you miss that tackle, and of course the guy runs 20 or 30 extra yards.
Cutler hit everybody today. The first half, he had six different receivers.
Yeah.
Okay, the two running backs, they caught passes the first half. The 6 different receivers, and that's a pretty darn good offensive game plan, my friend.
On third down, we were, I think, 11 for 19. 11 for 19. And the Vikings, 1 for 9.
I know.
1 for 9.
That's normally us.
Yeah.
That's
and
normally
so all
us.
of a sudden, we're turning this around on third down, Ed, which, again, too, there's a lot of hope. There's a lot of things to look at, a lot of things that are improved. We'll see what happens down the road.
But here again, you got to give coach the kudos to the coaches. Okay, they saw what was not working, and instead of being stubborn, like normally they are, Doug, to keep plugging away and doing, shoving everything down somebody's throat, they got smart. And I wonder if that wasn't from, again, a guy like Mike Tice, Martz, and Lovie Smith coming in and saying, hey, guys, this isn't working. We've got to do this. Somebody had to come in and stop him from throwing the ball all over the damn field, Doug. So kudos to the coaches for bringing in the offense, converting on third down, and making some things happen. And again, if they don't do that, Doug, we don't have the 6 wins.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Post-Game Tires Show. That's right. We are here in Heroes West in Joliet. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Doug, hold it here. Just one thing before we go to break, okay? You guys don't have a heart attack. Mitch Rose is probably hit.
What?
Listen, there was a football game yesterday in the Big Ten. University of Wisconsin beat Indiana. They put up 83 points. 83 points. I believe it's the most in Big Ten history on Indiana. Now, my tip for you people in Wisconsin, if you have relatives, friends, or business to conduct in Indiana this week,
don't do it.
I suggest you don't go there with a Wisconsin plate on your back. Oh, my God.
He's all right about some before, and we'll be right back. Good Hands Play of the Game is brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands?
From the 17 of the Vikes on 3rd and 20, Cutler sets up in the pocket, winds up the middle, caught, goal line, end zone, touchdown, Bears, Greg Olsen, and he was triple covered.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Heroes West in Joliet. He's O'Bradovich. I'm Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears 27 and the Minnesota Vikings 13. Let's go out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to the Black Physicist in Avalon Park. Black Physicist.
Hello, gentlemen. As
Hello,
always,
Physicist.
speaking with you. I just want to put my perspective, and again, I don't want to take too much time, but I got a whole lot on my little white note sheet here. This game was decided by quarterback play, at least in part of it. You had Brett Favre throwing 3 interceptions to Cutler's 2. Game balls need to go out to DJ Moore, Lance Briggs, and Chris Harris. Offensively, we saw the two-headed monster being ran with Forte and Taylor. And as far as the wide receiver, Johnny Knox is the man. Now, not to put anything left against Devin Hester, I saw what was one of his best punt returns as a special teamer. He didn't make this was in the second half. He didn't run for a touchdown, but he broke so many tackles to give good field position. Now, let's talk about some of the negative stuff. 10 penalties, I agree with you, Ed. Unacceptable. Olin Kreutz actually cost them a touchdown with one of the 2 penalties that he had. Again, getting back to the positive, shutting Adrian Peterson down, that was excellent. I mean, the defense, they came to play. But
that's about sizes it up. I appreciate your call. I know, and basically you really wrapped it up pretty good. Well, the fact is, though,
you hit the right points.
Yeah, the one thing that you talked about was, Olin Kreutz. Remember on the screen pass that went to Olsen, went for a touchdown, and Kreutz was called for a holding.
I didn't see it.
Yeah. Well, call that did not call, but it came right back, though, and they fired in for a touchdown to Olsen, just 17 yards. But you're right, there were some penalties there. There were a lot of penalties. I mean, there were like 11 or 12. But all this game, we go back to this football game, most games fall back on the shoulder of the quarterback. I mean, that's just the way it is in the National Football League right now. And right today, I'm saying, and Ed's saying, that, without the moves that Cutler did make.
Never would have happened.
It never would have happened. And Favre didn't make the moves. He couldn't make it against the Bear defense. Maybe Favre's defense, they have nobody out there anymore. They have no wide receivers left.
This game is
so you can put a fork in Minnesota Vikings if you're a Viking fan. It's about finished with those 3 guys out. They have those 3 wide receivers.
This was all about Cutler, my friend.
That's right. Let's go out to John in Algonquin. John, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Great show as usual.
Thanks, John.
Hey, I just want to say a lot of sloppy play during the game. I want to know what the heck they're doing during the practice throughout the week. It doesn't seem like they're doing much. And number 2, we won the game because Brett Favre had 3 receivers sitting on the sidelines. And number 3, why don't we have Chester Taylor playing more? He seems like the dominant running back. Every time he gets the ball, he does something with it. And Forte is not running like he was in his first season. I just don't know why he's not in the game, especially this game. This game, he would have had something going for him, trying to prove something to Minnesota, and he sat on the sidelines more than he did anything. And then when he did get the ball, he did something with it. I just want to know your guys' opinion on that.
John, let me tell you exactly what we saw out there today. We obviously changed offensive philosophy and trying to get a more balanced attack. We had 22 of 35 attempts passing for 230 yards, and in running, we basically wound up with 38 attempts, so to speak, for 130 yards. And the only thing that I saw bad in the first half, my Lord, we almost shot ourselves in the foot, which I believe we had 7 penalties. But that's the only way we're going to be able to win. If you think we're going to go downfield and destroy anybody with the way our offense is set up, it's not going to happen. The one thing you're talking about, some screw-ups and whatever have you, we had some of our offensive linemen. I saw one of our offensive linemen actually got spun around, and he's trying to block the left defensive end with his back and his arms out. That's just not.
Well, John also talked about real quickly about, we got Chester Taylor. Why did we spend all that money on Chester Taylor? We spent a ton of money on Chester Taylor, and I saw him the first time he handled the football was in the second quarter at the beginning of that.
Dougie.
He should be playing more, Ed.
We could do a week's worth of shows about that stuff.
You're listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Heroes West in Joliet, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears, 27, the Vikings, 13. Ed and I will be right back. Drive of the Game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, number 1 in what matters most.
Jay to throw, blitz is on, it's picked up, throwing over the middle, and a cross to the right. Hester to the 10 to the 5, diving for the goal line, end zone, touchdown Bears! Shallow cross, Devin Hester splits the defenders, and the Bears have taken back the lead from the Vikings.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Heroes West in Joliet. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win over the Vikings, 27-13. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mr. Sharp in Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp. Yo, Mr. Sharp. Mr. Sharp is gone.
Mr. Sharp is gone.
He's gone. Let's go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, it's a happy Bears Sunday.
Absolutely.
Listen, this victory goes to, and we got to let these guys take a bow. Our defensive coordinator, Marinelli, and our offensive coordinator, March. They've been ripped, even by me, by a lot of people, but our game plans on both sides of the ball today were impeccable. The Bears defense, I can't say enough about it. They never let up, and they never let Peterson get away. They never let the big tight end burn us. And we never gave up a big play outside of maybe that touchdown pass. But unbelievable game plan, just awesome. And then March, the play calling was fantastic. I mean, we went up against a heck of a defense, and our game plan was just solid. I mean, we held their rush off, I thought, pretty darn good for not having a very good offensive line. And the play calling I have no problem with. One of the first times all year we got everybody involved. And outside of Cutler, I know, Ed, you love the way he played. I saw him make some pretty boneheaded passes, but I'll take it. I'm not going to complain today. Great game plan. Let these coordinators take a bow because they've taken it in the you-know-where pretty much all season from us callers.
And they deserve, to take it in you-know-where at the beginning of the year because this is not what the Bears are all about. They don't have the talent to do what Mike Martz wants to do. So what he did was he pulled in the reins, he pulled everything in, and now they have something that's solid. They balanced it out. And that's exactly what happened today. And then, obviously, you have a quarterback like Cutler who can move around. You need that with this offensive line. You put that together with your defense. You put that together with your special teams, and you have a shot to win these football games. They would have won if this same game plan would have been in order. They would have beat Washington. They would have beat Seattle. But it wasn't. And so now it is. So we'll hope for the best down the road.
Let me give you a little scenario here, Chip. And this is some food for thought. We had Kyle Orton here, okay? And Kyle won a lot of games for us. Okay, we make the trade. We make the trade because we want to get a Pro Bowl, All-Pro, maybe future Hall of Famer, who knows, and Cutler to be our quarterback. Basically, we haven't had quarterbacks in decades, okay? So we bring him in. So when you bring a guy like Cutler in, it's all about opening up the offense. It's all about stretching the field. It's all about movement. It's a multiple offense and using the entire field, play after play, quarter after quarter. But what we come down to, we gave up 2 draft choices, I believe, in the third to get Cutler, and we sent Orton to Denver. And so what we tried is that open it up and let Cutler do what he does best. It's not working. So what are we down to? We're down to basically, Chip, if you look at it, it's like a quote-unquote like management-type offense. We don't want to go downfield. We want to take chances. We don't want to do this. We don't want to do that. Running game, we weren't running. Now we're starting to run a little bit. Suspect offensive line, but we're harnessing everything in. But my question, Chip, is, and everybody else, is that the reason why we traded for Cutler to bring him in here as a manager? Think about what I just said.
Well, see, the thing about it is with Cutler, then the fact is that if you want more out of Cutler, you're going to have to put more into this football team. Better offensive line, better wide receivers. But at the point in time is...
You want to get your foot off my...
What you got it on? In your face? Oh, I'm sorry. And so anyway, you got to do something what you have. You got to adapt or die. So they are adapting.
Doug, I understand that.
They have to. They have no choice.
But my point is, we gave up a ton for this kid. A ton. And we bring on an offensive coordinator that is supposed to take people into another stratosphere.
Without the talent,
and that failed miserably.
Right.
But look what the hell I'm just talking about. I'm not saying right, wrong, or indifferent.
Mm-hmm.
But look at where we're at right now. We're down against, quote, the management type of offense. Please don't make a mistake. Let the special teams take care of us. The defense get the turnovers. Pray to God Cutler doesn't make any mistakes. Okay? Didn't we have that before? Isn't that the reason why we gave up everything on this planet to get Cutler in here, and we have to settle for this? Well, it's just something that I'm just putting it out there, just food for thought, that's all.
I understand that, and it didn't go according to Hoyle. It didn't go according to what they were thinking they were going to do. But I guess what we say is it's not going to happen. We saw it's not going to happen with Martz.
I understand.
So only thing we can do is change now. But is this enough to win the Super Bowl? I don't think it is.
I don't know. But the way
I don't think
the way the Scoofy League is going, who the hell does know?
I don't think that's strong enough to do what you need to do. Because here's a fact. Coming in with Favre, you take a look at the Minnesota Vikings. This game comes down to turnovers. The Vikings were a -9 turnover ratio. The Bears were a +1. And so the fact is, if you turn that football over enough, you're going to lose the football game. Today, they turned it over 4 times. We turned it over 2.
Doug,
we win that turnover battle, we win.
My point of this scenario was back to Chip, and that's it's just something that I've been thinking about here.
Right.
And man, oh man, did we give up a ton for Cutler. I'm glad he's here, but the point is that what we brought him in to do, or what we thought that he was going to do,
didn't happen.
It's a no.
But see, if you can go back in hindsight, you wouldn't make this trade, would you? If I told you
that I'm going to give up 2 number one draft choices
to end up right now,
and
you're going to have somebody to manage the game.
$20 million a year? No,
you wouldn't have made the trade.
No,
exactly. And so when we look at it, that's what we're saying. That's what's happening now. But the key is how do they change that? They can't change nothing this year, obviously. So what you do, what you have, but
then that begs to put another question out, Doug.
You're
going to trust Jerry Angelo,
there we go,
and whoever they have, and to bring in free agents and draft to build this offense, especially this offensive line. Are you going to trust them?
To match the quarterback that you have right now.
Okay.
That's the question. You're absolutely correct.
Good question for our listeners.
No, that's the question you have to look at. But I guess what we said right now is, though, the thing is you can't keep beating a dead horse like you said and I said. You can't do that because we don't have the talent to beat the horse.
Right. Yeah, listen, I'm going to tell you something. I mentioned earlier, Doug, in the opening volley here, that we're talking about a lot of things went well, Cutler, what he did today. But I tell you, again, the luck is on our side with injuries. And Brian Urlacher, and again, for those people that don't think that he still can play football, he's a huge part of why our defense is playing the way they are. He's a tremendous leader. He's a tremendous football player, folks.
Yeah. If you say he's underrated, everybody go, what are you talking about? After what the Bears, a lot of fans
beat
him up for years.
He was hurt a couple of years. Yeah. But, I mean, for him coming back, Doug, he is a
him and Lance are
big part of what's going on here.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire Postgame Show. We're live at Heroes West in Joliet, 312-644-6767. Thanks to UV Vodka for all of their support. And now we'll be right back.
Quit stepping on my wire.
Okay.
Favre without another receiver with Harvin on the sidelines. On 2nd and 6, Lance Briggs comes up with the pick.
The downs make the ups feel a lot better. Make you appreciate games like last week. Make you appreciate seasons like last year. If you had seasons like you did last year, every year, I don't think you would appreciate them near as much. Yeah, am I trying to talk myself into how this feels right now? It's a little better feeling? Probably so. But it's true. This is 20 years. I haven't missed a game since 92. But the passion is still there. The disappointment after a tough loss or a tough season has never gotten easy. But the wins like last week, seasons like last year, is what makes my decision to come back the right decision.
We now return to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich. Live from Heroes West, 1530 Commerce Lane in Joliet. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, UV Vodka, Four Winds Casino, RetainYourGains.com, and Old Second Bank. On Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
That highlight courtesy of Fox TV. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We are live at Heroes West in Joliet. Obradovich and Buffone, 644-6767. Eddie, the player of the game, I know you agreed, you and I, is Jay Cutler. Today's player of the game is brought to you by the Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week, LaFonte Insurance in Lombard, Illinois. Contact Tony LaFonte at 630-268-8200 for your home and auto insurance. We heard Favre talk a little bit. What the hell was he talking about? He was talking about today's game and last week's game. Well, last week's game is over. It's dead. You talk about today's game, so you got your ass whipped. And so that's the way it is. And so when you talk about it, almost like he was announcing his retirement, that all of a sudden it's over with and I'm going home, jumping on the tractor and leaving Dodge. Well, the fact is today that, they got beat, Eddie. I mean, that's exactly what happened. You can't talk about last week's comeback. It don't mean damn thing. Today's the game it's all about, and the Bears won today.
Bottom line was they got out-coached, and the players we've outplayed the Vikings. Very simple. Out-coached, and they got outplayed.
Yeah, you take a look at Cutler's, his quarterback rating was 87.4. Favre's quarterback rating, 44.5. And so right there's the difference. And then the fact that the 4 turnovers, and that made the big difference in what happened in the ball game. But I think the one thing that you talked about at the beginning was important for that offense. Our offense, third down situations, they were 11 for 19. Right. And to me, that's huge. And then on top of that, we held the football 34 minutes and 19 seconds, or 39 seconds.
Right.
That makes the big difference. Let's go out to Robert in Riverdale. Robert, you're on the score.
Yeah, how you gentlemen doing? Always a pleasure listening to you and talking to you.
What's up, Robert?
Yes, hello? Yes. I just want to make about 4 quick points, and I'm going to hang up and let's see your thoughts. Number one, I'm finally glad we got that running game involved in the offense. 2, good job by the special teams for helping out Jay Cutler, giving him some good field position to work with, and eventually he made points out of it. 3, good job by the defense with slamming the doors shut. 4, the only thing that scared me was the penalties, and a couple of them I disagree with, and I just want to thank you, gentlemen, for taking my call.
You're right about the penalties. Again, too, you can't get that many penalties, but the Bears did do it. They called one on Cruz. I don't get it. It was on that screen pass to Olsen. Olsen went for a touchdown, and unfortunately it didn't hurt the Bears because they came right back and threw a 17-yard touchdown pass from Cutler. But there were some there. I think the ones that hurt
we had
false
seven
false starts, yeah.
7 penalties in the first half. And normally what has happened in the past, now if we had a lot of penalties, we just couple that again with just adding on and shooting ourselves in the foot. It didn't happen.
Let's go out to Tom in South Elgin. Tom, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Tommy?
What's up?
Field position. I haven't heard a single caller. I haven't heard you guys talk about field position. The reason we won this game is because of field position. There's no doubt about it. Devin Hester returning kicks is what we should have been doing from the beginning of the year. Do you agree? I mean, the mental aspect alone.
Yeah, we talked about it at the beginning. There's no question field position. Ed and I went over that. They had 5 times they were in the Minnesota Vikings. They came up about 13 or 15 points, something like that. But it was field position. It was special teams, But it's not just this game. This is why we were so, maybe what the Bears saying, they've been getting field position kind of special teams. They got more this game, but special teams have been setting the Chicago Bears up all year. And this is a big part of why we won the football game today. Yeah, there's no question about that. That's who we got next up here, Jenny, because we don't have our thing booked up. Let's go out to Robert and Wilmette. Robert, you're on the score.
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on, Robert.
You're on, Robert.
How are you guys doing today?
All right, kiddo.
First of all, I just wanted to say this. Good job by the offensive line protecting Jay Cutler against a good pass rush in Jared Allen and that good group of D linemen. Second of all, good job by the defense. And third and finally, I'm happy with the special teams. But Al Bravich, I wanted to ask you from your D-line position a certain question. My question is, why aren't the Bears getting enough sacks these last couple games? I'll hang up and let you guys talk.
I'm sorry.
He's talking about Ed, why aren't we getting more sacks? We're getting pressure, but we're not getting the sacks.
Here's the main problem is, Robert, when you have 4 down linemen going, especially when you play the defense that Lovie Smith with the 2 deep backs, a lot of action has to come in from your 4 down linemen. And not only so far this season, last season, the year before, and the year before that, we do not get the push up the middle. our defensive tackle, our inside men on the line just have not been caving in that pocket. But what we've been doing here, what Marinelli's been doing, we've been doing a lot of line tricks. The two defensive tackles and the snap of the ball, switching positions. We have line tricks on the right, line tricks on the left to help us get a better pass rush. Has the pass rush been there like other teams? No. But the main reason, Robert, is the play of our rotation on our defensive tackle side. They don't push. They don't cave in the pocket. That's just what's happening.
And you saw that, too, today with the Minnesota Vikings. When you get the center and two guards walling off those two guys inside, that quarterback can step right up into the pocket. And that in itself causes a lot of problems, and that's exactly what's happening with the Bears, and it happens to a lot of teams.
That's the reason, a lot of reasons why we don't get the sacks from our outside defensive ends, Robert, is because there's got too many avenues, too many alleys for the quarterback to escape, because we don't have all four guys crashing in that pocket. And if you had to play the defensive tackles pushing it back, the quarterback's really got nowhere to go, and the defensive ends come in and they make the play.
That's why a lot of times you'll see the blitzes where the two linebackers come up on either side of the center.
Well, that's the compensation, because we got tackles that can't get the job done, so you have to blitz.
Send them, and you send the guys up in and hope for the outside guy makes the play.
Right.
Let's go out to Tom on the south side. Tom, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. Good show today.
What's up,
Thanks,
Tommy?
I got one big question. What knucklehead, how long did it take them to figure out that Devin Hester back on the kickoff scares the hell out of the other team? It just changes the whole game around, and they're counting nickels and things. And how many games have we lost because for the last 3 years on the kickoffs he's been sitting on the bench watching? That's my question.
Devin Hester, it's just amazing real quickly. The fact is he may not even catch a football all day, but it ends up the guys are kicking the ball out of bounds. They're putting it here, and Bears always end up with good field position.
Just because of it.
Just because of that.
And although Tommy Manning hasn't done too bad of a job
kickoffs, right,
on kickoff returns either, but Hester gives you that extra added. He makes everybody take a little too many scared-to-death pills.
Well, obviously today the Bears thought this game was so damn important that Hester was back there. They were going to have him back there. They would not have put him back there if they didn't think, hey, we may need this guy. We may need a big return.
Doug. Very good
and
point.
So they put him back there because Ed's right. Manning was averaging 24, 25. I love the way this guy returns. I love the way he does that. But Hester's got that other little knack of making that one move. You saw that one run Monday on the punt. I mean, he had guys all over the place. They couldn't make a tackle. They're diving at his legs. He's running down the field. I think he had 42 yards in that punt return, 62 yards on another one. So, yeah, it's great field position when that happens. Let's go out to Joel in Rockford. Joel, you on the score.
Hey, guys. Great show, and thanks for taking my call.
Thanks,
Joel. Hey, there's a few things I wanted to make a comment about on this game. One was I thought that Cutler, and this is the second week now we've seen this, where he had incredible mobility and was able to move around and make plays. And I think that is something we haven't seen until recently. I think our defense has been outstanding. But one thing I really wanted to share was that I just don't think that the Vikings are very good. I think they're fairly predictable. I think that I know they have talent, and I don't want to take that away from them, but so do the Dallas Cowboys. And yet they can't win games because they have terrible coaching. And I just wanted to hear what you guys had to say about the Vikings and whether you thought they were a valid opponent. And if you thought that there was anybody even any weaker than the team we saw today.
The leadership has to come from the coaches, your head coach, your coordinators, and your position coaches. And that's got to come from day one. From day one each year, and you've got to build a rapport with your players on both sides of the ball. And the second thing that has to happen, the people we have offensively and defensively, what are called the difference makers, they have to step up. They have to make the plays from week to week and lead the team. Lead by example, and that's exactly what you're seeing happening here. Our difference makers are stepping up to the plate, and that's the difference. But it comes from the coaches to the players, and you see what happens. In Minnesota, I don't see it. I don't see it coming from the coaches and the team. They look in total disarray.
Yeah, and the fact is they're not the same team they were last year. Their defensive secondary is not good at all. They can't get turnovers. The fact is they're not the same team offensively. They don't have the wide receivers. So, yeah, you're right. They're not really like they were last year. Every time I hear the Minnesota Vikings, everybody's thinking this is the best thing since sliced bread. It is not. But again, too, we beat the team today, and that's what we needed to do.
Exactly.
After what the Vikings did last week against Arizona.
And the key, and again, and what's happening too, Joe, and our listeners, and I think one of the main things that's truly been consistent through, even though we've had the hard times the first several games of our coaches with their hard heads not making changes, but the players themselves. You're talking about leadership. The difference makers have not quit. Through thick or thin, they've been there offensively and defensively, still trying to make the difference. That's a key, and I hope we don't lose it for the rest of the 7 games, Doug.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Suburban Tire postgame show. And we're at Heroes West in Joliet. Ed and I will be right back.
His teams will meet again in late December in Minneapolis. Brett Favre committing 4 turnovers, 3 touchdown passes for Jay Cutler. Bears over the Vikings in their 99th all-time matchup by the score of 27-13.
And highlight courtesy of Fox TV. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Heroes West in Joliet. O'Bradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win over the Minnesota Vikings. And Ed, if you had to take this game and look at it and say to yourself, okay, fine, what do we take out of this game going into Miami? I mean, something if you looked and say, what's the positives in this football game? Although we won, what is the thing that really grabbed you the most in this game?
No, it's a simple answer, Doug. What's been taking us right to this point in the position that we're in now? It's our defense, it's our special teams, and that has been the mainstay that's been keeping us in games and giving our offense with the field position and the turnovers a chance to kick a field goal, to put some points on the board. So that's the thing that I look forward to, and that's the consistent we've had all year is special teams play, and our defense and our difference makers, and they've been there week after week. That's what I take forward here.
Okay, let me ask you this question. You brought up an interesting scenario of talking about, again, we have Cutler back there. Is he managing the game, or is he a little bit above managing the game? Anytime we hear about managing the game, we're asking the guy not to make mistakes.
You're asking my opinion?
Yes.
Get your foot off my thing again before I bop you in the head.
Keep your string on your own side, Ed.
Quit stepping on my equipment.
Right, go ahead.
What the hell was the question?
The question was, you're saying that Cutler's managing the game, which we agree.
You're asking me?
I'm asking you then, though, is it one notch above that? Will he have to go one notch above that for the Bears to push forward? Or can he continue to do what he is doing right now, and then the Bears playing defense and special teams, will that get you to the promised land?
Doug, if the way it's going, it looks like it's going to. Mm-hmm. I don't know how you deviate from what we've done the last 2-3 weeks, Doug, is playing a controlled type of game offensively. I mean, the prior to it just didn't work. And all of a sudden, you're going to go down into Miami on Thursday night and just go wide out, go crazy, start throwing the ball all over the place. I don't think you can. Mm-hmm. And it brought up the point I mentioned earlier, Doug. We brought this quarterback in here to open this offense up, to be more of a professional offense, to go downfield like a Brady, a Manning, and et cetera, et cetera. Well, we can't do it. And why can't we do it? We can't do it because of our personnel. Okay? Who brought the personnel in here? 2 people, Angelo and Lovie Smith. Okay? So far, it's been good, Doug, under a management type of offense. Could you imagine if we didn't have special teams and the defense playing away?
It would be over. Yeah, it would be over.
It would not be good, Doug. Right. It would not be good. So is he a manager right now of an offense? If that's the question you're asking me, yes, that's exactly what he's doing.
And the thing about it is then, again, too, you do what you have to do to win. And I think that's where it is right now. It's not what we wanted to do. It's not what they started out to do.
Exactly, Doug.
Adapt or die. And that's exactly what they're going to do, and they're going to give it that shot because we saw what happened when they tried to do what you were talking about, making it a circus, throwing the football all over the damn place, 7-step drops, getting your quarterback killed. It didn't work.
Right, the days of the old Cardinals, okay?
Are gone.
St. Louis,
fire it down the field 60, 70 yards. It's not going to happen.
Well, the thing about it is the Bears are 6-3. They are tied with Green Bay in the North Division. And who would have thunk it at this point in time? I would not have thought it after I saw them lose to Seattle, after I saw them losing to Washington. But once again, somebody in there, either Jerry Angelo, Lovie Smith, I don't know who else it would be, reined those guys in. Reined in Cutler, reined in Marks,
I can tell you who the guy we could thank, whoever the hell makes the schedules for the Chicago Bears.
That's another one, too.
That's the guy, because I'll tell you what, and again, I mentioned it earlier, folks, but the 32 teams in the league for the first 8 games, the team with the toughest schedule down to the 32nd team, and we're ranked 32nd against our opponents. I mean, what I'm talking about, weakness in schedule. And we're right at the bottom there, which is a good thing for us, the way things are turning out.
Absolutely, and now we'll see what happens. Well, I don't know what happened with that Jet game and Cleveland game, because I know we play the Jets at the end of the year. New England's playing tonight. They're playing Pittsburgh. We got Minnesota again. I think
one game at a time,
we have
Douglas.
Green Bay, and exactly right.
Yes.
That's exactly what we do. Let's go out to Wiz in Crete. Wiz, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, what's going on there, Doug? How you doing today?
What's up, Wiz?
You just kind of took the winner on myself, but I got to agree with you because I was going to go on with Ed there. He was kind of getting on Cutler, and, that he, just managing the game, but I just feel he's doing what they give us. I mean, after besides the last 2 games, it wasn't there, but the last 2 games, he's giving it what they give us to us, and he's burning down the field, and I don't know why we can argue against that.
Nobody's arguing against that. I'm praising the guy.
Okay,
I'm telling you, if Cutler doesn't play the game today that he played, his ability for 4 quarters to get out of harm's way and convert on 3rd down and make things happen, this game was all about Cutler today. To me, I know we've had the defense played and our special teams, but this game was about Cutler. He made it happen.
Well, there's no question what Cutler did today, and by his maneuverability, getting around, making plays. And I said at the beginning of the show, 4 out of 5, or 5 times, Knox's catches. They were all crucial situations, and they were all where Cutler was basically moving around.
Exactly, Doug.
He was moving. If he did not move, if he did not get out of the way, he didn't make that. He wouldn't have made the play.
He made that
happen.
Play. Yes, he did.
And so the fact is, if we can keep that going, there's no question about it that managing. See, I think we take this wrong when we look at it. When we say manage the game, a lot of times we'll look at a quarterback. We're saying that quarterback's not that damn good. What we're going to do is tell that quarterback just to hand the football off, call it a day, and don't make any mistakes.
Maximum protection.
Right. We're not doing that. We're still got that part of him that's going downfield.
Absolutely.
Let's go out to. We're going to take a break. All right, we're going to take a break. You're listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670 live at Heroes West in Joliet. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767. Talk about the Chicago Bears win over the Minnesota Vikings.
A little shout-out to Ray Martin. It's his birthday today, and I'll see you in a couple hours, Ray.
Be there, Ray.
Cutler on the takeaway, throwing. Oh, wide open. Kellen Davis makes the grab over the middle at the 2. Runs to the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown, Bears.
That was one heck of a call by March.
Cutler takes another knee. Lovie Smith now 24-15 in the division. 15-6 at home. 3 Jay Cutler touchdown throws. 3 Brett Favre interceptions. The Bears beat the Vikings 27-13 here at Soldier Field.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio and Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Heroes West in Joliet. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. We want to thank UV Vodka, too, for their support. There's no question about it. And Joe Kokinas, a nice guy here that took care of you and I.
Oh, yeah.
What a great guy.
What a gentleman.
Real gentleman, and we really enjoyed it here. And talking about the Bears win, 27-13, and you can't ask for more than that. I mean, that's the fact. They beat the Minnesota Vikings. They're 6-3. They're tied with Green Bay for the North Division. So we'll see what happens Thursday against the Miami Dolphins.
Well, I think they'll be ready, Doug. I don't think, and again, not to belabor the point, Doug, but the people that are supposed to be doing the good things for us out on that football field have continued to do it. And again, no injuries, Doug. So far, knock on wood, and things seem to be going the way we're managing the game and
And now hopefully we can start converting on third downs, which we haven't been basically all year, which is the biggest key to an offensive team. Convert on third down, move the chains, eat up the clock, put some points on the board.
You know, Ed, when you talked about no injuries, I'm not sure, and I
So
can't
far.
quite remember. Remember when Johnny Knox limped off the field and Rasheed Davis came in and took his spot and made that catch? So I can't remember if Knox came back in or if he's out or whatever the story is, but that would be a big loss. But basically, you're right. If you could take in the National Football League, the key here is injuries. Take a look at some of the depletion the Green Bay Packers had. They've lost 11 or 12 guys. The Pittsburgh Steelers. But you know what's amazing about these teams, Ed? They've got guys on the bench that can come in and play. They can plug in.
What was it, about 3 or 4 years ago, Doug? New England?
They lost 12.
I believe they lost 12 starters throughout the year, and I believe they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yes.
They went and got guys from over in Europe that were playing offensive line. Let's go out to Baby Fab on the west side. Baby Fab, you're on the score.
Doug, before I get to my point, I want to borrow a line off LeBron James, and let's take our talents to South Beach this Thursday, okay?
Okay.
Hey, you guys had to hit the nail right on the head, and I was looking at the schedule. The only team that worries me is Philadelphia. Now, if like this Thursday, if they play the exact game that they played today, that's no problem. You want to keep Cutler away from trying to do all that stuff. That's from what I've learned watching Cutler over the past couple of years. You don't want him trying to make things happen. You want a team that plays in the special team, the defense. You want a full team effort like they had today, the running game, the offensive line. Now, are we going to get it every game? Who knows? But I don't want Cutler out there slinging the ball around. I want him to be in manageable third down situations like he was today. I mean, I don't know if you guys picked up on that. They were in a lot of 3rd and 4s, 3rd and 2. You know, they were in a lot of manageable third down situations. And I really think that's what made them successful, because Cutler didn't have to go on those 3rd and 12s and 3rd and 10s and try to make something happen. So it was a team effort. Lovey putting Hester on in the kickoffs. I just believe he wants to win, and that was the smartest thing to do. I really think I'm not scared of anyone. I think with that kind of offense and that kind of team play, we can do some damage. And the NFL is really crazy this year. You see Cleveland beat the crap out of New England, and you know that's how the schedule is. It is what it is. Thanks, guys.
Fab, let me just disagree with you on one little thing here, okay? If Cutler didn't play the game that he played for 4 quarters, and his ability to get out of that pocket, run to the stronger the weak side, and make things happen, even him just running the ball or throwing it around, you're not going to see the results that you saw today. It was all about Cutler today. All about Cutler.
And I think, too, with Baby Fab, and I think it was an excellent point, Ed, I think he was talking about the fact that, you remember when Cutler first got here? They said, you have to win this football game. You have to make all the throws. You have to be the guy, this and this, and then he forced himself to try to be this superhero.
According to Jerry Angelo,
right.
When we traded for him,
exactly.
That's it. That's the
exactly
guy.
What
we didn't need anybody else. We're going to the Super Bowl.
He come in here, and then he saw that and said, wait a minute, I've got to perform. I've got to be this guy. But what we saw today, and you used the words manageable, and that's exactly what he's doing. You're not asking him to go out there. You're going to take every football, go 7-step drops, and I want you to throw a touchdown every time you get your hand on the ball.
That was my point. That was my question to the callers today. You know, bringing him in here, is this what you really expected? Right. I don't think that's what we expected.
Kevin in where's that? Where's Kevin at? I don't know. I can't see that. Palestine. Kevin.
How you doing, Doug? Hey, well, the Bears are right on course for that 10-6 or 12-4 record I predicted in week 3. Yeah, I know everybody thought I was a loose cannon, but hey, I'll tell you what, you know, the strength of the Bears is the defense and the special teams, but you know, we brought Mike Martz in here to get this offense going, and I think they're starting to come around and show a little bit of promise. And I know we're still weak on the offensive line, but I'll tell you what, them guys ought to get some praise too, because, I mean, Cutler was the difference maker in the game, but without the offensive line, Cutler couldn't have done some of the things that he did do.
Well, there were times that the offensive line did block, all right, Kevin. We're not saying they didn't, but we're saying this, though. The major plays, the dominant plays that were made out there was due to the mobility of Cutler to getting out of harm's way. And that's what happened. Obviously, there's certain, and they hope they get better. If the offensive line stays together, maybe it'll start to gel a little bit more. But we're seeing some of that. But I also believe this. They're not asking that offensive line to do what they can't do. They can't sit back there and block for him on the 7-step drops. They just can't.
No.
And so consequently what happens is there's more balance to this whole situation. And you can do that when you have a special team and especially when you have a defense that's going to give you the football. The Chicago Bears are right up there. They're either 1 or 2 on takeaways, Ed. That makes a difference.
Absolutely. And the biggest thing for an offensive team, I mean, if you're running the ball, you're passing the ball, whatever, okay, the biggest key is to convert on third down. That is such a huge, huge stat. That's how you win football games. I understand first down, get yourself 5-6 yards, put yourself in a position, but it still boils down to the third down conversion, and we have been very poor all year on that. Now, hopefully today, Doug, and in the near future here, we'll be able to convert on third down, eat up the clock like we did today, a big difference in time of a possession between us and the Vikings. That's because why we converted on third down. We moved the chains. We ate the clock up.
That's the fact. When you talk about third down conversions, if you looked at the Chicago Bears prior to now this new change that they're going through, they were the worst in the division. Why they were worse? Because they had 3rd and 8 plus 90% of the time.
5 and 7 stop drops, and they weren't moving him out of the pocket, and they were blitzing the hell out of him, and then it was just Katie by the door.
Now you got 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 4. You can pick those up. Once you get 3rd and 8 plus, then you got a major problem on your hand. Let's go out to Eddie on the north side. Eddie on the score. Is Eddie out there?
My brother and I were at the game today, and we want to know, I know we're not getting sacks as a defense, but what team is leading the NFL in quarterback pressures, and where do the Bears rank on that?
As far as pressure is concerned?
Yeah. What team is leading the league in defensive pressuring on the quarterback?
I couldn't answer that for you, right?
Pressuring is just as good as a sack. He's throwing picks because of the pressure we're putting on him. It's forcing the quarterback to make a bad throw, make a bad play. Quarterback pressuring is just as important as the sack, and I want to know where the Bears rank and what team is the best in NFL pressuring.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't have the answer to it. I do know this, that you talk about pressure, you also talk about quarterbacks that are being hit. And there was a stat out on quarterbacks being hit. How about this one? Favre has been hit more than Cutler. And so the fact is the pressure has been there on both of these teams, offensive lines, and both of these guys, both of these quarterbacks have been taking the hits. But the fact is when you look at pressure, you look at that to me is the most important part of the game. You want to get the sack. Sack especially comes when it's 3rd down and long. You make that big play. You got a loss. You force them to punt. But again, too, you're right about the pressure. I don't know who is leading the league on that, but that is the one thing the Bears are doing it, and they're doing it with Pepper.
And the other thing is, Eddie, obviously we don't have 4 guys going every time, or otherwise the sack total would be a heck of a lot different. So what we're doing, what Marinelli's doing, he's coupling that with blitzes, with the middle linebacker, the weak side linebacker, strong side safety, and line tricks. Doing a lot of line tricks coupled with the blitzes up the middle, and that's what's trying to help get a little bit more pressure on our opposing quarterbacks.
Well, that's the main thing. And the thing about it is that's what Peppers comes in. And I think the one thing that you talked about, which we have not done in the past that much, is the line tricks. And you see that we call them Rex and Lexus and that with the
right.
Team. We see more of that, Ed, don't we?
More this year. They did a very little bit of it last year, but the prior years they never used it. Never came with the line tricks.
And that's a big part of the game.
There's no question about it, because when you come with a line trick, and you're going to say your tackles, he's the first one to go, and he grabs the offensive guard, grabs him and pulls him as he's going to the outside to play the defensive end's position. That gives you a chance for your right end or your left end, whoever it is, to come up the middle, hopefully untouched, and get to the quarterback. Now, does it work every time? No, it doesn't. But sometimes you'll catch the offensive line in a different line call or a slide. They'll slide the line to the stronger to weak side, and sometimes with these line tricks, you got a chance of getting up there and making something happen. And the only way you can do it is you got to try it. And, again, is it going to work every time? No. But it has worked. It's worked for decades and decades, and this is what they're doing more and more of, Doug.
And also, too, then add
smart football.
Yeah, and add the linebacker to the mix, too. You can cut your deals with your linebackers and have them to go in and out and do all that kind of stuff. Let's go out to Ray on I-57. Ray, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug. How you guys doing? I think the Bears played one of the better overall games today. My question about Cutler, he seemed to be able to throw on a run and seemed to be fairly comfortable doing that or with a rollout, and it seemed to be one of his strong points. And what do you guys think about quarterbacks able to do that? Some can, some can. But my question is, if this is one of his strong points, why don't the Bears use this to their advantage more often?
That's a great point because I'll tell you, Ed started last year on this, in fact, and we're talking about
They didn't do it last year.
Yeah, right, about rolling him out, getting on. Don't forget that March is his quarterbacks. All have been in the pocket. Everything has come from the pocket. It's come from the step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drop, throw the football. But when we're looking at stuff here, we're saying that what is the thing that Cutler does extremely well? When he gets outside the pocket, in fact, a lot of the stuff happened today were not designed or called. He just got outside the pocket.
He got outside. That's one of his great strengths, Doug, and that we didn't just find that out this year.
No, we knew that.
I mean, he's been doing that for years. He did it in Denver. I mean, it's just something that for whatever reason, Mike Martz felt that he had to attack the entire field, and he thought maybe he had the offensive line and receivers when they started the season to get this done, and it blew up right in his face. Game after game, it didn't happen. And what kept us in the games, and you can't say it enough, special teams and defense and turnovers. That's what the hell has kept us in the game. That's why we're 6-3. It's a simple game when you look at what we've tried to do.
Well, if you take a look at the Bears, and I'm thinking Miami Dolphins will take a look at that, the film, and they'll say to themselves, wait a minute here. We got to do something here because this Cutler right now, he's willing to run the football. Not only is he willing to run the football, did you see he didn't slide at the end of that damn run. He flew right into something. The guy's a good-sized kid. There's no question. He still could get hurt. But the fact is, when you're a defensive player, especially if you're a linebacker or defensive back, you always worry about that quarterback. You got everything covered. All of a sudden, bam, he's gone. And he can run for that
Doug,
first down.
I got a question to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
You think this Thursday night, do you think the Dolphins will come with a heavy, heavy blitz package?
Absolutely. I think that's going to be it. I think it's
you're going to see the corner blitzes, safety, strong, weak safety, Mac blitzes,
everything coming from that 3-4. They're going to come every direction.
That's what I think they're going to do.
Because I'm telling you something about Minnesota Vikings. Their secondary is bad. I mean, I don't want to get into all that, but their secondary is not that damn good. They only have 10 takeaways all year. So, but with Miami, they're going to come after this team. That's what they do.
I think they're going to come after them with the kitchen sink. You know, again, you mentioned they play the 3-4 down there.
Right.
And, when you play a 3-4 and you have some talented linebackers and a couple of safeties in the corner, you can create havoc going up to your opponent's offense. And what I think you're going to see is because of our situation with the offensive line, I think you're going to see Miami come Thursday night. Now, it's my guess. I'm not quite sure, Doug, but I would expect to them that they're really going to come with a blitz package and go after Cutler.
I don't think that Miami's going to sit back and let them do it and let them do the Bears what they want to do. I think they will not do that. I mean, they will come after you. They will say, okay, fine, you're going to try to play our game. Now, this is where you got to come smart. Now they got to start hitting like they did Dallas. If they start doing that corner blitz and you start hitting the 1, 2, 3s, you start doing all that stuff. So that's again, game planning, and I think the thing is, when it's all said and done with, we're seeing an improvement here on not only the players but also in game planning.
I think what you see is a little bit of better attitude. I mean, you're looking at the players. They're moving. They're brisk. They're quick. They're doing some things instead of being lethargic, mopey, heads down.
Right.
And a lot has to do with the coaching, keeping those kids up, keeping them up, ready to go. And I know coaches coach, players play. That dumb, stupid statement. But anyways, the coaches have done a good job this year, Doug, and not letting the players get down on themselves because they had plenty of times where they could have quit, especially in the early games where they could have just chucked it all in, said the heck with it. But they didn't. So kudos to the coaches, kudos to the players.
Let's go out to Jack in Arizona. Jack, you're on the score.
Hey, Dougie, how you doing?
How you doing, Jack? How's it out there?
All right. Hey, before I say anything, I'm going to invite you and Eddie O.B. to Mr. V's Pizzeria on Elson Avenue.
I'll be there.
I'm serious, and I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. I used to work there about 17 years. Anyways, I like the Bears game. It was a great game. Let's keep it going. Only thing after the season, what I want to do is get rid of that Angelo. And I want to replace him with Hub Arkish as a general manager. That's what I want to do. I want to lobby for that guy. Seriously, he knows football. Angelo,
Jack, you're breaking up, you know.
Broke
But
up there, Jack.
the one thing about it is that Hub Arkish definitely knows football, but Jerry Angelo's not going anywhere. Guys, let me tell you something right now. No one's going anywhere. If this team comes out probably 8-8 or 9-7, you think, Ed?
Oh, there's no question about it. They're all here.
I mean, they're not going to change anything. They're not going to change what's going on. Then hopefully, then you look at yourself and say, how do we improve this football team?
Doug, if they get to that position with a 7-9 or 8-8 and with a winning record, and even
Maybe
if they
they
get in the
change.
playoffs, and I'm going to tell you what, because Lovey's guaranteed what, $5.5 million next year.
Yeah.
They've all got pretty much guaranteed contracts. So what does the ownership do? I mean, if they come with a record like this, Doug, there's a great chance they'll all be here.
Well, the thing about it is that they all be here, but we want to see, and we talk about it all the time. I want to see a better draft. I want to see a better, I think we could do well on the free agents, but I want to see when the draft we come in where you have players sitting in the background that are ready to step up and ready to play like other teams, like we talked about Green Bay, Pittsburgh, New England, that kind of stuff.
That's the big minus, Doug. They've had too many years here of absolute disastrous drafts, year after year after year. I mean, sometimes things are what they are, Doug.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right there in front of you. And, I mean, who's drafted? I mean, it's Angelo. And he talks to Lovey what they need, and they sit down in the draft room, and they make the decisions. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, you can't paint it any other color. And that's exactly what it is. And they failed, and they failed pretty darn miserably, Doug, even on their free agents. And their drafts are I mean, everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
Let me ask you something. Manu Maliuna.
Oh,
what effect has he had on this team?
No. What?
What effect has he had on this team?
What effect has he had on this team?
What has he done for his team for the money they pay him?
I would say you heard the word zero.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, here's the
now
thing.
Now you know how much money this guy's making?
Oh, I know. More than you and I made.
Oh, my God.
And the other thing, too, is Chester Taylor. They're not using him as much. I mean, that was a lot of money that was pulled out on it, Anyway, it was a good day.
Yes, it was.
Saga Bears 27.
Victory. For the coaches,
13.
For the coaches,
congratulations
the players,
to all of them.
And ownership. It was a good win.
All right, thanks to Adam Hogue, Chris Tannehill, Matt Rodewald, and our crack producer.
Our crack.
Brendan McCaffrey.
That's
right.
Number one.
Brandon Popkowski, Adam Harris, Rich Wyatt, UV Vodka. Thank you very much. Heroes West, the stuff they've done for us out here. Joe Casino.
They're wonderful
they're
people out here. You kidding me? Heroes West in the Joliet area. Great place to come.
And up next, the Paul Blue Demons basketball with Lawrence Holmes on the score.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everybody.